In the dead of night, a desolate, abandoned factory echoed with tragic screams, signaling an ominous foreboding. Jiang Xiaoyang hung suspended like a toy over the maw of a death pit. Below him, hungry zombies awaited a feast of blood. The wicked woman Kui Jing sneered contemptuously, throwing out evidence of his comrades' tragic deaths, causing Jiang Xiaoyang immense agony and torment. Jiang Xiaoyang screamed in despair, unleashing venomous curses at that viperous woman. Kui Jing clung coquettishly to Li Shuxiang, both gloating as they plotted how to torment their prey to their heart's content. Li Shuxiang flashed a sinister smile, thanked him for the stolen supplies, then coldly pressed the button, ending the loser's fate. The rope snapped, and Jiang Xiaoyang fell freely into the iron cage, officially becoming a delicious meal for the horde of monsters. The zombies' eyes glowed like headlights. They opened their mouths, growling, and lunged to tear apart the fresh prey delivered right to them. Fresh blood splattered as Jiang Xiaoyang was torn apart by dozens of mouths, his agonizing screams echoing in vain. With his last breath, Jiang Xiaoyang glared, swearing a bitter oath that he would make the adulterous pair, Kui Jing and Li Shuxiang, pay dearly in the next life. Jiang Xiaoyang jolted awake, drenched in sweat, as he heard a familiar shouting voice ring in his ears. He stared in bewilderment at Kui Jing's long legs, his mind reeling at her utterly unreasonable demand to co-own the property deed. Jiang Xiaoyang sprang up from the sofa, unable to believe his eyes as he realized he had been reborn to the time before the apocalypse. Rage flared as he recalled how, in his previous life, this gold digger had swindled him out of his entire inheritance and left him homeless. Then came the hellish days when the pandemic erupted, turning the entire world into a bloody playground for flesh-hungry zombies. He had once fought coolly with a gun, building safe zones with his teammates, and bravely surviving amidst the monsters. But who would have thought that the vixen Kui Jing would feign pity, acting desperate to beg him for shelter, only for her to be the traitor, throwing open the base gates and letting the enemy in to slaughter all his comrades. Back in reality, Jiang Xiaoyang's gaze was as sharp as a knife when he heard her demand 400,000 yuan in bride price, not a single cent less. Kui Jing still raised her chin, her voice full of challenge, completely unaware that in his eyes, she was now just a wicked woman who needed to pay. Jiang Xiaoyang suppressed his anger, coldly issuing an ultimatum to the woman before him. He would give her exactly 1 week to get out of his sight. Without letting her haggle, he waved his hand, shooing Kui Jing out as if expelling evil, his decisive attitude leaving her stunned. The door slamming shut in front of her left, Kui Jing utterly bewildered, wondering why the once obedient errand boy now dared to talk back so sharply. Having dealt with that burden, Jiang Xiaoyang stood silently in the empty room, his back exuding a lonely yet resolute aura. He glanced at the digital clock, displaying the 7th of May 2034, realizing he had exactly 1 precious month left to prepare for the end of the world. As he was contemplating his plan, Jiang Xiaoyang suddenly flinched, his eyes widening in surprise as a strange light appeared. A game-like system notification panel appeared with the apocalypse preparation quest, requiring him to acquire land and stockpile a year's worth of food. Looking at the ethereal interface floating in midair, Jiang Xiaoyang's lips curled into an excited smile, knowing he held a VIP ticket in his hands. The system store displayed a plethora of cool items, like physical enhancement potions and supply chests, but all required reward points to redeem. Jiang Xiaoyang stood frozen, looking down, clearly feeling his destiny was about to change completely thanks to this overpowered game cheat that had just landed on him. Jiang Xiaoyang walked through the spacious room, scoffing at his past self's foolishness for having starved and deprived himself to the point of malnutrition, just to save up the bride price for that gold digger. He decisively reached out and grabbed the phone on the table, determined to completely abandon his meaningless ascetic lifestyle and enjoy these last peaceful days. Looking at the food delivery app on the screen, Jiang Xiaoyang told himself to seize the chance to recharge his energy to the fullest, because in just 1 month, the zombies would turn this place into a living hell. The silent night enveloped the city's towering skyscrapers, concealing a false peace before the apocalyptic storm swept everything away. A lavish, Michelin 3-star banquet was laid out before him, with all sorts of sparkling delicacies, challenging the stomach of any gourmet. Jiang Xiaoyang used his chopsticks to pick up an expensive piece of braised pork, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, wanting to know how exquisite a 300 yuan dish tasted. He slowly put the meat into his mouth, feeling the rich, savory flavor melt on his tongue, a luxury he had only dared to look at, never touch, in his previous life. The explosive flavor made Jiang Xiaoyang moan with pleasure. The exhilarating sensation, like an electric current running down his spine, made him want to tear off his shirt in excitement. No longer holding back, he devoured the banquet like a hungry tiger, stuffing his mouth with all sorts of delicious food to compensate for his long empty stomach. As he was halfway through a crab claw, the phone suddenly rang loudly, startling Jiang Xiaoyang and making him stop eating, his face full of questions as he looked at the screen. The phone screen displayed Wen Shuya, his ex-girlfriend's best friend, likely about to deliver some trashy moral lecture. The woman's voice on the other end was acrid, demanding the house and 1 million yuan in cash as compensation. Truly birds of a feather, all delusional. Jiang Xiaoyang feared no one. He roared directly at the crazy woman on the other end, telling her to get lost. His finger slammed down on the hang-up button, permanently banishing those parasites from his life. He leaned back on the sofa and exhaled, feeling relieved as if he had just gotten rid of a pile of stinking garbage. Now it was time for important matters. He needed a piece of land with forests and water to build the strongest fortress before the apocalypse arrived. No sooner said than done. Jiang Xiaoyang strode into the real estate agency, with his hands in his pockets, exuding the aura of a hidden magnate. A female employee named Xiao Ning bowed politely, eagerly asking if he wanted to rent or buy a house. Jiang Xiaoyang smiled, about to speak, when he was suddenly interrupted by an arrogant voice. Manager Zhu appeared, his face grim. He disdained customers and ordered Xiaoning to go stack toilet paper instead of serving clients. Manager Zhu waved his hand, dismissing Xiaoning to do chores, humiliating the employee right in front of the customer without any regard. He turned to size up Jiang Xiaoyong with half an eye, sneering that he was a penniless wretch who couldn't even afford a toilet. A murderous glint flashed in Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes. He began to pay attention to the arrogant manager's foul mouth. Manager Zhu boldly swore he would livestream himself eating feces if Jiang Xiaoyong could afford anything. While Jiang Xiaoyong looked at him like a clown about to perform, Jiang Xiaoyong flashed a sinister smile, cheerfully accepting the challenge and promising to find that fool a fresh, hot meal straight from the oven. He leisurely held the powerful black card between two fingers, smirking as he declared he wasn't idle enough to come here to rent or sell petty houses. Jiang Xiaoyong presented the card, stunning both of them. He boldly announced that he was here to buy an entire large plot of land. The surrounding staff were utterly shocked, buzzing with chatter as they recognized the dazzling aura of a genuine second-generation rich heir. Xiaoning quickly regained her composure, bowing and enthusiastically inviting him in, ready to serve this extravagant VIP to the fullest. Jiang Xiaoyong confidently walked inside, leaving Manager Zhu sweating profusely from embarrassment, yet still trying to salvage his last shred of dignity. Xiaoning respectfully handed the list of available properties to the VIP to review while she waited to explain the details. Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand, dismissing the pile of cumbersome documents, and flatly declared he would state his requirements himself to save precious time. He listed a series of criteria for apocalypse preparation, such as being near mountains, having a water source, and especially, having existing workshops or large buildings. Xiaoning froze for a few seconds, racking her brain to see if there was any such peculiar plot of land, while the manager eavesdropped from behind. Manager Zhu cut in with a sneering expression, mentioning the eastern plot but disparaging it as a dead project with only unfinished workshops. The manager chuckled disdainfully, confidently asserting that this country bumpkin was making unreasonable demands just to cause trouble, as he couldn't possibly afford it. Jiang Xiaoyong ignored the brain-dead idiot's taunts, pressing Xiaoning about the land until she stammered, admitting the contractor had fled. He examined the map with sharp eyes, realizing those unfinished workshops were the perfect fortress for setting up barbed wire defenses at a dirt-cheap cost. Without a second of hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately finalized the purchase and demanded to sign the contract and pay right away, causing Xiaoning to reflexively apologize in a panic. The employee's eyes widened, her face blank, unable to believe this customer had decided to buy an abandoned plot of land so quickly and decisively. Jiang Xiaoyong finalized the purchase and urged Xiaoning to complete the procedures quickly, because someone was waiting to enjoy a fresh, hot pile of dung immediately. Manager Zhu stared at the 300,000 yuan deposit receipt, eyes wide and mouth agape, screaming in despair, unable to believe this kid had spent a fortune on a pile of scrap. Jiang Xiaoyong provocatively patted the fat man's shoulder, declaring that he had paid, and now it was the manager's turn to fulfill his promise to eat waste in front of everyone. While Jiang Xiaoyong walked away like a god, the staff flocked to livestream Manager Zhu frantically denying the humiliating bet. The apocalypse system Ding announced the completion of the land ownership quest, but Jiang Xiaoyong was racking his brain, having spent all the betrothal money and needing to earn more to stockpile food. A burly man in a white coat suddenly recognized Jiang Xiaoyong's familiar figure in the crowd and secretly wondered what he was doing here. The white coat man stood, rooted to the spot, sweat pouring down him like rain as he watched Jiang Xiaoyong's retreating back with a face full of doubt and worry. In the office, Manager Zhu was pinned face down on the floor by his colleagues, who shoved the filth into his mouth, making him scream desperately for mercy, but it was useless. The scene shifted to a luxurious apartment, where the gold digger Cui Jing sat with crossed legs, smoking alluringly, when her phone suddenly rang, shattering the atmosphere. Cui Jing answered with a flirtatious tone, recognizing Li Shuxiong, but she was immediately stunned when he tattled that Jiang Xiaoyong had just gone to the real estate company to buy land. Cui Jing slammed her hand on the dressing table, bitterly deducing that the 300,000 yuan Jiang Xiaoyong used to buy the land was her betrothal money. She screamed into the phone like a mad beast, ordering to track down Jiang Xiaoyong to demand back the money she assumed was hers. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong sat in contemplation in his apartment, racking his brain, calculating where to get a mountain of money to build a sturdy shelter. A violent banging on the door interrupted his strategic thoughts, startling him. As soon as he opened the door, Jiang Xiaoyong was blocked by Cui Jing and her friend. The gold digger aggressively rushed in to question how he dared to spend her money. He put on a feigned, bewildered expression, provocatively asking in return what these women were babbling about at his doorstep. Cui Jing pointed directly at his face and yelled, giving the absurd reasoning that since the betrothal money was hers, the land he just bought naturally belonged to her too. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at her with a contemptuous gaze, as if looking at a strange creature. He was speechless at the boundless delusion and shamelessness of this woman. He pulled out a thick wad of cash and slapped it against her, declaring that he was loaded with money, but forbade her from touching a single cent, because he already knew all about her affair with Li Shuxiong. Cui Jing froze completely, cold sweat pouring down her as she realized her dirty secret had been grasped by Jiang Xiaoyong for who knows how long. Instead of listening to her friend babbling about a misunderstanding, Jiang Xiaoyong threw a bucket of cold water on both of them by exposing Cui Jing's affair with the old man Li Shuxiong. He kicked the trash out of his house, leaving Cui Jing utterly panicked, wondering how her secret hotel visits had been exposed. As soon as they entered the elevator, Cui Jing's friend immediately turned on Cui Jing, scolding her for being foolish, and forcing her to admit her shady relationship with Li Shuxiong. Cui Jing tore at her hair in frustration over losing her gold mine. The two women temporarily retreated in despair to plot and plan again from scratch. The elevator bell rang dryly, signaling that a new drama of betrayal was about to unfold. Jing's friend revealed her cunning true colors, her eyes flashing with ambition to oust her good sister and monopolize the gold mine that was Jiang Xiaoyong for herself. At the abandoned workshop area, Jiang Xiaoyong was instructing the construction team to transform the place into an impregnable fortress with steel walls and watchtowers. Foreman Li, nosily curious, was put in his place by Jiang Xiaoyong, who finalized the demand that the construction must be completed within 1 month. Seeing Foreman Li about to start complaining about difficulties, Jiang Xiaoyong threatened to hire another team, making him break out in a cold sweat and quickly back down. It turned out the problem was just money. Foreman Li changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper pancake, chuckling and gesturing for a price increase to work his butt off to meet the deadline. Foreman Li's eyes lit up like headlights at the sweet deal of 20 million, but he still insisted on an advance of 5 million yuan before he would start construction. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately agreed, promised to transfer the money next week, and ordered him to start working immediately, which left him stunned. To reassure Foreman Li to work his hardest, Jiang Xiaoyong patted his shoulder and declared bluntly that if he defaulted on the payment, the land would belong to him. While they were discussing important matters, a syrupy voice rang out. His ex-girlfriend's friend unexpectedly appeared with a fake smile. Without giving Jiang Xiaoyong a chance to react, she rushed to hug his arm tightly, rubbing her chest against him as if they were very close. The shameless woman clung to him like a leech, constantly calling him big brother in a sugary voice to probe why he was in this godforsaken place. Memories of hatred flooded back. Jiang Xiaoyong gritted his teeth as he recalled how in his previous life, this green tea bitch, along with Jing, had stripped him of all his assets. Ignoring his cold attitude, she still blithely praised the scenery and deluded herself that he bought land here to build a resort villa. Unable to endure this nauseating pretense any longer, Jiang Xiaoyong ruthlessly flung her hand away and growled, forbidding her from meddling in his affairs. She was utterly bewildered, secretly cursing because the loser who used to blush furiously at just a touch was now as cold as an iceberg. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly turned his back and instructed the workers to widen the construction gate, treating the green tea bitch standing dumbfounded there as if she were air. Instead of leaving in a huff, this greedy woman conceived the idea of ousting Jing to monopolize the gold mine that was Jiang Xiaoyong. Returning to his luxurious apartment, Jiang Xiaoyong racked his brain, calculating, as the 3 million yuan from mortgaging his house was still a drop in the ocean compared to the fortress construction costs. He suddenly realized that when the apocalypse descended, this house would become a pile of rubble. Selling it off to many people to gather fresh cash was the true way. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes were sharp and resolute. He was ready for a lucrative scam to maximize profits. While he was contemplating, a loud banging on the door, like a debt collector, rang out. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, knowing full well the old neighbor was here to cause trouble again. He sullenly went to open the door, inwardly fed up because the old man downstairs used every dirty trick to harass him, just to force him to sell this apartment. As soon as the door opened, Grandpa Li glared and yelled, falsely accusing Jiang Xiaoyong of partying all night at a bar, causing noise, to find an excuse to belittle him. Jiang Xiaoyong strained his neck to argue against the old man's absurdity, asserting that he went to bed early, but the old man still yelled over him, dominating the conversation. Not bothering to waste his breath arguing, he raised his hand to cut off the old man and declared he would sell the house immediately, which shocked him into a complete freeze. Grandpa Li gaped, his face blank, unable to believe his ears when he heard this brat actually agreed to sell the house. Jiang Xiaoyong stood proudly in a position of power, crossed his arms and declared that he would sell. But he would only finalize the deal with accompanying conditions. He demanded 5 million yuan transferred immediately so he could pay off his debts, but the trap was that he would only hand over the keys 6 months later. Seeing the old man hesitate, calculating, Jiang Xiaoyong pulled a trick, pretending to leave and close the door, making the old man fear losing the juicy bait and frantically stop him. Grandpa Li fell completely into the trap due to his greed, hastily nodded, agreeing to all demands, as long as there was a written contract so the brat wouldn't back out of the deal. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked mockingly, secretly thinking the old man could just hug that concrete coffin and wait to die when the great disaster struck. As soon as he saw him off, he pulled out his phone and mentally added the 5 million yuan swindled from the old man to the 3 million yuan borrowed, immediately having 8 million yuan in cash. The system immediately, ding, announced the completion of the land ownership quest. He quickly pressed to claim the reward to unlock subsequent support features. With fresh cash in hand, he had to spend it immediately. He rushed straight to the city's largest shopping mall to begin a large-scale resource hoarding campaign. Jiang Xiaoyong pushed his shopping cart like a track and field athlete, sweeping through the food aisles at lightning speed to fill his food reserves for 365 days. Passers-by looked at Jiang Xiaoyong as if he were a strange creature, whispering to each other to stay away from this madman hoarding goods. Jiang Xiaoyong ignored the stares of others, single-handedly managing a long line of shopping carts piled high with food in the supermarket, like a god. The fools began to laugh and mock him, calling him a delusional person who believed in doomsday rumors, unaware that death was about to knock on their own doors. The system chimed, announcing the completion of the mission and immediately awarded 10 points. Just enough for the hot item, the protagonist's supply box, in the store. His daring spirit surged. Jiang Xiaoyong decided to bet everything on luck, resolutely exchanging all his points to open that mysterious box. The transaction was successful. His points returned to 0, but in return, a dazzling box glowed, promising a god-tier item, a massive jackpot hit. He received a level 1 space ring with an enormous capacity of 500 cubic units, and the dominant characteristic of time stasis within. Jiang Xiaoyong cherished the purple ring in his hand, grinning triumphantly because, as expected, the system's first gacha pull always yielded a top-tier item. He groaned with delight as he realized the time stasis feature meant that fresh food thrown in would never spoil. Forever. The system then made a new pact, requiring him to stockpile food for 10 years. But before he could compose himself, a loud shout interrupted his thoughts. A dapper man in a suit led a group of security guards who rushed over, arrogantly yelling, demanding to know who dared to cause trouble in his territory. Upon seeing him, the man froze, a mix of surprise and annoyance on his face as he recognized his old acquaintance, Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong was not unfamiliar either. His sharp eyes immediately recognized Yang Tao, his former classmate. Memories flooded back. Yang Tao was the henchman who used his influence to bully the weak during school. The one Jiang Xiaoyong had cursed directly when he tried to extort protection money. Maintaining his arrogant demeanor, Yang Tao pointed a threatening finger, forcing Jiang Xiaoyong to return all the goods if he didn't want trouble. Jiang Xiaoyong curled his lips into a sneer, mocking Yang Tao's bullying habits, and boldly declared that he was a customer here to shop. Yang Tao fumed and yelled, challenging Jiang Xiaoyong to pay on the spot, certain that someone like him couldn't possibly have money. An hour later, the entire staff was sweating profusely, scanning barcodes, the receipt stretching endlessly, while Jiang Xiaoyong calmly collected his goods. The cashier girl tremblingly held the long receipt, announcing a total of over 56,000 yuan in front of Yang Tao. Yang Tao slammed the card reader in front of Jiang Xiaoyong, aggressively demanding payment, eager to watch the show when the card was declined. Jiang Xiaoyong said nothing more, pulling out his black card with lightning speed, his eyes flashing with a sharp, challenging gaze. The successful payment beep echoed like a slap across Yang Tao's face, making him break out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. The security guards and Yang Tao were about to turn away when Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly called them back with an authoritative tone that made them all freeze. Yang Tao whirled around, his face flushed crimson with anger, yelling, asking what tricks the other party wanted to pull in front of so many people. Jiang Xiaoyong curled his lips into a mocking smile, demanding a proper apology. Otherwise, he would return this entire massive pile of goods immediately. Feeling humiliated, Yang Tao glared and shouted, accusing Jiang Xiaoyong of deliberately causing trouble in his business territory. The surrounding passersby began live streaming, exposing the situation, ganging up to force Yang Tao to apologize if he didn't want to go viral on social media. Jiang Xiaoyong delivered another critical blow by declaring that if the apology was sincere enough, he would buy 10 times the current amount of goods. In front of the trembling manager, Jiang Xiaoyong raised his powerful black card, challenging him to bring a POS machine to check the enormous balance. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong swiped the card decisively, the beep confirming the status of someone so rich they could crush others. Yang Tao saw the 700,000 yuan displayed on the machine, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, cold sweat pouring down him like a shower, shocked by his old classmate's extravagance. Jiang Xiaoyong wore a challenging half smile, forcing the other party to apologize, while the manager gritted his teeth in frustration, utterly powerless. Unable to resist the power of money, Yang Tao bent 90 degrees, bowing and profusely apologizing, his arrogant ego now completely crushed on the floor. Jiang Xiaoyong roughly grabbed his old classmate's head to put him in his place, warning him to know his place next time and leave himself a way out. Smelling the sweet scent of money, Yang Tao's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He scurried after Jiang Xiaoyong, fawning over him like a loyal puppy. The cunning manager quickly offered a suggestion, saying that the supermarket's warehouse wasn't even enough to fill a gap between teeth, and suggested finding a larger wholesale source to gather goods. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced with a calculating look, suggesting he introduce a contact, and the name Zhang Shengze was immediately uttered by Yang Tao with pride. Yang Tao gleefully called his associates to bring a good opportunity, while Jiang Xiaoyong secretly sneered, having grasped their corrupt network. Both quickly moved to a vast warehouse area, where heavy trucks were waiting to carry out the century's biggest procurement. Suddenly, a car sped towards them at an insane speed, tearing through the quiet space with a roaring engine, drawing both their attention. The luxury car screeched its tires, drifting with a pungent smell, making Yang Tao utterly terrified and fall over, while Jiang Xiaoyong stood still as a stone statue. Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes at the arrogant driver, cursing silently in his heart at this reckless habit of acting as if the sky was a mere lid. The car door opened. Zhang Shengze stepped out with the air of a big boss, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his chin tilted arrogantly towards the sky. Yang Tao hurried over to act as a go-between, meekly introducing Jiang Xiaoyong, hoping his old classmate would remember their past relationship. Zhang Shengze frowned, feigning unfamiliarity, forcing Yang Tao to emphasize Jiang Xiaoyong's identity as a high school classmate to jog his memory. After rummaging through his short-term memory, the smuggling boss took a long drag from his cigarette and let out an "oh" as he recognized the old acquaintance. He deliberately blew smoke directly into Jiang Xiaoyong's face to assert dominance, but the main character maintained a cold, emotionless expression. Zhang Shengze laughed scornfully, uttering sarcastic remarks about Jiang Xiaoyong's stubborn personality from back then. He tugged at Jiang Xiaoyong's hoodie string, scrutinizing it, criticizing the cheap fake clothes and insulting the main character as a penniless person who still liked to show off. Feeling insulted by having to deal with a poor wretch, Zhang Shengze grabbed Yang Tao by the collar and pushed him away forcefully, yelling loudly about his wasted time. Zhang Shengze kicked Yang Tao away for wasting his time, while spouting cheap theories about judging people to belittle Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong curled his lips into a sneer, realizing his regal aura was completely useless against an uneducated, boorish person. Hearing the sensitive word, Zhang Shengze immediately lunged forward, grabbing Jiang Xiaoyong's collar tightly, growling, demanding an explanation. Instead of being afraid, Jiang Xiaoyong even pushed his face closer to the other party and added another provocative remark that made the gangster furious. The main character put on an innocent expression, pretending not to understand why he was being criticized for speaking the truth. Yang Tao, standing in the middle, broke out in a cold sweat, hastily explaining that boss Zhang was severely allergic to the words uneducated. Unable to control his rage, Zhang Shengze launched a powerful kick into the side of the nearby car, creating a loud bang to intimidate the other party. He gritted his teeth, threatening that if he didn't buy out the entire truckload of goods today, then no one would leave here intact. Jiang Xiaoyong paid no attention to the threat, coldly pulled out his phone, and asked for the account number to talk with money. Seeing the transfer message for a 1 million yuan deposit for a 5 million yuan order, Zhang Shengze's eyes lit up, shocked by the VIP customer's willingness to spend. Jiang Xiaoyong said little, ordering them to collect everything from rice, oil, salt to snacks. As long as it was edible, he'd take it all. Zhang Shengze sneered inwardly, gleefully thinking he had found a fat chicken to get rid of the long-stocked, soon-to-expire goods. He led the customer into the enormous warehouse, offering a 10% discount to entice the other party to take the entire mixed batch of goods. Jiang Xiaoyong was no novice to be easily led by the nose. He stood firm, declaring that he would only finalize the order after personally checking the quality. Holding a food package in his hand, the main character silently scrutinized it carefully, making the atmosphere in the warehouse as tense as a stretched bowstring. With just one glance, Jiang Xiaoyong exposed the trick of hanging a goat's head while selling dog meat, pointing out that apart from the outer packaging, everything inside was expired. Exposed, Zhang Shengze broke out in a cold sweat, then hastily tried to save face by dropping his pants and reducing the price by 50% to salvage the scam. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly refused, asserting that his 5 million yuan in cash was only for buying the highest quality goods. However, he suddenly changed his mind, declaring that he still had plans for this pile of industrial waste, leaving the smuggler bewildered. Jiang Xiaoyong sealed the deal to take all the expired goods at a dirt cheap price, but set a trap to pay in another month. A genius move, as by then the apocalypse would have arrived, rendering money worthless. Zhang Shengze was anxious, fearing he'd be stiffed for the expired goods, but Jiang Xiaoyong immediately reassured him by offering his house as collateral and boldly declared that he was the most reliable buyer. Jiang Xiaoyong flashed a sinister smile, asserting that this pile of trash was about to turn into pure gold, leaving the smuggling boss frozen and sweating profusely, unable to comprehend what this madman was planning. Without waiting for the other party to question him, he coldly finalized the delivery order, then pulled out his phone and answered it the moment it rang. As soon as he answered, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately recognized the voice of the target, who wanted to buy back his old house, a crucial step in his capital accumulation plan. He pointed, ordering Zhang Shengze to handle the food supplies, then turned and walked away proudly, leaving the two thugs staring after him in confusion. Zhang Shengze and his henchmen stood, rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered, wondering if they had just stumbled upon a great deal or were being led by the nose by a young kid. At the house for sale, Grandpa Li hastily stacked 400,000 yuan in deposit money and readily agreed to Jiang Xiaoyong's condition of moving out after 3 months. Seeing the old man sign the contract lightning fast without even bothering to inspect the house, Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes suspiciously and directly questioned him about this unusually hasty motive. Grandpa Li immediately put on a pitiful face, fabricating a story about his granddaughter needing a household registration for school, begging him not to back out of the deal at the last minute. Jiang Xiaoyong sneered, exposing the old man's fake sincerity and threatening to raise the house price to see the old fox's reaction. Grandpa Li gaped, lamenting that this money was his entire life savings, putting on a show of hardship to ensure Jiang Xiaoyong wouldn't change his mind. Jiang Xiaoyong gave a faint smile to reassure him, then coldly watched the old man decisively sign his name on the death contract. Holding the black and white document, Grandpa Li groaned with delight, his greedy face stretching wide as he thought he had snagged a bargain from the neighborhood kid. Having achieved his goal, the old man humbly excused himself, leaving Jiang Xiaoyong standing there, seeing off his guest with an unfathomable, profound gaze. He watched the old man's retreating back, thinking to himself that with such a hypocritically kind personality, the old man's entire family would surely be wiped out within the first month of the apocalypse. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Jiang Xiaoyong called out, stopping the old man and asking for his current address, leaving him bewildered. Having settled the house sale, he immediately went to the construction site to check on the progress, where the workers were toiling away on his fortress under the supervision of Foreman Li. Foreman Li skillfully brought up the second payment while walking, but Jiang Xiaoyong maintained his authoritative boss demeanor, promising to transfer the funds immediately. Foreman Li proudly pointed skyward, boasting about the sturdiness of the construction and confirming that the most important warehouse was ready for use. Satisfied with the rapid progress, Jiang Xiaoyong smirked, then immediately called Zhang Shengze, ordering him to transport the hot goods to the assembly point. The workers, while carrying goods, praised their boss for being generous, paying exorbitant wages for them to turn this warehouse into a fortress, though inwardly, they chuckled at the rich man's delusion. Jiang Xiaoyong personally directed the site, shouting at the workers to carefully separate the fresh food, not allowing even the slightest mistake. The massive warehouse door slowly closed, and the workers gradually left after completing the enormous amount of work. Standing alone amidst mountains of goods stacked to the ceiling, Jiang Xiaoyong smiled contentedly, letting out a refreshed shout of, "Done." The familiar ding sound rang out. The apocalypse system delivered good news. The mission to stockpile 10 years of food had been completed, granting bonus points and unlocking new items. Without a second's hesitation, he used his accumulated points to immediately scan the Awakening Ability gift box, feeling incredibly lucky to possess such power even before the great disaster struck. The screen displayed the Level 1 Mind's Eye skill, an incredibly powerful tool that allowed the user to instantly see through an opponent's hostility. Jiang Xiaoyong sneered, full of calculations, well aware that in the coming era of Man Eat Man, this ability to distinguish friend from foe would be more precious than pure gold. The system continued to hit just the right spot, releasing a new mission requiring him to be armed to the teeth, perfectly aligning with his next bloody plan. As night fell, Jiang Xiaoyong walked alone into the bustling black market, a place teeming with all sorts of unsavory characters and forbidden items. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped into the chaotic black market, where unscrupulous merchants were vying to hawk obviously fake antiques, claiming they'd just been dug from Qin Shi Huang's tomb yesterday. He sneered disdainfully as he heard the noisy haggling of a novice trying to push the price of a piece of junk down to 300 yuan. It turned out to be an old acquaintance, Li Shuxiang, gleefully finalizing the purchase of a fake jade bracelet at a dirt-cheap price. Thinking he had scored a bargain from the stall owner, Jiang Xiaoyong chuckled inwardly, knowing Li Shuxiang was buying fake goods to trick the gold digger Kui Jing. Truly a perfect match in the realm of losers. Ignoring the petty antics of the small fry, his gaze stopped at a stall, displaying a dazzling array of sharp knives and swords, accompanied by the clanging sound of metal. His target was in sight. He smiled confidently, having found the exact cold weapon stall he needed amidst this chaotic market. He squatted down and picked up a dagger, his sharp eyes looking directly at the camo seller, then inquired about hard goods using a secret code. The camo seller casually waved his hand, feigning ignorance, and saying that they only sold dull knives for self-sharpening or batons here, not the hot goods the customer was looking for. Unfazed by the dismissive attitude, Jiang Xiaoyong growled, asserting that what he needed had to be much harder than that, implying real heavy weaponry. The camo seller's expression immediately changed, his eyes flashing with suspicion and killing intent, believing the young man in front of him was deliberately trying to cause trouble. The camo seller's eyes widened in shock when his phone dinged, and his account balance jumped by a credible 200,000 yuan, leaving him frozen for a few seconds. Jiang Xiaoyong showed him the successful transfer screen, sneering that he shouldn't be so shocked, as he was serious about business and didn't have time for scams. Smelling the sweet scent of money, the camo seller hastily called his subordinate Xiaoxiang to mind the stall so he could personally attend to this VIP customer. The camo seller led Jiang Xiaoyong into a secluded corner, chattering that a discreet spot would be more convenient to show the hot goods to the big shot. They stopped in front of a dilapidated brick house deep in an alley, where the dangerous toys he dared not display publicly were hidden. Inside the storage room, he pulled out a crudely homemade gun that fired steel pellets and shouted a price of 2,000 yuan, but Jiang Xiaoyong coldly dismissed it as junk. Being directly criticized for his shoddy goods, the camo seller fell silent, his eyes beginning to show annoyance and scrutiny, having encountered such a discerning player. He had no choice but to bring out a slightly better item, a fake 9mm revolver, boasting a price of 5,000 yuan, plus exorbitant ammunition costs. Jiang Xiaoyong stood tall with his arms crossed like a fierce deity, growling that this pile of scrap metal was utterly unworthy of the 200,000 yuan deposit he had just transferred. The camo seller broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he feigned ignorance, asking, "What deposit?" intending to play tricks and swallow the huge sum right in front of the god of death. Jiang Xiaoyong delivered the decisive blow by declaring a 10% upfront deposit for a 2 million yuan weapon order, leaving the other party stunned. The camo seller broke into a cold sweat, curiously asking about the big shot's identity, but Jiang Xiaoyong coldly cut him off, demanding confirmation of his supply capability. Stunned by the VIP customer's willingness to spend, the seller hastily excused himself for a moment to compose himself for the next move. The old wooden door creaked open, signaling that the merchant had returned after calming down. The seller poked his head out, cautiously checking the surroundings to ensure no third party was eavesdropping on this multi-million yuan deal. He returned with a serious expression and sharp eyes, confidently asserting that Jiang Xiaoyong had found the right place to burn money. He leaned close to Jiang Xiaoyong's ear, whispering the secret transaction plan for the night after tomorrow, not forgetting to remind him to bring cash to finalize the order. His attitude changed 180 degrees. He humbly saw off the god of wealth, repeatedly reminding him to be careful, as if he were a family member. As he was striding away from the black market, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly stopped, a surprised expression on his face, hearing his name called from behind. Li Shuxiang appeared with a sneering smile, sarcastically remarking that Jiang Xiaoyong's lavish spending and disregard for Kui Jing must be thanks to selling off his family heirlooms. Li Shuxiang aggressively approached, disdainfully asking if Jiang Xiaoyong had sold all his assets to go back to the countryside and farm. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't bother to argue. He smirked confidently, having just found the perfect punching bag to test his new skill. Activating Mind's Eye, a brilliant blue eye appeared, allowing him to see through the dark heart and crimson hostility of the person opposite him. Jiang Xiaoyong bluntly exposed Li Shuxiang for using fake goods to deceive women, and sarcastically added that Kui Jing was just a cheap second-hand item, a perfect match for him. Stung by the remark, the white-coated man's face turned purple with rage, his hands clutching his bag as he yelled helplessly. Seeing his VIP customer being bothered, the camo seller immediately appeared from behind, clearing his throat to ask if his boss knew this crazy guy. The camo seller eagerly asked for permission to teach the insolent man a lesson. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly agreed but warned him not to kill him, as he had other plans. Receiving the order, the henchman immediately surrounded the white-coated man from all sides, causing him to panic completely as he tried to use bluster to intimidate the thugs. Facing the cold iron rod in the camo seller's hand, the white-coated man was scared out of his wits, raising his hands in surrender and asking to talk things over. Before he could finish, he was tripped and fell flat on his face with a painful thud, officially tasting the fists of the black market thugs. The white-coated man lay flattened on the ground, his face swollen and marked with shoe prints, still stubbornly yelling Jiang Xiaoyong's name and swearing to repay this debt in full. 2 days later, a silent night enveloped the massive warehouse district where heavy trucks were secretly gathering illegal goods. Jiang Xiaoyong stood proudly before the wide-open container truck, satisfied as he inspected the enormous quantity of goods that had just arrived, exactly as planned. The system chimed crisply, confirming that the arm-to-the-teeth mission was complete. unlocking a piled-up military arsenal along with a hot reward, a physical enhancement potion. He delightedly examined the virtualized item that had just appeared in his hand, smirking triumphantly when he saw the system generously bestow an additional bottle of high-quality enhancement potion. This was no common item. It was a +2 enhancement potion, twice as effective as the junk being sold in the system store. Without a second's hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong swung his arm and plunged the syringe directly into his neck, absorbing this overwhelming power into his body. The surging medicinal power made him grit his teeth in endurance, his eyes glowing with energy as his muscles began to violently transform beneath his skin. The pain subsided, leaving behind a feeling of extreme exhilaration. He clenched his fists, sensing the new surge of power coursing through his veins. With points in hand, he had to spend them immediately. He opened the system store interface to scrutinize whether to buy an enhancement potion or a survival kit for his next move. Jiang Xiaoyong gripped the empty syringe in his hand, his gaze sharp and resolute, determined to fully exploit the power advantage he had just gained. His entire body erupted with a golden aura. He was ecstatic as his physical stats reached 8 points and immediately scanned for a target to test this overwhelming power. His eyes flashed with delight as he locked onto the pile of scattered materials in the corner of the warehouse, a triumphant smirk on his face for finding a test dummy. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly gripped a thick, twisted steel bar, his eyes highly focused, channeling power into his surging arm. He let out a loud shout, then swung his arm, slamming the steel bar against the wall, creating a powerful, howling gust of wind that seemed to shake the space. The impact was so strong that the rock-hard steel bar bent and curved, shooting out dazzling sparks as it struck the hard surface. Seeing the steel bar bent like noodles, he laughed loudly and arrogantly, confidently declaring that with this power, early-stage zombies were nothing but trash, not worth bothering with. After testing his strength, he turned back to look at the pile of military weapons in the truck and decided to stash them all into his spatial ring for absolute security and easy transport. With just a flick of his hand activating the spatial ring, all supplies and weapons were instantly sucked into oblivion at dizzying speed. Standing alone in the empty warehouse, Jiang Xiaoyong thoughtfully reviewed his plan one last time, realizing that the apocalypse was only 2 days away. Jiang Xiaoyong recalled Grandpa Li's pleading face as he fabricated a story about his granddaughter needing to transfer schools to force him to buy the house, a reason that reeked of deceit. He ran a hand over his face and gave a faint smile, telling himself that even though he was accustomed to humanity's betrayal in the apocalypse, he still couldn't bear to see an acquaintance starve to death without saving them. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped out of the warehouse door, deciding to bestow some hot goods upon the old man for survival, considering it a fair settlement of their monetary debt. His luxurious car glided smoothly into the dilapidated old apartment complex, looking completely out of place among the moss-covered, run-down buildings surrounding it. Stepping out of the car, Jiang Xiaoyong grimaced, complaining about this god-forsaken area, muttering that without GPS, only a saint could find this rat's nest. He slowly climbed the dark staircase, secretly despising Grandpa Li's poverty for having to hide away in that cheap apartment, all the way on the top floor. Jiang Xiaoyong raised his hand and knocked on the door, the decisive rap breaking the gloomy silence of the deserted hallway. Suddenly, he paused, breaking into a cold sweat as he remembered he had to take the items out of the ring first. If the old man saw him conjure things from thin air, he'd have a troublesome explanation to make. Quick as a flash, he activated his spatial ring, releasing a pile of stacked boxes in front of the door, staging it as if he had laboriously carried them all the way up here. The shuffling sound of slippers and Grandpa Li's flustered voice came from behind the door, signaling that the homeowner was about to appear to receive his gift. Grandpa Li opened the door, looking shriveled and drenched in sweat, hastily deferring the rent payment until next week, without even clearly seeing the visitor's face. The old man froze, his eyes widening to their fullest, when he realized the visitor at the door was Jiang Xiaoyong, not a group of thug creditors. Jiang Xiaoyong stood imposingly in the narrow hallway beside a mountain of cardboard boxes, causing Grandpa Li to gape in astonishment and ask why he was in this god-forsaken place. Without letting the old man wonder, Jiang Xiaoyong urgently ordered him to help carry the pile of items into the house immediately before the neighbors started peeking. While Grandpa Li was breathless after the strenuous moving and praised the young man's strength, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly stood in the living room, which was already filled with necessities. He glanced around, assessing the dilapidated apartment structure, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked that the main door was sturdy enough to withstand the initial phase. Jiang Xiaoyong changed his demeanor, sternly demanding that Grandpa Li listen very carefully to his upcoming words, as if they were a matter of life and death. He declared that this amount of food would last for 6 months, and warned that the world would completely change starting tomorrow. Ignoring the old man's bewildered expression, Grandpa Li naively wondered why he needed to store items if he was about to move. But Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly froze when his eyes landed on a photo frame on the table. He froze, his pupils contracting as he saw that the girl in the photo with Grandpa Li was Shanshan, a familiar figure from his memories. Jiang Xiaoyong stared intently at the photo, then directly asked if the granddaughter's name was Shanshan, causing Grandpa Li to break into a cold sweat as he had never revealed this information. He continued to inquire about the girl's current location, while Grandpa Li still naively replied that his granddaughter was at school, handling transfer paperwork like an outdated NPC. Memories of his previous life flooded back. Jiang Xiaoyong recalled Shanshan sitting and crying in despair amidst the ruined city, having indirectly caused her grandfather's death. His eyes turned sharp as he remembered the old scenario, where this old man had risked his life, rushing into a school swarming with zombies to save his granddaughter, only to tragically perish. Jiang Xiaoyong slammed the photo frame onto the table, vowing to himself that he would make up for that regret and rewrite the ending for the grandfather and granddaughter. He returned to reality and coldly declared that Grandpa Li would no longer need to move into this house, causing the old man to panic, thinking he was being abandoned at the last minute. Jiang Xiaoyong brushed aside that absurd worry, asserting that tomorrow the world would become hell, and ordering Grandpa Lee to accompany him to school to pick up Shanshan immediately. Seeing Grandpa Lee's bewildered expression, like a duck listening to thunder, Jiang Xiaoyong realized that explaining things verbally to the older generation at this moment was completely useless. He decided to use action to make his point, asking the old man about the concept of famine, while subtly twisting the spatial ring on his finger. Jiang Xiaoyong activated his ability, causing space to twist, sucking all the groceries into the ring in an instant, making Grandpa Lee scream in terror, thinking he had encountered magic. Jiang Xiaoyong activated his ability, causing his entire body to radiate a brilliant blue aura. He coldly declared that he held the future in his hands and forced Grandpa Lee to obey absolutely if he wanted to save his granddaughter's life. He pressed his face close to the old man's, his eyes burning with killing intent, and growled, demanding Shanshan's school address immediately. The car sped off like a tearing wind. Grandpa Lee sat in the passenger seat, his face drained of all color, sweating profusely as he had to give directions to this madman. The screech of brakes was ear-splitting. The car performed a tire-burning drift, and then skidded to a halt right in front of the school gate under the sunset. Jiang Xiaoyong rushed out of the car like a whirlwind, barraging Grandpa Lee with questions about the dorm room number, making him stammer for a long time before he could answer. Inside the deserted schoolyard, a group of female bullies was ganging up on a vulnerable girl, just like a trashy school drama. The ponytail bully swung her hand, delivering a resounding slap to Shanshan's face, yelling curses out of jealousy over some Zhang Xiaocheng. Shanshan clutched her swollen red cheek, tears welling up as she tried to explain that she didn't want anything to do with that guy, but her words carried no weight. Before she could catch her breath, the girl in the white shirt lunged forward, kicking Shanshan directly in the stomach, sending her flying and falling painfully to the ground. The two vicious women grabbed Shanshan's hair and yanked her head back, continuing to mentally torture and mock the girl for daring to reject someone else's affections. The cruel woman gripped Shanshan's hair tightly, pulling it back and interrogating her relentlessly, leaving the girl to grimace in extreme pain. Seeing the rescue arrive, the female bullies were not only unafraid but even sneered when they recognized Shanshan's useless grandfather rushing in with Jiang Xiaoyong. Grandpa Lee charged forward, pointing directly at the brats and shouting loudly for them to release Shanshan, while Jiang Xiaoyong's killing intent behind him began to surge. Suddenly, 3 thugs in blue sports attire jumped out to block their path, brandishing knives and baseball bats, threatening to send the old man away. Without further ado, the young thugs swarmed Grandpa Lee, one grabbing his shirt, another swinging a bat, intending to teach the old man a lesson in manners. The leader swung his baseball bat, aiming a fatal blow at Grandpa Lee's head with a ferocious attitude, wanting to send the old man to meet his maker. Thwack! The iron bat, which had been whistling through the air, suddenly froze mid-swing, easily caught by a hand as hard as cold steel. Jiang Xiaoyong tightened his grip on the bat, his eyes as sharp as razors, looking directly into the thug's face and delivering a contemptuous lecture about their bad habits. Despite having their attack blocked, the small fry still showed no fear. They grinned mockingly and provoked him, thinking they had found another easy target. Without bothering to argue, Jiang Xiaoyong unleashed a thunderous kick to the chest of the knife-wielding thug, sending him flying into the wall, spitting blood on the spot. The thug who had just taken the full force of the thunderous kick was sent flying far back, falling miserably with his feet in the air. Witnessing their companion being taken down in an instant, the remaining 2 broke out in a cold sweat, but still tried to reassure each other before charging forward to gang up on him. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes flashed with a sharp blue light. He activated his heightened focus to see through all the movements of the small fry. The 2 young thugs split up, flanking him from both sides, one with a bat and one with a knife, intending to corner their prey in a pincer movement. The buzz-cut thug roared to build momentum, then swung his baseball bat with full force at his opponent's head, aiming to end the fight. Thanks to his enhanced physical stats, Jiang Xiaoyong easily dodged the attack. His reaction speed now far surpassed that of ordinary people. As soon as his opponent overextended, he reached out and firmly grabbed the neck of the thug with the bat, like an eagle snatching a chick. Using overwhelming arm strength, Jiang Xiaoyong slammed the thug's face directly onto the hard-tiled floor with a brutal strike. The buzz-cut thug's eyes rolled back, his mouth agape as he screamed miserably, feeling the sky-shattering pain from the horrific impact. The remaining thug seized the opportunity to stab stealthily, but Jiang Xiaoyong merely tilted his head, and the sharp blade sliced through empty air. The thug put all his strength into swinging his weapon down, but Jiang Xiaoyong remained perfectly calm, unfazed by the pathetic attack. Swift as lightning, a thunderous kick was unleashed, stopping the opponent's worthless attack mid-air. The kick landed squarely in the punk's stomach, sending him flying backward, tasting the bitterness of daring to provoke a beast. He slammed his back onto the floor with a thud, his face contorted in pain, officially joining his companions on the floor. Jiang Xiaoyong stood tall amidst the defeated thugs lying scattered, exuding an absolutely overwhelming aura that left no one daring to utter a sound. Having dealt with the male thugs, he strode towards the woman in the black top, who was trembling, and asking him what the hell he wanted to do. Without many words, he swung his hand and delivered a thunderous slap that twisted her face, teaching her a lesson about equality. The slap was so powerful that it left a red handprint on her cheek, leaving the woman completely frozen, her eyes vacant and unable to speak. Turning to the long-haired woman in the white shirt, he grabbed her hair tightly, pulled it back, and asked if she enjoyed pulling other people's hair. Jiang Xiaoyong held the knife to the hostage's throat, his sharp gaze terrifying the woman, who stammered, asking what he intended to do with the knife. A sharp slash tore through the air, creating a deadly blue streak of light, accompanied by a piercing scream that echoed through the alley. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes glowed with a murderous blue light, his face cold and expressionless after delivering such a fierce warning strike. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the woman in black collapsed to the ground, mouth agape in fear, while Shanshan, standing behind, covered her mouth in shock, unable to speak. A dull thud echoed as the woman in the white shirt's limbs gave out, and she knelt on the floor in utter helplessness. The woman frantically touched her head, her face drained of all color as she realized a large chunk of her precious long hair had been cut off. Tears streaming down her face, she screamed hysterically, cursing Jiang Xiaoyong as a bastard for daring to ruin her hair. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly dropped the clump of black hair in front of her, coldly stating that long hair would only be a useless burden in the future. Having dealt with the trash, he turned his back and ordered Shanshan to leave immediately, abandoning the defeated bullies who stared after them in confusion. Shanshan still didn't understand what was happening, her innocent face showing extreme bewilderment as she was suddenly pulled away. The car sped off, Jiang Xiaoyong driving calmly as he announced the impending Great Famine, dismissing Shanshan's schooling to prioritize survival. Shanshan helplessly scolded her grandfather fiercely for being so gullible and falling for ridiculous scam calls. Jiang Xiaoyong drove with a confident smirk, secretly vowing to protect the girl absolutely safely in this life. He turned back, interrupting their argument, and firmly stated that the news about the famine was leaked by him, not a scam at all. Shanshan looked at the strange driver with suspicious eyes, directly asking for the identity of the person driving her. The car sped through the wind as Jiang Xiaoyong domineeringly introduced himself, then coldly declared that the bullies would soon be gone, so there was no need to worry. The girl was still in shock, stammering as she asked if the terrifying famine was truly real. Jiang Xiaoyong leaned back in his seat, relaxed, admitting that the famine was just a template he made up to make it easier for her grandfather to accept. He gave a mysterious smile, then revealed a truth 1,000 times more brutal. The actual apocalypse was truly upon them. Hearing the word apocalypse, Shanshan's eyes widened, her mouth agape from the immense shock, unable to believe her ears. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly told her to check her phone immediately, while Shanshan began to sweat profusely at the shocking news spreading online. Shanshan scrolled through her phone and was met with a horrifying scene. An infected man biting others in broad daylight, being restrained by security guards in vain, with a headline about rabies. The next news alert warned about the return of a strange-smelling fog, the first signs of the end slowly appearing on the touchscreen. Shanshan broke out in a cold sweat, her hands trembling as she read the desperate pleas for help from victims slowly transforming, a chill running down her spine. She turned to ask again, with a dazed expression, if the apocalypse was real, while Jiang Xiaoyong continued to drive calmly, affirming that all the signs had begun to appear exactly as predicted. The luxury car glided smoothly on the highway as he coldly announced that tomorrow, a deadly poisonous fog would cover numerous provinces, marking the beginning of hell on earth. He painted a brutal picture. As the poisonous fog infiltrated, a large portion of the population would turn into bloodthirsty zombies, frantically hunting the living throughout the streets. Those who didn't transform immediately wouldn't escape a tragic fate either, torn apart and devoured alive by their former kin on the burning streets. Jiang Xiaoyong delivered another shock, revealing the cruel rule that as soon as a victim died, they would immediately join that disgusting zombie army with glowing, deadly eyes. He glanced into the rearview mirror with sharp eyes, asking if young people today knew what zombies were, causing Shanshan to stammer an acknowledgement, but still unable to fully grasp the truth. Looking at the cars still moving peacefully ahead, he smirked and declared that if she just waited until tomorrow or next week, she would see how meaningless the words unbelievable would become. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the bumper-to-bumper traffic ahead with a frustrated gaze, cursing at this dilemma. The emergency lane was also completely blocked by inconsiderate drivers, truly a characteristic self-destructive cunning of a chaotic crowd. Grandpa Li worried sick that the zombies would catch up when the car stopped, but Jiang Xiaoyong remained calm, reassuring him that it wasn't time to panic yet. Though he spoke confidently, in his mind, he was still calculating the risks. If an outbreak were to occur right in the middle of this traffic jam, it would be quite troublesome. Suddenly, a luxury car sped up from behind at breakneck speed, its engine roaring, tearing through the quiet space. The arrogant driver cut sharply in front of Jiang Xiaoyong's car to squeeze into the emergency lane, forcing him to brake hard to avoid a collision. The sudden brake made the whole car sway violently. Shanshan screamed, and Grandpa Li nearly had his soul fly out from the unexpected impact. Blood rushed to his head. Jiang Xiaoyong gritted his teeth, cursing the rich driver's rude habit of driving without signaling. Not one to be trifled with, he immediately swerved to retaliate, declaring sharply that there was no way he'd escape punishment after messing with him. Jiang Xiaoyong's car slammed straight into the opponent's rear without hesitation, teaching the rich driver a lesson he'd never forget about traffic laws in the apocalypse. The stubborn white car pressed tightly against his side, the screeching metal grating on the ears as if challenging the durability of Jiang Xiaoyong's car. Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes, filled with killing intent. He hadn't expected that punk to still refuse to give up, even wanting to fight to the death to cut him off. The two cars clung to each other like leeches, their front bumpers grinding mercilessly. The battle for the lane had turned into a stubborn test of strength. The rich driver stuck his head out the window, spewing a string of vulgar curses, but only received a cold, disdainful look from Jiang Xiaoyong. Seeing the opponent's apparent power, Grandpa Li trembled, advising patience. But Jiang Xiaoyong merely sneered, declaring he was ready to send anyone who dared step out of their car to cause trouble to their doom. Finally, the traffic jam cleared. The car escaped the deadlock and sped away after nearly an hour stuck in place. Before she could recover, Shanshan shrieked a warning as she saw that cursed car once again speeding up, intending to cut them off again. Jiang Xiaoyong gritted his teeth, blood rushing to his head as he saw this persistent leech still determined to cause trouble to the very end. He yanked the steering wheel sharply, making the car glide like a wild beast, performing a scorching drift to evade the opponent's attempt to force him off the road. While Grandpa Li frantically leaned forward, shouting please, Jiang Xiaoyong remained highly focused, determined not to let anyone get the better of him. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes were sharp as razors. He declared bluntly that with the apocalypse coming tomorrow, There was no reason to endure humiliation from these pieces of trash anymore. He steered decisively, his car slamming straight into the opponent's side, with a shocking crash that made the sheet metal shriek tragically. The violent impact sent the rich driver's car flying to the side, sparks scattering like celebratory fireworks for the stronger victor. The luxury car spun wildly in a cloud of acrid smoke. The driver stepped out, looking disheveled, still cursing incessantly out of bitterness. He yelled into his phone, demanding to call traffic police to check the cameras, his face contorted, veins bulging in his neck, utterly helpless after being outsmarted by a punk. He stood, rooted to the spot in the middle of the road, watching the taillights fade into the distance, swearing he would teach the one who just left a lesson in manners, but now it was just empty words carried away by the evening breeze. The rolling gate of the secret base slowly opened with a dry, creaking sound, welcoming the victorious car back safely into the silent night. The group got out of the car. Grandpa Lee, pale as a ghost, quickly clung to the car door to compose himself after the death-defying speed race. Shanshan gasped in astonishment, witnessing the magnificent scale of the sturdy fortress with its towering watchtowers standing majestically. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly ordered everyone to rest and recuperate, for starting tomorrow, Hell on Earth would officially open its gates to welcome them all. Jiang Xiaoyong stood silently before the giant glass window, taking in the sight of the false peace before Hell on Earth officially began. Shanshan stretched and let out a long, refreshed yawn, relieved to be free from school, while Jiang Xiaoyong walked past with a calm expression as if nothing had happened. He turned back, a knowing smirk on his face, and beckoned her to come admire the fortress masterpiece he had poured tons of money into building. Jiang Xiaoyong led the group on a tour around the hall, boasting about the reinforced concrete walls and the 3-inch thick door, strong enough to stop both tanks and zombies. He suddenly became serious, laying down martial law that apart from the three of them, no one else was absolutely forbidden from setting foot inside the fortress. Shanshan paled, her voice trembling as she innocently asked if they should abandon other survivors to die. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't bother arguing with the naive newcomer, merely coldly ordering her to follow him and face reality. As he walked, he lectured on the depravity of human hearts in the apocalypse, asserting that pity at this time was no different from suicide. Grandpa Lee and Shanshan stood frozen by the railing, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they saw the magnificent scale of the area below. Jiang Xiaoyong pointed towards the buffer zone filled with containers, concluding with an ironclad command that it was the only place outsiders were allowed to stay, and the main gate was absolutely not to be opened in his absence. Jiang Xiaoyong led the two newcomers towards the food storage, explaining the rules of rationing during chaotic times as they walked. All three stepped into a colossal warehouse with towering shelves, its grand scale overwhelming to behold. He turned back with a smug smile, preparing for his next display of wealth, in front of Grandpa Lee and Shanshan. Jiang Xiaoyong activated his mind's eye skill, his left eye glowing with a green flame to scan the psychological stats of the people before him. For the first time, he saw green smiley face icons above Shanshan and Grandpa Lee's heads, a sign that absolute loyalty had been established. He stood proudly on a crate, declaring weapons to be the ultimate truth for survival, then summoned firearms from virtual space into reality. Shanshan was equipped with a high-quality crossbow, while Grandpa Lee held a double-barreled shotgun. Both received an ironclad command to guard their weapons as they would their own lives. Grandpa Lee gripped the gun tightly in his hand, his eyes resolute, as he pledged to absolutely abide by these harsh survival rules. The system unexpectedly chimed, announcing a new mission: rescue former teammate Zhang Qi with a generous points reward. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the giant arrow pointing in the sky, a satisfied smirk on his face, pleased that the game had pinpointed the exact location of the ally he needed to find. Jiang Xiaoyong turned back to give Shanshan and Grandpa Lee one last warning, emphasizing that they absolutely must not violate the survival rules if they wanted to keep their lives. The supercar roared out of the base, following the system's giant guiding arrow to carry out the mission of recruiting new members. The target appeared before them, a bustling KTV parlor, where neon lights still danced provocatively before darkness swallowed everything. Inside the singing room, silver-haired Zhang Qi and his comrades were shouting into microphones, venting all their life's sorrows, completely unaware of the great calamity about to befall them. Zhang Qi slung an arm around his glasses friend's shoulder. Both stumbled, helping each other find the restroom with the naive smiles of drunkards. The sound of flushing water echoed in the restroom, accompanied by the boisterous laughter of several men enjoying their last moments of peace. Just as they stepped out, the two drunkards accidentally bumped straight into an arrogant couple approaching, creating a collision charged with tension. The arrogant woman in the red dress shrieked in pain, then turned to glare daggers at the one who had bumped into her, her eyes filled with extreme contempt. Zhang Qi broke out in a cold sweat, hastily raising his hands and apologizing profusely to defuse the situation. But it seemed the other party was not to be trifled with. The arrogant man in the suit didn't bother with reason, immediately unleashing a thunderous kick that sent Zhang Qi flying for daring to disturb the beautiful woman. The thunderous kick sent Zhang Qi flying backward, his back hitting the wall hard with a painful ugh. The glasses friend frantically rushed to help Zhang Qi up, his face drained of color when he saw his best friend on the floor. Hot blood rushed to his head. The glasses friend turned to yell at the arrogant man, questioning why he had acted so cruelly. The arrogant man frowned, filled with killing intent. He hadn't expected these small fries to be so bold as to talk back to his golden words in front of the beautiful woman. Without another word, the arrogant man grabbed the glasses friend by the collar and lifted him into the air, while Zhang Qi hastily intervened, taking all the blame upon himself. Just as things were heating up, a waiter, sniffling from a cold, approached, wearily observing the familiar chaotic scene before him. The waiter quickly rushed into the crowd, using all his strength to separate the two sides, continuously urging the esteemed guests to calm down. The arrogant man glared and roared, threatening to ask if anyone knew who his father was, daring to lay a hand on his precious woman. Knowing he had encountered a beast, the waiter broke out in a cold sweat, whispering to the two drunkards to quickly flee because they wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. While the arrogant man shifted his target to grab the poor waiter by the collar and threatened to shut down the establishment, Zhang Qi and his friend seized the opportunity to flee headlong. Zhang Qi and the glasses friend burst into room 3090 like madmen, interrupting the fun of their friends singing inside. Seeing his two best friends looking distraught, the gray jacket student holding the mic sarcastically asked if they were being chased by rabid dogs to be running for their lives like that. Zhang Qi, still panting, recounted his encounter with the thugs, while the glasses friend trembled as he boasted about his luck, having been shielded by a waiter to escape. His heroic blood boiling, the gray jacket student shot up, yelling that he would call the entire mechanical engineering department to fight the enemy to the death and reclaim their brother's honor. Fearing that the situation would escalate and affect his graduation certificate, Zhang Qi hastily tried to stop his hot-headed friend, advising him to let it go and continue their fun in cowardice. Bang! The room door was suddenly kicked open with immense force, startling everyone and signaling that disaster had arrived. The arrogant man led his vengeful group in, radiating killing intent, while his henchmen dragged the battered waiter in as a warning. Seeing the murderous god at their door, Zhang Qi and the gray jacket students' faces went pale, completely frozen by the overwhelming pressure. The arrogant man pointed, ordering them to seize the people, and his henchmen immediately formed a circle, one of them holding a baseball bat, ready to smash anyone who dared to resist. The outcome was miserable. While the students knelt, covering their heads in shameful surrender, the poor waiter was repeatedly punched in the stomach by a thug, writhing in pain. Chen Chong cowered, clutching his head, as a henchman defiantly jutted out his chin, blocking any attempts by the weak students to call for help. Without a word, the arrogant man swung a bottle of strong liquor, smashing it onto his opponent's head, accompanied by a powerful roar. Fresh blood splattered, and Chen Chong let out a tragic scream as excruciating pain struck him, simultaneously with the gushing red blood obscuring his vision. Outside the entertainment venue, Jiang Xiaoyang's supercar glided in, performed a tire-burning drift, and came to a smooth stop. Jiang Xiaoyang stepped out of the car with a proud smirk, scoffing at the students' naivety in choosing such a place to hang out. He walked up the steps, hands in his pockets, entering the tiger's den, his confident and overpowering demeanor forcing the two doormen to bow in deference. The scene in the room was utterly tragic. Chen Chong lay motionless on the blood-soaked floor, while the arrogant man still clutched the sharp neck of the bottle in his hand. The arrogant man turned to embrace the arrogant woman to appease her, but she coldly replied that the punk lying there wasn't the one who had crashed into her car. He immediately pointed the microphone at Zhang Qi, who was trembling like a leaf, forcing the coward to confirm the identity of the person they were looking for. In that critical moment, a hand hastily snatched the glass ashtray from the table, intending to resist in desperation. The henchman swarmed in to restrain Chen Chong, while he still struggled to resist in desperation. The arrogant man sneered contemptuously, mocking the audacity of the poor students. Without a word, he swung his arm, smashing the wine bottle onto Chen Chong's head, creating a deafening crash and sending glass shards flying. Fresh blood gushed out, and Chen Chong collapsed onto the floor, right before the utterly horrified eyes of Zhang Qi and the glasses friend. Unable to watch his friend being tortured, Zhang Qi let out a curse and charged straight into the enemy's encirclement, risking his life. While the glasses friend cowered in fear on the chair, the arrogant man ordered his subordinates to beat one person to death as a warning. Unexpectedly, the henchman Lao San suddenly clutched his chest, gasping for breath, sweating profusely, and showing abnormal convulsions. Zhang Qi threw a powerful uppercut to the face of the thug, blocking his way, showing a rare display of masculine spirit. Lao San had now completely transformed, his eyes glowing white. Ignoring his companions who were cursing him as a coward, the monster let out a wild roar, then leaped into the crowd, officially triggering a bloody catastrophe on the spot. Lao San lunged and bit deeply into the shoulder of the thug in the black shirt, making him groan in extreme pain. The arrogant woman screamed shrilly, while the thug desperately cursed as the monster bit him tightly like a mad dog. The glasses friend clutched his head, screaming in panic, utterly terrified by the horrific bloody scene. A henchman in a gray vest rushed in, trying to pull Lao San away, but was surprised by the monster's brute strength. The monster spun around and bit deeply into the hand of the intruder, its bloodshot eyes flashing with a crazed thirst for blood. With a powerful shove, Lao San pinned the henchman in the gray vest to the floor with a heavy thud, completely overpowering his weak prey. A steel hand suddenly appeared from behind, grabbing the zombie by the nape of its neck, as if it were a chick. Jiang Xiaoyang lifted Lao San into the air with one hand, leaving the surrounding thugs stunned with terror. Slam! He swung his arm, forcefully smashing the monster onto the glass table, sending shards flying everywhere with terrifying power. Jiang Xiaoyang pinned the struggling corpse against the cracked wall, his authoritative voice ordering the small fry to stop immediately. The henchman in the white shirt broke out in a cold sweat, utterly terrified to see a kid single-handedly subdue a monster as strong as an ox. The arrogant man roared in anger, his eyes wide as he demanded to know the identity of the stranger who had just ruined his fun. Jiang Xiaoyang ignored the arrogant man, turning to Zhang Qi with a serious expression to ask if he had been bitten. Zhang Qi looked up blankly, hastily denying any injury with a confused and worried expression. Jiang Xiaoyang offered no further explanation, simply ordering Zhang Qi to follow him immediately. The arrogant man grabbed Zhang Qi's shoulder, holding him back, and aggressively declared that no one was allowed to leave until the matter was resolved. A henchman in dark clothing clutched his head, staggering and groaning from an unusual dizziness, while his companions thought he merely had a slight cold. Jiang Xiaoyang glanced over with a razor-sharp gaze, detecting signs of infection. The henchman was drenched in sweat, muttering about his condition worsening too quickly compared to a common cold that afternoon. Jiang Xiaoyong exposed the wound on his shoulder and questioned the origin of the bite, receiving a defiant and ignorant admission in return. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly declared that with the bite wound so close to his brain, that guy was about to turn into a zombie. Without a second's hesitation, he grabbed the infected henchman by the collar and dragged him towards the exit like a sack of garbage. With a powerful throw, Jiang Xiaoyong hurled the source of disaster straight out into the hallway, to the horror of the crowd. He slammed the door shut and bolted it, decisively cutting off any path back for the infected henchman. Ignoring the frantic banging on the door behind him, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly walked away, scoffing that the zombies weren't smart enough to open doors yet. He turned back to face the remaining people in the VIP room, exuding an overwhelming aura that made the air feel thick. His eyes burning with killing intent, Jiang Xiaoyong cracked his knuckles and directly asked Zhang Qi which of these unruly thugs needed to be dealt with. Zhang Qi stood dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening, while the arrogant man began to sweat profusely under the invisible pressure. Unable to tolerate the contempt, the arrogant man roared that this kid was too arrogant, then lunged forward with a punch. But before he could reach his target, his entire face was seized by Jiang Xiaoyong's large hand, stopping the lightning-fast attack. Slam! Jiang Xiaoyong said nothing more, grabbing the arrogant man's head and smashing it straight onto the glass table, shattering it to pieces, to the horror of his subordinates. Seeing their boss being beaten, the thug in the black shirt rushed forward, cursing Jiang Xiaoyong as a bastard, and yelling that he was digging his own grave. Wham! Before he could finish speaking, the thug was struck by Jiang Xiaoyong's devastating punch to the mouth, sending his head snapping back and blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Xiaoyong stood tall and proud, looking down at the arrogant man, sprawled on the ground with an expression of utter contempt. The thug in the black shirt, who had just been punched, now lay convulsing on the floor, eyes rolled back and foaming at the mouth like an epileptic, due to severe injury. His companions rushed over in a panic to check on him, their faces drained of color when they saw their comrade completely incapacitated after just one punch from Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong clenched his fist, radiating intense killing intent, and challenged anyone who was still unconvinced and wanted to taste his fist to step forward. He turned to Zhang Qi, ordering him to take his friends outside to wait, his authoritative demeanor making the other man obediently nod in compliance. Zhang Qi and Glass's friend hurriedly helped the injured gray jacket student quickly leave the room filled with tension. The arrogant man, his face swollen, also scrambled to his feet, helped away by his henchmen, muttering orders to retreat in utter humiliation. The arrogant young master blocked the way, intending to act arrogantly and lecture Jiang Xiaoyong right in front of the arrogant woman. He ranted about Jiang Xiaoyong almost killing his men, but was met only with a contemptuous gaze, as if looking at a pile of trash. Not bothering to waste words on a dying man, Jiang Xiaoyong delivered a thunderous kick straight to the loudmouth's chest, sending him flying backward. The powerful kick sent him skidding across the floor, crashing hard into the VIP room door where death was waiting. He frantically pounded on the glass door, screaming to be let out, his face distorted with rage and extreme fear as he realized he was trapped. Inside the room, Lao San had completely lost all humanity, his fiery red eyes and veins bulging across his face, signaling a thirst for blood. The monster let out a terrifying roar and lunged straight at its trapped prey, scaring the young master out of his wits. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly held tight to the doorknob from the outside, ignoring the pounding and desperate cries for help echoing from within. The KTV manager rushed over in a panic, but Jiang Xiaoyong calmly ordered him to seal the door and report a dangerous rabies case to the police. Hearing of the disease, the manager's face drained of all color, and sweat poured off him as he believed the blatant lie. Jiang Xiaoyong glared and roared, forcing the manager to obey without question, scaring him so much that he was tongue-tied, only able to stammer yes. Piteous screams echoed from within, but the cold hand outside had locked the door securely, turning the room into a living tomb for the arrogant rich people. Having dealt with the trash, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to his bewildered friends, signaling them to retreat immediately before everything unraveled. 2 KTV staff members standing in the hallway started sweating profusely as they heard growling sounds and the cracking of breaking bones echoing from the VIP room. They half believed, half doubted the so-called rabies that the guest had warned about, but an invisible fear of the bizarre sounds had already begun creeping in. Unable to suppress their deadly curiosity, one of them urged his colleague to check the live surveillance camera to see what the hell was really happening inside. In the control room, all 3 KTV staff members' faces were distorted, their eyes wide with terror, as they witnessed a scene of hell on earth on the screen. On the static-filled surveillance screen, Lao San was devouring and tearing apart the young master, while the arrogant woman lay in a pool of blood, waiting to die, stammering for the police in despair. Ignoring the chaos beginning to erupt, Jiang Xiaoyong started the car, urging his teammates to quickly leave this death trap, as the place was about to completely fall. The car sped into the night, leaving behind the karaoke parlor that was slowly transforming into a bloody slaughterhouse of the zombie apocalypse. Zhang Qi, still hadn't fully recovered, sat in the back seat. He hesitantly spoke up, thanking him and asking about the true identity of the leader who had just saved them all. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly fabricated a plausible reason, claiming to be a hired bodyguard protecting a target, keeping his reincarnation a secret. Despite narrowly escaping death, Zhang Qi naively wondered about the rabid dog flu, as the online keyboard warriors had rumored it to be just a hoax. The glasses friend sitting next to him also tremblingly interjected, his face full of hope, asking if there was any specific cure for this monstrous disease. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced into the rearview mirror with a sharp, cold gaze, pouring cold water on their hopes as he declared that the world had officially entered the era of destruction. As they were talking, with a crash, the entire car shook violently, making the young people in the back jump in fright. A frenzied zombie clung tightly to the front of the car, screaming and clawing at the windshield, making Jiang Qi and the others scream in panic as they realized rabies was real. Jiang Xiaoyong kept a cool head, stepping on the gas and throwing off the monster, explaining that this was just a gentle warm-up for the pandemic, before everything spiraled completely out of control. He issued a stern ultimatum. If they wanted to stay alive, they had to absolutely obey his orders, making Jiang Qi and the others nod frantically, timidly calling him Boss Young. The system notification panel appeared, confirming the completion of the mission to rescue old teammates. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked with satisfaction as he saw 20 reward points dinging into his pocket, ready to buy new toys. Jiang Xiaoyong scrolled through the system store with a calculating gaze, considering whether to buy the cultivator package, necessities, and deterrent weapons, or spend points to refresh the list. With the mindset of a man of immense wealth, Jiang Xiaoyong decided not to choose, but to snatch up all 3 good items, as he was about to arrive at his safe fortress anyway. He glanced into the rearview mirror with a suspicious gaze, trust issues beginning to arise in his mind regarding the classmates sitting silently in the back seat. Memories of his previous life flooded back. The image of Jiang Qi crying piteously appeared vividly, as his entire dorm room had been massacred by zombies due to a traitor's betrayal. Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing each face in his memory to track down the backstabber, wondering which of those sitting here was that damned mole. The scene shifted to a high-end apartment complex. A girl's sweet voice echoed from a lit-up apartment, asking about the situation of the person on the other end of the line. Kui Jing was flirtatiously talking on the phone in a coquettish manner, complaining about the chaos outside and feigning weakness and fear, saying she didn't dare go to the supermarket, hoping to wheedle for supplies. Suddenly, a rapid, heavy knocking on the door startled Kui Jing, her face changing color in panic, not understanding what was happening. Cui Jing hurriedly found an excuse to hang up, her face filled with extreme anxiety. She announced that someone was pounding on the door, and she dared not continue this gold-digging conversation. Cui Jing tremblingly peered through the peephole, her heart pounding, her legs trembling, fearing it was zombies or creditors coming to call in these chaotic times. The door opened, revealing her damned best friend. As soon as she stepped in, she loudly complained, then started gossiping about the unfortunate neighbor who had just been taken away. Kui Jing's friend exaggerated wildly, gesticulating as she dramatically recounted how the police and ambulances had just raided the entire neighbor's place. Kui Jing's face went blank after hearing this. She put her hand to her mouth and thought, now vaguely understanding why this high-end apartment complex had been in such a frenzy this morning. Kui Jing's friend immediately revealed her pragmatic nature, inquiring if Li Shuxiong had brought the supplies yet, but only received a weary shake of Kui Jing's head. She brushed aside her current boyfriend, urging Kui Jing to immediately call Jiang Xiaoyong, because she smelled money from his enormous warehouse. It turned out this woman was equally malicious, crossing her arms smugly as she admitted to having someone follow Jiang Xiaoyong and discovering he was continuously transporting necessities to an abandoned factory. Kui Jing's eyes widened in surprise. Her slow brain finally realized that her dumped ex-boyfriend seemed to have known about the pandemic in advance and prepared everything. Kui Jing's friend's face showed extreme greed. She was delusional about her power, believing she could gold dig a huge sum from Jiang Xiaoyong's meticulous preparations. The car sped into the base, its tires screeching as it braked in the silent night, signaling its owner's return. The group slowly got out of the car, except for Chen Chong, who was still fast asleep like a dead man, needing his companions to guide him every step of the way. Jiang Qi gaped at the terrifying scale of the fortress, exclaiming in astonishment at its unimaginable solidity. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked smugly, admitting that everyone who came here for the first time was equally shocked. Sheng Bo rushed out in a panic, his face pale with worry, asking if the boss had suffered any injuries after the tumultuous trip. Jiang Xiaoyong reassured everyone, then loudly introduced the new recruits to the core members on duty. He pointed towards Jiang Qi and his classmates, declaring that these would be their new teammates, sharing the same boat from now on. Sheng Bo and Shanshan immediately changed their attitude, warmly welcoming the newcomers, trusting Jiang Xiaoyong's recruitment decision implicitly. Jiang Xiaoyong ordered Sheng Bo to explain the law of the jungle, making Lao Tu sweat profusely, as if he had just stumbled into a human trafficking camp in North Myanmar. In the suffocating atmosphere of pressure, Lao Tu tremblingly raised his hand, intending to voice something, his face filled with fear. Yiming boldly suggested that they be immediately supplied with firearms so that everyone could help defend the fortress. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced at him with razor-sharp eyes, assessing the new recruit's thoughtless impatience. Lao Tu frantically whispered into Yiming's ear, advising his friend not to make excessive demands before earning trust. Jiang Xiaoyong reassured the group with a firm promise that weapons would be in their hands within a few days. Noticing Chen Chong was severely injured, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately ordered him to be taken to the medical room for an urgent checkup. After a thorough wash, Chen Chong refreshedly dried his hair, while Yiming maintained a sullen expression. Yiming turned to question Lao Tu about why he had stopped him from asking for weapons earlier. He pointed to the ground in frustration, arguing that their current situation was no different from being held captive under the guise of protection. Lao Tu quickly reassured his friend, reminding him that Jiang Xiaoyong was, after all, their savior. Yiming remained unconvinced, repeatedly questioning Jiang Xiaoyong's mysterious employer, while Jiang Qi listened in silence. Yiming gritted his teeth, planting the idea in his companions' minds that the medical room was so sturdy and isolated it was no different from a prison. He spread a rumor that Jiang Xiaoyong intended to harvest Chen Chong's organs, inciting the group to ambush him before it was too late. Brushing aside his teammates' hesitation, Yiming quoted Cao Cao's philosophy of rather betraying others than being betrayed himself, to justify his plot to seize the fortress. His beastly nature was revealed when he planned to kidnap Sheng Bo and commit atrocities against young Shanshan while the owner was away. Both Jiang Qi and Lao Tu froze, speechless at the depraved and morbid cruelty of their roommate. Seeing their uneasy reaction, Yiming changed his tune faster than a pancake, laughing and waving his hand, saying he was just joking to test their loyalty. Jiang Qi wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed in relief, refuting that if Jiang Xiaoyong, who had a gun, wanted to harvest organs, he wouldn't need such elaborate schemes. The sound of dripping water in the bathroom fell onto the cold tiles, plunging the space into an awkward and suspicious silence. Watching his two friends leave, Yiming sneered, despising their weakness, and secretly vowed to turn them all into slaves once he seized power. In the main hall, Jiang Xiaoyong sat relaxed on the sofa with his legs crossed, while Sheng Bo brought his granddaughter Shan Shan to report the situation. Sheng Bo respectfully reported that all entrances had been securely sealed, and the injured student, Chen Chong, was recuperating in the medical room. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled and thanked them, ordering Sheng Bo and Shan Shan to quickly rest and prepare themselves for tomorrow's events. Suddenly remembering something important, he raised a finger and called Sheng Bo back to give one final instruction before they left. He narrowed his eyes, warning Sheng Bo to closely monitor those two classmates, as his intuition told him there was a traitor lurking within the group. After his subordinates left, Jiang Xiaoyong walked alone into the vast warehouse, his solitary shadow stretching across the floor under the cold blue light. He activated the system interface, browsing the items in the store with the calculating expression of a gamer preparing to go all out. Without hesitation, his finger repeatedly tapped the virtual screen to purchase random supply packs to increase the fortress's potential. A dazzling light flared up, accompanied by continuous ding-ding sounds, signaling the successful transaction of the farmer, food, and armament packs, consuming a large sum of accumulated points. The system listed a series of high-quality spoils, including seeds, hundreds of pounds of stewed meat, sausages, and most importantly, 1,500 hot 9mm bullets. Looking at the mountain of goods that had just appeared, Jiang Xiaoyong smugly asserted that their value in the apocalypse was far greater than the current useless piles of money. 3 off-road vehicles sped across the bridge, their roaring engines signaling an impending storm of violence. The convoy screeched to a halt in front of the fortress gate. The gang leader stepped out, casually checking the address on his phone as if taking a stroll. The henchmen, armed with machetes and clubs, swarmed out like disturbed bees, while the gang leader calmly finalized dinner plans on his phone, as if killing people was a trivial matter. The gang leader hung up, pointing and ordering them to break down the door with an aggressive aura, wanting to flatten the place immediately. The thugs charged in like moths to a flame, kicking and swinging their clubs relentlessly at the giant steel door, creating hopeless thuds against its super hard armor. A henchman, sweating profusely, ran back to report that the door was as thick as a tank's armor, and ordinary human strength and their trashy toys couldn't breach it. The gang leader gnashed his teeth, cursing loudly, unable to comprehend which lunatic would install an inch-thick bulletproof door for a civilian house. He roared, ordering them to bring out the heavy weapons. 2 henchmen immediately struggled to carry a heavy wooden crate from the car's trunk to solve the problem. The crate lid sprang open, revealing a pile of homemade Molotov cocktails, proving they had prepared a plan to burn down anything in their way. Flaming Molotov cocktails were hurled into the air, drawing deadly arcs as they flew straight towards the fortress, intending to roast those inside. The Molotov cocktails sliced through the air, soaring over the fortress walls and exploding into brilliant fireballs, threatening to incinerate the sturdy fortress. Thick black smoke billowed from the rooftop, making the entire team in the courtyard look up anxiously, realizing that the enemies outside were not to be underestimated. A glass bottle filled with fuel smashed violently against the tiled roof, shattering and unleashing a monster of fire that spread across the structure's surface. Shan Shan frantically grabbed a bucket of water and ran for her life, followed by Sheng Bo, who was clutching a bright red fire extinguisher to put out the blaze before it could cause significant damage. She ran and shouted instructions to extinguish the fire, drenched in sweat, as she realized that Jiang Xiaoyong's warnings about the apocalypse had become a cruel reality. While the crowd was busy fighting the fire, Jiang Xiaoyong coldly grabbed his shotgun and headed into battle with overwhelming killing intent, accompanied by Sheng Bo, who was also clutching a hunting rifle for support. The two immediately climbed the towering watchtower. Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes, looking down and declaring he wanted to see who was bold enough to come here seeking death. From his vantage point, Jiang Xiaoyong scanned the line of luxury cars brazenly parked below and immediately recognized the familiar vehicle of an old enemy. Sheng Bo flinched, recognizing the arrogant driver who had caused trouble on the highway, and was also deeply shocked by Jiang Xiaoyong's eagle-like superhuman vision. Sheng Bo looked up at the watchtower with a stunned expression, unable to believe that this kid could discern the enemy's identity from such a far distance. The henchmen below cheered and pointed as they spotted their target, confirming it was the punk their boss. The gang leader pointed to the sky, cursing loudly, threatening to burn down this dog kennel if Jiang Xiaoyong didn't bring himself down. Jiang Xiaoyong looked down with icy eyes, giving these small fries a 5-minute ultimatum to get out of his sight or face the consequences. The gang leader, far from being scared, yelled back a challenge, a gasoline bottle in hand, ordering his henchmen to bring out 2 more crates of heavy weapons to go all the way. A blue mission notification panel unexpectedly appeared before Jiang Xiaoyong, signaling that it was time to grind points. While Sheng Bo was still hesitantly suggesting a warning shot, the system immediately assigned the common threat mission, requiring him to eliminate the enemies as quickly as possible to earn 10 points. Jiang Xiaoyong gripped the rifle tightly in his hand, dismissing any thought of mercy because these bastards, who dared to commit arson and murder, had no humanity left to warrant a warning. He raised his gun and aimed precisely, asserting that letting these scums survive in the apocalypse would only bring disaster to innocent people and themselves. Bang! A deafening shot rang out, the muzzle spitting fire, tearing through the quiet space. The bullet, whistling through the air, made the gang leader flinch, his arrogant face turning to horror as death had just brushed past him. The bullet, whistling through the air, lodged directly into his arm, making the gang leader scream miserably. fresh blood splattering to the utter shock of the surrounding henchmen. Jiang Xiaoyong clicked his tongue and cursed because the previous shot was off target. He blamed himself for being out of practice after a long period of peace, but still managed to notice that the others also had rifles. The gang leader, clutching his bloodied arm, ran desperately towards the off-road vehicle, his mouth still trying to salvage some empty threats while urging his henchmen to retreat immediately. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly pressed his cheek against the rifle stock and aimed again, declaring bluntly that he hated waiting the most and was determined to send these guys to their graves today. The sharp crack of gunfire rang out. Two henchmen, fleeing headlong, immediately collapsed as precise bullets pierced their heads and chests. Inside the car, the gang leader's face was drained of all color, frantically screaming at the driver to hit the gas and escape immediately before being riddled with holes. Seeing the enemy intended to use the car to make a clean getaway, Jiang Xiaoyong reassured Old Man Shengbo, who was worried, then continued to unleash a barrage of bullets, asserting that this automatic rifle was made to handle tough situations like this. The expensive off-road vehicle was shredded by the hail of bullets. Glass shattered and sparks flew everywhere as its steel shell buckled under the overwhelming firepower. Out of ammo, Jiang Xiaoyong performed a quick and decisive magazine change without a single wasted movement. Spent casings ejected while his eyes remained fixed on the target. Old Man Shengbo stood frozen, cold sweat pouring down as he witnessed the young man's superior hip-firing and reloading skills, a level of proficiency that even a veteran like him had to salute, and he wondered who on earth he truly was. The deafening gunfire echoed under the blue sky, sending to their deaths the small fries who dared to approach the territory. The thugs' off-road vehicle fled desperately, leaving their henchmen's cold corpses sprawled on the asphalt in front of the fortress gate. Jiang Xiaoyong walked past, rifle slung over his shoulder, with an icy expression, ordering Shengbo to call Zhang Qi and his group to clean up the bloody battlefield. He suddenly stopped, his sharp eyes flashing with a cruel calculation, as a much more pragmatic idea came to mind. Instead of clearing the corpses, Jiang Xiaoyong decided to let them transform into zombies, to serve as live target practice for his teammates, making Old Man Shengbo break out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, due to the leader's ruthlessness. Meanwhile, a luxurious white car was cruising along the highway, heading towards the fortress area. The fat rich man in a white suit was driving with an eager expression, turning to ask if they were almost at their rendezvous point. Sitting in the back seat, Kui Jing spoke in a falsely sweet and coquettish voice, giving directions to the fat man and saying they were almost at the next intersection. Wen Shuya, sitting next to her, pouted disdainfully, whispering to expose Kui Jing for overacting whenever Li Shuxiong's schemes were involved. The car stopped. The naive fat rich man promised to park outside and wait, telling his sweetheart to text him when she was done. Completely unaware that he was just a pawn, Cui Jing stepped out of the car with a sophisticated air, decisively motioning for Wen Shuya to follow, to the latter's bewilderment. Ignoring Wen Shuya's complaints about her aching feet from high heels, Cui Jing insisted she needed someone to point out the exact location of the factory. Cui Jing unceremoniously dragged Wen Shuya along, ignoring her frantic cries about her handbag and phone still left in the car. From the driver's seat, the fat rich man watched the two women hurrying away, while Cui Jing reassured Wen Shuya that she already had her phone. As soon as the two prey were out of sight, the fat rich man revealed his true, less simple nature as he made a phone call with a serious expression, ordering his henchmen to prepare for action. Elsewhere, Jiang Xiaoyong's command vehicle sped off, signaling the convoy behind to follow closely to carry out the cleanup mission. Inside the truck, Foreman Li held the walkie-talkie, confirming the order, while Zhang Qi and the workers gripped their machetes with tense expressions, ready to mince zombies. Back to the two women. Wen Shuya walked along, grumbling, complaining to Cui Jing about dragging her into this messy situation. Wen Shuya laid her cards on the table, sneeringly admitting she dressed sexily to seduce Jiang Xiaoyong because she was well aware of the shady relationship between Cui Jing and Li Shuxiong. The bickering between the two green tea bitches was interrupted as both simultaneously froze, their eyes wide with shock at the chaotic scene unfolding before them. Cui Jing and Wen Shuya stood stunned as they witnessed the bloody scene, with corpses strewn everywhere and wrecked cars on the road. While Wen Shuya trembled like a leaf, demanding to turn back, Cui Jing coldly stepped over the corpses and deduced that this was the aftermath of a resource-grabbing purge. Looking at the pathetic corpse of the gang leader, Cui Jing sneered, assuming Jiang Xiaoyong was dead, but she only cared if the food warehouse was still intact. Ignoring Wen Shuya's weak dissuasion, the vixen signaled for silence, then stealthily approached the factory gate to scout the situation. A distorted face with bulging eyes suddenly appeared through the gap, making both of them jump, nearly having heart attacks. The two women stood isolated before the massive, sturdy iron gate, realizing this place was built as impregnable as a fortress. Cui Jing irritably knocked on the tightly shut gate, annoyed that she couldn't discern any movement inside. A loud shout from above rang out, making the two intruders jump and turn around with bewildered expressions. Shanshan stood on the watchtower with an extremely cool demeanor, holding a divine crossbow, and her sharp eyes questioned the identities of the two strangers. Seeing a familiar face, Cui Jing changed her attitude faster than a rice paper sheet, waving frantically and shamelessly claiming to be Jiang Xiaoyong's girlfriend to gain entry. Shanshan turned inside to quickly report to her boss, Jiang Xiaoyong, about the two women putting on an act of false familiarity at the gate. Noticing her ex-lover's dismissive attitude, Cui Jing whispered to Wen Shuya that he had a new girlfriend and expressed concern about the crossbow in Shanshan's hand. The vixen reassured her accomplice that Li Shuxiong had brought firearms, and once they tricked them into opening the gate, Jiang Xiaoyong would be dead. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped out onto the balcony with an icy expression, questioning why the two green tea bitches, Wen Shuya and Cui Jing, dared to show their faces here. Without bothering to argue, he immediately activated his mind's eye skill to see through the dark intentions of his opponents. Under the eye of truth, the two women's facade of fake concern was stripped away, revealing their crimson hostile ambitions clearly above their heads. He sneered, then directly exposed their ambush plan, immediately asking for the location and firepower of Li Shusheng, who was hiding in ambush. The fatal question made the two women freeze, their faces drained of color, unable to comprehend how their meticulous plan had been exposed. Bang! Before they could recover, Jiang Xiaoyang fired bullets that tore up the ground right at the intruder's feet, making them jump in terror. Gunsmoke rose from the barrel of the silver pistol. He looked down with murderous intent, even as Jing screamed, accusing him of being crazy. Jing still tried to act tough, while reassuring the trembling Wen Shuya and looking up to challenge Jiang Xiaoyang, daring him to shoot. Jiang Xiaoyang looked down with a contemptuous smirk, stating bluntly that giving them lead candy would be too gentle. Strange groans echoed from behind, making the two women jump and turn around, cold sweat starting to pour down like a stream. Both froze upon seeing the infected individuals with distorted faces staggering towards them, their eyes craving fresh flesh. Jiang Xiaoyang's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light. He coldly pronounced a death sentence by letting the zombies tear apart the two traitors. The monster in the vest roared terrifyingly, baring its jagged teeth, and lunged at the trembling prey. Jing and Wen Shuya screamed hysterically, running for their lives from the claws of death lunging at their backs. Sitting in the car, Li Shuxiang heard the chaotic screams and poked his head out with a bewildered expression, not yet understanding what was happening. The two women, crying and running for their lives towards the car, desperately screamed Li Shuxiang's name for help as the zombies were hot on their heels. Li Shuxiang turned pale and cursed as he saw the crazed crowd rushing towards them, realizing their ambush plan had completely fallen apart. Li Shuxiang broke out in a cold sweat, screaming into the walkie-talkie, demanding an emergency U-turn as he realized the rampant pandemic was spiraling out of control. The car performed a tire-burning drift, turning around and fleeing, ignoring the desperate curses of his abandoned accomplices behind him. Jing's face was drained of all color. She ran, screaming desperately as she felt the breath of death from the zombies right behind her neck. In that life-or-death moment, human nature was revealed as a cruel hand suddenly reached out, blocking a teammate's path to find a way to survive. The handbag strap became an indirect weapon, wrapping tightly around the victim's ankle, causing them to lose balance in the nick of time. When Shuya fell face first onto the asphalt with a painful impact, completely losing her chance to escape the scythe of death. The hungry zombies immediately lunged forward like wild beasts, mouths agape, roaring as they surrounded the unfortunate, helpless prey. When Shuya screamed Jing's name with extreme hatred as the monsters tore her apart, fresh blood splattering across the screen. Jing ran headlong with a wild smile, muttering curses that her friend deserved it, leaving the bloody feast behind. Jiang Xiaoyang coldly observed the system's point notification after the threat was eliminated, immediately receiving a new, challenging sweep mission. Jing's face was drained of all color, her voice trembling as she couldn't believe her eyes, seeing a living person turn into a zombie in an instant. Jiang Xiaoyang coldly poured a bucket of cold water on their reality, stating that the virus had spread through the air, and the weak or injured would be death's first delicious meal. Wasting no second on fear, he stood up abruptly with the demeanor of a ruler, and ordered an emergency meeting to be convened immediately. The group quickly gathered around the round table, under Jing's watchful eye, the atmosphere in the room heavy as lead as they awaited their leader's judgment. Jiang Xiaoyang issued the ultimate survival directive. They must fortify themselves indoors for the next 2 days to allow their bodies to adapt to the virus concentration engulfing the world. Zhang Qi couldn't hide the worry clearly visible on his face, hesitantly asking about the fate of his brother, Chen Chong, who was unconscious. Chen Chong lay paralyzed on the sickbed, his face pale, his life as fragile as a flickering lamp in the wind, his body having taken too heavy a blow. Every vein on his hand began to turn a horrifying purplish black, accompanied by the sound of twisting bones, clear signs that death had come knocking. The virus ravaged Chen Chong's body at a dizzying speed, dark veins crawling up his neck, making him grit his teeth to endure the sky-piercing pain. Meanwhile, outside, the entire city had officially turned into a living hell, with thick smoke and fire, and people trampling over each other to escape. Zhang Shengze stood by the window, looking down at the chaotic streets, sweat pouring off him like rain at the sight of the apocalypse unfolding before his eyes. He turned back into the house with a serious expression, ordering Xiao Li and Shuai Shuai to absolutely fortify themselves and not open the door for anyone except him. Urgent knocking echoed loudly, like a summoning, shattering the silence and making the entire family jump in extreme fear. Zhang Shengze gritted his teeth, full of doubt, tension clearly visible on his face as the knocking grew more aggressive and insistent. He put a finger to his lips, signaling absolute silence, making his wife and child hold their breath and tightly cover their mouths to avoid making any sound. Clutching a golf club as a self-defense weapon, he cautiously approached the door when he heard the familiar, intimate call of Brother Zhe from outside. Recognizing the familiar voice of his friend Yang Tao, he breathed a sigh of relief and foolishly lowered his deadly guard to 0. His hand turned the doorknob decisively, completely unaware that he was personally inviting a pack of hungry wolves into his home. As the door barely opened, a thunderous kick slammed straight into Zhang Shengzhe's chest, sending him flying backward with a piercing scream of pain. Yang Tao led his henchmen, swarming into the house like a disturbed beehive to subdue the owner, revealing themselves as the most despicable traitors on earth. Yang Tao stood proudly like a victor, ordering his henchmen to pin Zhang Shengzhe to the cold floor, despite the owner's desperate cries for release. Zhang Shengzhe stared wide-eyed at the man he once considered a brother, roaring with extreme indignation, unable to believe his kindness had nurtured a viper in his bosom. Yang Tao sneered contemptuously, revealing his long-held jealousy and envy, as he believed he was merely an errand dog in the boss's eyes. He spread his arms, roaring greedily, demanding Zhang Shengzhe, immediately hand over the warehouse key and secret address to compensate for years of being overshadowed. Despite being restrained, Jiang Shengze still gritted his teeth, maintaining absolute silence and using fiery eyes to retort his old friend's depravity. Seeing that the interrogation method was ineffective, Yang Tao flashed an evil smile and shifted his target to Xiao Li and her child, who were trembling in the corner of the room. He brutally grabbed Xiao Li's hair and yanked her backward, making her scream in pain, forcing Jiang Shengze to witness his wife being savagely tortured. Unable to bear seeing his mother bullied, little Shuai cast aside his fear, charging straight at the villain with tearful yet determined eyes. The boy bit Yang Tao's leg with all his might, making the traitor yelp in pain and curse at the unexpected attack. Infuriated by the bite, Yang Tao swung his hand and delivered a thunderous slap that sent the child flying, leaving a bright red handprint on his cheek amidst the mother's heart-wrenching screams. Jiang Shengze roared in helplessness, challenging Yang Tao to a duel and to release his wife and child. While little Shuai was pinned to the floor by the henchman, Yang Tao crossed his arms and sneered arrogantly, promising to spare Jiang Shengze's wife and child if he obediently led them to the secret warehouse immediately. The warehouse's rolling door slowly lifted, revealing the dark space inside to the anticipation of the vultures craving provisions. Yang Tao led his henchman inside with an eager expression, believing he was about to stumble upon a massive goldmine of necessities to become king. The smile on his lips vanished when he saw the empty warehouse, with only a few sparse boxes remaining because Jiang Shengze had sold everything to major buyers beforehand. He stroked his chin in thought, piecing together the events, and immediately remembered the name Jiang Xiaoyong, the one who had been frantically stockpiling goods recently. Greed surged again, and Yang Tao declared that if they could seize the massive reserves in Jiang Xiaoyong's fortress, they would all live comfortably for the rest of their lives without a worry. Jiang Shengze hastily intervened, warning that Jiang Xiaoyong was not to be trifled with, as he had seen him carrying a gun, and seemed to have known about this disaster beforehand. Ignoring the warning of deadly danger, Yang Tao smirked maliciously and brutally declared that it was Jiang Shengze's problem to deal with. He forced Jiang Shengze to raid Jiang Xiaoyong's warehouse, in exchange for his wife and child's lives, considering it a fair yet cruel trade. Sheng Bo broke out in a cold sweat, his face contorted with worry as he heard unusual sounds emanating from the isolation room. Savage roars echoed across the sky above the base, signaling that death had come knocking right inside the fortress. Jiang Xiaoyong and his group of brothers stood frozen, watching Chen Chong writhing on the sickbed, his heart-wrenching screams making the air heavy as lead. The virus had completely taken over the host's body, transforming Chen Chong into a wild beast frantically struggling to break free from his restraints. The roars made Lao Tu unable to look directly, while Zhang Qi was in extreme pain, witnessing his closest brother gradually losing his humanity. Yiming revealed his cruel nature by coldly uttering a chilling command to end the life of his former teammate. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced at Yiming, his sharp gaze assessing the cold-bloodedness and decisiveness of this scholarly student. Yiming spun around, glaring defiantly when he heard Zhang Qi's fierce objection. Yiming asserted that Chen Chong was already dead and a threat that needed to be eliminated immediately. But Zhang Qi still roared in indignation, refusing to abandon his brother. Jiang Xiaoyong poured a bucket of cold water on Zhang Qi's fragile hope, confirming that once transformed, there was no cure. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly drew a sharp short blade from his belt, with a decisive, murderous motion. He thrust the weapon into Yiming's hand, accompanied by a brief command that made the fresh-faced student break out in a cold sweat from fright. Ignoring the roaring monster Chen Chong behind him, Jiang Xiaoyong delivered a cruel death sentence. Finish him. Yiming held the knife, his hands trembling uncontrollably, sweat pouring off him as he faced the prospect of personally killing his former teammate. Jiang Xiaoyong leaned in close, whispering and chanting words, inciting the young man to fulfill his dream of owning a weapon with another's blood. Thwack! A firm hand suddenly grabbed Yiming's knife handle, stopping this insane act at the very last moment. Zhang Qi rushed forward, gripping the weapon tightly, his determined eyes looking straight at Jiang Xiaoyong to take responsibility in place of that coward. The silver-haired man snatched the blade, gritting his teeth as he firmly declared before everyone, "Let me do it." Zhang Qi held the sharp blade to his chest heaving with extreme tension, but his eyes were resolute, determined to strike and free his friend. Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes, giving a final warning about the price of taking a life, turning this into the harshest test of humanity for Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi cast aside all fear, his eyes blazing as he turned to affirm his absolute loyalty to Jiang Xiaoyong, while Yiming stood behind him, sweating profusely. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked meaningfully as he heard the miserable screams of the test subject tied tightly behind him. Without hesitation, Zhang Qi held the sharp knife and approached the thrashing figure on the hospital bed to carry out the purge order. Veins bulging on his forehead, Zhang Qi raised the knife high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow amidst Chen Chong's desperate screams that tore through the air. The blade of death sliced through the air, hurtling straight towards the victim's screaming throat with unstoppable speed. Suddenly, like a phantom, Jiang Xiaoyong lunged forward, grabbing Zhang Qi's wrist with his bare hand, stopping the blade just before it could touch flesh. Zhang Qi stared blankly at his boss, his eyes full of questions about this inexplicable last-minute change of plans. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly ordered everyone out, stating that this useless trash was a special case for whom he still had a use. A blazing red notification from the system appeared before his eyes, confirming the discovery of an extremely valuable, rare mutated variant. The medical room door slammed shut, concealing the dark machinations unfolding inside between the boss and the new monster. Chen Chong screamed and thrashed wildly on the hospital bed, but Jiang Xiaoyong merely watched with a cold, calculating expression. Veins bulged on Chen Chong's face. He snarled like a beast as he heard his boss call his name amidst his transformation. Jiang Xiaoyong approached the monster, his sharp eyes entrusting it with an important task instead of finishing it off immediately. The clear blue sky was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the bloody chaos unfolding beneath the ground. Screech. The luxury car skidded, tires burning, sliding across the trash-strewn road as the driver frantically tried to control the steering wheel. Crash. The car lost control and slammed into the curb, thick black smoke rising ominously, signaling ill fortune for its occupant. Li Shuxiong scrambled out of the wreckage, tearing at his hair and cursing his relentless bad luck. He smugly thought he had reached safety, completely unaware of death's hand reaching out from his blind spot. A bone-chilling growl right behind his neck made Li Shuxiong whip around, his face drained of all color. Oh no. Ah! The zombie lunged, sinking its teeth into his arm with a sickening crunch. Li Shuxiong screamed miserably as the virus began to invade his body. Li Shuxiong fell backward onto the asphalt, his eyes wide with horror as he saw the zombie rushing towards him like an arrow, intent on taking his life. With no way back, he ran for his life from the wrecked car, death's cold breath hot on his heels. In that critical moment between life and death, his hand found a life-saving crowbar inside the car. Li Shuxiong let out a frustrated curse, then swung the crowbar straight at the monster's head, fighting for his life. Wham! The full-force blow smashed the zombie's head to a pulp, splattering blood and gore onto the asphalt next to the million-dollar car. He stood, panting heavily, looking at the lifeless corpse at his feet, both terrified and bitterly cursing his persistent bad luck. Before he could recover, Li Shuxiong broke out in a cold sweat as he realized other zombies were slowly approaching. He couldn't stay here long. He gritted his teeth and fled towards the sturdy factory complex ahead, hoping to find a way to survive in this death trap. Li Shuxiong dashed straight through the large gate of the base, leaving the crawling monsters behind him. The door burst open, and Jiang Xiaoyong stepped out with an imposing aura, leading the heavily armed zombie extermination squad, ready for battle. Kui Jing walked along, whining that the protective gear was too cumbersome and uncomfortable. Truly a case of not seeing the coffin until it's too late. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately corrected her mindset, warning that while zombies were brainless, they were incredibly tough. A novice without armor would only die quickly. The team moved cautiously around the corner of the factory building, when they immediately encountered a lone zombie wandering ahead. Jiang Xiaoyong signaled to fight, as they were now in the enemy's sights. The whole group was tense, but still shouted their determination to fight to the death. Hearing the sound, the monster abruptly turned its rotting head, its white eyes burning with insane hunger. It lunged like an arrow, but Jiang Xiaoyong dodged lightly, still chattering instructions to his teammates to maintain distance and cover each other's backs. With just a light, skillful sweep of his leg, Jiang Xiaoyong caused the zombie to lose its balance and fall face first onto the concrete floor in a pathetic heap. Taking advantage of the enemy's vulnerability while it was down, he shouted, pointing out the vital spots, the temple or the nape, for his teammates to deliver the finishing blow immediately. Lao Tu gathered all his courage, let out a shout to steady himself, then swung his weapon down with all his might. Thwack! The precise strike cleaved straight into the monster's head, ending its miserable existence and marking the bookworm's first kill. Lao Tu groaned, his arm tingling after the strike, and was immediately lectured by Jiang Xiaoyong about the rock-hard nature of a zombie's skull. The not-quite-dead monster suddenly sprang up and lunged to bite, but Lao Tu managed to spectacularly block the attack with his arm wrapped in magazines. The rotting teeth gnashed against the paper armor, terrifying Lao Tu to his core. He screamed for help miserably, like a pig being slaughtered. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked, satisfied with the textbook defense, and immediately ordered Zhang Qi to seize the opportunity. Receiving his boss' command, Zhang Qi swung his baseball bat from behind, aiming straight for the nape of the monster's neck, which was busy biting its prey. Thwack! A powerful, accurate blow landed, nearly snapping the zombie's neck and saving his teammate in the nick of time. Seeing the prey fall face first, the whole group enthusiastically ganged up on it, while Jiang Xiaoyong directed them to keep smashing until it was utterly destroyed. After clearing the trash, Zhang Qi turned back, grinning expectantly, and asked his boss if their coordinated attack was up to standard. Jiang Xiaoyong was about to offer praise when another bloodthirsty shadow unexpectedly lunged from his blind spot, with terrifying speed. Zhang Qi's eyes widened in horror, and he let out a piercing scream to warn his boss of the deadly danger right behind his neck. The zombie opened its rotting mouth and let out a terrifying roar, intending to ambush him from behind. But, unfortunately, it had picked the wrong target. Jiang Xiaoyong's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the monster's head, stopping the sneak bite with incredible force, rendering it immobile. While squeezing the zombie's head, he turned back to lecture Zhang Qi, giving him a lifelong lesson about never letting his guard down regarding his surroundings. Zhang Qi and Lao Tu froze completely, cold sweat pouring down as they witnessed their boss's divine reflexes and terrifying composure. In a hidden corner nearby, the long-haired thug was secretly hiding behind a concrete wall, his eyes darting around, scouting the situation outside. He was utterly bewildered to see monsters wandering everywhere, and wondered if the thorn in his side, Jiang Xiaoyong, had finally met his end. The familiar roar of an engine echoed, and the armored G-Wagon appeared, standing tall like a mobile fortress amidst the desolate ruins. Jiang Xiaoyong strode confidently through the cleared field of zombie corpses, his imposing demeanor terrifying the lurking observer into realizing that the harbinger of death was still alive. The long-haired thug hid behind the truck, his face drained of color as he realized Jiang Xiaoyong's group was not only alive, but hunting zombies as if taking a stroll. A dark figure with glowing eyes was hiding under the car, holding its breath, watching the feet of death approach, feeling as if death itself was lurking right above. A female zombie crawled on the floor, its face disfigured, and its mouth full of black blood, hungrily searching for prey. Its rotting hand suddenly clamped onto Zhang Shengze's ankle, catching him off guard. Zhang Shengze lost his balance and fell backward, his face filled with extreme horror as he realized death was calling his name. He screamed in vain, cold sweat pouring off him like a shower as death loomed right before his eyes. The monster lunged at him without hesitation, its foul mouth wide open, preparing for a fatal bite. Zhang Shengze cursed in despair as the creature's teeth, stained with black blood, were about to sink into his throat. A deafening bang echoed, splattering black blood all over Zhang Shengze's face, making him scream in sheer terror. Jiang Xiaoyang stood tall, a smoking rifle in his hand, having just delivered a perfectly precise, life-saving headshot. Zhang Shengze panted heavily, frantically pushing the headless zombie corpse off him in extreme panic. Jiang Xiaoyang squinted, recognizing an old acquaintance, and coldly questioned, "Zhang Shengze? What the hell are you doing here?" Zhang Shengze scrambled to his feet, his face bruised, but a faint glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes as he recognized his old acquaintance was still alive. Jiang Xiaoyang showed no emotion, his sharp eyes sweeping over the man opposite him, then stopping at a deadly detail. A fresh, bleeding scratch was visible on his disheveled sleeve, a deathly sign that the virus had begun to invade the thug's body. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyang coldly aimed his AK directly at his old friend's forehead and delivered a death sentence. "You've been bitten." Zhang Shengze, terrified, raised his hands in surrender, while Jiang Xiaoyang maintained an absolute safe distance, gesturing for him to speak his last words. The tall man burst into sobs, bitterly admitting he was infected and only had half a day left before turning into a bloodthirsty monster. He roared in utter resentment, accusing the scoundrel Yang Tao of kidnapping his wife and child as hostages to force him to steal Jiang Xiaoyang's resources. Jiang Xiaoyang activated his mind's eye, his blue eyes glowing as he scrutinized every expression on the desperate man's face to discern truth from lies. Zhang Shengze clung desperately to the gun barrel, pleading pitifully, using his past efforts in gathering supplies to bargain for his wife and child's lives. Jiang Xiaoyang pondered deeply. Although this man acted for personal gain, it was undeniable that he had helped gather a massive store of resources. Jiang Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes, calculating, his cunning mind beginning to analyze the maximum benefit from the bloody tragedy unfolding before him. Kui Jing gripped her baseball bat, her face tense, while Sheng Bo stood behind, highly vigilant of the fortress's personnel changes. A ding sound rang out like heavenly music, and Jiang Xiaoyang smirked triumphantly, seeing a lucrative opportunity present itself right at his doorstep. The system panel displayed the Entrust Wife and Child mission with a juicy 25 bonus points, immediately activating his drive for wealth in this apocalypse. Grasping his opponent's psychology, Jiang Xiaoyang promised to take good care of his wife and child, striking at the dying man's fatal weakness. Zhang Shengze was deeply moved, kowtowing to the hard ground with a resounding thud, vowing to repay his great benefactor in the next life, even as an ox or a horse. Immediately after his thanks, he looked up and begged Jiang Xiaoyang to end his life at once, to stop this suffering before it was too late. The burly man cried like a child, pleading to die so he wouldn't turn into a soulless corpse and endanger his own family. Jiang Xiaoyang ignored the plea, turning sharply to order Kui Jing to retrieve a motorcycle from the warehouse for his own plans. He waved Zhang Shengze away, coldly instructing him to drive far into a desolate, remote area instead of granting him a merciful bullet. Zhang Shengze wiped away tears and blood, choked out his last thanks to his benefactor Jiang Xiaoyang, before accepting his departure to protect everyone. He poured his remaining strength into his legs, pedaling the old, battered bicycle away like the wind, to get as far from the fortress as possible. The virus began to invade his brain, turning one eye bloodshot. But in his delirium, he still mumbled only his wife's and son's names. Veins bulged on his face. Zhang Shengze screamed in extreme pain, trying to use his last shred of humanity to restrain the rising monster within. Jiang Xiaoyang stood proudly like a god of war before a mountain of corpses, his entire team behind him, looking on with both reverence and fear. Golden gasoline was poured liberally over the pile of rotting corpses, preparing for a cremation to thoroughly cleanse the source of disease. With a click, the flame from the Zippo lighter flared up, incinerating the pile of refuse, ending a tiring but absolutely effective day of cleanup. Jiang Xiaoyang checked the reward notification panel, coldly analyzing that his current subordinates were only skilled enough to solo scattered zombies without getting injured. He poured cold water on the entire group, asserting that if they encountered a large horde of zombies, they would still just be mobile meat shields. Without wasting another second, Jiang Xiaoyang slung his rifle over his shoulder and ordered, "Follow me," forcing the entire group to steel their resolve and follow their leader. Jiang Xiaoyang stood tall before the large gate, his solitary yet steadfast back making his teammates behind him silently watch, awaiting his final command. He turned back and called Sheng Bo's name with sharp yet trusting eyes, while the old man quickly responded to receive important instructions from their leader. Jiang Xiaoyang tossed out the armory key like a weighty entrustment, declaring he would venture alone into the city tonight to handle everything, leaving the fortress's safety to the old man. Sheng Bo held the key with trembling hands, anxiously asking if their boss truly intended to rush into that insane monster den alone. Zhang Qi and Lao Tu immediately clamored to follow, eager to fight alongside their boss through thick and thin, refusing to sit idly by as spectators. Jiang Xiaoyang immediately poured cold water on his subordinates, bluntly criticizing them as too weak and only a hindrance, then concluded by entrusting the base to Sheng Bo before leaving. Sitting behind the wheel of the speeding car, Jiang Xiaoyang exuded a deadly coldness, with heavy-duty toys like firearms and a crossbow lying silently on the passenger seat, awaiting the command to fire. He opened the system store interface to check, but only received 3 blank lines, filled with disappointment, silently cursing the system for updating its inventory as slow as a snail. Without hesitation before the upcoming difficult mission, his finger pressed firmly on the manual refresh button, accepting the expenditure of accumulated points for a slight survival advantage. A ting sound indicated 2 points had vanished, but in return, the store displayed 3 fancy supply boxes, ranging from black technology to deterrent weapons, making his eyes light up. Jiang Xiaoyong grimaced and broke into a sweat, realizing the exorbitant price for a manual refresh had skyrocketed from 2 to 4 points, forcing him to carefully consider every move. However, the allure of those fancy supply boxes was undeniable. He glanced at his sufficient balance and decided to go all in without hesitation. The system chimed. Black Technology Supply Box Level 1 successfully redeemed, consuming his precious 20 accumulated points in an instant. The car stopped by the roadside, its headlights sweeping across the night, creating a necessary pause for him to inspect his newly acquired hot item. The item box opened, revealing an overpowered reward. A vial of physical enhancement serum, granting a direct +5 strength points. Every gamer's dream item. A dazzling light from the high-grade item flared powerfully, forcing Jiang Xiaoyong to shield his eyes, feeling as if he had just flashbanged himself. He held the syringe in his hand, mouth agape and eyes wide, unable to believe his stroke of luck in obtaining such a terrifying stat-boosting item. With the decisive nature of a seasoned veteran, he immediately plunged the needle into his arm, directly injecting this insane power into his body then and there. Jiang Xiaoyong coughed violently, his eyes rolling back and glowing stark white as the explosive energy surged through every tensed muscle. The status panel displayed the round number 13, confirming his physical strength was now 2.6 times that of an ordinary person, officially transforming him into a living tank. The perspective shifted to the high-rise apartment building where Zhang Shengze lived, a concrete fortress standing tall against the blue sky. Inside the apartment was a peaceful world with shelves full of toys and plushies, a complete contrast to the chaos outside. Xiao Li hugged her trembling son, Shuai Shuai, tightly, trying to reassure the boy that his father would handle everything smoothly. The door burst open violently, and Yang Tao, leading a burly henchman, stormed into the house with the arrogant demeanor of predators. Xiao Li's face went pale, and she stammered, asking what these strangers intended to do in her home. Yang Tao chuckled obscenely, grabbed the weak woman's arm, and bluntly declared that they were here to find some carnal pleasure. He ruthlessly tore Xiao Li's shirt, ignoring her desperate screams and pleas in her utter despair. 2 burly men pinned her down to the floor, while Shuai Shuai cried helplessly, watching his mother being humiliated right before his eyes. A powerful footstep stomped heavily on the floor, interrupting the violent scene unfolding in the living room. Zhang Shengze appeared with a scowl, adjusting his collar while grumbling about the noisy group disturbing him. Brother Li quickly ran over to intervene, fearing that Yang Tao's excessive actions would ruin their big plan. Brother Li broke out in a cold sweat, trying to use his calm mind to analyze the situation and make his boss understand that they shouldn't act rashly right now. He sternly warned that if they pushed the wife to suicide, the husband would have nothing left to lose and would fight them all to the death. Yang Tao clicked his tongue, losing interest but still listening. He ordered them to deal with the husband first, then return to torment the wife later, to satisfy their hatred. Before leaving, Yang Tao even turned back, sticking out his tongue and pulling down his eyelids in a taunting gesture, his insolent and disrespectful attitude making one want to punch him. Xiao Li tightly hugged little Shuai Shuai in the dark room, the mother and son only able to tremble and cry after their narrow escape. As night fell, the growl of a zombie echoed through the desolate, cold street, signaling danger. Zhang Xiaoyong drove incredibly smoothly, reveling in the sensation of his 13 physique points, causing his reflexes and body control to skyrocket. The car cut through the wind, swerving and drifting like an action movie, skillfully weaving through obstacles on the desolate streets. Under the cold moonlight, the entire city had become a playground for death, with hordes of zombies and abandoned cars strewn everywhere. The car screeched to a halt in the middle of the road, and Jiang Xiaoyong opened the door, stepping out with the decisive demeanor of a hunter. He determined that the city center was directly ahead. Driving noisily into it would be like ringing a bell to invite the zombies to a feast, so he decided to proceed on foot. His enhanced keen senses allowed Jiang Xiaoyong to hear a bloodthirsty growl right next to his ear. A zombie lunged out from the darkness, its putrid mouth wide open, aiming to take a bite out of its delicious prey's neck. With his superior agility, Jiang Xiaoyong deftly dodged the attack as light as a feather, causing the monster's lunge to miss entirely. Without missing a beat, he immediately swung his arm, unleashing a lightning-fast counterattack imbued with overwhelming physical strength. Jiang Xiaoyong's thunderous elbow strike landed directly on the zombie's face, leaving it stunned and unable to comprehend what had just happened. The terrifying force sent the rotting corpse flying far away, accompanied by the satisfying crunch of breaking bones. Having finished his warm-up, he raised his hand to activate his space ring, summoning a heavy-duty toy from his virtual inventory. A razor-sharp Jiang Xiaoyong dashed forward like an arrow tearing through the wind, his eyes blazing, leaving streaks of speed in his wake. With a single clean sword stroke, the zombie's head was severed from its neck, flying high into the air as its body collapsed onto the street. He stood tall and proud, utterly satisfied as he felt his physical strength double that of an ordinary person, completely overwhelming the monsters. Activating his mind's eye to scan his surroundings, Jiang Xiaoyong clicked his tongue in annoyance, realizing his supernatural signal was being blocked by an obstruction. He looked up towards the bustling urban area, quickly pinpointing the source of the sound about 800 meters away. A blue notification panel appeared prominently before him, the system indicating that he had just triggered a random encounter quest. At a nearby store, hordes of zombies were frantically smashing the glass doors, while a group of survivors inside hastily moved items to barricade the entrance. The mustache dad held the door while trying to reassure his frightened son that the bastards outside wouldn't be able to get in. The hoodie boy couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and burst into sobs, further unsettling the group's morale. The mustache dad turned to scold Old Song for his ill-omened words, even as the old guard, clutching his gun, stubbornly argued back. Old Song broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with despair as he wondered if today would be the end for their entire group. Outside the fragile glass, the zombies were frantically smashing away, creating chilling sounds of impact. The deafening sound of shattering glass made Old Song and Cashier Girl jump, their faces drained of all color. An incredibly powerful impact, like a sledgehammer blow, shook the entire room violently, sending dust flying everywhere. The mustached dad and the hoodie boy were thrown off their feet by the shockwave, the boy screaming in terror. A dark shadow lunged forward with terrifying speed, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, signaling the arrival of death. Fresh blood splattered onto the glass, a bloody end unfolding in an instant, right before the survivor's eyes. The mustached dad yelled, ordering Old Song and Cashier Girl to quickly move heavy items to reinforce their crumbling defenses. Old Song, clutching his gun, yelled for everyone to be quiet, while the father and son gritted their teeth and pushed a large table to block the door. Outside the store, the aggressive zombies from earlier now lay strewn across the ground, silently cleared away by someone. Old Song and the group of survivors froze at the sight of the battlefield, wondering who was skilled enough to clear out these zombies so quickly and efficiently. The gamer student, his face pale, trembled as he declared this was definitely the work of an extremely powerful mutated variant. He hastily explained to Old Song that mutated variants were those super durable, incredibly fast bosses, often seen in games and web novels. Old Song, while pointing his gun cautiously, took the opportunity to mock the kid, saying it was no wonder his grades were always at the bottom of the class because of his gaming addiction. Ignoring the nagging, Old Song broke out in a cold sweat and yelled at the group to maintain extreme focus, absolutely not giving that imaginary monster a chance to ambush them. The entire team moved strategically towards their base, carefully observing all directions amidst the deadly landscape filled with car wrecks and corpses. Old Song suddenly raised his hand, signaling them to stop. His sharp eyes spotted a figure standing directly in their path at the upcoming turn. Jiang Xiaoyong stood proudly under the moonlight with an overwhelming aura, the system panel having just displayed a notification of completing the rescue mission and earning 5 sweet points. The gamer student, upon seeing that figure's back, became utterly panicked, yelling that it was precisely the mutated variant he had been fearing. Old Song squinted, observing carefully. His intuition told him that the person standing there looked more like a genuine survivor than a monster. Jiang Xiaoyong chuckled at the gamer student's wild imagination, asserting that mutated variants couldn't possibly be appearing everywhere at this point. Old Song breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that the person before him was a genuine survivor, his eyes lighting up with joy as if he had struck gold. Old Song lowered his gun, kindly advising the young man not to travel alone, and enthusiastically inviting him to join their group to increase his chances of survival in these chaotic times. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly inquired about their identities, while Old Song quickly introduced them as a supply scavenging team from the nearby Rongxiang residential area. He confirmed that Jinyu Mansion was just across the road, displaying a familiarity with the area's terrain that slightly surprised Old Song's group. Old Song puffed out his chest, proudly boasting about Captain Lee's firepower and their extensive experience in eliminating zombies, promising absolute safety for their new comrade. Jiang Xiaoyong offered a polite, meaningful smile. He courteously thanked them for their goodwill but maintained his distance and private calculations in his mind. The entire group moved together along the quiet road under the moonlight. Jiang Xiaoyong temporarily joined the patrol team to gather more information about the area. A man from the patrol team squinted suspiciously, pressing him for the reason he was interested in Jinyu Mansion, and if he was going to meet someone important. The curious man continued to pry into his personal life when he saw him nod, guessing whether he was risking his life to find a relative or to rescue a girlfriend. Old Song placed a hand on Jiang Xiaoyong's shoulder, pouring cold water on him, by saying the world had ended, and the person he was looking for was likely already dead. The guard gritted his teeth, his face etched with indignation as he mentioned those who were even more terrifying than zombies. Jiang Xiaoyong raised an eyebrow, his sharp eyes revealing curiosity when he heard the other party mention the phrase, "those beasts." Old Song exposed the crimes of the thugs occupying Bu Villa, those scumbags who were willing to kill their own kind to survive. He waved his hand, dismissing the old topic, then turned to remind the gamer student behind him to always be highly vigilant when encountering strangers. Suddenly, the gamer student's eyes widened as he screamed, warning Old Song to watch out behind him. A zombie shot out from the darkness like an arrow. Old Song reacted incredibly fast, raising his gun to block the attack just as it closed in. Bang! The gunshot echoed sharply, the bullet embedding itself directly into the monster's head, making it collapse dead on the ground. Old Song stood firm before the enemy's corpse, cursing bitterly, knowing that the gunshot was a death sentence. The gunshot had agitated the surrounding zombies. They all turned their heads with hungry eyes, pinpointing their prey. Old Song was as tense as a bowstring, sweating profusely as he tried to keep a cool head, scanning for an escape route amidst the encirclement. His eyes lit up as if he'd struck gold when he saw the blue bus parked silently by the road. This was their chance to survive. Without a moment's hesitation, Old Song yelled, ordering everyone to run as fast as they could into the bus to fortify themselves. Jiang Xiaoyong ran while activating his analysis mode. He gave this move 70 points because the bus offered good defense, but if the defense broke, it would be like trapping themselves with no escape. Seeing gamer student lagging behind with death at his heels, Jiang Xiaoyong yelled, urging the kid to run faster if he didn't want to become zombie fodder. The whole group rushed into the safe zone. A figure slid quickly through the bus door just in the nick of time, with Old Song's timely assistance. Slam. Old Song used all his might to slam the door shut, yelling loudly to remind everyone to thoroughly check every seat to avoid being ambushed from inside. Gamer student, pale-faced, reported while checking that the zombies outside still hadn't given up and were swarming like ants. Thump, thump. The sound of banging on the door echoed. Old Song gritted his teeth bitterly as he saw the rotting faces pressing against the bus window, realizing they were still one step too slow. Zombie hands continuously pounded on the windows, creating a deadly sound, turning the bus into a lonely fortress amidst a sea of hungry zombies. The zombies swarmed outside the bus, their hungry roars making the atmosphere as tense as a snapping bowstring. Old Song gritted his teeth, using his remaining strength to block the door, but helplessly watched a monster bare its fangs and stick its head into the gap. He cried out in despair. Just as death was at his throat, a firm hand unexpectedly appeared, helping to block the door, startling the old guard. Jiang Xiaoyong rushed forward like a god, using his overwhelming strength to slam the door shut, sending the zombie flying outside in an instant. Old Song broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide in disbelief that this kid possessed such ridiculously immense strength. With sharp eyes, Jiang Xiaoyong ordered Old Song to rally everyone to smash the windows and fight the horde outside, while he would handle blocking the door. Old Song nodded hastily and ran off like a machine, leaving Jiang Xiaoyong standing tall, one hand firmly holding the door, radiating an overwhelming aura. Crash! The sound of shattering glass rang out crisply. Numerous bus windows were smashed from the inside, shards flying everywhere like falling rain. The bloodthirsty zombies suddenly froze, realizing that the prey inside the bus were no longer lambs waiting to die, but were ready to go all in. A devastating blow through the window frame utterly crushed the unlucky zombie's face, officially kicking off the bloody counterattack. The manager poured all his fear into his spear, frantically stabbing the skull of the rising zombie, accompanied by a fierce, life-claiming shout. Inside the chaotic bus, Gamer Student and his companions joined forces, using all their might to push the monster out of the window. While Old Song aimed his gun for support, Old Song broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the pistol in his hand was nothing more than a toy against the overwhelming number of zombies, and ammunition was running low. At that critical moment, Jiang Xiaoyong unexpectedly thrust a high-quality military crossbow into the old guard's face, along with an order to use it immediately. Old Song stared blankly, holding the heavy weapon in his hand, while Jiang Xiaoyong casually bluffed that he had just picked it up conveniently earlier to cover its origin. Without wasting another second, Jiang Xiaoyong let out a powerful roar, unleashing his full strength to sweep away the swarming zombies. The entire group poured onto the street, forming a battle formation. Jiang Xiaoyong led the charge, kicking a zombie away like a soccer ball, clearing the area around the bus in an instant. From above, the survival team coordinated seamlessly, forming a death circle. Zombie corpses lay scattered at the feet of those who had just escaped death's door. After escaping death, Gamer Student started heavily fantasizing about games. He swung his stick, excitedly shouting that they were all Destiny's darlings, which was why they were as tenacious as leeches. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately poured cold water on that excessive excitement. He coldly reminded everyone to keep a cool head and forbade repeating such foolish mistakes. Night fell over the fortified stronghold. Someone was silently praying for Jiang Xiaoyong's journey to be smooth sailing. Yiming unexpectedly volunteered for the night shift, urging the group to go to bed early so he could handle the duty alone. A glasses-wearing teammate found it strange and questioned this unusual enthusiasm, only to be glared at fiercely by Yiming. Struck where it hurt, Yiming strained his neck and yelled loudly to cover his guilt and subtly dismissed the nosy person. He hastily left, drenched in sweat, leaving the other guy standing bewildered, not understanding why his teammate reacted so excessively. Shengbo naively trusted appearances, agreeing to let Yiming stand guard for the night so everyone could rest. The old man even carefully warned him to be highly vigilant, unaware that he was entrusting the henhouse to the fox. On the cold watchtower, Yiming sat alone, observing the situation, waiting for the opportune moment when everyone was fast asleep. He stood up, revealing his treacherous face, determined to carry out his sinister plan before the formidable Jiang Xiaoyong returned. While Shengbo was fast asleep, the armory key lying carelessly on the table became a tempting bait for the traitor. Old man Shengbo was sleeping soundly on the bed, completely unaware of the danger lurking right in the room. Yiming stood silently at the door with a cold expression, his sharp eyes scrutinizing his prey and calculating his next moves. He stealthily reached out towards the important armory key, lying carelessly right next to the snoring old man. Yiming's greedy hand snatched the key decisively, while Shengbo remained oblivious. Unexpectedly, Shengbo jolted awake, his eyes wide, and staring as his survival instincts alerted him to an intruder. The old man yelled, questioning the suspicious act, and Yiming gritted his teeth, cursing for being caught red-handed. Without a word, the scoundrel Yiming immediately delivered a crushing punch to the old man's face to silence him and escape. He immediately bolted, running frantically into the hallway, ignoring Shengbo's shouts demanding the key back from behind him. The loud noise startled Kui Jing, Zhang Qi, and Lao Tu, leaving them bewildered and unsure what the hell was happening. Shengbo clutched his swollen face, frantically screaming that Yiming had stolen the armory key, and urged everyone to stop him immediately. Yiming ran headlong as if chased by dogs, ignoring the old man Shengbo's furious shouts and Kui Jing's group hot on his heels. The scoundrel dashed down the stairs, kicking a trash can flying, creating an obstacle to block his pursuers in a truly despicable manner. Jiang Xiaoyong stood on the railing, looking down, gritting his teeth and cursing bitterly, surprised that that brat dared to pull such a stunt at this very moment. Yiming ran frantically to the medical room door. He braked sharply, then peered inside with a calculating expression. A sinister smile spread across his lips, Yiming's eyes flashing with malevolence as he decided to go all in against the entire group. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Before him was Chen Chong, tightly bound to the hospital bed, growling madly in a bloodthirsty frenzy. The monster's sinewy arm reached out in vain, trying to claw at the empty air in search of prey. Chen Chong suddenly lunged up with a terrifying roar, startling Yiming, who quickly jumped back, cursing for almost being caught. He broke out in a cold sweat when he discovered a safety strap had come loose, wondering if it was due to a loose knot or if this monster was simply too strong. The fear quickly vanished, replaced by the triumphant expression of the villain, as Yiming realized he wouldn't have to bother unchaining this monster himself. While the scoundrel Yiming leisurely left the scene, Jiangqi and Kui Jing's group rushed over, having heard strange noises. Jiangqi's eyes widened, and he broke out in a cold sweat as he realized the critical situation unfolding right before him. He realized that the bastard Yiming had deliberately released Chen Chong from the infirmary, intending to use the monster to kill everyone. Shengbo cursed angrily, having underestimated that brat's depravity, while Kui Jing was utterly panicked, as all their weapons were locked in the storage room. Not letting fear overwhelm him, Shengbo shouted, ordering everyone to spread out and immediately apply the tactics Jiang Xiaoyong had trained them in to avoid infection. The group immediately took up their fighting positions, tightly surrounding Chen Chong, who stood bewildered in the middle of the room with a deathly pallor. Noticing the monster's opening, Zhang Qi darted from behind it with lightning speed, shouting loudly to signal an attack. He delivered a powerful chokehold, tightening his grip on Chen Chong, the sound of bones grinding together chilling to the bone. Lao Tu and Sui Jing also didn't hesitate, rushing in to firmly hold the monster's arms, the entire group working together to completely subdue the wildly growling target. Sheng Bo pointed and shouted loudly, urging everyone to carefully tie this guy up and immediately send him back to the infirmary. The group mustered all their strength, counted down, and then simultaneously pushed Chen Chong into the isolation room to prevent the risk of infection. The sliding door slammed shut with a deafening crash, and Sheng Bo quickly held the doorknob tightly to ensure the monster couldn't escape. Old man Sheng Bo was drenched in sweat, pressing his face against the door's glass pane to observe the situation inside with extreme tension. Chen Chong growled wildly behind the glass, but both Zhang Qi and Sheng Bo frowned in doubt, as subduing him had been far too easy compared to what they expected. Sheng Bo gritted his teeth and cursed, realizing they had all fallen into a delaying trap, giving that brat an opportunity to sneak away and steal all the weapons from the armory. Just as he finished speaking, Yiming suddenly appeared from the shadows with a sneering expression, showing annoyance at being called a brat. He cursed bitterly because Jiang Xiaoyong had cleverly hidden all the firearms, leaving only one gun in the armory for him to find. However, with just one gun in hand, it was more than enough for Yiming to reveal his true colors. He pointed the dark muzzle, forcing everyone to move into the inner room. Zhang Qi couldn't believe his eyes, shouting and questioning why he dared to betray their savior, the one considered the group's messiah. Yiming glared back, responding with the logic of a petty person, claiming that the life-saving grace had turned into enslavement, and he would rather rebel than live a lifetime as a servant. Sheng Bo was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling as he tried to use what little goodwill remained to dissuade the treacherous brat, while Lao Tu stood behind him, his face drained of all color. Yiming brushed aside all pleas with a piercing shout, pointing the dark muzzle and forcing everyone to shut up and obey absolutely. Chen Chong inside the glass cage seemed agitated by the chaos, his pale eyes rolling wildly, full of death and savagery. Ignoring the chaos behind him, Jiang Xiaoyong kicked open the door and rushed out, seizing the opportunity to escape this deadly trap. The silent night enveloped the deserted high-rise buildings, where death lurked in every corner of the dead city. At a safer street corner, the patrol team was giving directions to Jiang Xiaoyong, warning him about the complex terrain and the lurking monsters in the Jinyu Villa area. The patrol officer meticulously instructed him that after finding his family, he should go to the rendezvous point at the side gate of building number 8, and not foolishly use the main entrance. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked confidently, gave a thumbs up to signal he understood, then turned and walked away, his demeanor as arrogant as if strolling through a park. Watching his solitary figure disappear into the darkness, the two patrol officers exchanged worried glances, believing this young man was walking straight into the gates of death. The officer sighed regretfully, shaking his head in dismay, thinking that someone with such good skills was about to needlessly perish in the monster's den. Night fell, enveloping the deadly city, as zombies wandered aimlessly under the cold moonlight due to a complete power outage. Yang Tao stood leaning against the wall with a sullen expression, guessing that Zhang Shengze must have already perished outside. The buzz-cut henchman couldn't control his bestial urges, shouting that he needed to relieve his stress tonight, having held back for too long. Yang Tao smirked in agreement, outlining a vile plan to tie up Zhang Shengze's wife so she couldn't commit suicide. In the dark corner, Xiao Li tightly hugged little Shuai Shuai, both mother and child trembling in horror as they heard the depraved, lewd words. Yang Tao impatiently ordered his henchmen to act immediately, but he specifically instructed them to keep the woman alive for their pleasure. Brother Li, who was on guard, suddenly froze, tilting his head to listen to strange movements coming from the stairwell. He looked down and broke into a cold sweat, seeing that all the zombies blocking the pathway had been cleared away by someone, their bodies lying scattered. A man in a suit ascended the stairs with a cold demeanor, each step echoing with pressure in the silent space. Brother Li stared wide-eyed at the newcomer, a faint glimmer of hope sparking in his mind that this might be the rescue team that had just arrived. The henchman's eyes widened in horror as he felt a thick, murderous aura emanating from behind the door. Zhang Shengze suddenly appeared at the doorway, his face radiating murderous intent, his eyes as if wanting to devour his enemies alive. Bang! The door was violently kicked open, the tremendous force terrifying the nearby henchman out of his wits. Zhang Shengze stood tall, shielding his wife and child, coldly ordering the scum to get lost immediately. The buzz-cut henchman, far from being scared, scoffed, brazenly lunging to grab Xiao Li, ignoring the warning. Xiao Li screamed in panic as she was restrained by the crude man, struggling in vain to break free. Slap! A fiery slap landed squarely on the weak woman's face, making her dizzy and cutting short her cries for help. The thug flung little Shuai Shuai away like a piece of trash, bluntly declaring that his target was only the mother. Shuai Shuai, despite his tear-filled eyes, bravely struggled to his feet, the boy roaring as he charged in, determined to fight to the death to save his mother. But the power difference was too great. The boy was kicked out of the room and fell to the floor with a painful thud. Shui, despite the painful fall, still yelled threats at the beasts, using his father as a shield with a faint hope of saving his mother. But life was not a dream. A dark figure flew through the door and landed on the floor with a crash. It was Zhang Shengze, beaten within an inch of his life. The boy froze, his eyes wide with horror as he saw his only support now lying motionless like a pile of mangled flesh. From the darkness of the doorway, a terrifying pressure emanated, accompanied by glowing green eyes that scared Shui out of his wits. Jiang Xiaoyong revealed himself with a stone-cold expression. He glanced at the boy and confirmed the identity of the man who had just been thrown out. Without bothering to explain, Jiang Xiaoyong stepped past the boy and walked straight into the scum's den. Inside the room, Xiao Li cowered, her clothes tattered, trying to cover her body, which was trembling uncontrollably from humiliation. The cruel henchman slapped her face with a thunderous blow, forcing her to moan loudly to satisfy their sick, bestial urges. Another thug grabbed Xiao Li's hair and yanked her head back, laughing obscenely and declaring he would be the first to enjoy their prey. Crash! The room door was kicked open with tremendous force, startling Yang Tao, who sneered, sarcastically praising the strength of the audacious troublemaker. He stared wide-eyed at the shattered door, realizing that the person outside had just kicked it down with considerable power. Turning to the bald henchman, Yang Tao arrogantly yelled, ordering him to quickly get rid of that brat. But before he could do anything, bang! Jiang Xiaoyong swept in like a whirlwind, unleashing a thunderous punch right into the enemy formation, stunning everyone. Yang Tao's face was drained of all color, sweat pouring off him like rain. He panicked utterly, exclaiming that he didn't understand what the hell was happening. Wham! A steel hand slammed directly into the fake boss's face, cutting off all his foolish questions with a painfully jarring impact. With cold, murderous eyes, Jiang Xiaoyong unleashed a devastating punch, sending Yang Tao flying like a torn sandbag, to everyone's astonishment. The despicable friend flew backward, spitting fresh blood, his eyes wide and blank, unable to withstand the protagonist's absolute overwhelming power. The henchman, who was about to commit his depraved act, now trembled uncontrollably, his face pale as he stammered, asking for the identity of the terrifying figure who had just appeared before Xiao Li. A brutal kick landed directly on the victim's face. Yiming didn't hesitate to use violence to assert his position as the one holding the gun. He pointed the dark muzzle of the gun at the group of elderly and weak, yelling at them to move immediately if they didn't want to taste lead. Shengbo, sweating profusely, intended to drag the leader out to buy time, but in the face of a firearm, all reason became meaningless. Yiming's face was twisted with delusions of grandeur as he babbled about cruelty and his desire to establish absolute power over the entire group. The madman laughed maniacally, pointing his weapon directly at Shengbo's head and declaring he would send this old man to his grave first as a warning. Shanshan was utterly terrified, screaming Yiming's name in vain, hoping to stop him from pulling the trigger. Just as the situation hung by a thread, a strange noise from the medical room startled the traitor, making him turn sharply and temporarily spare his prey. The doorknob of the medical room, which had been tightly locked, suddenly spun wildly, signaling that someone inside was about to break out. The door burst open, and Jiang Xiaoyong strode out from the dust cloud like a deity, radiating an overwhelming aura that completely froze the gun wielder. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the key automatically turning in the lock, unable to believe that a deranged monster like Chen Chong knew how to open a door so civilly. Yiming's face drained of all color, sweat pouring off him as he saw Chen Chong's looming, grayish figure appear right before his eyes. Chen Chong's face was clearly visible, with bloodshot eyes and bulging blue veins, truly a bloodthirsty demon. Yiming gritted his teeth and aimed his gun directly at his opponent's head, yelling his determination to immediately eliminate this intelligent threat. His finger squeezed the trigger hard, but only a dry click responded, signaling that ill fortune had arrived for the traitor. He stared wide-eyed at the useless gun in his hand, utterly panicked as he realized his only weapon had jammed at this moment of life and death. Chen Chong let out a savage roar and lunged straight at the weak scholar, who was trembling with fear. Fresh blood splattered across the screen, accompanied by Yiming's desperate screams for help as the monster pinned him to the floor and tore him apart. Chen Chong staggered away, his face smeared with blood, leaving Shengbo and the others frozen in terror behind him. Chen Chong coldly dragged Yiming's mangled corpse across the floor, leaving a dark trail of blood that left Shengbo frozen against the wall. The group, consisting of Shengbo, Kui Jing, and Zhang Qi, broke out in a cold sweat, unable to comprehend what was happening as the monster suddenly changed its demeanor from frenzied to calm. Chen Chong let out a long exhale, his veined face still bearing a faint echo of his recent bloodlust. Shengbo and the others stared at the monster's blood-soaked legs, so terrified their hearts felt like they would leap from their chests. Surprisingly, Chen Chong's grayish hand reached up to unlock the medical room door instead of lunging to attack the survivors. He swung his arm and threw the key behind him with extreme decisiveness, as if he had completed his assigned task. Click! The key fell to the floor right in front of Shengbo and Lao Tu, creating a dry sound in the chilling silence. Bang! The medical room door was forcefully slid open to both sides, revealing a mysterious passageway. Zhang Qi, Kui Jing, and Shengbo were all struck silent, their eyes wide open, waiting for whatever was about to emerge from the newly unlocked room. Jiang Xiaoyong stood tall like a god of death in the room. At his feet lay Zhang Shengze motionless, along with Yang Tao and Brother Li tied up like pigs, while Xiao Li and Shui huddled in fear in the corner. He coldly called Shui closer, making the boy flinch at his undeniable, overwhelming presence. Xiao Li quickly hugged her son tightly, her eyes filled with pleading and fear, unsure what the dangerous man intended to do to the child. Jiang Xiaoyong paid no mind to her weakness, his sharp eyes piercing his opponent as he gave a concise command, forcing the boy to step forward. Shui pushed his mother's hand away, reassuring her that he was fine. then trembled as he walked towards Jiang Xiaoyong, leaving her useless protection behind. Jiang Xiaoyong drew a razor-sharp dagger and extended it directly towards the boy, his action decisive, as if bestowing upon him the power of life and death. He pointed at Yang Tao's group, who were kneeling, and uttered a chilling command, "Kill them," making Shuai Shuai's hand tremble violently as he held the knife, and the prisoners' souls scatter in terror. Yang Tao and Brother Li screamed desperately, their faces contorted in horror, continuously begging for their lives like the most cowardly wretches on earth. Xiao Li shrieked in despair, trying to protect her son's remaining innocence, yelling that he was just an innocent child. Jiang Xiaoyong bent down, looking directly into Shuai Shuai's eyes, and cruelly declared that the label of child had expired, and from today on, the boy would have to change to survive in this insane world. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly indoctrinated the boy with survival ideology, forcing him to pick up the knife and personally eliminate the scum to protect his mother. Shuai Shuai's eyes widened in horror, tears welling up as his survival instinct fiercely battled his fear. The boy let out a heart-wrenching scream to gather all his courage, then charged forward with the dagger in his hand. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, and Shuai Shuai stood panting, looking at Yang Tao's lifeless body lying in a spreading pool of blood. Xiao Li was utterly stunned by the bloody scene. She trembled as she called her son's name in disbelief. The knife clattered to the floor with a dry clang, and the mother and son rushed to embrace each other, sobbing uncontrollably after the emotional shock. Shuai Shuai wiped away his tears, then turned to ask Jiang Xiaoyong directly about his father's death, with heartbreaking perceptiveness. Jiang Xiaoyong neither evaded nor offered empty comfort. He confirmed the cruel truth that the boy's father had been killed. Xiao Li desperately begged him to take her son away, but Shuai Shuai firmly refused, wanting to stay and bear the responsibility of protecting his mother. Jiang Xiaoyong ordered both of them to follow him, declaring that he would fulfill his promise to protect his deceased friend Zhang Shengji's wife and son. Jiang Xiaoyong led the formation with an AK in hand, followed by Xiao Li and Shuai Shuai, who were now fully armed, stepping over the enemy's corpses with pride. A nearby gamer student froze upon seeing the battlefield, wondering what kind of monster could have wiped out such formidable zombies. The young man's jaw dropped in astonishment, his eyes gleaming as he heard Jiang Xiaoyong coldly admit that he was the author of that massacre. Seeing the powerful figure about to leave, the gamer student hastily raised his hand and called out, trying to seize a chance at survival. Jiang Xiaoyong turned his head, his sharp sapphire eyes like daggers, sending shivers down the spine of the person facing him. He unexpectedly asked for directions to building 8 inches banyan garden, causing Xiao Li to point blankly straight ahead, as that was exactly the direction they were heading. At another location, thugs were besieging a building, demanding a share of supplies and all women under 40. Inside the third-floor hallway, it was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the noisy threats of the vultures outside. The group barricaded inside was in extreme panic. The yellow-shirted delivery man trembled as he asked the security leader if they should surrender. The security leader was drenched in sweat, but still firmly refused, asserting that those outside were beasts who would kill everyone except Yu Yueran and Hao Feng. Yu Yueran was utterly desperate. She tremblingly suggested going out to beg those brutes for their lives. Hao Feng shrieked, preferring death rather than becoming a sex toy for those beasts. The security leader immediately calmed the panicking crowd, ordering them to hold their ground in the hallway, because those outside couldn't breach it immediately. The thugs outside began to hesitate, realizing that their prey inside also had firearms, and wouldn't be as easy to deal with as they thought. The toothpick thug, their leader, sneered maliciously, ordering them to cut off the water supply to the first floor to slowly kill the rats in their hole, seeing how long they could last. Jiang Xiaoyong stood tall with his AK at the foot of the building, listening to young Shuai Shuai innocently ask if those people were bad guys. He coldly confirmed with a terse yes, his sharp eyes unwavering at the impending brutality. Jiang Xiaoyong raised his gun to aim, concluding with a chilling remark that these guys were just scum, exactly like those who had tormented the mother and son. The security leader instructed his men to guard the stairs carefully, while he personally went downstairs to scout the enemy's situation. He pressed himself against the window, a pistol clutched in his hand, straining his ears to catch the slightest movement outside in extreme tension. The toothpick thug was drenched in sweat, realizing the enemy's firepower was too strong. He cursed, seeing that the opponents had 3 firearms. Before he could compose himself, he clutched his head in panic as he heard a terrifying whoosh of air pass right by his ear. The henchman behind him also jumped, still confused about what was happening when death called their names. A cold flash swept through, and the henchman standing in front of the toothpick thug was instantly shot in the head, leaving the entire group stunned. The thugs' formation completely broke. They were shot down from above like ripe fruit, screams echoing as they asked who was doing this. The leader trembled, looking into the distance, sweat pouring down his face as he recognized the familiar figure of the Grim Reaper. Jiang Xiaoyong advanced with imposing presence, AK in hand, his sharp eyes making the thugs exclaim in terror. "It's that kid!" He moved and squeezed the trigger, unleashing bursts of bullets that tore up the ground and riddled the thugs, scattering like ducks. One thug tried to return fire, but was immediately given a bullet through the head by Jiang Xiaoyong. He screamed and fell backward. His accomplice, hiding behind a tree, turned pale, only able to stare blankly as his comrade's body hit the ground with a dull thud. The toothpick thug fired wildly forward, screaming desperately like an animal cornered. Jiang Xiaoyong moved gracefully through the hail of bullets, his movements as swift as a ghost, rendering all enemy attempts to return fire meaningless. He smirked arrogantly, his eyes contemptuously looking at the small fry, and scoffed at their amateur skills. The toothpick thug, hiding behind an obstacle, gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his face as he faced the terrifying pressure from that monster. The sharp clang of bullets echoed, each round embedding itself into his cover, terrifying the thug, who cursed in helplessness. He yelled, ordering his subordinates to attack, wanting to use others as human shields to relieve himself from being pinned down. A hoodie boy, hearing his boss's command, rushed out from a hidden corner, cursed, and raised his gun, intending to ambush. Jiang Xiaoyong reacted with lightning speed, his sharp eyes darting over, and the muzzle of his gun immediately swung to aim directly at the disruptor. 2 precise shots pierced right through the forehead, killing the ambusher instantly, blood splattering backward. Hearing the gunfire cease, the toothpick thug gleefully peeked out, smiling smugly, mistakenly thinking his opponent had run out of ammunition. The toothpick thug charged out like a mad dog, a pistol clutched in his hand, a triumphant smile on his face, thinking it would be an easy kill. He pressed the gun to his opponent's head from behind, but Jiang Xiaoyong merely glanced back with an unnervingly calm expression. A sharp gunshot echoed, accompanied by a wild scream, but the bullet did not find its intended target. Jiang Xiaoyong, quick as lightning, knocked the gun barrel upwards, making the thug's face drain of all color in terror. The distance closed to 0. The cold muzzle now rested neatly under the chin of the one who had just been so aggressive. A dry bang rang out, and the bullet pierced straight upwards, sending the thug to meet his ancestors instantly. The lifeless corpse crashed to the ground, while Jiang Xiaoyong still stood tall with a smoking gun in his hand. He coldly bent down to examine the corpse, treating human lives as mere weeds in this insane world. Entering the main hall, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately came face to face with 3 henchmen, weapons in hand, waiting in the shadows. His eyes gleamed with extreme disdain, not considering the small fries blocking his path to be anything. The 3 hidden henchmen rushed out, intending to ambush him, but they had severely underestimated the reflexes of someone who had experienced the apocalypse. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyong sent them all to their maker, and coldly called everyone out once the threat had been cleared. Little Shuai Shuai excitedly ran over to high-five his cool uncle, while the adults were still recovering from the bloody scene. The apocalypse system immediately displayed a new mission notification, requiring him to recruit 5 survivors from Rongxiang Gardens to receive a reward. Jiang Xiaoyong pointed at the sprawled corpses, wondering where these pieces of trash had crawled out from. The security leader gritted his teeth and revealed that they were animals from the Bichui Mountain Villa in the south of the city. He then called over 2 delivery men who had fled from the south to report the detailed situation to Jiang Xiaoyong. The 2 young delivery men tremblingly recounted that the bandits were heavily armed and were gathering all survivors to be enslaved. Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes, searching his memories from his previous life, realizing it was the former territory of the treacherous couple, Li Shuxiong and Kui Jing. He pressed for more information to confirm if they were the only force dominating the southern region. The delivery man indignantly accused those beasts of slaughtering half the population and enslaving women wherever they went. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked coldly, asserting with certainty that the leaders were precisely the ones he was looking for. The security leader looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening as intense killing intent emanated from the young man. Jiang Xiaoyong pointed at the corpses on the ground, ordering old Li to collect all the pistols and ammunition to equip everyone. He generously handed the rifle and 5 magazines to the security leader, making the old man tremble in disbelief. Jiang Xiaoyong reassured them that with this firepower, they could easily defend the house for a few days while he went to prepare his forces to return and deal with the bandits. The delivery man frantically tried to dissuade him, warning that the Bichui Mountain Gang had numbers like ants and couldn't be confronted directly. The security leader also flinched, intending to suggest retreating and fleeing elsewhere, rather than fighting to the death with those madmen. Jiang Xiaoyong brushed aside all worries, declaring this a personal vendetta, and promising to return soon to bring everyone to the east side of the city. He revealed his plan to build a fortress near the old Chiayi city, which enlightened the security leader, who was completely convinced by his boss's vision. Jiang Xiaoyong led Xiao Li and Shuai Shuai out of the safe zone, leaving instructions for the security guards to stay and protect themselves. Gloomy night enveloped the hidden corners of the city, signaling an impending storm from the enemy's side. At the Bichui Mountain stronghold, guards casually sat on duty beneath 3 savagely hanged corpses. Inside the luxurious meeting room, 4 ringleaders huddled together, plotting, led by the red-haired, bespectacled Wenga, who exuded an air of arrogance. Wenga took a drag from his cigarette, his sharp eyes questioning the whereabouts of the supplies from the Jinyu Entertainment Center. Xiaoli Villain broke out in a cold sweat, hastily explaining to his boss that he had dispatched his men, and they were about to bring the goods back. Kaiga, sitting next to him, scoffed, subtly hinting at the juicy targets living in the nearby Jinyu high-end villa area. Xiaoli Villain forced a laugh to curry favor, boasting that he had ordered his subordinates to capture all the residents alive and bring them back. Wenga narrowed his eyes dangerously, growling a reminder to his henchmen that he hadn't properly completed any mission. Xiaoli Villain frantically swore that this time he would handle it smoothly, while Kai Ge smirked meaningfully from behind. Xiaoli Villain and his subordinate ran back to the headquarters, panting like oxen while frantically asking about the situation. Xiaoli Villain glared, questioning about the 7-man squad, but the henchmen could only break out in a cold sweat, reporting the grim news that all of them had been wiped out. Xiaoli Villain roared furiously in the night, unable to swallow his anger that 3 firearms had been miserably defeated by the common folk at Rongxiang Gardens. He gritted his teeth and ordered his subordinate to call Taozi to gather all the armed brothers to prepare for revenge, determined not to fail again. The car sped into the base, tires screeching as it braked, headlights tearing through the night, signaling its owner's cool return. Kui Jing flinched at the sound of the engine. Shi, Shengbo, and Zhang Qi immediately recognized that Jiang Xiaoyong had returned. A skillful car drift into the garage triggered a mission completion notification from the system, instantly adding 25 points to his account. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped out of the car with an overwhelming aura, making Shengbo and Kui Jing overjoyed as if they had struck gold, rushing to greet him. He gave a contemptuous half-smile, flatly declaring that every move of the traitor Lu Yiming had been within his calculations. Kui Jing froze, her face stunned, never expecting this young leader to possess such a terrifying and profound vision. Jiang Xiaoyong decisively ordered Jiang Qi to take Xiao Li and Shuai Shuai to their room to rest, then to gather immediately in the medical room. In the hallway, old Sheng Bo was still reeling, curiously asking if Jiang Xiaoyong had seen through the traitor Lu Yining's ambition early on. He bent down to pick up the nail gun, calmly admitting that he couldn't be 100% certain of that person's identity from the start. However, he knew full well that within Zhang Qi and Lao Tu's mixed group of friends, there would inevitably be some unsavory characters. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes were as sharp as knives as he recalled the scumbag Yang Tao, who was once a brother but revealed his true colors as a backstabbing piece of trash. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi held the newly acquired sniper rifle in his hand. His face drained of color as he discovered a shocking truth. He broke out in a cold sweat, staring at the magazine in his hand, and exclaimed in astonishment, realizing they were all rubber bullets, fake goods that weren't lethal. Sheng Bo, standing behind him, turned pale, sweating profusely as he heard Jiang Xiaoyong mention the student, locked in the medical room, with a meaningful tone. Jiang Xiaoyong walked straight towards the door, coldly declaring that Chen Chong was not an ordinary zombie, but an extremely valuable, rare variant. He leaned close to the growling monster, using his overwhelming authority to order it to blink 3 times steadily if it truly still understood human speech. Jiang Xiaoyong leaned close to the monster, coldly ordering it to blink to answer a simple multiplication problem to test its remaining cognitive ability. He explained that in this apocalyptic world, a small number of infected individuals would evolve into rare variants, possessing intelligence and power potential, far exceeding that of ordinary, mindless zombies. Jiang Xiaoyong turned back to his teammates with an arrogant smile, declaring that they had hit the jackpot as Chen Chong was one of those extremely valuable, rare individuals. Immediately, Chen Chong demonstrated overwhelming strength by stomping his foot directly onto the head of the zombie Lao San, who was screaming on the floor, crushing its weak resistance. Chen Chong's sinewy face showed a hint of confusion, but his pale eyes still exuded intense focus, awaiting the next command from his new master. Jiang Xiaoyong stood with his arms crossed, a bored expression on his face, casually ordering his pet to stop playing and quickly clean up that pile of trash. Chen Chong obediently grabbed the corpse's leg and dragged it away like a sack of garbage, under the terrified, speechless gazes of Sheng Bo and Yu Yueran. The entire room was plunged into an atmosphere of extreme tension, as everyone witnessed the bloodthirsty monster now absolutely obeying Jiang Xiaoyong's commands. The student survivor recognized an old acquaintance, breaking out in a cold sweat as he pointed at Chen Chong and stammered, asking if the boss still retained any memories of the past. Chen Chong said nothing, merely silently pivoted his heel on the blood-soaked floor, preparing to continue his role as a powerful and brutal bodyguard. Chen Chong growled in his throat, making the student survivor standing nearby break out in a cold sweat, clearly feeling the breath of death right next to him. The student survivor and Lao Tu stood frozen, their faces drained of color, witnessing the overwhelming aura of the tamed monster. As the student tentatively waved his hand to check, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest when Chen Chong reacted with lightning speed, delivering a sharp warning strike that made him jump. He yelled, a mix of excitement and fear, as he realized that even without a brain, Chen Chong still retained his restless, itching limb habits from his previous life. Back at the base, Jiang Xiaoyong leaned back on his bed, enjoying the fruits of his labor as the system announced the unlocking of the hidden achievement, subduing the mutant companion along with a fresh batch of bonus points. He sprang up in surprise when he saw the level 2 black tech supply crate, a rare and hard-to-find item he had never encountered before. Jiang Xiaoyong rubbed his chin, calculating, regretting the exorbitant 50-point price, and decided to open 2 level 1 crates first to optimize his strength immediately. The system confirmed the successful transaction, deducting 10 points in exchange for a life-saving support crate and an armed deterrence crate, bathed in a dazzling blue light. He grinned widely upon receiving an infection inhibitor and a Barrett M82 handheld cannon. This terrifying firepower was more than enough to blow away any obstacle. Jiang Xiaoyong touched the virtual screen, finalizing his goal for tomorrow: clear out the recruitment mission at Yongxiang Garden to gather enough points to claim the level 2 crate. As night fell, Jiang Xiaoyong performed acrobatic maneuvers over fences to test his body's mobility after enhancement. As dawn broke, he gathered all the base members on the training ground to establish iron discipline from day 1. Jiang Xiaoyong issued a stern directive, requiring everyone to spend at least 1 hour each day practicing shooting, transforming the novices into true marksmen. Gunshots echoed as the entire team simultaneously fired at beer bottles, determined to hone their skills so they wouldn't become easy prey for the undead. He turned to entrust base management to Sheng Bo, and announced his plan to go to Yongxiang Garden to bring back another group of survivors to join them. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly ordered Chen Chong, the mutated monster who now obediently wore a gas mask, silently following behind like a killing machine. The bus sped down the highway, crushing several obstructing zombies, creating gruesome impacts and long streaks of blood. The vehicle stopped, and Jiang Xiaoyong, along with his undead bodyguard, stepped out onto the scene, his sharp gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies scattered everywhere. A driver zombie was still trapped in the cockpit, growling madly and clawing at the windshield as it smelled fresh meat. Without waiting for a second command, Chen Chong lunged, dragged the zombie out, and slammed it to the ground with a mighty blow, like tossing a useless bag of trash. Jiang Xiaoyong tossed the keys to Chen Chong, his sharp gaze signaling the mutated disciple to prepare for action. Chen Chong neatly caught the keys, the crisp clang of metal on metal demonstrating their absolute understanding. He patted the monster's shoulder, allowing Chen Chong to remove the cumbersome muzzle to breathe a little, as it was just family among themselves. However, Jiang Xiaoyong also warned him to put it back on immediately, upon arrival, to avoid scaring others half to death, and the monster growled in obedience. Jiang Xiaoyong shouted a final head count, confirmed everyone was settled in the pickup truck bed, and immediately ordered them to depart. Foreman Lee took a satisfying drag from his cigarette, his hands clutching a machine gun, determined to clear all obstacles at their destination. The vehicle roared valiantly and sped through the main gate, leaving the safety of the base behind to enter the war zone. Several dazed zombies in the middle of the road were sent flying by the pickup truck before they could react, the crisp sound of shattering bones echoing loudly. The impact was so strong it flung the undead into the air, turning them into useless bags of rotten flesh that rained down onto the ground. The convoy tore through the avenue, skillfully weaving through the maze of abandoned vehicles, heading straight for their objective at a deadly speed. At base number 8, the tall building stood majestically against the blue sky, where the remaining soldiers were silently entrenched, awaiting reinforcements. Inside the sealed room, the home team, consisting of Old Lee, Mustache Dad, and the student, were gathered, replenishing their energy with dry biscuits. The gamer student suddenly stopped chewing, his eyes lighting up as he heard the familiar engine sound, excitedly guessing that Boss Young had returned with reinforcements. Old Lee immediately went on high alert, his hands clutching a rusty AK, signaling everyone to maintain absolute silence while he checked the situation. He crept closer to the window, beads of sweat starting to roll down his cheeks as he strained his eyes, trying to identify the approaching figures in the courtyard below. Below, a strange pickup truck filled with aggressive gunmen had just screeched to a halt, their primary target clearly this building No. 8. The fat, Xiao Li, in a white suit, stepped out with a ferocious expression, holding a modern submachine gun and yelling orders for his henchmen to begin the massacre. Old Lee's face turned pale as he recognized his sworn enemy. He gritted his teeth and cursed, furious that the damned Bikuishan gang dared to show up here causing trouble. Mustache Dad acted tough, brandishing his pistol and boastfully demanding to go out and dry their blood with the enemy, thinking he had a hot weapon in hand. Old Lee immediately shattered his teammate's illusion, shouting orders to ambush according to plan, then grabbed his gun and ran to the rooftop to secure the high ground. From the vantage point, a cold gaze adjusted the scope, confirming that the fools below were completely within deadly firing range. The fat leader decisively waved his hand, and his henchmen immediately raised their submachine guns, ready to turn the building into a sieve. Old Lee and the gamer student's eyes widened in horror, yelling warnings for everyone to find cover immediately before it was too late. Gunshots rang out deafeningly, a barrage of muzzles spitting fire, unleashing a furious hail of bullets that shattered the windows. Glass shards flew everywhere. The student ducked just in time, his face drained of color, having almost logged out of the server. The fat man with the megaphone arrogantly ordered his henchmen to keep their guns trained on the windows, swearing to blow the brains out of anyone who dared to show their face and resist. He raised the red megaphone to his mouth, beginning to taunt them with an arrogant tone to exert psychological pressure on those inside. Suddenly, a streak of light tore through the air, grazing the fat man's face and embedding itself directly into the head of the long-haired henchman, standing right behind him. The henchman collapsed, dead on the ground, and the fat man's face turned ashen as he shrieked, realizing the opponent had a sniper. Before he could recover, a second shot arrived, piercing his thigh, making the fat man shriek miserably, clutching his leg and collapsing in pain. The AK barrel smoked profusely after the warning shots, and a desperate shout urged teammates to find cover immediately. Old Lee held the high ground, his AK-47 mercilessly spraying bullets down at the thugs, warning them about the enemy's automatic firepower. Xiao Li's face was drained of all color. He cursed and screamed about the garbage intelligence, never expecting the opponent to possess heavy-duty firearms. The headband thug frantically asked his boss for instructions. Xiao Li, hiding tightly behind the corner like a rat, yelled an order to retreat. The headband thug tried to appear calm, signaling his comrades to wait for orders to flee the death zone together. A dry bang echoed, and the headband thug was shot clean through, collapsing to the ground amidst the utter horror of his comrades. Xiao Li broke out in a cold sweat, counting down, his eyes flashing with cruelty, as he decided to use his henchmen as sacrificial lambs to save his own life. He waved his hand, yelling orders to run, pushing his henchmen out to act as bullet shields to cover his escape. Watching his subordinates desperately rush forward, Xiao Li sneered, revealing the cunning and ruthless nature of the leader. As soon as the thugs appeared on the main road, they were wiped out by the firepower. Some had their brains blown out, others fell like straw onto the pavement. Xiao Li ran for his life, yelling a lie to his henchmen that the enemy was out of ammo, so those fools would charge forward and take the bullets while he retreated. Old Lee's face was cold as ice, his dark gun barrel still pointed directly at the rats, showing them just how high the price of stupidity was. The pickup truck revved its engine and sped off, the lucky surviving henchmen scrambling to cling to the truck bed like monkeys on a rope to escape the death zone. One slow-footed man ran after them in despair, screaming desperately for his boss to stop and pick him up, but only heard the engine fading into the distance. Thwack! An arrow tore through the air and embedded itself directly into the head of the unfortunate thug, instantly ending his life as a bullet shield. The pickup truck sped into the night, leaving behind the whistling sounds of arrows sticking into the asphalt, the remaining thugs relieved to have kept their miserable lives. In another development, the bus driven by Jiang Xiaoyong was skillfully weaving through the scattered car wrecks on the highway. Jiang Xiaoyong was focused on driving, when his keen ears suddenly caught the sound of an unfamiliar engine. He frowned slightly and uttered a sound of doubt. From above, his bus sped past Shaoli villains group's fleeing pickup truck at the intersection, the two factions passing each other like strangers in chaotic times. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced in the rearview mirror, tisked, and ignored them, deciding to focus on grinding for more important mission points, rather than getting entangled with roadside trash. The bus slowly entered the apartment complex, its engine rumbling and echoing among the silent high-rise buildings, as if announcing its owner's return. Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong stood before a thug's corpse. He smirked, realizing the weapon's head left behind had helped the other faction clean up quite a bit of trash. His monster instincts surged. Chen Chong ground his teeth, drooling profusely with an expression of uncontrollable, ravenous hunger. Seeing his mutated subordinate, whimpering and staring at the corpse on the ground, Jiang Xiaoyong turned and asked nonchalantly, as if making small talk, "What? Hungry already?" With a pragmatic, cruel smile, Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand, allowing Chen Chong to eat the corpse to increase his strength, instead of letting it become prey for others. Given the green light, Chen Chong's eyes flashed a terrifying red light, and his mouth curled into a savage grin, revealing sharp teeth ready to tear flesh. The variant pounced on the corpse and devoured it ravenously, while Jiang Xiaoyong coldly turned his back and ordered it to assemble at Building 8 once it was done eating. Chen Chong's shadow enveloped his prey with horrific chomping and swallowing sounds, while Jiang Xiaoyong casually walked away, leaving the bloody scene behind him. After his meal of fresh meat, Chen Chong lifted his head and let out a heavy breath, his bloodshot eyes glowing brightly in the murderous night. Stepping through the battlefield littered with armed corpses, Jiang Xiaoyong tisked in admiration at Xiao Li villain's ruthlessness as he massacred the enemy without mercy. A teammate pressed his face against the broken window, shouting excitedly as he confirmed the boss had returned safely. Jiang Xiaoyong strolled towards Building 8 like a king, while his teammates on the balcony waved enthusiastically in welcome. Security leader led the group out to greet him, asking with a mix of surprise and admiration if he had cleaned up those people. Security leader puffed out his chest proudly, showing off the rifle he'd been issued, and boasted wildly that he used to be a sharpshooter who never missed before retiring. A sky-shattering roar interrupted his bragging, startling everyone, who turned back with tense expressions. Heavy footsteps approached, and security leader's group immediately took up defensive positions, mentally preparing to fight the new threat. Chen Chong loomed into view with his horrific undead appearance, causing security leader and everyone else to scream in terror, warning of a zombie attack. Jiang Xiaoyong held his AK and smirked, nonchalantly reassuring everyone to relax because that variant was one of his own. Security leader sweat profusely, his face utterly blank, unable to believe his ears when he heard the concept of a zombie as an ally. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Jiang Xiaoyong coldly pointed at a nearby corpse and ordered Chen Chong to continue feasting to buff his strength. Security leader sweat profusely, his face blank, asking if boss Jiang Xiaoyong was truly communicating with the undead. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked mysteriously, herded everyone onto the bus, and said it was a long story, telling them to get on, and he would enlighten them later. He turned to Chen Chong and ordered him to eat quickly, and then returned to the team, with the relaxed demeanor of someone training a heavy-duty pet. Chen Chong obediently put on the specialized muzzle himself, his cold, glowing white eyes looking incredibly imposing. The variant loomed closer to the bus, the pressure emanating from its massive shadow, making the people inside hold their breath in fear. The gamer student gaped in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes when he saw the zombie voluntarily put on a muzzle like a human. Jiang Xiaoyong leaned close to the boy's ear and chuckled, subtly reminding him, "It's fine to praise it for being cool, but if you criticize it, you might get a beating." Chen Chong stepped onto the bus, making the entire vehicle tilt heavily to one side. His body weight, after being buffed, was truly monstrous. Security leader panicked intensely as he felt the bus shaking violently, terrified by the overwhelming power of the uninvited guest. Chen Chong held out a bunch of keys to his master, muttering incoherently like an obedient child presenting spoils of war. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Chen Chong starting to babble like a 3-year-old learning to speak. Truly, evolution beyond expectations. He gripped the keys tightly, his mind racing to convert the recent pile of corpses into strength points to upgrade himself to a new level. The bus roared and sped away into the night, leaving the people inside still stunned by the unbelievably formidable nature of the obedient zombie. The scene shifted to the enemy's lair, where Kai Ji was pointing and cursing at Xiao Li Vilain for being a useless good-for-nothing. The fat Xiao Li Vilain sweat profusely, rambling on and boasting that the enemy had automatic rifles to cover up his pathetic failure. Manga pushed up his glasses, his sharp, cold eyes full of suspicion, knowing full well that a dilapidated police station couldn't possibly have heavy equipment as rumored. Xiao Li Vilain still desperately argued tooth and nail, swearing all sorts of oaths to convince his boss to believe his absurd story. Without another word, Kai Ji delivered a powerful kick, sending the fat man sprawling face first onto the floor out of spite. Xiao Li Vilain scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth with a resentful expression, but dared not utter a single word in front of his superior. Kai Gei watched him with an utterly contemptuous gaze, seemingly planning to eliminate this useless burden as soon as possible. Kai Jay narrowed his eyes shrewdly, made a throat-slitting gesture, then proposed a dirty scheme to capitalize on the personnel losses. He smirked, exposing Wen Gei's secret desire for the woman from the enemy faction, making the leader blush and vehemently deny it. Without any reservation, Kai Gei put forth a sick suggestion: to turn that girl into a shared commodity for all of them to enjoy as spoils of war. Wen Gei pushed up his glasses, revealing the lecherous smile of a predator, and said to just wait patiently for the ripe opportunity to capture the delicious prey. The two leaders left with smug expressions, leaving the useless fat man sitting alone in the room, with overwhelming humiliation and utter contempt. Xiao Li Vilain ground his teeth, his eyes blazing with hatred for his superiors who treated him like dirt, and surging fear. The luxurious villa stood tall under the peaceful blue sky, but inside, a storm of panic was about to erupt. Xiao Li Vilain burst into the house like a wounded beast, cursing loudly, startling his young wife, Qingzi, who dropped the photo frame to the floor. He grabbed the beauty's shoulders, sweating profusely, and yelled at her to pack her bags immediately to flee this dangerous place. Despite Qingzi's bewildered questions, the fat man insisted that this hideout was about to collapse, and they had to run now or lose their lives, for he knew how terrifying the enemy was. A henchman rushed in, asking for instructions, while Xiao Li Vilain's face was extremely tense, knowing his life was hanging by a thread. He turned and urgently ordered Qingzi to gather all the men immediately to prepare for a quick escape at midnight. Qingzi's face paled upon hearing this, and she took a sharp breath, realizing the situation was so serious that they had to abandon their possessions and flee for their lives. The scene shifted to our factions base, where Jiang Xiaoyang's monstrous armored bus loomed into the warehouse like a steel monster. Jiang Xiaoyang stepped out of the bus with great presence, making the security guards and survivors stare in awe, exclaiming that this was truly a real mobile fortress. The system chimed, announcing the recruitment mission completed beyond quota. Jiang Xiaoyang smirked in satisfaction as his point fund soared to 66. He turned and ordered his pet zombie, Chen Chong, to prepare himself to clear the southern district map with him tomorrow night. Security leader's face drained of all color upon hearing the location, and he sweat profusely, asking why they would stick their heads into that death trap. Jiang Xiaoyang flashed a murderous smile, declaring that he had to go to Bichui Via to settle a time-transcending blood debt with his old enemies. Back in his private room, he calmly opened the system interface and immediately purchased a level 2 high-tech supply box for 50 points to upgrade his gear. Jiang Xiaoyang decisively pressed his hand onto the virtual screen to unlock the level 2 mysterious chest with an all-or-nothing mindset. He held his breath in anticipation as 50 survival points vanished in an instant, secretly praying the system wouldn't return junk, wasting his money. Golden light erupted, and the system announced exhilarating good news. He had received a physical enhancement potion, directly adding 20 points to his base stats. Jiang Xiaoyang held the syringe in his hand, his eyes gleaming, and nodded, acknowledging that level 2 items were indeed a different league compared to the crappy items from before. He cried out in a mix of pain and exhilaration as the potent medicine began to tear apart and reconstruct every muscle fiber within the building. Feeling a new surge of power, he clenched his fist and confidently declared his current physique had reached 33 points, 6 times that of an ordinary person. His upgraded superhuman hearing suddenly picked up the annoying buzzing of a mosquito creeping close to his ear. With a simple hand clamp, so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow, he caught the target mid-air. The poor mosquito was locked in his sharp gaze. Its slightest movements became sluggish before the superhuman's reflexes. Jiang Xiaoyang smiled in satisfaction, flicking his hand to throw the mutated mosquito's corpse to the floor after a light warm-up to test his new stats. The brilliant sunset enveloped the base, signaling the time for the strong to depart. Jiang Xiaoyang led his zombie pet Chen Chong out to the courtyard, his confident demeanor causing the security leader to hastily follow. The security leader confirmed his southward route, with eyes full of respect and anticipation. He chuckled, asking Jiang Xiaoyang to spare some time to train his men in shooting skills, as his level was far beyond the rest. Jiang Xiaoyang gave a thumbs up, sealing the deal instantly, asserting that training these rookies was his specialty. He turned and ordered Chen Chong to get on the bus, preparing to leave the fortress to execute a new plan. The armored bus roared away, leaving a trail of white smoke on the deserted road. The scene shifted to the enemy side. The boss, Xiao Li Villain, strode menacingly among his henchmen who were reporting on troop deployment. He stormed out to the car with overwhelming killing intent. The car then screeched to a halt, tires burning, in front of a luxurious villa. As soon as he stepped out, Xiao Li Villain unleashed his fury with devastating punches to a henchman's face, leaving the man to only cover his head and endure. Xiao Li Villain stood defiantly, blocking the car in the middle of the road, headlights illuminating his figure and the surrounding henchmen, all radiating killing intent. Inside the car, Kai Ge held the steering wheel with a sinister smile. Behind him were the silent figures of Qingzi and the boss. Xiao Li Villain clutched his face, grimacing, as if he had a headache or had just realized some unexpected turn of events. He brandished a pistol, loudly yelling and questioning his subordinates about where they were going at this hour. Beads of sweat began to roll down Xiao Li Villain's forehead. He stammered in terror upon hearing the name Dong Shu. The henchman quickly explained that they intended to use the cover of night to ambush Rongxiang Garden for some profit. Hearing the name Rongxiang Garden, Xiao Li Villain's eyes widened in surprise, while his disciples behind him dragged a defeated man forward. The unlucky henchman was thrown heavily to the ground with a thud, lying sprawled and helpless like a torn sandbag before the boss. Xiao Li Villain frantically yelled, "Qing!" Upon seeing the tragic scene before him, his anger beginning to erupt. He delivered a thunderous slap to his subordinate's face, roaring for the man to open his dog eyes wide and see the consequences clearly. A towering dark figure approached, leaving Xiao Li Villain's subordinates bewildered, wondering who dared to be so audacious. The squad of assassins in black immediately drew their guns, their sharp eyes signaling the start of a bloody purge. Gunshots echoed incessantly, sending the fat man's useless henchmen to meet their ancestors in an instant. Xiao Li Villain clutched his head in extreme panic, sweating profusely as he realized he had fallen into an ambush. He collapsed to the ground, trembling as he looked at his henchmen sprawled at his feet, his mouth stammering, unable to form words from sheer shock. A man with a mustache approached with a triumphant look, gesturing for the fat man to open his dog eyes wide and see who was sitting in the car. The window of the luxurious car slowly lowered, making the atmosphere more tense and suffocating than ever. Xiao Li Villain's face shifted from terror to extreme rage, his eyes bulging as he recognized an acquaintance. He roared Kui Jing's name when he saw her sitting meekly beside the boss, Wen Ge, who wore glasses and had a cold expression. Kai Ge sneered, exposing the woman's betrayal, while Xiao Li Villain cursed wildly, surrounded by enemies. Kai Ji turned to ask the boss how they should neatly deal with Xiao Li Villain. Wen Ge's face was as cold as ice. He raised a finger to his neck, making a cruel throat-slitting gesture. The rough rope immediately tightened around Xiao Li Villain's throat, suffocating him instantly. A muscular henchman strained to pull the rope, hoisting the fat man upside down into the air, leaving him to struggle in vain. Xiao Li Villain's eyes rolled back, foam bubbling from his mouth as his life was painfully and humiliatingly taken. The fat man's corpse hung dangling right at the main gate of the villa area, a bloody warning. The armored bus silently advanced into the area, its headlights sweeping across the corpse swaying in the night wind. Jiang Xiaoyang and Chen Chong darted like ghosts along the side of the fence to scout the situation. Jiang Xiaoyang suddenly stopped, looking up with an extremely focused and vigilant expression. Jiang Xiaoyang's glowing blue eyes radiated cold, killing intent as he witnessed the enemy's brutal purge. Jiang Xiaoyang stood at the feet of the twitching corpse, sarcastically remarking that the fat man died too easily, and regretting not being able to finish him off himself. With a single sharp flick of his hand, the rope snapped, sending Xiao Li Villain's heavy fat corpse thudding to the ground. Jiang Xiaoyang leaned close to the corpse, his eyes glowing eerily, whispering a promise to help the fat man avenge himself against those traitors. From the brightly lit window of the luxurious villa, the sick moans of pleasure from a couple echoed out. Qingzi, in hot black lace lingerie, was handcuffed to the bed frame, her mouth incessantly complaining and demanding to be untied immediately. Wenge pinned the flirtatious woman to the bed, sneering lustfully and continuing to enjoy his reward, ignoring her cries. Kai Ge, standing shirtless in the same room, suddenly froze, clearing his throat as his keen ears caught the heavy thud of something falling outside. He quickly walked to the window to check the situation, while Wenge was still passionately intimate with Qingzi right behind him. Kai Jie's eyes narrowed in shock and panic as he looked through the glass, discovering an unusual presence in the courtyard below. In the hallway below, a guard was suddenly shot through the head, fresh blood splattering onto the wall before he could pull the trigger of the gun in his hand. Bang! The bedroom door was shattered by an extremely powerful impact, signaling that death had officially visited the scum's lair. Jiang Xiaoyang, like a ghost, lunged straight through the shattered doorway, knife in hand, pouncing into the middle of the room, giving Wenge and Kaiga no time to react. Jiang Xiaoyang's glowing blue eyes radiated cold killing intent, activating his ability to lock down every movement of his prey within his sight. The chillingly sharp blade was immediately pressed against the enemy's throat, a death warning that left him only able to stammer in his throat. Kaiga broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color, swallowing hard as he felt the scythe of death touching his skin from behind. Without another word, Jiang Xiaoyang delivered a thunderous kick, sending Kai Jie flying into the corner of the wall like a torn sandbag, clearing the way. Wenge frantically recognized the acquaintance, yelling in utter astonishment as he saw that the intruder who dared to ruin his fun was none other than Jiang Xiaoyang. Without letting the scoundrel finish his sentence, Jiang Xiaoyang lunged forward with terrifying speed, the knife's tip cutting through the air, aimed directly at his main target. A dry, retching sound of blood echoed. Wenge's eyes widened as he felt the heart-wrenching pain that had just struck, fresh blood gushing from his mouth. The arrogant leader collapsed onto the bed right next to Qingzi, causing her to scream hysterically in utter terror at the bloody scene. Qingzi lay on the bed, her face drained of color, stammering what Jiang Xiaoyang wanted as he stood before her like the Grim Reaper. Jiang Xiaoyang sneered contemptuously, mocking the adulterous couple who had been enjoying their pleasure before he abruptly interrupted them. He leisurely placed his hand on the smart doorknob, coldly asking what the trash Li Shuxiang would think if he saw this interesting scene of hers. Hearing Li Shuxiang's name, Qingzi's pupils contracted in horror, cold sweat pouring down her body as she realized the deadly connection she had forged. The door swung open, and the man in the white suit, now a zombie, roared wildly, lunging into the room like a starved beast, while Jiang Xiaoyang watched calmly. The monster's rotting hand reached out, and Qingzi stared blankly as death approached, tears streaming down her face in utter helplessness before the fangs of death. Fresh blood splattered as the zombie bit into her throat, Qingzi's desperate pleas for mercy echoing hopelessly in the blood-soaked room. Ignoring the heart-wrenching screams behind him, Jiang Xiaoyang coldly stepped out of the room, leaving the miserable lovers to be torn apart by the undead. The door slammed shut, sealing in the desperate cries and gruesome chewing sounds, concluding a cruel but just act of revenge. Stepping out into the yard, Jiang Xiaoyang pointed at the pile of Bichui thugs' corpses on the ground, ordering Chen Chong to feast to his heart's content to increase his strength. Chen Chong, wearing a gas mask, stood tall before the thugs' corpses, strictly obeying his boss' command to only eat one to fill his stomach. Jiang Xiaoyang was about to leave when he suddenly paused, his sharp blue eyes glancing back as his instincts told him something was amiss. His superhuman hearing skill immediately activated. He focused intently, listening to the unusual sounds echoing from the sealed kitchen area. In a room sealed with Z-shaped wooden planks, Zhang Shengzi's family and other survivors huddled in a dark corner, the air thick with despair and fear. The door burst open, and a fat man in a chef's uniform entered with an arrogant expression, his greedy eyes scanning the crowd like a predator choosing its menu. The knife thug rushed forward and grabbed Shui Shui like a chicken, praising the boy's tender skin, while Xiao Li screamed desperately, lunging to reclaim her son. The chef glanced at the skinny child, then curled his lip in disdain, declaring bluntly that the boy had too little meat, not worth the effort, and thus didn't meet their standards. He swept his eyes over the trembling people and pointed his crude finger at another, fatter target, ordering an immediate change of dish. The chef grabbed the plump fat survivor by the collar and dragged him away roughly because he had more fat, ignoring the victim's struggles and Xiao Li's desperate pleas from behind. Seeing the mother clinging to his leg and nagging, the chef delivered a powerful kick that sent Xiao Li sprawling, cursing her as annoying before continuing to drag his prey away to be butchered. Xiao Li collapsed onto the cold floor, crying desperately, begging the beasts to spare her precious son. The mother's heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the room, but the surrounding crowd could only tremble in silent helplessness. Bang! A sudden loud noise startled the fat chef and the thug, interrupting the mental torture. Light from outside shone through 3 holes in the door, accompanied by shouts demanding the identity of the person hiding inside. The henchmen broke out in a cold sweat when they recognized the sound of a shotgun, utterly bewildered, because such heavy weaponry should only be possessed by their boss. Taking advantage of the thug's distraction, Xiao Li rushed to embrace Shui Shui, tears welling up as she asked if he was all right. The atmosphere was tense, the armed men pointing their guns and knives at the glowing door, preparing for a bloody confrontation. The fat chef revealed his cowardly nature, shrinking back and shouting orders for the armed thug to go check the situation. Despite the armed thug being scared out of his wits and hesitating, the fat chef urged him to quickly carry out this deadly command. Bang! As the armed thug cautiously approached, a giant green hand punched through the wooden door, instantly crushing his throat. The room door burst open after an extremely powerful impact, startling everyone inside. Realizing the deadly danger, the knife thug and the blue shirt thug frantically screamed a warning and fired their guns wildly. Gunshots rang out continuously, bullets embedding themselves densely into the unfortunate wooden door, creating countless fiery holes. Bullets whizzed through the cramped space, the henchmen firing and shouting warnings to each other in utter chaos. Crash! The door shattered completely, and Chen Chong, wearing a gas mask, charged in like a true bloodthirsty monster. His first target was the fat chef, who could only stare wide-eyed in horror as death charged straight towards him. Chen Chong's giant, sinewy hand brutally and decisively grabbed the chef's plump face. With overwhelming power, he flung the fat chef aside like an empty trash bag, to the helplessness of his henchmen. Chen Chong landed powerfully on all fours, his eyes behind the mask flashing with deadly intent as he swept across the entire room. Desperate screams and cries for help echoed outside the building, signaling a bloody night for the thugs. Chen Chong stood tall like a god of death amidst the pile of thugs' corpses, including the fat chef and his accomplices, whom he had just cleaned up, making the survivors cower in fear. His cold gaze behind the gas mask swept across the room, leaving the crowd utterly bewildered, wondering if this monster was a zombie or a demon. Jiang Xiaoyong entered with a triumphant smile, praising his subordinate's overwhelming speed despite still wearing shackles and a mask that limited his power. Chen Chong admired his glowing, sinewy hand, and then spoke in a deep, self-satisfied voice that he looked even cooler like this. All the survivors were thunderstruck, their faces drained of color, as they discovered that the zombie before them could speak human language fluently. Jiang Xiaoyong casually walked past the crowd, pressed against the wall, his relaxed demeanor a stark contrast to Chen Chong's terrifying, towering presence behind him. Xiao Li clutched her young son tightly, her entire body trembling uncontrollably from the terrifying pressure she had just experienced. Jiang Xiaoyong gently reassured the mother and son not to be afraid, as the giant would not attack his own people, while Chen Chong also gave an awkward wave. Little Shuai Shuai, tears streaming down his face, looked up, muttering in admiration mixed with fear, calling him a super monster who killed without batting an eye. Jiang Xiaoyong paused for a moment, a look of amused surprise on his face as he heard the naive yet incredibly accurate remark from a child's mouth. Jiang Xiaoyong sat down opposite the mother and son, his sharp eyes probing, asking Xiao Li if she had ever encountered a monster with a similar aura to his subordinate. Xiao Li, her face pale, trembled as she confirmed seeing one at the East Decorative Materials Market, immediately drawing Jiang Xiaoyong's intense attention. He frowned in thought, surprised that the monster's evolution timeline had been accelerated by a whole month, and it was even near the familiar Old Tea City area. Chen Chong hesitated, asking about himself, but Jiang Xiaoyong merely smirked meaningfully, calling him a rare variant among tens of thousands of undead. He began to lecture about this species, asserting that they possessed superior intelligence and memories, making them more effective hunters than ordinary zombies, but the price was uncontrollable madness. Hearing about the prospect of losing control, Chen Chong broke out in a cold sweat behind his gas mask, his voice trembling with fear for his own fate. Jiang Xiaoyong patted his subordinate's shoulder, confidently stating that he was the lucky one chosen and promising to keep his mind clear to serve him. Turning to the crowd, Jiang Xiaoyong inquired about other survivors in the villa area and received intelligence about a group of people trapped in the business office and basement. Without a moment's hesitation, he led the entire group straight down the dark staircase to investigate, Chen Chong lumbering closely behind as protection. A piercing creak echoed from the slightly ajar door, revealing a gloomy, silent scene and a dark pool of blood on the floor, signaling ill omens. Jiang Xiaoyong and the survivors were stunned as they witnessed a living hell with piles of corpses right before their eyes. He gritted his teeth, realizing that these beasts didn't capture people to rule them, but to slaughter and process them like livestock in a slaughterhouse. The entire room, reeking of death, was the cruel answer to why no other refugee camps existed in this southern region. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to question the man beside him with sharp eyes, wondering how they could consume such a massive amount of meat. Looking at the mountain of bodies, he shivered, deducing that these creatures were using human flesh to fatten and nourish the zombies outside. Wasting no time, he immediately questioned the survivor about the specific location of the central business office he had just mentioned. The man tremblingly reported that it was a transfer station holding victims 1 kilometer away, where the weak were humiliated and killed. The familiar announcement rang out. The system activated the Utopia reconstruction mission, requiring community expansion for extremely generous bonus points. Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong immediately approached the target, where 2 guards were casually chatting about the game of shooting living people as targets. A dark figure landed with a thud right in front of them, scaring the guards out of their wits, making them scream, thinking zombies were attacking the base. In the dark holding room, a group of scantily clad female victims huddled together, trembling as they awaited their next tragic fate. A strange noise outside startled them all, horror evident on their gaunt faces as they thought the jailers had returned. A girl screamed in despair, clutching her head, begging her companions to let those beasts do whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't come inside. Click! The doorknob turned, signaling someone was about to enter, making the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. The girl was utterly panicked, sweating profusely, continuously screaming, "Don't come in." The door burst open, and Jiang Xiaoyong appeared with glowing blue eyes, his cold aura overwhelming all fear in the room. He calmly ordered, "Everyone, come out." The victims were bewildered, not understanding what the hell was happening. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly led the group through the corridor, where the bodies of the jailers he had cleaned up lay scattered on the floor. A girl timidly asked again about a safe haven, and he decisively confirmed, yes. However, his gaze sharpened as he laid down the prerequisite rule of the new world. But everyone must work. The survivors clamored to affirm they still had the strength to work, swearing they would work like oxen and horses to follow their leader. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't want to waste time. He signaled for the entire group to immediately move and leave this place tonight. The armored bus roared away, leaving a long trail of smoke on the silent, deadly road. The entire group stopped before the gate of the fortified base, headlights shining on the towering, majestic city wall. On the watchtower, Kui Jing gleefully intended to open the gate to welcome them, but Zhang Qi immediately stopped her, seeing that the leader hadn't allowed the vehicle directly inside. Jiang Xiaoyong stood before his fortress but coldly declared that these new people could not yet enter the core area. He only designated the temporary camp area and outer iron fence for them to reside. Conditions not as good as inside, but still much safer than the outside world. Hearing the plan to renovate the surrounding area, the survivors shed tears of joy, kneeling down and honoring him as a savior. The brilliant sunlight shone down on the ground, signaling a new day beginning in the wasteland. The gate of the Bikushan Villa area opened, welcoming a convoy of trucks and cars loaded with coal and necessities inside. The truck horns blared loudly outside, but the only reply was a terrifying, deadly silence. The fishnet woman sitting in the car began to lose patience. She clicked her tongue in annoyance and wondered why Zhang Qingwen still hadn't made a move. Her eyes sharpened with suspicion. Her intuition told her something bad was happening, so she couldn't sit still any longer. The room door was violently kicked open. The fishnet woman and the bearded partner boldly walked in to check the situation. Her ruby-colored eyes narrowed, coldly scanning the dark space to assess the danger before her. No one came to greet them. Only the fat zombie in a white suit, Li Shuxiong, and his zombie minions, stood dazedly in a pool of blood. Sensing the scent of living people, the monster that was once Li Shuxiong growled, his white eyes rolling wildly with hunger. It let out a savage roar, then led the horde of zombies charging straight towards the delicious prey who had just led themselves to their doom. Facing the approaching death, the fishnet woman maintained a terrifyingly calm expression, lightly swinging her arm up with arrogance. Shimmering blue sword energy sliced through the air, chopping Li Shuxiong and his minions into smithereens in the blink of an eye. His hand gripped the sharp dagger tightly, standing tall amidst the pile of corpses that had just been mercilessly slaughtered. The bearded partner turned to ask Big Sister for her opinion on handling the reserved meat after Zhang Qingwen was officially gone. The fishnet woman coldly asserted that she would take over everything herself and was ready to send anyone who dared to object to meet their ancestors. Her face hardened with murderous intent. She uttered a final, blood-soaked statement. "I will kill them all." Both stepped out to the villa hall, standing boldly amidst the battlefield littered with the corpses of the unfortunate henchmen. The minion reported to Sister Shin that every last living person had been wiped out and asked for further instructions regarding the goods. Sister Shin glared and ordered the bearded partner to bring the truck immediately to load up all that valuable meat. The roaring engine sound echoed as the heavy truck backed into the yard, preparing for the rapid resource scavenging operation. While the minions strenuously carried heavy black sacks onto the truck, Sister Jin stood supervising with her arms crossed, a calculating expression on her face. Suddenly, her sixth sense vibrated intensely, and her razor-sharp gaze darted towards the direction of strange movement. Sister Shin bent down to scrutinize the tire tracks imprinted on the asphalt, while the bearded partner stood behind her, curiously asking if Big Sister had found any interesting clues. She squatted down provocatively, smirking with excitement, wanting to know who possessed the superior driving skills to catch her eye. Scene shifts back to the base. Jiang Xiaoyong sat casually on a chair, frowning in thought about how to raise the community rating points by increasing the population. From the watchtower, looking down at his domain, he silently thanked the foolish rich man from back then, who had left him a vast piece of land to plan as he pleased. While relaxing, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly remembered something extremely important, his eyes flashing with ambition as he thought about that rare species. The iron gate of the refugee camp area opened, and Jiang Xiaoyong led the team inside with the demeanor of a true boss, making everyone look up to him. As soon as their benefactor appeared, the kneeling survivor and the informant woman beside him gleefully cheered as if they'd struck gold. "Benefactor, you've arrived." The man was so moved that he was about to rush forward and kneel in gratitude, but Jiang Xiaoyong quickly caught him and told him to drop those cumbersome rituals immediately. He got straight to the point, turning to ask the informant woman about the exact location where she had seen that super monster, to prepare for the hunt. The woman fearfully recalled the horrifying memory, stammering that they had encountered that monster at Huayuanfa Market near the interior decoration district. The woman tremblingly recounted the horrifying memory of the blue-skinned monster, massacring their entire group and pushing them into the hands of the beasts at Bikushan Villa. Jiang Xiaoyong mumbled the place name Huayuanfa, his eyes as sharp as a predator's, having just locked onto the position of plump prey. The survivors hastily tried to dissuade him, fearing their benefactor would lose his life. But Jiang Xiaoyong only sneered, asserting that supplies would never be enough for his ambition. He added another reason that sounded extremely convincing, that such a great danger could not be allowed to exist right next to the base, less than 2 kilometers away. The metal basin fell to the ground, creating a deafening clatter, reflecting the extreme fear of the faint-hearted ones upon hearing he intended to hunt. Even as the woman cried out, begging him not to go to his death, Jiang Xiaoyong maintained a calm demeanor and told her to rest assured and wait for good news. Jiang Xiaoyong turned and ordered Zhang Qi to immediately call their ace in the hole, Chen Chong, to prepare for a sortie and make mincemeat of that monster. The entire team stepped out of the building's main door with surging momentum, their shadows stretching long across the yard, signaling an impending massacre. In another development, a group of unfamiliar survivors had just arrived at the supermarket area, led by the Pan woman, who looked quite fierce and alluring. The Crowbar Man seemed pessimistic, fearing all the good stuff was gone, but the Pan woman still kept a cool head, hoping to salvage some remaining necessities. The group entered with an overly confident demeanor. The beige sweater man spared no praise for Wanwan and the team's daring in this chaotic world. The three ventured deep into the dark main hall, Wanwan in the middle with a prominent red axe on her back, ready to chop down anything in her way. Seeing the messy but still stocked shelves, they realized this place had been ransacked, but the previous looters were too careless, leaving some scraps behind. Instead of sneaking around, Wanwan took her frying pan and loudly banged it against the wall, creating a piercing clang to provoke the zombies into coming out. The entire team stood boldly in the hall, one person shouting loudly to lure the monsters out to their deaths, as if they were farming mobs in a game. Wanwan held her frying pan high, her sharp eyes focused intently as she ordered her teammates to listen for sounds around them. As expected, several hungry zombies began to stagger out from the darkness upon hearing the sounds of their prey. The zombies charged, but were met only with fatal blows, the thudding sounds of impact echoing as the group mercilessly slaughtered them. In the blink of an eye, the monsters lay sprawled on the floor. One of the men in the group sneered, finding the battle far easier than imagined. The beige sweater man gleefully declared that the main zombie horde must have been lured away by another group, and today they hit the jackpot by finding this treasure trove of a warehouse. Wanwan reminded the team to remain highly vigilant as they ventured deeper inside, unaware that a strange, dark shadow was silently trailing behind them. In the darkness, the zombie, with its blood-red eyes and jagged teeth, stared hungrily at the fresh, delicious prey that had just presented itself. The entire group gasped in delight upon seeing the fully stocked shelves. The beige sweater man likened it to an early new year, as these resources were enough for them to live comfortably for several years. Wanwan excitedly pointed forward, her eyes shining brightly as if she had just discovered a treasure trove in this desolate world. She cheered with joy upon discovering a soft, comfortable mattress, a rare luxury in the apocalypse. Without a second thought, Wanwan threw herself onto the mattress, boldly declaring that she would set up camp right here, regardless of anything else. While her teammates were celebrating and discussing settling down, the crowbar man invited the beige sweater man outside for a cigarette to enjoy a moment of peace. The lighter clicked crisply, and a small flame flared, illuminating the man's pensive face in the silent night. Standing by the railing, looking down at the hall, the beige sweater man hesitantly asked his senior if they were truly going to establish this location as their base. The crowbar man took a drag from his cigarette, then poured cold water on the idea, analyzing that this place had too many entrances, making it hard to defend, and its abundant resources would surely attract others to loot it. The crowbar man was halfway through his cigarette, his eyes thoughtful as he mentioned the suspicious two-story building ahead, when he suddenly froze. The beige sweater man, standing opposite him, turned pale, sweat pouring down his face, his mouth agape in horror as he saw something behind his senior. A blue variant slowly emerged from the darkness, baring its jagged teeth and cackling, praising how fresh the meat was today, freezing both men in their tracks. The beige sweater man ran for his life, screaming desperately for help, while the crowbar man was already caught by the monster from behind. Inside the base, Wanwan and her subordinates were packing up when they flinched, spinning around as they heard desperate screams echoing in. The beige sweater man hadn't run far when he suddenly stopped, his chest pierced from behind by a series of dark, sharp spikes, blood gushing out. The monster let out a savage roar, using its terrifying strength to tear the beige sweater man's body in half, as if it were a piece of scrap paper. Wanwan turned pale, witnessing the bloody scene. She yelled, ordering the entire group to retreat immediately to save their lives. The entire group ran for their lives, but the monster shot after them like an arrow, its grotesque laughter echoing through the corridor, declaring that no one would escape. Its speed was too great. Before Wanwan could escape, the monster's long arm pierced through her from behind, making her scream in pain. Wanwan and her teammate ran for their lives, their screams of, "No, I don't want to die," echoing through the dark corridor. The shadow of death pursued closely, making the man's eyes widen in horror, sweat pouring down him like rain from fear. Leaving her teammate behind, Wanwan shot like an arrow towards the light, where the escape door stood wide open. Her face relaxed in delight, and she loudly shouted that they were almost at a safe exit. Thud. Life was not a dream. She tripped and fell face first onto the floor just as she thought she had escaped danger. Wanwan looked up, her face drenched in tears, despair washing over her again as she realized she had reached a dead end. She gasped, letting out a piercing scream as she saw the formidable obstacle standing before her. Chen Chong slowly appeared, wearing a gas mask, and eerily mimicked, "Wah, I don't want to die." Wanwan was stunned, not understanding what was happening as the large monster stood still as a statue. A calm voice suddenly said, "Don't be afraid," making her jump in surprise, looking up blankly. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped out, full of presence, along with Jiang Qi, leaving Wanwan dumbfounded as she recognized the familiar face. He smirked meaningfully, asking her about the wealthy client who had bought the house years ago. Jiang Xiaoyong proactively extended his hand to greet her, recognizing her as the real estate agent he had once met. His superhuman memory allowed him to correctly call her Ning Wanwan, recalling her image in her office attire when closing the deal. Wanwan clutched her head and shrieked in fear of the monster, but Jiang Xiaoyong calmly reassured her that everything was under control. She broke out in a cold sweat, her face blank, unable to process this bizarre situation. Wanwan's pupils dilated to their maximum as she witnessed an unbelievable sight right before her eyes. The blue variant blocked the attack, then arrogantly taunted its opponent for daring to claim all the glory alone. Jiang Xiaoyong contacted Chen Chong via his earpiece, asking if his subordinate could handle it, and Chen Chong confidently accepted the challenge immediately. Chen Chong plunged down like a cannonball, determined to fight the blue variant, which was free-falling in midair, to the death. The blue variant landed in a predatory stance, its long tongue flicking out to lick its lips, showing delight at encountering one of its own kind for the first time. Without further ado, it launched itself into the air like an arrow, its sharp claws extended, charging straight at Chen Chong, who stood on the ground, radiating immense killing intent. The missed pounce created a powerful shockwave that cracked the ground, but Chen Chong had swiftly retreated, narrowly dodging the attack with incredibly sharp reflexes. The monster laughed savagely, its greedy eyes clearly revealing its ambition to devour its own kind to accelerate its evolution manifold. In response to the provocation, an armored fist tore through the air, striking the blue variant, whose eyes widened in astonishment, unable to react in time. Chen Chong gave his opponent no chance to breathe. He unleashed a thunderous blow that sent the monster flying, completely disrupting its balance. The blue variant slowly crawled out of the rubble, still stubbornly praising its opponent for having some fighting skill, despite just taking a painful hit. Before it could finish speaking, a hammer-like kick from Chen Chong descended directly onto the enemy's head, silencing all its bluster. The 1,000-pound kick created a shocking explosion, thick smoke and dust engulfing Chen Chong's imposing figure after his destructive strike. Chen Chong stood silently after the attack, his eyes behind the gas mask gleaming with deadly coldness, utterly despising his noisy enemy. From the dark ceiling, the blue variant suddenly swooped down like a ghost, its sharp claws aimed at ambushing its prey below. It roared excitedly, boasting that the power accumulated from its bloody hunts all this time finally had a chance to be put to use. Chen Chong's eyes behind his mask widened, his pupils contracting with intense focus to catch the enemy's super-fast movements. The monster closed in face-to-face with a savage grin, intending to use terrifying pressure to crush its opponent's spirit in an instant. The wind-tearing claw trails formed a relentless barrage of attacks, shredding the surrounding space to force Chen Chong into a death trap. Jiang Qi broke out in a cold sweat, worried for his disadvantaged teammate, but Jiang Xiaoyang coldly assessed that this monster was indeed a menace that needed to be eliminated quickly. Without further ado, Jiang Xiaoyang summoned an AK rifle from thin air with a digital effect, leaving Wan Wan, who stood behind him, utterly dumbfounded. He raised the gun, aiming precisely, and smirked as he gave Chen Chong a condition. Just hold it for 1 second, and he wouldn't be laughed at anymore. Hearing his master's command, Chen Chong immediately used his brute strength to lock the blue variant's arms, making it scream in helplessness and rage. Bang! The gun barrel spat fire. A bullet carrying a death sentence flew straight into the fixed target, ending the arrogant one's performance. The bullet, imbued with destructive power, pierced the blue variant's skull, creating a horrifying hole right in the middle of its forehead. The blue variant's hulking body crashed onto the cold floor like a sandbag with a broken string after the fatal blow. A dull thud echoed as its giant foot hit the ground, signaling that the monster had been knocked out. But this monster refused to die. Blood oozed from the hole in its head while its mouth still spewed insane threats and maniacal laughter. Jiang Qi's face turned pale, sweat pouring off him as he witnessed this absurd sight, and he cried out in extreme panic. Jiang Xiaoyang didn't bother with nonsense, coldly pulling the trigger and emptying an entire magazine into the enemy to teach it a lesson in eternal silence. The blue variant's body twitched with every bullet that tore into it, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, but its grotesque smile hadn't quite faded. After the hail of bullets, the corpse, riddled like a honeycomb, finally lay motionless, prompting Jiang Qi and Wan Wan's group to cautiously approach and inspect it. Jiang Xiaoyang turned and ordered Chen Chong to try devouring the corpse to see if he could absorb any power from it to evolve. The system panel unexpectedly displayed a notification about community points gained for clearing a threat, making Jiang Xiaoyang quite pleased with the unexpected reward. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Jiang Xiaoyang declared he would loot the entire supermarket clean, leaving the group dumbfounded and unsure what was happening. He raised his hand, activating his spatial ring, creating a vortex that sucked all items into storage, leaving Jiang Qi and Kuijing agape in astonishment at the overpowering magic. After the looting, Jiang Xiaoyang glanced at the corpse lying sprawled in the distance, deciding to thoroughly deal with this potential threat before it could transform and cause trouble. He looked up at the night sky and called out to Chen Chong, his tone casual, as if asking if his favorite subordinate had eaten his fill. The scene shifted to a deserted road nearby, where a blue car suddenly screeched to a halt, observing its target from a distance with dark intentions. The bearded partner in the passenger seat held binoculars, scrutinizing the situation, while Sister Shin sat in the back, arms crossed, awaiting his report with a sharp expression. Through the binoculars, the bearded partner spotted Kuijing standing on the building's balcony, enjoying the breeze in revealing attire. He continued to scan the courtyard area, meticulously observing the activities of the survivors and assessing the scale of the enemy's camp. The bearded partner lowered his binoculars with a sneer, judging that this group was numerous but only carried obsolete firearms, with merely solid defenses. Sister Shin leaned forward, sharply analyzing the situation, concluding that the former owners of this area died from being ambushed and caught in zombie traps. The aggressive bearded partner wanted to pounce on them immediately, but Sister Shin coldly dismissed it, deciding to retreat to gather more weapons and subordinates for the next battle. The blue car immediately performed a tire-burning drift, then sped away, leaving a decisive trail of thick dust and smoke behind. In another car, Foreman Lee was enthusiastically boasting about soft mattresses and hot water, making Cui Jing thrilled to the core, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. Jiang Xiaoyang was focused on driving when his eyes suddenly turned sharp, his keen senses signaling serious trouble ahead. He shouted a warning about enemies ahead, making Cui Jing and Foreman Lee jump in fright, their smiles immediately vanishing. Without hesitation, Foreman Lee racked the bolt of his AK with a fierce killing intent, switching to a state of readiness to fiercely protect his master. The two cars sped past each other on the deserted road at dizzying speed. A fated moment, as the two opposing factions inadvertently met. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced at the opposing car, his cold gaze like a blade scrutinizing his opponent's very soul in an instant. Sister Xin was no pushover either, throwing back a calculating and arrogant look through the car window, marking a greeting reeking of gunpowder. Jiang Xiaoyong was focused on driving when the system suddenly displayed a mission notification, Nemesis of Evildoers, requiring him to resist an invasion. With a reward of 50 points, he frowned, piecing together the events, suspecting that the group led by Fishnet Woman, who had just passed by, was the dangerous target the system was warning him about. The car sped towards the base and screeched to a halt in the silent warehouse yard, marking the safe return of the entire group. Watchtowers stood tall against the blue sky, where guards were intently observing every movement around the defensive perimeter. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Jiang Xiaoyong pressed Shanshan, who was on crossbow guard duty, asking if any strangers had been loitering nearby. Shanshan pointed into the distance, reporting that a strange car had passed by but hadn't stopped, making her think it was his group returning. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong ordered the girl to immediately call Shengbo and Old Li to gather all the men to announce important news. The scene shifted to the desolate, dusty, and deathly south outskirts coal plant. An old walkie-talkie in someone's hand suddenly crackled, picking up a broadcast signal in the dead zone. A group of survivors, equipped with crude weapons, walked along, listening intently to an announcement, recruiting people to establish a base at the coal plant due to a manpower shortage. The beige sweater man and his companions were anxiously searching for a path through the desolate Rocky Mountains, muttering to themselves to pinpoint the base's location. A car suddenly sped up and then braked sharply, making the group overjoyed, waving frantically as if they had found a savior in the desert. The tires screeched loudly against the road as the car stopped right in front of the survivors. The door swung open, and Fishnet Woman stepped out with a deadly charming aura, asking to confirm if this group had come after hearing the recruitment news. The beige sweater man froze for 5 seconds, gulping hard as his eyes landed on the female leader's oversized round chest. Fishnet Woman strode forward confidently, each step exuding a seductive charm that made the young men unable to tear their eyes away. She provocatively placed her hand on the beige sweater man's chest, inviting him closer, making him groan with pleasure and nod repeatedly, thanking her profusely as if he had been granted a great favor. Fishnet Woman ordered them to walk because the car was full, and the infatuated young men immediately agreed, without hesitation, eagerly following the hot woman. The group slowly filed into the giant rolling door of the warehouse, completely unaware that they were willingly stepping into a trap. Entering the vast space inside, the survivors gasped in astonishment, excitedly thinking they had found a safe haven in the apocalypse. The beige sweater man scratched his head, asking permission to go outside to relieve himself, fearing he would dirty the leader's floor, but in reality, he was just embarrassed. Fishnet Woman flashed a deadly smile, immediately cutting him off and inviting him to use the restroom inside, making the young man eagerly nod in agreement. The sound of trickling water echoed in the cramped space as he began to relieve himself into the urinal. The young man's face revealed a lewd expression with a smirk, his dark mind beginning to imagine all sorts of intimate scenarios with the hot woman. Fishnet Woman stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall, her sharp eyes scrutinizing every movement of her prey, with the demeanor of a queen holding power over life and death. He pulled up his pants and turned around, overly confident, boasting about his masculinity and inviting the woman not to be shy and to come join him for some fun. A dry crack echoed, cutting off his flirtation, and the young man's eyes widened, his throat constricting as he realized he had made a fatal mistake. Fishnet Woman struck like lightning, her eyes cold and emotionless as she sent the deluded man to his grave. Thud. His entire body collapsed onto the cold tiled floor right beneath the female killer's heel, ending his spring dream with a one-way ticket to hell. Fishnet Woman clicked her tongue in disappointment, looking at the corpse at her feet, uttering words of disdain because she thought she had found a good catch, but it was just weak trash. A minion ran over, excitedly reporting the mission complete, and Fishnet Woman coldly ordered him to drag the corpse out of the restroom and dispose of it neatly. Stepping over the scattered bodies on the floor, she calmly ordered number 2 and number 3 to be called in to prepare for the next exciting act. At the base, all core members and survivors gathered around a large table to discuss tactics to deal with the new situation. Old Li, sweating, asked about the mysterious enemy, and Jiang Xiaoyong sternly warned everyone to be prepared, as an attack could erupt at any moment. He assigned Zhang Qi and Chen Chong to go with him to clear the southeast building to relocate the evacuees, preventing them from becoming useless cannon fodder. Wanwan and Lao Tu refused to sit still. Both eagerly volunteered to follow and assist the boss in clearing out the monsters. The 2 delivery men in their bright yellow uniforms were no less eager, straining themselves and shouting loudly to contribute to the vanguard. Kui Jing raised her hand to join, while the little boy Shuai Shuai also playfully demanded to come along, but was scolded by his mother for being too meddlesome. The vixen Kui Jing broke out in a sweat, feeling that this fervent atmosphere was so stimulating that she genuinely wanted to rush into danger for once. Jiang Xiaoyong finalized the plan, assigning Shengbo and Old Li to stay and guard the base, while all the battle-hardened men would follow him to sortie. Jiang Xiaoyong, holding an AK, led the skilled fighters, including Wanwan, Chen Chong, and Zhang Qi, with an aura ready to flatten any obstacle. The entire team assembled in front of the tall building, completely covered by blue tarps, preparing to enter and clear out the remnants inside. The battle erupted. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly fired bullets into the zombie's mouth at close range, while Wanwan provided fierce cover from behind. A zombie wearing a hard hat charged to attack, causing the young man to panic completely, screaming in terror as death approached. After clearing out the trash, Jiang Xiaoyong stood amidst the corpses, sighing in relief as he confirmed the head count, satisfied that no one was injured. Observing the terrain from the window, he determined that the upcoming attack would be intense, so he decided to set up camp here for defense. Wanwan refused to be considered a mere decoration. She and Lao Tu adamantly declared that they could also wield guns and kill enemies fairly. Faced with his teammates' burning determination to contribute, Jiang Xiaoyong smirked and nodded, allowing them to join the main formation. He ordered them to clear the scene first, promised to equip them with pistols, and demanded that everyone strictly obey orders via walkie-talkie. At another location, Fishnet Woman stood directing her minions to quickly load all the cargo and fuel onto the truck for a quiet retreat. Fishnet Woman looked back at her minions with sharp eyes, inquiring about the situation in the voice of a true boss. Just as the blonde minion opened his mouth, the cannibal giant next to him roared, demanding human flesh with a crazed, hungry expression. Fishnet Woman cursed bitterly, announcing that the Bikuishan gang had been wiped out and that from now on, they would have to fend for themselves to find food. Hearing the news of the lost human meat supply, the cannibal giant's eyes bulged as he roared and thrashed like an overgrown child throwing a tantrum from starvation. Fishnet Woman's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She decided that tomorrow morning, she would lead number 2 and the Horde to flatten the people in the eastern suburbs in retaliation. At the base, Jiang Xiaoyong looked up at the tranquil night sky, calculated his accumulated points, and decided to check the hot items in the system. He swiped his finger across the virtual screen, his eyes gleaming as he saw the refreshed inventory with fancy level 2 supply chests. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked, quickly calculating, and decided to go all out, spending 40 points to acquire 2 of the highest level item chests. A burst of energy enveloped his body as he unlocked the overload skill, which temporarily boosted his physical strength stats. He chuckled smugly, realizing that with an additional 25% strength, his muscle stats would exceed 40 points, meaning he would be 8 times stronger than an ordinary person, a truly formidable number. Jiang Xiaoyong clenched his fists excitedly, feeling the surge of power within his body and eager to test out his new skill immediately. The roaring sound of engines filled the sky, accompanied by swirling dust, signaling the start of a large-scale military operation. The enemy's motorized convoy aggressively set off, with 2 armored trucks leading the way and thugs on motorcycles escorting them on both flanks. The bearded partner drove while asking for instructions, and Fishnet Woman coldly ordered him to ram straight into the refugees outside, to clear a bloody path for the massacre. The vicious woman clearly outlined the strategy. Once number 2 breached the gate, they would all hide behind the armored trucks to unleash suppressing fire. The cannibal giant in the back was utterly ecstatic, continuously roaring for slaughter and meat to fill his rumbling stomach. The convoy sped away, leaving long trails of dust on the road heading straight for Jiang Xiaoyong's base. At the base, the fortified building still stood tall under the peaceful blue sky, unaware of the death storm approaching. On the balcony, old Li worriedly pointed out the deadly blind spots of their position, but Jiang Xiaoyong calmly said there was no need to worry about visibility. Seeing old Li's extremely bewildered expression when asking about the true purpose, Jiang Xiaoyong merely smirked meaningfully and confidently. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked, probing about the security guard's past few years as a sniper to test his combat capabilities. Old Li scratched his head, clarifying that he was only a substitute soldier for a few months, but Jiang Xiaoyong pressed on about accuracy at 100 or 200 meters. The old guard confidently thumped his chest, asserting that if the wind wasn't too strong, targets within 500 meters could still be hit with perfect accuracy. Jiang Xiaoyong contentedly cut short the bragging when he heard his subordinate announce that the hot goods had arrived just in time. Jiang Qi panted as he carried the heavy wooden crate in front of the 2, muttering curses about its unusual weight. All 3 huddled around the mysterious wooden crate, the atmosphere tense as if preparing to open a mythical-grade treasure chest in the apocalypse. Their eyes wide and mouths agape, everyone was stunned to see the monstrous Barrett M82 nestled in the straw lining, exuding a chilling aura. Old Li broke out in a cold sweat, asking about the origin of the contraband, but Jiang Xiaoyong merely handed over the rifle coldly, meticulously instructing him about the meager 10 rounds of ammunition. Holding the heavy sniper rifle in his hands, Old Li was both trembling and excited, racking around with a clack to get used to the weight of death. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to confirm the combat status with Jiang Qi, ordering all troops to take their positions, ready to face the approaching enemy. Shan Shan stood on the watchtower, squinting as she spotted an unusual target, immediately pressing her earpiece to report the situation to the command center. Old Li peered into the scope of the monstrous Barrett, confirming the enemy was charging, and yelled to alert all troops to prepare for battle. Inside the lead vehicle, the minion in the passenger seat broke out in a cold sweat, seeing the unusual absence of refugees, and suggested stopping to scout. Sister Shin lunged from the back seat, grabbing the chair, and loudly ordered them to ram straight through, saying that since they had already committed, stopping now would only make them targets. The roar of engines tore through the air as the entire convoy furiously revved their engines, charging towards the main gate, disregarding all risks to breach the base. Shanshan's eyes blazed with killing intent as she yelled into the comms, ordering all defensive posts to open fire simultaneously the moment the enemy entered their sights. In the defensive corridor, Foreman Li, along with the security team and Mustache Dad, simultaneously pulled their triggers, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets upon the enemy. Blinding sparks flew as bullets tore up the asphalt and slammed thud-thud into the armored vehicles of Sister Shin's faction. The minion in the passenger seat hadn't even recovered when a bullet pierced through the car door, embedding itself directly in his chest, splattering fresh blood all over the cockpit. The lead vehicle skidded, tires burning, performing a spectacular drift to evade the dense barrage of bullets pouring down like a waterfall, desperately trying to find a path to survival. Boom! A tire was shot off into the air as the lead vehicle violently swayed under the overwhelming firepower from the defenders. Sister Shin gritted her teeth, breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that her secret movements had been completely exposed before she could even get close. Amidst the dense hail of bullets like a net of death, the minions screamed in panic, then recklessly revved their engines, driving their vehicles close to the wall to find a blind spot from the gunfire. Screech. The ear-piercing sound of burning tires echoed as the entire convoy performed a spectacular drift to evade the rain of bullets pouring down from above like a waterfall. Thump. A pair of heavy military boots stomped hard onto the asphalt, creating a shockwave that sent dust flying, signaling that the final boss had entered the fray. Number 2 appeared like a bloodthirsty monster, wielding a giant concrete cutter and roaring maniacally for slaughter. The roar of the cutter's engine echoed to the heavens, its blade spinning wildly, sparking as the giant furiously charged straight towards the main gate, like a living tank. Shanshan stood on the balcony, looking down in horror, as she saw the madman intending to use his brute strength and machinery to smash through the defensive gate. The young woman immediately regained her composure, yelling loudly to order Old Song and everyone to concentrate their firepower and blast the destructive giant below. Seizing the opportunity, Sister Shin and her minions, hidden behind the vehicles, returned fire furiously to support their heavy weapons in breaching the target. Shanshan and her teammates were pinned down in a death trap by enemy fire, bullets tearing apart the railing, causing her to let out a terrified scream. Zhang Qi glared, yelling at his teammate as he saw the fat guy overwhelmed by enemy fire, fresh blood splattering, signaling an extremely critical situation. Zhang Qi dragged Manager Zhu to cover while gritting his teeth, assessing the situation, realizing that the enemy's submachine gun fire was just as intense as their own. Moustache Dad gripped his pistol tightly, veins bulging in his neck as he yelled to reassure his comrades to hold their positions, as they still had plenty of ammunition for an all-out fight. Old Song and the gamer student turned pale as they saw sparks flying furiously from the main gate, realizing that their defenses were about to be breached and the situation would turn disadvantageous. In the thick of the crisis, Jiang Xiaoyong remained perfectly calm, his blue eyes glowing, as he calmly announced over the comms that he had a plan to outclass the opponent. The side door swung open, and Jiang Xiaoyong stepped out with a relaxed yet murderous demeanor, preparing to personally enter the battle and clear the battlefield. He activated terrifying speed, darting away like an arrow tearing through the wind, leaving faint afterimages against the blue sky. The minion frantically reported that the ammunition depot was half empty, making Sister Shin anxious. She turned and yelled, urging Number 2 to work faster. Number 2 gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his neck as he poured all his strength into the saw blade, growling maniacally, knowing he was about to break through the final obstacle. The sturdy iron gate couldn't withstand the heat, exploding open to create a gaping entrance for death to step through. Shanshan screamed, ordering everyone to concentrate their firepower and seal the breached opening to prevent the enemy from pouring in. Sister Shin flashed a cruel, arrogant smile, challenging the rookies to taste the horror of a true evolver. The cunning woman ordered her minions to hide behind the giant Number 2, turning him into a mobile meat shield for a safe advance. Number 2 used his massive hands to grip the edge of the gate, his muscles bulging as he tore open the passage like paper, terrifying everyone. Jiang Xiaoyong stood high above, observing the battle, coldly ordering Li Hongli via phone to prepare to open fire on his signal. Old Li lay prone on the floor, adjusting the barrel of the heavy Barrett, aiming straight at the largest moving target below. Through the scope of death, the giant's massive and hideous head was perfectly centered in the crosshairs of doom. Number 2 let out a savage roar like a wild beast, completely unaware that he had been locked onto by the hunter, ready to be sent to the afterlife. Grandpa Sheng and the other survivors were pale as ghosts, trembling as they wondered if that monster was still human. Old Song and Mustache Dad fired wildly, but the giant Number 2 still lumbered forward like a meat tank, shielding his comrades behind him. The monster bared his teeth in an arrogant grin, ignoring the bullets sparking off his chest as if they were mere scratches, completely disregarding their side's ordinary firepower. Horrifyingly, the bullets that had just embedded in his flesh were pushed back out by his muscles, and the wounds automatically closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Old Song broke out in a cold sweat as he realized the brutal truth, yelling desperately to warn his comrades. Can that guy regenerate? Sister Shin, hidden behind the giant, sneered contemptuously. Humph. Speechless now, are we? Is this the first time you country bumpkins have seen an evolver, haha? Old Lee kept a cool head through the scope, muttering an analysis of the target's regeneration ability, then coldly pulled the trigger. Taste this. Bang. The Barrett's muzzle spat out a terrifying blast of firepower, the armor-piercing bullet tearing through the air with destructive force. The large-caliber bullet slammed directly into the target with a gruesome tearing sound, piercing through the thick layers of muscle that ordinary guns were powerless against. Number 2's colossal body crashed thud onto the concrete floor, fresh blood splattering, ending the life of an evolver in a single instant. The bearded partner and Sister Shin stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed as their strongest meat shield was obliterated, screaming in panic. What the hell? How is that possible? Sister Shin broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe her eyes at the enemy's heavy firepower. How can these guys possess weapons of that caliber? Jiang Xiaoyong stood high above, coldly unleashing a barrage of bullets downwards, the sharp crack of gunfire signaling that death had come to visit. The minions were utterly panicked by the ambush from behind, screams echoing everywhere amidst the gunfire. There are enemies behind us. We're surrounded. Fishnet woman gritted her teeth, yelling bitterly at the deadly tactical error. Damn it, we underestimated their strength too much. With no retreat, the Fishnet woman shouted, ordering her minions to return fire in desperation while fleeing. Retreat. Get back to the car, quickly. While fleeing, Fishnet woman's sharp gaze froze, her pupils contracting as she recognized the familiar figure of the person firing. Jiang Xiaoyong stood tall with an AK in his hand, his glowing blue eyes filled with killing intent, making her recall. He's the guy who was in the car back then. A minion, bewildered and not understanding what was happening, was suddenly grabbed tightly by the shoulder from behind, making him jump in fright. Utterly ruthless, Fishnet woman yanked her subordinate out to use him as a human shield, letting him take the full volley of incoming bullets, ignoring his pained groans as fresh blood splattered. Jiang Xiaoyong frowned in surprise at her cunning and extremely fast reflexes. He thought to himself, this woman reacts quickly. Is she an evolver too? Fishnet woman displayed an evolver's reflexes, performing a fierce somersault to dodge the bullets, leaving the unlucky minion behind to take the full damage and fall flat on his face. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped over the enemy's corpse with the demeanor of a king, his icy gaze looking down while the barrel of his AK was still hot. Seeing the situation collapse, the fishnet woman ran for her life towards the waiting car, even as Jiang Xiaoyong continuously fired in pursuit. From a vantage point, Old Li squinted, locking his target in the scope of the deadly Barrett, muttering with killing intent, trying to run. The crosshairs were fixed on the enemy's back. Old Li growled, delivering his verdict. Ask if the Barrett in my hand agrees first. Bang! The piercing bullet tore through the air and slammed straight into fishnet woman's thigh, making her scream tragically, her face contorted with pain and terror. The powerful shot made her fall heavily to the ground right next to the car door, fresh blood splattering and staining the concrete road red. Old Li clicked his tongue in regret, seeing his prey still writhing because the shot hadn't hit a vital spot. Tsk, missed. Fishnet woman scrambled into the car, grabbed the bearded partner's shirt, and screamed in utter panic. Drive! Get me out of here, now! The car roared and sped away, leaving a cloud of dust, abandoning the hail of bullets tearing up the road behind them, to the helplessness of our side. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked arrogantly as the system reported the mission complete, reassuring the crowd, who feared the enemy's return, with the demeanor of a superior in control. He immediately activated a new pursuit mission with a reward of 50 points, coolly declaring that he had precisely located the den of those cannibals. Shan, and everyone cheered excitedly, savoring the sweet taste of victory after repelling the enemy's attack. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately established order, ordering the wounded to be treated and the enemy corpses to be sent to cold storage as food for his pet, Chen Chong. He continued to instruct his minions to pick up the survivors hiding in the abandoned building and bring them back to the base, as this area was temporarily safe under his protection. Seeing his accumulated points soar to 76 after just one battle, Jiang Xiaoyong showed his satisfaction and announced that he would throw a celebration party tonight. At the enemy's lair, the car carrying the defeated remnants screeched to a halt in front of the warehouse door, under the tense anticipation of the henchmen. Fishnet woman was helped out of the car by two minions, looking miserable, one leg shattered by a bullet and bandaged short, making her unable to walk on her own. The blonde minion's jaw dropped in horror, unable to believe his eyes as he saw their powerful female boss return in such a crippled state. Fishnet woman gritted her teeth, drenched in sweat from pain and humiliation, admitting that she had underestimated the enemy too much, as they possessed heavy firepower. Fishnet woman furiously screamed at her minions, urging them to quickly drag out the prisoners so she could vent her anger on someone else. In response to her rage was a terrifying silence. The bearded partner stood still, looking at her with a contemptuous and calculating gaze. Despite her bleeding, stumped leg, the woman still tried to assert her authority, pointing and cursing her subordinate as useless trash not worth a dime. He smirked maliciously, openly defying her and mocking her for still daring to lecture him despite being so miserably crippled. Fishnet woman was stunned, cold sweat pouring down as she realized the insolent attitude and rebellious ambition clearly visible on the face of her former trusted minion. In a panic, she turned and ordered the other minions to immediately subdue this traitor, but no one moved. All the henchmen stood motionless like cold stone statues, completely ignoring the former leader's command. The bearded partner stepped forward, holding an iron bar, boldly declaring that number 2 was dead. She was crippled, and now he was the strongest, holding the power of life and death. He turned to incite the crowd, loudly asking if all the brothers had endured enough of this woman's arrogance. Fishnet woman was utterly horrified as she saw her minions slowly approaching with overwhelming killing intent. Her weak threats now sounded no different than a dog barking at ghosts. Fishnet woman, her time over, was surrounded by her former subordinates, only able to raise her hands and plead desperately, in utter despair. The bearded partner laughed maniacally, raising the iron bar high, preparing to send the former leader to her demise. All the minions rushed in, mercilessly ganging up on her, the sound of clubs hitting flesh and bone echoing violently. Fishnet woman shrieked in pain as continuous, heavy blows rained down on her battered body, which could no longer resist. She lay flattened on the ground, her face bruised and battered, her breath shallow, officially logging out of this brutal survival game. After finishing the deed, the bearded partner calmly wiped his bloody hands when a minion accidentally called him Third Master. He grabbed the minion by the collar, glaring and shouting angrily because the title was unworthy of his current supreme position. The minion was scared out of his wits, quickly knelt down, kowtowed an apology, and changed his tone, calling him Big Brother, to save his life. Although he had seized power, he started sweating profusely as he realized his faction had lost all its main forces, fearing an encounter with that monster. Haunted by the tentacled man, he decided to abandon his possessions and flee, leading his minions to join the Western Ridge faction instead of staying to die. Jiang Xiaoyong's group's car drove deep into the desolate industrial zone, the engine noise breaking the suspicious silence of the enemy's lair. Jiang Xiaoyong led the team's infiltration. Jiang Qi observed the surroundings and had to admit that the terrain here was indeed a solid fortress. All three moved stealthily close to the building's wall, Jiang Xiaoyong signaling for absolute silence to avoid alerting anyone remaining. Seeing the unusually quiet space, Jiang Qi guessed that the remnants of the army had been scared witless and fled before they could even arrive to pursue them. Surprisingly, they found Fishnet woman's corpse lying sprawled on the ground, brutally eliminated by her own minions, making Jiang Qi shiver at their cold-bloodedness. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the corpse with cold eyes. He wasn't surprised at all by the fate of betrayal for the losers in this world. Jiang Qi suddenly remembered the cannibal giant from earlier. He wondered why that guy had completely different strength compared to their Chen Chong. Recalling when the thugs shouted Evolver, old Lee pressed with curiosity, asking what it was exactly, and how one could achieve such monstrous power. Jiang Xiaoyong casually crossed his arms, giving a chilling answer that made his two old friends sweat profusely in disgust. Eating human flesh. He explained in detail with a cold expression that to break through limits and possess abilities like zombies, the most direct shortcut was to become a cannibal. Jiang Qi and old Lee turned pale, stammering as they asked again if it was truly necessary to eat human flesh to survive in this crazy era. Jiang Xiaoyong put his hands in his pockets, smirking reassuringly that eating human flesh was only the fastest way, not the only way to become stronger. He spread his hand, revealing a glowing red core crystal, making his two old friends' eyes widen in extreme surprise at this strange item. He explained the evolution mechanism like an apocalypse professor, asserting that both evolvers and the undead were essentially mutants who needed to absorb energy to level up. The energy in ordinary people was diluted, but in high-level mutants or zombies, it would condense into a dense core crystal, an extremely potent tonic for anyone wanting to break through. Old Lee quickly deduced, asking if they could eat zombie flesh instead, making Zhang Qi scream in fierce protest, utterly disgusted by that morbid idea. Jiang Xiaoyong poured cold water on the idea, saying that if ordinary people ate it, they would get infected and turn into zombies immediately. Only monsters like Chen Chong could digest such a thing. The system unexpectedly announced the completion of the villain elimination mission, proving that the remaining remnants in this base were just harmless small fry, who had lost all ability to resist. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes sharpened, his keen senses alerting him as he loudly warned his teammates when killing intent surged from behind. A burnt corpse unexpectedly lunged to attack, but Jiang Xiaoyong reacted in time to parry the sneak attack with an extremely calm expression. Jiang Xiaoyong stood looking at the fallen burnt corpse, calmly remarking on the formidable stealth abilities of these monsters in front of his teammates. Without a second's hesitation, he swung his knife, ripping open the corpse's chest to harvest the spoils, black blood splattering with a gruesome sizzle. Jiang Xiaoyong held the glowing red energy core in his hand, his eyes assessing the quality of the freshly obtained item with interest. He generously offered 2 energy cores to Zhang, Qi, and Li Hongli, giving them the opportunity to embark on the path of the strong. Li Hongli held the hot stone in his hand, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he faced this risky life or death decision. The middle-aged man's eyes became resolute, casting aside all fear and hesitation to grasp the power. Muttering a curse to steel his nerves, Li Hongli closed his eyes, brought the energy core to his mouth, and swallowed it with a decisive gulp. His eyes widened, pupils contracting, as a violent surge of energy began to explode within his body. Li Hongli let out a cry of exhilaration as he felt power surging through his muscles, while Jiang Xiaoyong coldly reminded him not to get too complacent. Li Hongli quickly regained his stern demeanor, nodding to confirm he had the situation under control and was ready for the next challenges. Having resolved the troubles, Jiang Xiaoyong led Zhang, Qi, and Li Hongli back to base with the bearing of victors. At the Shifang steel factory, the defeated remnants were trudging towards the main gate, seeking a way to survive. The gatekeeper startled and shouted, demanding that the strangers stop and immediately state their identities. The bearded partner stepped forward with a cheerful expression, introducing himself as the third master of the coal mine to impress everyone. Hearing the name third master of the coal mine, the gatekeeper was half convinced but told him to wait a moment while he reported to the boss. The factory's large gate swung open, light spilling into the interior where 2 leaders stood waiting for the remnants. Big Peng laughed heartily, welcoming the third master, but his sharp eyes immediately scrutinized the absence of Jingrui and Yimu. The bearded partner broke out in a cold sweat, feigning sorrow and fabricating a story that big sister and second brother had sacrificed themselves to protect their underlings during an ambush. Big Peng narrowed his eyes, full of calculation, uttering a meaningful sound upon hearing that the 2 formidable figures were dead. Without further inquiry, Big Peng ordered his underlings to take the third master's group to the safe zone, while the bearded partner secretly smirked triumphantly. Huang Ling and Big Peng exchanged meaningful glances and sneered. It seemed these old foxes had already caught the scent of betrayal from the newcomers. The vast but ominous steel factory appeared, a faint call of third brother echoing in the suffocating space, signaling ill omens. The blonde minion spun around, shouting angrily when he heard his henchman dare to call him in such a fearful, unspirited tone. The henchman in gray broke out in a cold sweat, quickly apologizing to the boss, but unable to hide the rising fear in his heart about a terrible premonition. He pointed towards the windows and doors reinforced with sturdy iron bars, realizing this place resembled a loosely guarded prison more than a safe haven for them. Bang! The iron door was suddenly kicked open, startling everyone and interrupting the suspicious conversation of the remnants. Li Cheng, the gatekeeper, entered with a cold, arrogant expression, ordering everyone to step outside immediately without a word of explanation. The entire group was herded into the central courtyard, where Big Peng and Huang Ling were already waiting with an overwhelming aura, forming an inescapable pincer movement. The third master forced a crooked smile, though sweat poured off him, and he tremblingly asked what exactly was happening for the atmosphere to be so tense. Huang Ling pushed up her glasses, her eyes as sharp as a knife, retorting with a fatal question about the fate of those who dared to assassinate their own leader. The third master broke out in a cold sweat, raising his hands to the sky, trying to explain to Big Peng and Huang Ling that it was all a terrible misunderstanding. Huang Ling smiled sinisterly, ordering Li Cheng, the guard, to explain the reason so these remnants could die with their eyes closed. Big Peng turned his back, coldly declaring that he had personally gone to the coal mine to investigate and found Li Jingrui's body lying exposed, while second brother was missing without a trace. He pointed directly at the third master with fiery eyes, firmly stating that these remnants had rebelled and killed their leader when everything came to light. The third master panicked, vehemently denying it, and demanding proof for the baseless accusation in despair. Big Peng laughed wildly, scoffing that in these times, one still demanded proof. He admitted that he hadn't eliminated them sooner, only out of respect for the abilities of the two former leaders. His face darkened with killing intent. He flashed a cruel smile, and delivered a short, final sentence to send them all on their way. Kill them all. A henchman in gray was scared out of his wits, quickly clasping his hands and kneeling, begging for his life and shouting that he held secret information in exchange for his survival. Huang Ling paused upon sensing an advantage, her sharp eyes glancing at the coward and asking what valuable news it was. The traitor immediately sold everyone out, revealing that the wealthy eastern base had defeated the old group and volunteered to lead the way in exchange for his pathetic life. Huang Ling showed off her powerful, toned abs, coldly asking about the power disparity between their side and the enemy's. Big Peng pondered deeply after hearing the report, admitting that the newly appeared enemy was indeed a formidable threat. The traitor quickly revealed the opponent's fatal weakness, that no one in that entire base knew how to become an evolver. Big Peng looked out at his numerous subordinates, calculating in his mind about the secret of evolution that he exclusively possessed compared to the enemy. He wondered why the other side won if they didn't have supernatural powers, and the henchman immediately revealed the heavy weapon incident where a single shot killed the final boss. Huang Ling turned her back, praising the useful information, which made the coward grin happily, thinking he had atoned for his sins. Huang Ling turned back, with a deadly, mocking smile, uttering a chilling command to her guards to kill all these treacherous turncoats. The remnants' faces drained of color, dumbfounded that they were discarded so quickly. The traitor was thrown straight down from the high tower, screaming desperately for mercy, and recounting his contributions in vain. A gruesome splat echoed as his body hit the ground, ending the life of the backstabbing comrade in a meaningless way. Big Peng stood with his hands on his hips next to Huang Ling, deciding to postpone the attack, fearing the enemy's heavy firepower, preferring to level up their evolution rather than rush to their deaths. The cunning duo turned and walked away amidst the corpses, ordering scouts to confirm whether the other side was truly ignorant about evolution. Jiang Xiaoyong sat casually on a sofa at the base, leisurely checking his thick wallet with 126 accumulated points, preparing for a shopping spree. He groaned with delight when the system store released a level 2 black tech supply crate. His luck was truly off the charts, faster than thought. He finalized the purchase of food and the tech crate, immediately opening it to find a physical enhancement serum that directly added 20 stats. An excellent haul. He let out a cry of exhilaration as the new surge of power coursed through every muscle fiber, a dazzling aura radiating throughout the room. A knock on the door interrupted his moment of euphoria. He adjusted his posture and coldly signaled for the person outside to enter. Kui Jing entered with a worried expression, reporting to Jiang Xiaoyong that the patrol team had just captured a suspicious individual loitering near the area. Jiang Xiaoyong shot up, still glistening with sweat after the enhancement, but his eyes were sharp as he decided to personally confront the audacious individual. He walked over to where Old Song and Li Hongli were holding a man in workers' clothes by the collar, coldly retorting when the captive kept shouting to see the leader. The captive asked to confirm the leader's identity. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly admitted it and demanded his name immediately. He glared, briefly introducing himself as Jiang Xiaoyong, making the atmosphere tense and heavy pressure bear down on the person opposite him. The captive changed his tune faster than a pancake, smiling ingratiatingly and calling him Brother Yong, then introducing himself as Shu Axing from the Zifeng Steel Factory. The security captain frowned in doubt upon hearing the name Zifeng Steel Factory, but Su Axing nodded vigorously in confirmation. Old Song quickly reported that it was the largest survival base in the southwest region, about 3 kilometers from the South Coal Plant. Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes suspiciously, questioning Shu Axing why he had come all this way to his territory. Shu Axing began to ramble about the solidarity among survivors in these chaotic times, but Jiang Xiaoyong merely smirked and told him to keep acting. He continued to fabricate a story that their leader had sent a team to search for other settlements to recruit people to their side, to strengthen their forces. Lao Tu rushed out, interrupting the act, and presented a hand-drawn map, accusing him of having been lurking and scouting the area for a long time. Jiang Xiaoyong took the map and glanced at it, his gaze as sharp as a dagger, making the fake smile on the spy's face freeze. Jiang Xiaoyong activated his mind's eye, his left eye glowing with an eerie blue light, seeing through the opponent's true intentions. He smirked when he saw a yellow warning symbol appear above Shu Axing's head, confirming that this man had ulterior motives but wasn't lethally dangerous. Without a word, Jiang Xiaoyong pulled out his pistol and aimed it directly at the spy's face, making him jump in fright. His gaze was as sharp as a dagger, warning him not to take him for a fool, and threatening to blow his brains out immediately if he dared to utter another lie. Shu Axing was scared out of his wits. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, full of tension. He clasped his hands and pleaded profusely, sweating profusely, trying to explain that they were just being overly cautious in these chaotic times and had no ill intentions. Jiang Xiaoyong turned and whispered to Zhang Qi to confirm if he had ever seen their trump card, Chen Chong, and received a negative shake of the head. He suddenly waved his hand, ordering Shu Axing's release, which made Foreman Li, standing nearby, widen his eyes in surprise, shouting in confusion why he was allowed to leave so easily. Shu Axing's eyes lit up when he heard the order of pardon, his voice trembling as he asked again, his face showing disbelief at his luck. Jiang Xiaoyong tossed the map back to him, coldly waved him away as if bestowing life upon an ant. but he certainly had his own calculations. Shuaxing bowed his head repeatedly to the ground, thanking profusely, as happy as if he'd found gold for saving his wretched life from the muzzle of death. He ran for his life towards the factory gate, not daring to look back for even a second, fearing a change of mind. Jiang Xiaoyang smirked with a calculating smile, his sharp gaze fixed on his next target, the Jifeng steel plant. At the steel plant, the workers pushing trash carts were chattering excitedly about how more people had vanished without a trace recently. A worker, sweating profusely and pale-faced, mentioned the terrifying monster that was active again in the shadows. The towering pile of trash in front of them suddenly emitted unusual rustling sounds, making the two workers jump in fright, their hearts pounding and legs trembling. His colleague quickly stopped his curious friend, telling him to leave it alone and let the security guards handle it, rather than getting into trouble. A sharp spike tore through the air at deadly speed, carrying a chilling killing intent, aimed directly at the target. The spike pierced straight through the talkative worker's mouth. Fresh blood splattered, silencing him instantly before he could even utter a sound. Li Cheng stood leaning against the wall, arrogantly puffed on his cigarette, coldly observing the result of his brutal act to silence the small fry. Li Cheng was enjoying his cigarette when he jumped in fright upon hearing desperate cries for help echoing from afar. A pale-faced worker rushed over, panting, shouting that the monster had just made a salad out of Xiao Chen. Li Cheng grabbed the soldier by the collar, demanding an explanation, and heard that the tentacle monster was wreaking havoc at the large dump. He gritted his teeth, annoyed that damn monster dared to ambush without warning. Li Cheng immediately ordered the small fries to hide, gathering only those who had evolved with escape skills to follow him to investigate. The group cautiously advanced towards the messy scrapyard, where a yellow excavator lay silent amidst the giant pile of trash. Li Cheng signaled for silence, warning his subordinates that, if they encountered the tentacle monster, they should save their lives and run first, not to foolishly fight to the death. He strained his eyes, observing the towering mountain of trash ahead, trying to find any trace of the dangerous enemy. Li Cheng frowned in doubt, scanning everywhere, but seeing no sign of the rumored monster. He sat down to examine the footprints on the ground, concluding that the monster had caught its prey and fled. Li Cheng bent down to examine the footprints in the sand, realizing that since those two factions were wiped out, the hunting grounds now completely belonged to them. He sighed in relief when he confirmed that these traces were not from that terrifying tentacle monster. Jiang Xiaoyang's base appeared majestic, with high walls and deep moats, grand in scale, like a fortress in the apocalypse. Jiang Xiaoyang stood proudly on the balcony, looking down at his domain, satisfied as he checked the Utopia Beggar Gang system panel, which was rapidly gaining points. He was wondering why the West Steel Plant mission hadn't triggered yet when he heard shouts from the courtyard below. Shan Shan enthusiastically waved beside the rugged G-Wagon, signaling that the entire hunting team had returned completely safe. Jiang Xiaoyang leapt directly from the high floor to the ground, landing softly like a true super warrior. Zhang Qi confidently told their leader that the team's skill level was now top-notch. No one could tail them without being detected. Jiang Xiaoyang turned to ask little Shuai Shuai how he performed in actual combat today. Xiao Li proudly patted her son's head, immediately boasting about the boy's achievement of personally soloing a zombie to its demise. Jiang Xiaoyang smirked with satisfaction as the system pinged, immediately triggering a brand new mission with a sweet 80-point reward. He quickly put 2 and 2 together, guessing that the potential allies mentioned in the mission were precisely the group stationed at the West Steel Plant. Hearing their leader declare he would solo a tiger's den, Li Hongli panicked and slammed the table, trying to dissuade him, fearing he would die in a foreign land. Li Hongli grimaced as he analyzed the pros and cons, fearing the scouts on the other side would play dirty while their side was too weak to provide remote support. Jiang Xiaoyang calmly brushed aside all worries, asserting that with his current stats, even Chen Chong was just a punching bag. He was just going to scout them out to see if they were friend or foe. He stood up and entrusted the entire base to Sheng Bo and Li Hongli, with the demeanor of a leader who completely trusted his subordinates before going on a mission. Sheng Bo nodded in acceptance, but his eyes were full of worry, reminding Jiang Xiaoyang to protect his precious life, because he was the pillar supporting this entire server. The scene shifted to the West Steel Plant with its billowing black smoke plumes, as urgent shouts demanding entry echoed from a stranger. Li Cheng stood blocking the door with a fierce expression, shouting to drive the person away, as if expelling evil, stating that without orders from the 2 big bosses, not even an ant would be allowed through. The guard's eyes flashed with extreme anger and impatience as the person opposite stubbornly refused to leave. Li Cheng suddenly went berserk, forcing his comrades to grab him by the neck to restrain him, shouting at him if he had lost his mind. He startled as if waking from a trance, his eyes wide and bewildered, not understanding what had just happened to him. Li Cheng quickly let go and apologized profusely, while the other guard coughed violently, because he was almost choked to death by him. He clutched his neck, sweating profusely, confessing that his mental state had been unstable lately, while his subordinates threatened to deal with him severely if he dared to cause trouble, no matter how much the boss favored him. The loudspeaker suddenly blared a powerful voice from inside, confirming Li Cheng's identity and ordering him to open the gate for the guest. Hearing the big boss's order, Li Cheng immediately changed his attitude, standing at attention and obeying the order like an obedient dog, even though he was still sweating profusely. The heavy iron gate opened with a cold invitation, and Li Cheng stepped aside, his eyes full of vigilance, watching the person enter. The scene shifted inside, where Huang Ling appeared with the aura of a powerful woman, showing off her toned abs and tiny waist, uttering a curt, challenging remark. She turned to report to Big Peng about a brand new hypothesis regarding the tentacle monster incident, confirming that female shoe prints were found at the scene where the male victim died. Huang Ling's eyes behind her glasses flashed with a cold, calculating glint. It seemed she had grasped the truth of the matter, and was waiting for the prey to fall into the trap. Huang Ling stood with her hands on her hips, an air of superiority about her, questioning Li Cheng about the rumor of a second assassin and receiving a firm nod of confirmation from him. This formidable woman's golden eyes flashed with a sharp gaze, warning the guard to keep absolutely silent about this sensitive information. She stepped forward, cornering Li Cheng, strictly forbidding him from spreading fear about the tentacle monster to the weak commoners in the base. The guard broke out in a cold sweat, silenced and not daring to utter a single word before the secretary's suffocatingly overwhelming aura. Huang Ling leaned close to her subordinate, who was flushed crimson, her tone full of provocation and sarcasm, as if wanting to see through his dark heart. Unable to bear the immense pressure, Li Cheng profusely apologized, then scrambled out of the room like a cowardly mouse. The door slammed shut with a deafening bang, ending the tense conversation filled with the scent of gunpowder. In the hallway outside, Li Cheng wiped his sweat, blaming himself for being so foolishly scared that he completely forgot the main thing he needed to ask his boss. Left alone, Huang Ling sneered arrogantly as she pieced together clues about the female footprints, mocking the enemy's fatal carelessness. She narrowed her eyes, full of calculation, deciding to hand over this troublesome investigation task to the one who had just discovered the clue, freeing herself up for bigger things. The cleaner thug, wearing an apron, was chattering with his companions about dividing up the tasks of killing and disposing of bodies, unaware that death was already at his throat. Before he could finish his sentence, one of their heads was shoved upside down into a dark trash can, swiftly ending a life of servitude. The thug's corpse collapsed onto the floor with a heavy thud, covered in blood, after the lightning-fast attack he couldn't react to. Jiang Xiaoyong stood tall amidst the pile of corpses he had just cleared, knife in hand, his demeanor cold and domineering like a grim reaper. He retracted his killing intent, muttering about nearing his destination and needing to humble himself, switching to stealth mode to act more easily. He pulled out a pair of scissors from his inventory, beginning his disguise plan to infiltrate the enemy's lair undetected. Each strand of black hair was mercilessly cut off. He personally ruined his neat hairstyle to erase his former leader identity. Not stopping there, he smeared 2 more streaks of dirt on his face, deliberately marring his handsome appearance to look like a haggard and harmless refugee. The transformation was perfect. Jiang Xiaoyong now looked no different from a weak, intellectual young man, wearing round prescription glasses and an old brown jacket. Just as he stepped into the factory area, a Qiang, wearing a black t-shirt, blocked his way, shouting for him to stop and state his identity. A Qiang's attitude immediately changed upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyong. He feigned joy at discovering signs of a survivor lurking around. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, then pressed his face close and interrogated him, curious as to why someone as scholarly-looking as Jiang Xiaoyong could be alone in these chaotic times. A Qiang pointed directly at Jiang Xiaoyong's face, his tone condescending as he questioned how such a weak-looking kid could have survived until now. Jiang Xiaoyong played his role perfectly. He lowered his face and fabricated a tragic story about his group of 10 being minced by zombies, and only he miraculously escaped death. After hearing the tragic story, a Qiang smirked maliciously, immediately concluding that the prey before him certainly had no combat strength or military value. Jiang Xiaoyong feigned panic, waving his hands and feet to explain that he had experience escaping zombies and was willing to do any odd jobs to be accepted into the camp. A Qiang pressed closer with a sinister smile, hinting that he wasn't talking about physical strength, then left the sentence hanging, sending chills down the listener's spine. He gestured with his chin for Jiang Xiaoyong to follow him inside the factory area if he truly wanted to join this settlement. Brushing past Jiang Xiaoyong, a Qiang placed a hand on his hip threateningly and coldly announced that to enter, he first had to pass a test. Jiang Xiaoyong pushed up his glasses, his eyes regaining their sharp coldness. He secretly sneered, knowing full well that this Qifeng steel factory was nothing but a den of trash. A sudden voice from behind startled A Qiang, interrupting his threatening display. Li Cheng stepped out with the demeanor of a superior, his sharp gaze sweeping over them as he questioned who this new recruit was. A Qiang broke out in a cold sweat, hastily changing his tone to flattery, and fabricating a story that he was just going to take this easy prey to a secluded spot for a thorough body check. Li Cheng smirked, exposing that ridiculous excuse on the spot, while Jiang Xiaoyong perfectly understood that the other guy intended to drag him to a secluded corner to kill and rob him. Li Cheng turned and laid down a blunt condition. To enter the camp, all weapons must be surrendered. That was the rule of the game. He added a powerful statement, asserting that this was an apocalypse defense rule, not coercion. If he didn't like it, he was free to leave. Jiang Xiaoyong decided to do as the Romans do. He pulled out a large cleaver with a resigned expression to pass this hurdle. Li Cheng personally moved to thoroughly search Jiang Xiaoyong, while A Qiang watched with a resentful expression, having lost his easy prey. Jiang Xiaoyong secretly highly regarded this commander. He had clearer principles and moral boundaries than those beasts in previous areas. Holding the cleaver, Li Cheng narrowed his eyes suspiciously and directly asked if Jiang Xiaoyong was an evolver to have survived so long with this trashy toy. Jiang Xiaoyong scratched his head, admitting he felt stronger than ordinary people to go along with the story. Li Cheng immediately ordered him to follow to report to the final boss. As per camp rules, Li Cheng led him to a thick iron door, coldly ordering him to wait in the place euphemistically called the reception room. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced at the sturdy reinforced door, sneering as he realized this was a detention cell, not some damn reception room. The door opened, and Big Peng entered with the demeanor of a kingpin, offering a falsely polite apology for keeping his guest waiting so long, then asked for his identity. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately activated his deep acting mode, feigning a severe, death-like cough, then gave the false name Jiang Ye to conceal his true identity. Big Peng circled, scrutinizing his prey, directly asking if the rumor of him being an evolver was true, to which Jiang Xiaoyong replied cryptically. Suddenly, a whistling sound tore through the air. A spinning axe flew straight towards Jiang Xiaoyong's head with terrifying speed. Jiang Xiaoyang flinched violently, his pupils contracting by natural reflex as he felt the deadly killing intent rushing towards his face. The axe flew past his face, then embedded itself with tremendous force into the steel door behind him, while Big Peng stood watching with a cold, impassive expression. Jiang Xiaoyang broke out in a cold sweat, but his mind raced, realizing that this bald man didn't intend to kill him immediately, but was using a preemptive strike to test his reflexes. Jiang Xiaoyang pointed at the axe deeply embedded in the wall, feigning panic and scolding his opponent for playing such a dangerous, deadly game. Big Peng laughed heartily, full of satisfaction, asserting that the miraculous dodge just now had exposed his prey's identity as an evolver. Jiang Xiaoyang retorted, asking what if he hadn't dodged, but the bald man merely spread his hands coldly, replying that the death of the weak was nothing to regret. The bald man leaned closer, probing about the secret of evolution, and Jiang Xiaoyang calmly admitted that he understood the rule of devouring essence cores. Big Peng growled, a warning that only a few trusted confidants knew this secret, his killing intent surging, threatening to kill anyone who dared to reveal the information. With that, the leader lunged forward like a tank, moving so fast that he left a blurry afterimage behind him. Big Peng's powerful hand seized Jiang Xiaoyang's collar, and he leaned close, threatening to kill him. In the hidden corner, Jiang Xiaoyang had already readied his dagger, secretly thinking that if this old man had used a real weapon, he would have counterattacked and finished him off immediately. He suppressed his anger, weighing the pros and cons, because if he killed the target now, the juicy 80 system points from the mission would vanish with it. Big Peng released him, laughing with delight upon seeing the knife in Jiang Xiaoyang's hand and praising his sharp combat reflexes. The bald Big Peng released him, glaring a warning that his power was beyond imagination, so he shouldn't foolishly challenge him, while Jiang Xiaoyang merely bowed his head and curtly replied, "Understood," to save his life. The leader gestured with his chin, ordering Jiang Xiaoyang to go wash up, change into clean clothes, and then immediately get himself to the meeting room for instructions. In the meeting room, Big Peng grandly introduced the new member, Zhang Ye, before his trusted subordinates who were gathered, awaiting orders. He introduced the alluring woman beside him as Huang Ling, one of the leaders, along with two settlement managers, Li Cheng and Huang Bin. Big Peng entrusted the management of the new recruit to Huang Bin, and this manager immediately accepted orders from Huang Ling without daring to utter a single word. Huang Ling approached, her tone condescending as she reminded Jiang Xiaoyang that he was lucky to have found this place, but if he wanted to survive, he had to prove his worth. Jiang Xiaoyang adjusted his glasses, his eyes flashing with a cold, calculating glint, but his mouth still uttered, "I will obey," with feigned submission. Huang Bin patted his shoulder, announced that the time had come, and ordered the new recruit to follow him to join the patrol team immediately. The group stepped out into the open air, and as calls to go on patrol echoed, a surprised voice suddenly spoke up, recognizing a familiar face in the lineup. Chiang's eyes widened in surprise, asking why this kid was following his uncle, while Huang Bin merely frowned and explained that he knew too much and had to be kept close for easier control. Chiang, walking beside him, sweat beaded on his forehead. His gaze, full of suspicion, was fixed on Jiang Xiaoyang, because the face felt strangely familiar. Huang Bin began to probe about what the boss had said, but Jiang Xiaoyang maintained an innocent expression, replying that he was only told to keep quiet about the evolvers. The manager lowered his voice, revealing the disgusting truth that in this camp, only the leadership and their families knew the true origin of the human flesh. It turned out this whole bunch was a family affair, from Shuaxing to Chiang. All were close relatives, and Huang Bin warned that if the secret got out, it would definitely be because of an outsider like Jiang Xiaoyang. Jiang Xiaoyang's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he realized that the worker Shuaxing walking beside him was the same person Zhang Chi's group had caught in the past. He continued to extract information about Li Cheng, and Huang Bin confirmed that although Li Cheng was an outsider, he possessed formidable strength and talent. Huang Bin glared, threatening that Li Cheng must absolutely not know about the secret of cannibalism, or else none of them would survive the day. Jiang Xiaoyang adjusted his glasses, analyzing the situation, realizing they were deliberately suppressing Li Cheng's resources, fearing he would surpass the two bosses. The group stopped in the middle of the woods. Huang Bin gestured with his chin, announcing they had reached the rendezvous point, making Jiang Xiaoyang feign surprise and ask again. Before them was a small settlement with 7 survivors, a place Huang Bin claimed to have thoroughly monitored and believed had no evolvers among them. Jiang Xiaoyang wondered about hunting, and Huang Bin sneered, saying they were much more civilized. This was raising livestock, not savage hunting. Huang Bin put an arm around Jiang Xiaoyang's shoulder, acting like a senior, advising him that as an evolver, he must change his mindset immediately, not be rigid like that fool Li Cheng. He leaned close to Jiang Xiaoyang's ear with wild eyes, asserting that they had separated themselves from ordinary people and were comfortably sitting at the top of the food chain. Jiang Xiaoyang coldly adjusted his glasses, asking if the intention was to capture people, keep them in the camp, and then butcher them later. Huang Bin waved his hand, signaling to only capture 5 or 6 lives for raising, and deal with the rest on the spot, prompting Jiang Xiaoyang to ask about the method. The manager confidently gestured with his chin, telling Jiang Xiaoyang to open his eyes wide and learn from his seniors. At the small settlement, a hand was diligently using a trowel to plaster a crude brick wall with a rustling sound. The plaster worker wiped sweat from his brow, sighing that this construction work was truly exhausting and strenuous, unaware that death was approaching. A guard suddenly pointed into the distance with a panicked expression, stammering a warning to the group about an unusual danger rushing towards them. A horde of ferocious zombies unexpectedly burst out from the forest at terrifying speed, making the survivors scream in terror. The guards were in extreme panic, screaming hysterically as a dense horde of zombies suddenly flooded the settlement like a broken dam. An unlucky construction worker was caught alive by the monster. The sound of bones shattering mingled with agonizing screams that tore through the air. The guard's face drained of color, His hands trembled as he continuously fired at the approaching zombie, to no avail against its ferocity. The defense line quickly collapsed before the overwhelming numbers of the zombie horde. Desperate cries for help from the weak echoed everywhere. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly watched the chaotic scene, curled his lips and mockingly asked Huang Bin if this monster-luring act was the grand plan he was so proud of. After finishing clearing out the monsters, Huang Bin casually stepped over the corpses of his comrades, instructing his subordinates to check the remaining supplies in the warehouse. He turned and ordered Jiang Xiaoyong to stay alone and gather all the goods at the gate for the truck to pick them up later. Huang Bin gave a cold order, telling him to also collect the corpses of those who had just died for transport, and Jiang Xiaoyong could only nod in obedience. The manager arrogantly gestured with his chin, telling the remaining subordinates to follow him and enjoy themselves, leaving the new recruit behind to clean up like a coolie. Jiang Xiaoyong stood alone amidst the battlefield, littered with human and monster corpses, his cold eyes watching the departing group with deadly calculations. Jiang Xiaoyong seized the moment when no one was looking to activate his system to collect loot from the zombie corpses, a triumphant smile blooming on his lips as he found something good. The survivors gathered around, flattering Huang Bin's group, thanking them profusely, saying it was thanks to the big brothers that they kept their pathetic lives. Yu Yueran flirtatiously approached Chiang, her eyes fluttering as she inquired if there was hot water at their destination for her to bathe and clean herself. Chiang immediately revealed his lecherous nature. He tightly hugged the girl's waist and grinned slyly, promising all sorts of things about hot water and dedicated service. Xu Axing, who was trudging silently beside them, suddenly stopped. His usually haggard face changed color as his senses told him something was wrong. His eyes widened, and cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead as he sensed an extremely dangerous aura lurking nearby. Huang Bin, seeing his subordinate acting strangely, pressed him for answers. Xu Axing's face drained of color as he stammered a report that something was present here. Without a second's hesitation, Huang Bin shouted an order for the entire team to assume combat positions. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Chiang immediately seized the opportunity to show off. He pulled Yu Yuran into his embrace, shielding her with a sly smile, telling her to just hide behind him, and she would be absolutely safe. The group nervously looked around in the enveloping darkness. Xu Axing was in extreme panic as he confessed that he had completely lost track of that monster. Huang Bin sneered mockingly, thinking Xu Axing was just being overly paranoid because of fear. Xu Axing's sweat beaded on his forehead, his face extremely tense as he tried to assert that his intuition was not wrong. Before he could finish, there was a thwack, and a sharp, inky black tentacle pierced Xu Axing's chest from behind. He coughed up blood and died on the spot. The guard screamed hysterically as he saw his comrade impaled to death. He realized in horror that the attacker was a tentacle monster. The black shadow vanished as fast as lightning. The guard stared blankly at the empty rooftop, unable to believe the enemy's speed. A warning sound echoed, making the guard startle and turn his head, cold sweat streaming down his face, feeling death's breath on his neck. Right behind him, the hideous face of the pitch-black monster appeared, its glowing eyes full of murderous intent. Elsewhere, Jiang Xiaoyong was calmly squatted down, rummaging for loot from the corpse of a recently defeated zombie. He curled his lips in satisfaction as he held 2 mutated core crystals in his hand. His luck today was truly not bad at all. His joy was short-lived. Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly frowned and turned his head when he heard agonizing screams echoing from the gate. The guard's face drained of color. He cried out in despair as the inky black tentacles squeezed him tightly. He knew his time was up. The mutated monster shot away at terrifying speed, dragging its struggling, helpless prey into the darkness, leaving behind blurry afterimages. Yu Yueran screamed hysterically in extreme fear, while Chiang, standing right behind her, was also trembling like a leaf. A Qiang sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes wide, staring intently at the approaching danger. His usual arrogant demeanor completely vanished. The blue-skinned monster let out a savage roar, its inky black tentacles wriggling menacingly, making anyone who saw them shiver. Chiang stammered incoherently, his limbs weak. He stumbled backward, unable to believe his eyes at the enemy's overwhelming power. In extreme panic, his cowardly survival instinct surged. Chiang suddenly grabbed Yu Yueran's wrist, who was standing nearby. He cruelly shoved the girl towards the monster to use her as a human shield. Yu Yueran's scream echoed, full of anguish, as she was betrayed by her own kind. The monster immediately shifted its target, used its tentacles to seize Yu Yueran, lifting her into the air in an instant. Yu Yueran was tightly bound by the slimy tentacles. Tears streamed down her face in pain and despair as she became a scapegoat. Yu Yueran's eyes widened in astonishment as she saw the scythe of death at her neck suddenly blocked by a mysterious force. Thwack! A clean sword slash tore through the air, severing the monster's tentacle, sending black blood splattering into the night. Thud! The mysterious hero landed powerfully, creating a dull, forceful sound that made the ground tremble. A military-booted foot stomped hard on the severed tentacle, which was still writhing, blocking the path in front of Yu Yueran, who was sitting on the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong appeared like a savior god, clutching a serrated military dagger, his face cold and unwavering in the face of danger. He calmly turned his back on the enraged monster behind him, his tone full of provocation as he asked the people around if this was the rumored tentacle monster. Jiang's face was drained of color, sweat pouring off him as he stammered to Jiang Xiaoyong that this wasn't the original, but its son. He tremblingly recounted the origin of these monsters, explaining that the alpha could transform ordinary zombies into hideous replicas called Sons of the Tentacle Monster. Jiang's mind raced, sweat beading on his forehead, as he thought that if even Big Peng struggled with this thing, Jiang Xiaoyong would surely be wiped out, so the best course of action was to flee quickly. The cowardly Chiang ran for his life, yelling at Jiang Xiaoyang to hold off the monster while he went to call for reinforcements, leaving Yueran staring blankly at his despicable retreating figure, while the cowardly Jiang, Yueran, and the security guards ran for their lives. Jiang Xiaoyang stood firm like a rock in a flood, completely unfazed. Jiang Xiaoyang sneered disdainfully, well aware that the gatekeeper's talk of calling for reinforcements was just a cheap excuse to betray him and use him as bait to buy time for his escape. The inky black tentacles tore through the air, swirling around Jiang Xiaoyang at dizzying speed, signaling the start of a brutal hunt. In an instant, Jiang Xiaoyang's body was tightly wrapped by the slimy tentacles from his waist to his chest, binding him like prey in a cocoon. Instead of fear, Jiang Xiaoyang smiled with keen interest upon hearing the concept of the son of the tentacle monster, his eyes lighting up as if he had found a new toy. The pitch-black tentacles tightened their grip on his body, exerting terrifying pressure to crush the prey's bones instantly. But Jiang Xiaoyang still held his dagger firmly. The blue variant roared savagely, lunging straight towards its restrained prey to deliver the finishing blow. The monster's sinewy foot stomped hard on the floor, creating a large tremor, building momentum for a powerful, lethal lunge. The blue variant used all the strength from its tentacles to stretch Jiang Xiaoyang's body, intending to tear him into 100 pieces in the courtyard in triumph. Despite the perilous situation, Jiang Xiaoyang calmly declared that he would use this blue variant as a punching bag to test the awakened abilities he hadn't had a chance to use yet. Jiang Xiaoyang stomped his military boots hard on the solid ground, establishing a firm stance to prepare for a spectacular comeback. He roared, activating his physical overload skill, a surge of blue energy erupting around his glasses, signaling that his power had been pushed to its limit. With an explosive burst of muscular strength, Jiang Xiaoyang tore through the inky black tentacles binding him as if they were paper, utterly astonishing the blue variant. The blue variant was flung far away by the recoil, its massive body sliding across the ground in complete helplessness against the overwhelming power. Without giving the enemy a chance to breathe, Jiang Xiaoyang lunged forward, stomped its head into the ground, then stood coldly watching like a malevolent god, a severed tentacle in his hand. Yueran stood frozen in the distance, her hands covering her mouth, unable to utter a word at the bloody and violent massacre that had just unfolded before her eyes. Jiang Xiaoyang frantically tore the blue variant's body into small pieces with his bare hands, black blood splattering everywhere like a deadly rain. In an instant, what was once a terrifying menace was now just a pile of shredded flesh and pathetic body parts scattered across the ground. After dealing with the target, Jiang Xiaoyang turned back to check on Yueran, his eyes streaming with 2 lines of pitch-black blood due to the side effects of power overload. Instead of thanking him, Yueran screamed in terror at her savior's blood-soaked face and terrifying, devil-like aura. Jiang Xiaoyang hastily wiped away his sweat, forcing a smile to reassure the girl that he was human, not a monster. The security guards ran frantically back to the base, screaming desperately as they reported the bad news. Big Peng, along with the secretary Huang, Ling, and Huang Bin, emerged with grim expressions, pressing to know where their minions were. The guard's face was ashen, as he stammered that his comrades had been devoured by the son of the tentacle monster. Huang Bin asked about the whereabouts of the new recruit Jiang Xiaoyang, and the guard firmly asserted that he was dead and gone, as the opponent was too strong. Big Peng's face darkened, veins bulging on his bald head from the simmering rage. He stood towering before his useless minions, exhaling a breath filled with suppressed killing intent. 2 minions broke out in a cold sweat, their eyes wide with horror, as they realized the tragic fate awaiting them. Big Peng swung his large axe with astonishing force, roaring curses at the good-for-nothing bunch. A whooshing sound echoed, and the unfortunate minion was instantly cut down by the axe. A minion hastily tried to intervene in Big Peng's rage when he saw an unexpected commotion happening right outside the base gate. A bundle of inky black tentacles was thrown with a thud onto the ground right in front of the boss's nose, making him jump in surprise. The thugs froze for 5 seconds as they saw the figures of 2 survivors casually strolling in as if it were broad daylight. Jiang Xiaoyang and Yueran appeared completely unharmed, their strangely calm demeanor contradicting everyone's expectations. The gatekeeper Qiang gaped, unable to believe his eyes when he saw the kid he thought was dead still alive and well. The secretary Huang Ling pushed up her glasses, her gaze fixed on the pile of tentacles on the ground with extreme suspicion, asking what it was. Jiang Xiaoyang boldly declared that he had sent the son of the tentacle monster to its demise to avenge his comrades, his tone full of confidence and arrogance. Big Peng and Huang Ling exchanged calculating glances. In the secretary's mind, big questions began to arise about this kid's true strength. Jiang Xiaoyang didn't give them time to recover, immediately ordering the leaders to prepare vehicles and personnel to collect the spoils of war like a true boss. In a private meeting room, Big Peng, with a serious expression, was pressing Qiang to confirm whether that monster was truly stronger than Li Cheng. Qiang broke out in a cold sweat as he admitted that the monster had instantly dispatched his family members, a feat even Li Cheng might not be able to accomplish. His eyes widened in horror as he realized the vast difference in power between ordinary people and the monster that had just been eliminated. Huang Ling pushed up her glasses, analyzing for Big Peng that Jiang Xiaoyang had only just drawn his weapon earlier and hadn't even activated his serious combat mode. The secretary continued her conspiracy theory, suggesting that Jiang Xiaoyang might have just gotten lucky with a sneak attack, but ultimately, they absolutely couldn't let him join forces with Li Cheng. Big Peng was about to curse when Huang Ling immediately signaled him to be silent, having heard footsteps outside. The door swung open, and Li Cheng walked in with a cold demeanor, exchanging polite greetings with the two leaders who were plotting their dirty schemes. Li Cheng got straight to the point, asserting that Jiang Xiaoyang's strength was on par with his own, and immediately proposed promoting this new recruit to commander. Big Peng flatly rejected it with a grim expression. He would never accept putting someone of unknown origin in charge of his territory. Huang Ling decisively raised her hand to stop Big Peng, her sharp eyes signaling him to let her handle this delicate situation. The secretary smirked, declaring that Jiang Xiaoyang was qualified for a position of authority, but he needed to perform a small test to prove his worth to the organization. Li Cheng pointed straight ahead, grumbling, asking if killing the son of the tentacle monster wasn't enough proof. Huang Ling flashed a sinister smile, suggesting a bold move. If he also killed the mother tentacle monster, it would smoothly resolve both issues. Big Peng shot up menacingly, questioning whether it was fair to make a new recruit do something that even the two leaders couldn't handle. Huang Ling sat back provocatively, reassuring him that they would mobilize the entire settlement's forces to support him, not let him die alone. Jiang Xiaoyong feigned innocent concern, asking if it was really all right for a newcomer like him to take on such a huge responsibility. Huang Ling sneered meaningfully, flattering him that perhaps his current outing that leader Jiang Xiaoyong was calling. Li Hongli immediately snatched the walkie-talkie with a tense expression, signaling the group to be silent to clearly hear every instruction from the other end. Standing proudly atop an excavator crane in the night sky, Jiang Xiaoyong coldly ordered Chen Chong and the most skilled comrades to gather at the suburban park. His eyes were sharp behind his glasses, as he sternly declared that it was time to sweep away all threats in the southern district once and for all. At the base, Li Hongli quickly divided the forces, asking Sheng Bo to stay and guard the house as his advanced age and weak health were not suited for this perilous trip. He turned to instruct Old Song to be extremely careful, emphasizing that this life or death mission was completely different from previous minor ventures. Li Hongli loudly called out the names of the 7 most elite members of the Suicide Squad, including the green-skinned monster Chen Chong. To prepare for deployment, little Shuai Shuai suddenly jumped out, raising his fists with great spirit, demanding to join the big operation with the adults. Xiaoli quickly grabbed her son and scolded him for meddling, but the boy still stubbornly argued that he was already a real man. A mustached dad in the team spoke up to reassure Xiaoli that little Shuai Shuai was now skilled enough to stand among the main force, and was no ordinary kid. Li Hongli also stepped forward to conclude with a senior's demeanor, promising to personally keep an eye on the boy so he could quickly accumulate real combat experience. The convoy tore through the night, speeding along the deserted road to approach the rendezvous point. Big Peng stepped out of the vehicle with a riot shield in hand, briefly reporting that they had reached the enemy's lair. Jiang Xiaoyong stood between his 2 capable lieutenants, Big Peng and Huang Ling, calmly discussing the plan to lure the prey out of its lair. Jiang Xiaoyong's cold face exuded absolute confidence, unwavering in the face of the major battle. He looked up at the towering building, from which a dangerous aura was intensely emanating. Jiang Xiaoyong's blue eyes flashed, activating his mind's eye to scan every corner and energy flow of the building. In a hidden corner, Zhang Qi and Li Hongli were intently scanning through binoculars to scout the situation and pinpoint enemy positions. The entire formation dispersed into combat positions, strictly adhering to the order not to approach the park too closely before the signal to open fire. Li Hongli coldly observed through his binoculars, directing the team to prepare ropes for the pincer attack. Huang Ling confidently puffed out her chest, waving over a student survivor with a feigned expression. The naive young man stepped forward to ask what the female leader needed, completely unaware of the disaster about to befall him. The smile on Huang Ling's lips turned sinister as she ordered him to enter the park, making the young man's face turn pale as he realized he was tricked into being a sacrificial lamb. Caught between the sharp gazes of Big Peng and his comrades, the student frantically questioned his female senior about this unusual situation. Huang Ling casually revealed her cruel plan, intending to use him to impersonate a child, to lure out the monster that was muttering about finding its child. Knowing he was being turned into live bait, the young man was scared witless, backing away and screaming his refusal of this unjust death. The heavy footsteps of death echoed on the ground, signaling that the leader's patience had run out. Big Peng lunged forward, grabbing the young man by the collar and lifting him, glaring and threatening to personally finish him off immediately if he dared to stall any longer. The bald man used his brute strength to hurl the unfortunate prey straight into the dangerous area to activate the monster-luring trap. The student survivor lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain after the bald man's brutal, trash-like throw. From the observation post, Li Hongli broke into a cold sweat as he checked the map and saw a major development, immediately shouting orders for his comrades to move. The rescue squad, consisting of Li Hongli, Zhang Qi, and their teammates, executed a highly professional rope descent from the fortress wall. The young man tremblingly stood up, his face drained of all color, desperately pleading for help from the people who stood watching him like a sacrificial offering. A sky-shattering roar echoed from the forest, scattering birds. Son! The ground cracked open as the blue variant made a superhero landing right behind its prey, emanating an overwhelming killing intent. The monster's crimson eyes gleamed with madness and bloodlust, believing it had found its lost child. Seeing that the big fish had taken the bait, Huang Bin anxiously shouted orders for his subordinates to rush forward and rescue the hostage. Thwack! A hand suddenly grabbed his arm, immediately stopping this impulsive action. Huang Ling smiled calculatingly, coldly reminding the man to keep his promise not to steal Jiang Xiaoyong's credit. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked meaningfully, observing the situation, while behind him, Huang Ling had to use force to restrain the impulsive Huang Bin. Boom! The ground exploded, dust and smoke flying everywhere as a terrifying force collided with the surface. The blue variant swung its tentacles, intending to grab its child, but Jiang Xiaoyang shot forward like an arrow to intercept. The male student's face was drained of all color, stammering in horror as the hand of death grabbed his shirt. Jiang Xiaoyang swept past fiercely, snatching the prey from the monster's hand and throwing it hard backward to rescue it. Li Hongli rushed out to neatly catch the incoming student, coordinating seamlessly, without a single wasted movement. The terrifying speed of movement and the aftershocks of the collision caused Jiang Xiaoyang's glasses to crack right on the bridge of his nose. The blue variant roared madly, "Give me back my child," its killing intent exploding as its target was snatched away right before its eyes. Jiang Xiaoyang maintained his cold expression, his sharp gaze fixed on the monster. It's you," Huang Bin shouted in concern for Jiang Xiaoyang, but was immediately grabbed by the neck and pulled back by Big Peng and Huang Ling, fearing he would hinder the leader. Huang Bin screamed, demanding to rush forward and save him, but Big Peng's powerful hand held him tight like an iron vice. Huang Ling pushed up her glasses, smirked disdainfully, and uttered venomous words that the death of the weak was inevitable. The blue variant tightened its tentacles around Jiang Xiaoyang, smugly thinking he was just an easy target waiting to be slaughtered. Big Peng's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing there was something fishy, and roared, questioning why the opponent had been scheming from the start. All three, Big Peng, Huang Bin, and Huang Ling, were stunned when a resolute voice rang out, promising a shocking explanation. Even while tightly bound, Jiang Xiaoyang maintained a superior attitude, coldly exposing the monster's disgusting cannibalistic secret. Huang Bin broke into a cold sweat, his face drained of all color, upon hearing about fellow creatures preying on each other to satisfy their hunger. Gunshots rang out sharply, bullets tearing up the ground, forcing Big Peng's group to quickly hit the deck to avoid being riddled with bullets. Li Hongli led the formation with the delivery team and the student survivor, mercilessly unleashing a barrage of bullets to cover their leader. Chen Chong, holding a Molotov cocktail, charged forward like a tank, followed by Zhang Qi and Shan Shan, who were brimming with determination to fight the blue variant. The student survivor shouted, calling out Uncle Xiaoyang, then directly threw a Molotov cocktail at the enemy to break the encirclement with surging momentum. The bottle filled with gasoline cut through the wind, carrying the team's hope for rescue. Shatter. Flames erupted fiercely right in front of the monster, forming a high-temperature barrier that obstructed its vision. The blue variant was licked by the flames on its chest but was completely unharmed, merely frowning in annoyance at being bothered by insignificant pests. The student survivor froze, his mouth agape as he witnessed the monster's strange reaction through a gap in the wall of fire. The blue variant suddenly stopped, its crimson eyes staring intently at the young man, before uttering a tender "son," which even made Jiang Xiaoyang glance over. The student was unaware of this connection, his face pale as he cursed, seeing how incredibly tanky the monster was. The blue variant immediately grew furious, roaring to forbid such language, just like a strict father scolding his wayward child. Gamer student and Zhang Qi broke out in a cold sweat, hastily warning their teammates that this guy wasn't your average zombie. Chen Chong, in his mutated state, plunged from above like a rocket, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Ignoring the desperate shouts of his teammates below, Chen Chong glided like the wind, weaving through the dense matrix of tentacles to approach the blue variant holding the hostage. Huang Ling and Big Peng, hiding behind the tree, gaped in disbelief, unable to believe their eyes as they saw another monster join the fight. Secretary Huang Ling broke out in a cold sweat, her mind racing at the insane sight, a monster protecting humans. Chen Chong displayed superb parkour skills, bending his body to dodge the inky black tentacles lashing out at him. The student's crimson eyes behind his gas mask gleamed with deadly killing intent, focusing intently on the opponent's weak point. Slash! Chen Chong swung his sharp claws, shredding the obstructing tentacles, carving a bloody path as he charged in for a fight to the death. A desperate shout rang out, warning Chen Chong to be careful, but a gigantic tentacle had already loomed over his head. Wham! Chen Chong couldn't react in time, struck by a tentacle as thick as a pillar, and sent flying far away like a rag doll. The blue variant stood tall like a god, extending dozens of tentacles around it, demonstrating its overwhelming power compared to the small student. Even while bound, Jiang Xiaoyang chuckled, teasing his teammate for facing a tough opponent, making Chen Chong furious. Big Peng broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes as he saw that brat Jiang Xiaoyang, tightly bound, still had the mood to joke around. Jiang Xiaoyang tensed, using his terrifying physical strength to tear apart the monster's inky black tentacle as if it were paper. The guard standing nearby gaped, stammering, unable to speak at the absurd scene that had just unfolded. He frantically reported that the monster brat had just called Jiang Xiaoyang uncle, but Big Peng still maintained an indifferent attitude. Huang Ling was stunned as she pieced together the clues, recalling the stories that the leader of Chung City's base was none other than Jiang Xiaoyang. Big Peng gritted his teeth and cursed, realizing they had all been led by the nose by that brat, and played for fools from the very beginning. Huang Ling pushed up her glasses, analyzing the situation, and concluding that this group was the enemy's most elite main force. Li Cheng and his subordinates stood frozen, assessing that the firepower and combat strength of the newcomers were no less than their own. The greatest threat was Jiang Xiaoyang, who had just broken free from his bonds and stood defiantly, holding the severed tentacle in his hand. And that monster wearing the gas mask too, Chen Chong, who was charging forward with tearing speed and power equal to the blue variant. Huang Ling gritted her teeth, analyzing the situation with the student beside her, admitting that this was a tough fight and her side was sure to lose if they blindly charged in. Her eyes gleamed with calculation, and she roared, ordering Big Peng to stay and cover their retreat so she could have space to carry out her own scheme. Big Peng immediately obeyed, his hand gripping his colossal battle axe as he powerfully blocked the path, shielding the secretary behind him. Huang Ling activated her power, launching herself into the air at dizzying speed. leaving the chaotic battlefield below. Big Peng's battle axe was thrown with terrifying rotational force, tearing through the air and blazing fiercely as it hurtled straight into the crowd. The thunderous throw split the ancient tree in half, causing Li Hongli's group to shout warnings and hastily scatter to avoid the shower of debris. The terrifying destructive power sent rocks and wood splinters flying, creating a thick cloud of dust that obscured our side's vision. Li Hongli cursed bitterly, realizing the enemy was deliberately creating chaos to carry out some dark scheme. From within the dust cloud, Huang Ling suddenly burst out like a predator, aiming straight for the bewildered student standing there, intending to kidnap him. Lao Tu reacted incredibly fast, rushing to push the student down, saving his life by a hair's breadth, shouting a warning that he was her target. Lao Tu flinched, his face drained of all color at the terrifying aftershock from the enemy's landing. Huang Lining landed arrogantly, creating a powerful impact that sent rocks flying everywhere, asserting the superior class of an evolver. The secretary approached the gray-haired student with a predatory smile, fully displaying her rippling six-pack abs, an intimidating sight that made her opponent break out in a cold sweat. With just one hand, she effortlessly lifted her prey into the air, leaving his legs flailing in vain. Huang Ling squeezed the boy's neck triumphantly, even as Shan Shan in the distance screamed her teammate's name in utter panic. The student gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination as he roared that he would absolutely not become a hostage for the enemy. Huang Ling smirked with amusement, seeing her weak prey dare to resist, and complimented him on having some guts. The boy mustered all his strength, punching her arm hard to find a desperate escape. Suddenly, the green-skinned monster charged with terrifying speed, roaring out a furious call for its son to rescue its child. Chen Chong descended from above like a phantom, seizing the green-skinned monster by the neck to immediately restrain it. Chen Chong let out a powerful roar through his gas mask, his killing intent blazing so fiercely that the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Jiang Xiaoyong casually ordered to release the person, while Chen Chong sat perched on the green-skinned monster's neck, as if riding a pet, leaving the opponent bewildered. The mutated student froze, his crimson eyes wide with confusion as he heard the order from his leader to release the prey. Jiang Xiaoyong provocatively gave a thumbs up, warning the people in front that provoking him now was tantamount to seeking death. Huang Ling cruelly tightened her grip on Shuai Shuai's neck, forcing the opposing side to drop their weapons, while Zhang Shengzhe desperately screamed for his son to be released. Li Hongli stepped forward with a determined expression, shouting loudly for the child to be released and offering himself as a substitute hostage to protect the vulnerable. The secretary smirked triumphantly, seeing the enemy's panic, realizing she had hit their fatal weakness. Zhang Shengzhe broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth, terrified of how he would explain to his wife if anything happened to their precious son. Huang Ling continued to assert her dominance, ordering everyone to drop their weapons and retreat at least 100 meters to ensure her side's safety. Li Hongli gritted his teeth and ordered his men to follow her instructions, causing the entire security team, though unwilling, to lower their guns to preserve the hostage's life. Huang Ling shrieked her command, forcing Jiang Xiaoyong to control his monster to immediately charge and destroy the tentacled mutant. Before she could finish speaking, inky black tentacles suddenly lashed out like a storm, causing her subordinates to scream desperately, warning Sister Ling to watch out. Huang Ling's eyes widened in shock, cold sweat pouring down her back as she realized the scythe of death was hurtling straight towards her at dizzying speed. The secretary leaped backward just in time, the ground where she had stood exploding under the terrifying impact of the tentacles, forcing Big Peng and his subordinates to scatter and dodge as well. Unlike his boss, gatekeeper A Chiang couldn't react in time and was impaled through the chest by a sharp tentacle with a gruesome thud. Witnessing his trusted subordinate A Chiang being tragically impaled to death right before his eyes, Big Peng roared, A Chiang's name in utter shock and fury. Huang Ling landed in a defensive stance, gritting her teeth and wondering why the tentacled monster was able to attack freely when it should have been restrained, according to their plan. While the enemy side was in disarray, Jiang Xiaoyong stood with his hands in his pockets, an oddly calm expression on his face, as if watching a comedy play rather than a battlefield. Even the mutated student Chen Chong merely stood still beside his master, casually playing with the light, making Big Peng's side realize that these two truly intended to stand by and watch. The monster shifted its target to Shuai Shuai, who was sitting on the ground, causing Li Hongli to shout loudly and rush forward to save the child from the deadly tentacles poised to strike. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly reassured him that the child was not in danger, a stark contrast to Li Hongli's face, which was drenched in anxious sweat. Li Hongli froze mid-stride, his face blank with utter bewilderment, as he heard the firm assurance from his leader. Instead of tearing its prey apart, the green-skinned monster gently wrapped its dark tentacles around Shuai Shuai, full of tenderness and protection. The monster called out its son's name in a hoarse voice, making Shuai Shuai stunned to recognize his beloved father in that hideous form. Jiang Xiaoyong approached with an arrogant smile, declaring to Zhang Shengzhe that he had kept his promise to protect his wife and child. To Li Hongli's astonishment, Jiang Xiaoyong explained that Zhang Shengzhe was a rare variant who retained his memories, just like Chen Chong. Shuai Shuai burst into tears, rushing to embrace his monster father in a tearful reunion amidst the battlefield. Witnessing this absurd Korean drama-like scene, Big Peng was scared out of his wits, yelling at his henchmen to retreat immediately. While tightly holding his young son, Zhang Shengzhe's eyes flashed with a blood-red killing intent as he looked towards the enemies who dared to threaten his family. Not letting its prey escape, the dark tentacles sliced through the air, chasing after Big Peng who was fleeing for his life. Big Peng screamed as the dark tentacles tightened around his body, like a giant python crushing its prey. Tied up in midair, the bald boss frantically yelled at his henchmen to quickly cut off the tentacles and free him. Sweating profusely from fear, Big Peng gritted his teeth and roared at his close secretary standing nearby. Huang Ling, what are you waiting for? Seeing Huang Ling's back as she fled far into the distance, Big Peng's eyes widened in fury as he realized he had been betrayed. You bitch, you dared to betray me. Huang Ling ran for her life, planning to use her former boss as a human shield to escape, knowing full well she couldn't stand a chance against that tentacle monster. Just as she was smug about her plan to abandon everything and flee, her pupils suddenly contracted as she felt a killing intent surge from right behind her. A dark tentacle shot out and snatched Huang Ling's ankle right in midair, making her curse bitterly. The brutal yank backwards made the secretary lose her balance, sending her crashing straight to the ground with a painful, resounding thud. Landing face first shattered her glasses, and Huang Ling lay flattened on the floor, spitting out fresh blood mixed with dirt. She scrambled to her feet, looking disheveled, her muscles bulging with rage, her eyes bloodshot as she cursed the one who had blocked her path. Huang Ling screamed as a dark tentacle tightly grabbed her leg and dragged her back into the air, ending her escape fantasy. Big Peng gloated as he watched the treacherous secretary get her comeuppance, gritting his teeth and cursing her as a despicable wretch who dared to betray him. Tied up like a rice cake, Big Peng desperately screamed Li Cheng's name, seeking one last bit of help, but the guard was trembling like a leaf. A hand, hard as cold steel, suddenly rested on Li Cheng's shoulder from behind, making him jump in fright. Li Cheng spun around, his face drained of all color, to see Jiang Xiaoyong standing silently behind him, his gaze sharp and cold. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly ordered Li Cheng to stay still if he wanted to live, ignoring Big Peng's frantic screams and curses in the distance. The green-skinned monster used its tentacles to tightly grip Big Peng, then lifted the bald man high into the air like a harmless toy, much to his helplessness. A horrifying slam came down, sending dirt and rocks flying, crushing all of the bald man's feeble resistance. Big Peng coughed up fresh blood, his face bruised and mangled, his eyes dull from enduring too much damage. Dark tentacles surrounded the dying prey, and Big Peng lay flattened on the ground, awaiting death's final judgment. A loud explosion rang out, and Big Peng's massive body was crushed into a pulp by the dark tentacles, sending blood, flesh, and a severed arm flying into the air. Before she could even recover, the secretary Huang Ling was caught by a tentacle and lifted into the air, making her scream desperately for release. The tentacles tightened around Huang Ling's body, like a giant python crushing its prey, and the sound of her bones snapping began to echo. The horrifying pressure made Huang Ling cough up fresh blood. Her eyes rolled back and bled from extreme pain, her teeth clenched in despair. She could only let out one last pathetic groan as the blood vessels in her eyes burst, her life completely drained in an instant. Splat. Huang Ling's entire body was crushed into a pulpy mess in death's embrace, fresh blood gushing out like a downpour. The green-skinned monster stood tall in the dark, its eyes glowing red like headlights, proudly retracting its blood-soaked tentacles behind its back. The system panel appeared, announcing the completion of the Punish Evil mission, with a reward of 80 points, raising Jiang Xiaoyong's total points to 151. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked meaningfully as he looked at the potential ally text on the virtual screen, vaguely guessing it was Zhang Shengze. He turned to look at the guard, Li Cheng, who was sweating profusely beside him, and coldly asked if he had any more questions. Li Cheng tremblingly inquired about the other party's origins. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly confirmed it and then turned the conversation back to the story of cannibalism that the guard had just mentioned. Jiang Xiaoyong looked directly into the guard's eyes, posing a fatal question about the true price of becoming an evolver. Li Cheng broke out in a cold sweat, his face changing color as he vaguely realized the horrifying truth. To become stronger, one had to consume something unclean. Memories flooded Li Cheng's mind. Images of a meager lunchbox and the innocent voice of a child asking for meat during a time of famine. In the past, Li Cheng had once comforted his two neighbors, a mother and child, lying that he had eaten his fill to give his meager rations to them with a kind smile. The mother quickly apologized on behalf of her young child, who didn't understand, her face showing embarrassment and gratitude for her benefactor's kindness. Li Cheng smiled reassuringly, firmly pressing the food box into the child's hands despite the mother's polite refusal. Back in the cruel reality, Li Cheng's eyes widened, sweat pouring down him as extreme fear consumed his mind, leaving him speechless. Chaos erupted as the workers fled in panic, screaming that the tentacle monster had returned to capture people. The mother from Li Cheng's memory was now wailing desperately, running back and forth, searching for her daughter who had just gone missing in the chaos. Li Cheng couldn't suppress his nausea and vomited violently on the spot, while Jiang Xiaoyong stood behind him, observing with eyes as cold as ice. He clenched his jaw so hard it felt like it would shatter, his bloodshot eyes wide as horrifying memories flooded his mind. In a chaotic hallucination, Li Cheng saw himself charging forward frantically at breakneck speed to deliver a finishing blow. He cried out the name Da Sheng in agony, then swung his arm down in a fatal strike, seemingly reliving the scene of personally killing an acquaintance to survive. Li Cheng's face was smeared with blood, his mouth agape as he screamed in utter despair, his humanity fiercely torn apart. Back in reality, Li Cheng braced his hands on his knees, panting heavily like an ox, sweat pouring down him after the severe psychological trauma. He raised his bloodshot eyes to stare at Jiang Xiaoyong, his voice trembling as he accused this entire group of also being monsters who ate human flesh to grow stronger. Li Hongli immediately stepped forward, his face full of indignation, dismissing that sick thought and asserting that his group was not so dirty. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly held up a glowing red core crystal, declaring that they had a much more sophisticated way to increase their strength, instead of eating indiscriminately. The crimson core crystal shimmered brightly in Jiang Xiaoyong's hand. He tossed it out as a powerful affirmation of their true source of strength. Jiang Xiaoyong stood tall, looking down at Li Cheng, who was slumped on the ground in a pathetic state, and directly asked about the side effects of evolution. He exposed the cruel truth, that upon becoming an evolver, emotions would become extremely difficult to control, and a bloodlust would surge, making Li Cheng break out in a cold sweat as he admitted it. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly declared that there was no turning back, but if he quit his human flesh addiction now, at least his mind wouldn't be further twisted. Having dealt with one side, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to look at Jiang Shengze, who stood tall, protecting his young son Shuai Shuai, with a scrutinizing gaze. He looked directly at the green-skinned monster's cracked face, and asked if Jiang Shengze still retained his human language ability. Jiang Shengze waved his tentacle arm, struggling to utter fragmented words to thank Big Brother Jiang for saving the father and son, which made Jiang Xiaoyong freeze. Jiang Xiaoyong grimaced, breaking out in a cold sweat, as he saw this giant pulling a sappy emotional stunt right in the middle of a bloody battlefield. He quickly raised a hand to signal him to stop, forcing a smile as he said he understood the other party's feelings, to immediately put an end to this cheesy display. Jiang Xiaoyong rubbed his chin, analyzing that while Chen Chong behind him still retained his intellect, his terrifying appearance would cause chaos if brought back to the base. Jiang Shengze smiled gently beside his son, declining the invitation and signaling that he was already familiar with this land, content as long as his son was safe. Chen Chong gleefully gave a thumbs up, flattering his leader's superior intellect, leaving Jiang Xiaoyong speechless at the cheesy flattery. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to entrust the leadership of the West Wind Base's remnants to Li Cheng, as all threats had been cleared. Li Cheng immediately cried out in panic, refusing, believing that someone who had once eaten human flesh like him would only bring disaster to everyone. Jiang Xiaoyong thoughtfully raised a hand to his chin, his sharp eyes re-evaluating the guard's unstable psyche and guilt complex. He immediately changed his mind, appointing Li Hongli as the base's new leader, and ordered Li Cheng to follow him to the eastern city. Jiang Xiaoyong placed a hand on Li Cheng's shoulder, his gaze firm as he declared he would personally oversee the demon lurking within his soul. The scene shifted to the border area of nearby City S, where dilapidated high-rise buildings were overgrown by nature in the silent night. Desperate cries for help echoed, tearing through the night as a group of survivors fled for their lives from the danger behind them. Two men ran, shouting loudly to stop their companions from turning back, cruelly asserting that the one left behind was beyond saving. A young man fell face first to the ground, utterly terrified as the dark shadows of the vine monsters loomed right behind him. Zhou Xingkai ran headlong, cursing in despair as the monsters pursued him closely from behind. The unfortunate victim, running the slowest, was suddenly seized by dozens of grotesque vines, only managing a terrified scream for help. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the victim's body was instantly torn apart, the agonizing scream echoing before fading into silence. Three plant mutants with blood-red eyes stood tall amidst the pool of blood, beginning to feast on the human flesh they had just hunted. The unfortunate one's arm was quickly enveloped by eerie roots, its life force drained, dissolving into nothingness. A hideous monster devoured the head of its prey, the purple flowers on its body glowing with deadly satisfaction. Leggings. Woman panted, leaning against a tree, ready to give up as her legs were too exhausted to move another step. Backpack Man turned back and yelled at the woman, warning that if they stopped now, they would all be torn to shreds. Zhou Xingkai, running ahead, suddenly raised a hand to signal a halt, interrupting his companion's panic. He put a finger to his lips, signaling absolute silence, his eyes tense as he focused on listening for any unusual movements around them. Zhou Xingkai perked his ears, hearing the whistling wind, and excitedly reported that the group was about to escape this damned forest as they had reached its edge. Before their joy could last, a strange cry rang out, making him turn pale, cold sweat beading on his face while the two behind him remained bewildered. Without a second's hesitation, Zhou Xingkai ran for his life, shouting loudly for his companions to run immediately, because the monsters were right on their heels. Backpack Man and Leggings Woman gritted their teeth and ran desperately, reassuring themselves that victory was within reach to avoid collapsing. The light at the end of the tunnel appeared. The group felt as if they had struck gold when they saw the brightly lit exit ahead, believing they were safe. Leggings Woman smiled brightly, pointing forward and cheering for their escape, completely unaware that death was tightening its noose right behind her. A green vine suddenly lashed down at lightning speed, accompanied by a desperate warning cry from her companion. Her smile vanished as the noose-like vine wrapped tightly around the woman's neck, tightening with a painful jerk, giving her no time to resist. The woman was lifted into the air, screaming in despair as she faced the monster's huge, dark, gaping maw waiting for her. Fresh blood splattered like fireworks as the monster clamped its mouth shut, crushing the unfortunate prey in an instant with a horrifying sound. Backpack Man ran, glancing back at the scene of death, while Zhou Xingkai ran headlong to escape the Reaper's scythe. Backpack Man cried out in anguish, mourning his innocent girlfriend Xiao Tong who had just died, making Zhou Xingkai irritated enough to yell at him to snap out of it. A strange cry from behind made Zhou Xingkai turn pale, cursing as he realized the plant mutants were clinging on like leeches again. Slap. A resounding slap from Zhou Xingkai landed squarely on Backpack Man's face, immediately ending his useless hysteria. Zhou Xingkai grabbed his companion by the collar, roaring that Xiao Tong was dead, and forcing him to focus on running if he didn't want to be buried with her, making the other man apologize profusely. The group of three ran desperately on the asphalt road, leaving the deadly forest behind them. Green, mutated legs covered in roots and sharp thorns began to stomp, emitting hungry, threatening growls. The plant mutants fully revealed themselves with rough bodies and clusters of poisonous purple mushrooms growing on their heads, their red eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Crash! A monster's foot stomped heavily on the ground, cracking the road and showcasing the terrifying physical strength of the mutated creatures. An entire legion of plant mutants lumbered towards the residential area, signaling an impending bloody invasion of the city. The group of three survivors rushed through the large gate, entering a new area, hoping to escape death's pursuit behind them. Zhou Xingkai suddenly froze, sweating profusely as he recognized the familiar scene before him. He turned back and shouted to his companions that this was City M Wildlife Park, asserting that the group had reached a safe haven. But before his smile could fully form, Backpack Man questioned the eerie silence, as the surroundings were completely devoid of people, like a dead city. Zhou Xingkai tried to use logic to calm his fear, reasoning that the tragedy in City S had caused the authorities to evacuate all residents here beforehand. Backpack Man suddenly pointed forward with a dazed expression, his voice trembling as he asked his companion what that dark figure over there was. Under the flickering streetlights, a green-skinned, muscular figure stood leaning against a pillar, with an arrogant posture, exuding the overwhelming aura of a predator. Thinking he had found help, Backpack Man naively waved, calling the stranger a friend, and eagerly asking for directions to the evacuation point. Zhang Shengze turned his head, narrowing his blood-red, murderous eyes at the newcomers, the dark tentacles on his back beginning to writhe menacingly. The two survivors' faces drained of color. They screamed in despair as they realized the one standing before them was a mutated monster. Zhang Shengze stood tall like a green-skinned fiend, coldly watching the screaming survivors flee desperately beyond the reach of his deadly tentacles. The monster narrowed its blood-red, murderous eyes, exuding the terrifying pressure of a supreme predator, making the surrounding space seem to freeze. The remaining group stopped, panting after running a distance. Zhou Xingkai cautiously looked around, while reassuring his companion that the monsters didn't seem to be following. Zhou Xingkai broke out in a cold sweat, utterly panicked as he realized the harsh truth. The plant mutants were not just in the forest but had spread throughout the city. The entire group plunged into despair, realizing that the outside world had also fallen, all theories of a safe zone dissolving into thin air before the cruel reality. Strange noises from the high-rise buildings made everyone jump, their faces turning pale with a premonition of death knocking. From the darkness, a series of dark figures lunged out at terrifying speed. The plant mutants officially revealed themselves to ambush their prey. The survivors froze, realizing they had fallen into a deadly trap. Monsters surrounded them from all directions, tightening their encirclement. Backpack Man completely collapsed, sitting on the ground, clutching his head and crying in belated regret, muttering about how he should have stayed in the forest instead of coming here to meet his end. Without giving their prey time for last words, the plant mutants rushed forward with tearing speed, their sharp claws ready to turn the bloody feast into reality. Knife Survivor screamed desperately, tears streaming down his face, not wanting to become dinner for the monsters. A sudden whooshing sound from behind startled him. He spun around, his face utterly drained of blood. A gigantic black tentacle lunged from the darkness, smashing the plant mutant to smithereens, blood splattering everywhere. Zhang Shengze, in his green-skinned monster form, strode out majestically, his tentacles writhing behind him, leaving the survivors utterly stunned. His fierce face and blood-red eyes exuded terrifying pressure, causing the minions to panic completely. The scene shifts to the fortified base, where the light still shone brightly, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Jiang Xiaoyang leaned against the railing, enjoying the night breeze, his demeanor as relaxed and carefree as if he were on vacation. He smiled smugly as the system delivered good news, bonus points from expanding branches continuously pouring into his pocket. Opening the system store, his eyes lit up like headlights as he saw a series of high-quality supply boxes waiting to be claimed. He excitedly finalized the order for the level 3 box, grabbing a huge gift package that included an armored jeep, a mark of servitude, and an enhancement potion. Jiang Xiaoyang pondered the servitude limit, muttering as he reviewed the stable condition of his trusted subordinates, including Chen Chong, Zhang Shengze, and Li Cheng. The system unexpectedly threw out a weed-clearing quest with a paltry 100-point reward, requiring him to deal with the invasive plants encroaching on his territory. Looking down at the lush green vegetable fields below, he sighed, wondering if he, a dominant leader, really had to roll up his sleeves and become a farmer to pull weeds. The walkie-talkie on the table suddenly blared with an urgent call, reporting trouble with Shuai Shuai's father, causing Jiang Xiaoyang to turn around instantly, full of vigilance. Old Song and Mustache Dad were pale as ghosts, trembling as they speculated whether that monster was the boss's new pet. From a distance, Zhang Shengze in his monster form strode forward, tentacles dragging a corpse behind him like a trash bag, sending chills down everyone's spines. The monster stood silently, sweat pouring down its sinewy face, while the survivors behind it held their breath, waiting for a move. Despite the terrifying appearance, little Shuai Shuai and Xiao Li still rushed forward, crying out their husband's and father's name in overwhelming happiness. Shuai Shuai beamed, rushing into his dad's arms, while Zhang Shengze struggled to utter a few garbled, incomprehensible words, mentioning his son and a wedding. Seeing Old Song bewildered, Jiang Xiaoyang calmly explained that the big guy's brain had suffered language damage, so he now spoke incoherently like someone who had lost their mind. Zhang Shengze cast aside his monstrous instincts, embracing his wife and child tightly in a tearful reunion amidst chaotic times. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyang coldly picked up a piece of the plant mutant's corpse to examine, holding the broken limb as if it were a toy. He squatted beside the gooey corpse, muttering a menu as if sarcastically ordering a hot pot of mixed vegetables and human flesh. Zhou Xingkai hurriedly explained that they came from City S, which had now turned into a primeval jungle, and humans there had evolved into those grotesque plant people. Jiang Xiaoyang squinted at the branch in his hand. While the guide worriedly remarked that City M didn't seem much more peaceful either, he continued to analyze that if the other side was a plant disaster, then here the population had mainly turned into zombies, and Jiang Xiaoyang merely nodded indifferently, confirming this cruel reality. Without wasting time, Jiang Xiaoyang turned and ordered Sheng Bo to send someone to retrieve the armored jeep, lying abandoned behind the collapsed wall 2 blocks away. He stood up, his overwhelming aura calling out to his trusted subordinates to prepare their gear to accompany him to inspect the border area between the two cities. The entire group silently advanced into the dead land, where the ground was covered by a dense, verdant network of vines, like the veins of death itself. Jiang Xiaoyong bent down to examine the strange plants, listening as the guide tremblingly reported that these vines had grown at an astonishing speed compared to last time. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly declared that the next objective was to head straight into the deadly jungle ahead. Zhu Xingkai gaped in horror upon hearing this, while Zhang Qi standing beside him was also bewildered, not yet understanding what was happening. The young man in black vehemently protested, recalling the horror they had just barely escaped from that hell. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly explained that if they didn't clear out these monsters, the Zhifeng steel factory would sooner or later be swallowed up and have its lifeline cut off. He turned and walked away with an imposing aura, asserting that before worrying about that, there was a far more important mission. Shanshan and Zhang Qi questioned in unison, not yet understanding what their leader's next move was. Jiang Xiaoyong turned back with sharp eyes, declaring that the main purpose was to train his subordinates to face death on their own. He ordered Zhang Qi to summon Li Hongli and the steel factory team, officially launching a bloody hunting campaign in the coming days. A muscular, green-skinned blue variant was growling, tearing apart its prey in the darkness, unaware of the impending disaster. The monster startled and turned, its eyes wide as it sensed the killing intent of the hunters surrounding it. The blue variant monster was panting in a hidden corner, completely unaware that death was closing in right behind its neck. Jiang Xiaoyong activated his glowing mind's eye, holding the dagger in reverse, appearing like a ghost right behind the bewildered prey. A sharp blade sliced through the air. Jiang Xiaoyong delivered a swift finishing blow, leaving the monster no time to utter a final word. The armored bus swept straight into the enemy's lair, the entire team unleashing a rain of bullets, clearing out the obstructing zombies. The overwhelming firepower shattered the zombies, their heads flying everywhere like smashed watermelons. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly sat down to harvest the core from the corpse at his feet, while Shanshan stood guard with an imposing aura. The desolate street echoed with miserable growls as the hunting campaign reached its climax. Li Hongli, with his imposing figure, stomped a zombie to pieces underfoot, gruffly shouting to see if anyone else was still alive. A trashy zombie lunged out, growling, attempting a sneak bite, but only met with the giant's contemptuous gaze. Li Hongli swung his arm, delivering a devastating blow that instantly dispatched the enemy with pure physical strength. Li Hongli stomped the corpse underfoot, roaring in indignation, utterly fed up with the disgusting grilled zombie meat menu. One of his eyes suddenly flashed with a demonic red light, like a biological radar locking onto a delicious target. He tilted his head back and took a deep sniff, catching the irresistible scent of survivors. The crossbow-wielding guard on the city wall shouted loudly, warning the giant not to seek death by violating the leader's curfew. The guard babbled as he ran, talking about how leader Jiang Xiaoyong had cleared out the monsters, urging him to come inside immediately. Li Hongli bared his gleaming white teeth in a savage grin as he confirmed that those people were still alive and kicking, their blood coursing. He hid behind the wall, staring intently at his prey, drooling with desire for the fresh, untainted human flesh. His remaining sanity told him to restrain himself, as the opponents had strong firepower. Rushing in now would mean eating bullets instead of food, so he had to patiently bide his time. The gnawing hunger made Li Hongli writhe like a wild beast, screaming in extreme pain as he was about to lose control to his carnivorous instinct. Meanwhile, at the base, the system continuously chimed with accumulated points, and Jiang Xiaoyong ordered via walkie-talkie to summon Sheng Bo and everyone for an urgent meeting. The entire team gathered around the round table, dividing the spoils after a bountiful hunting trip, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement over the hot goods they had just acquired. Jiang Xiaoyong pointed directly at Li Hongli and Zhang Qi, ordering the two of them to divide the pile of mutated cores to immediately upgrade their strength. The two young men flinched, hastily refusing, believing that the credit primarily belonged to their leader, and their meager abilities didn't qualify them for such good rewards. Jiang Xiaoyong brushed aside their false modesty, asserting that he needed the most elite warriors, not a bunch of useless mediocrities. Foreman Li, standing nearby, also chimed in with a jab, saying to just listen to the boss because Jiang Xiaoyong had never made a wrong move. After dealing with the men, Jiang Xiaoyong turned and called Shanshan by name, asking her to follow him into his private room to work. The room door closed behind Shanshan, and she entered with a mix of curiosity and apprehension, wondering what was about to happen in this confined space. Shanshan blushed furiously, nervously smoothed her hair, and asked what exactly her leader was planning to do with her. Outside in the hallway, the gamer student signaled for absolute silence so everyone could eavesdrop on the drama unfolding in the room. Zhang Qi, Chen Cheng, and the others pressed their ears to the door, startled when they heard Jiang Xiaoyong say something ambiguous, telling her it would hurt a little, so she should try to endure it. The door burst open, startling Zhang Qi, Chen Cheng, and the group of busybodies, exposing their harmful curiosity on the spot. Zhang Qi broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color as he realized he had poked a hornet's nest, and didn't know how to explain himself coolly. Jiang Xiaoyong stood tall like a menacing figure blocking the door, looking down at his trembling junior who stammered praise for his boss's speed, which sounded suspiciously like sarcasm. Without another word, Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed his unruly junior's ear and twisted it hard, making him scream for mercy for the crime of having a loose tongue. A decisive kick to the rear sent Zhang Qi flying straight out into the hallway, out of sight, while Shanshan remained calmly seated inside. It turned out there was no intimate scene. Shanshan was just rubbing her hands after receiving an injection, with several empty syringes nearby, indicating the enhancement process was complete. Jiang Xiaoyong explained to his bewildered junior that Shanshan had just absorbed a large amount of core energy and had now transformed into a top-tier warrior of the team. To prove she was the real deal, Jiang Xiaoyong smirked, and ordered Shanshan to test her skills against Zhang Qi, who was scratching his head and forcing a smile, flattered by his boss's favor. Zhang Qi waved his hands frantically, feigning a chivalrous gentleman's refusal, citing his ridiculous rule about not hitting women, completely unaware of his impending doom. Jiang Xiaoyong flashed a sinister smile, urging Shanshan to go ahead and slap that arrogant fool's face, because he was tough and wouldn't die. Zhang Qi grinned, his eyes narrowed, overly confident in his own toughness, unaware that disaster was about to strike. A lightning-fast, heaven-shaking slap from Shanshan contorted Zhang Qi's face, sending saliva splattering everywhere as he couldn't react in time. The slap was so powerful it sent Zhang Qi flying backward, colliding with Chen Chong and Lao Tu, who were gossiping behind him. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly declared that Shanshan was now a formidable force after the injection. Apart from him and Chen Chong, no one else on the team was strong enough to solo her. Zhang Qi clutched his swollen red cheek, tears welling up in humiliation as he realized his position as the boss's favorite had officially vanished. Lao Tu took the opportunity to laugh at his teammate, bluntly stating that the boss was a real man, not gay. So why would he want to be intimate with other men? Not letting them joke around for long, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately called out the elite squad consisting of Chen Chong, Zhang Shengze, and Li Cheng to prepare for departure. The leader's finger pointed directly at Zhou Xingkai, ordering him to follow the squad into the perilous city S. Zhou Xingkai's eyes were wide with shock, pointing at himself as if he couldn't believe such bad luck had fallen upon him among the crowd. He waved his hands frantically, his face drained of color, shouting his refusal to return to the living hell he had barely escaped from. Zhou Xingkai clasped his hands in supplication, his face drained of color, saying he'd rather stay and work as a porter than absolutely refuse to go back to that hell to find his teammates. Before Jiang Xiaoyong could finalize his decision, he suddenly turned around with a questioning expression, hearing a strange noise from behind him. A backpack man unexpectedly volunteered to go instead, his resolute gaze a stark contrast to the terrified, ghost-seeing expression of Zhou Xingkai behind him. The scene shifted to the western suburbs of City M. Wenge, bare-chested, wandered through the night, his body emitting an eerie green aura. He clutched his head in pain, feeling his brain slowly shutting down as a powerful craving for fresh human flesh began to surge, signaling a transformation about to spiral out of control. The pain made Wenge collapse, panting heavily, his bare back covered in bulging veins as he struggled against the hunger tearing at his insides. He sprang up and charged like a wild beast towards the ruined buildings, firmly asserting that his memory wasn't completely gone. Wenge stopped before a heavy iron door, his veiny hand gripping the handle before he roughly yanked it open without knocking. Inside was an eyesore of a debaucherous scene. Kai, Gay, and Big Peng were happily embracing a group of beauties, completely unaware that death had just paid a visit. Wenge's hacking cough shattered the hedonistic atmosphere, startling everyone as they turned to look at the uninvited guest with expressions of utter surprise. Kai Gay glared at the one who had just ruined their fun, his face frowning, and growled, asking what this defeated general dared to show his face for. Wenge quickly waved his hands in explanation, sweating profusely, swearing he only came to sell intelligence, not to steal anything. Qingzi and Fishnet Woman looked at him with sharp, suspicious eyes, sneering that half-baked monsters shouldn't bother with petty tricks among themselves. He hastily reported about a mobile gold mine of pure humans, but they were heavily armed, which he couldn't handle alone, which was why he sought help. The entire gang, consisting of Kai Gay, Big Peng, and the two women, surrounded him, creating immense pressure, making Wenge extremely tense before these true monsters. Big Peng flashed a savage smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, agreeing to cooperate but not forgetting to warn that if he tried to trick them, Wenge would become an appetizer for everyone. Wenge nodded frantically like a pecking chicken, smiling obsequiously to appease the bald monster in front of him, swearing on his life that he was trustworthy. Fishnet Woman arched her back provocatively, declaring that since they were allies, he should feel free to enjoy this feast of flesh before discussing important matters. His bestial instincts awakened. Wenge licked his lips and plunged into the feast with an undisguised expression of hunger and lust, thanking them profusely for the free meal. The scene shifted to a dense forest. Jiang Xiaoyong led the apocalyptic Avengers squad, warning everyone to stay highly focused because death was lurking behind every leaf. Jiang Xiaoyong asked the guide's identity. The man replied his name was Zhou Xingkai and was immediately praised by the leader as a true man for daring to return to such a death trap. Zhou Xingkai gritted his teeth with hatred, declaring his desire to avenge his girlfriend, who was killed by the plant mutants, and rescue his trapped parents. Jiang Xiaoyong set up a tactical formation. He led the way, Li Cheng covered the rear, and two monster guardians flanked Zhou Xingkai in the middle. The team moved into the dense forest. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly brushed aside Zhou Xingkai's thanks, asserting that he was only doing this to prevent the jungle from spreading. A drop of viscous liquid unexpectedly fell onto Jiang Xiaoyong's shoulder, accompanied by a strange sound, making him halt with a bad premonition. He squinted, examining the sticky substance on him. Cold sweat began to break out as he noticed the deadly abnormality. Zhou Xingkai turned back and saw the scene, his face drained of color, stammering as he recognized the sign of lurking death. The guide shouted frantically, warning everyone to get out of the way immediately, as he recognized the danger from above. A giant tentacle shot down, tightly coiling around Jiang Xiaoyong's neck and dragging him towards the monster's gaping red maw, making Zhou Xingkai desperately scream that no one had ever survived escaping it. Jiang Xiaoyong's hand tightened around his black staff, veins bulging on his hands, signaling that a fierce counterattack was about to unfold right inside the tiger's mouth. Jiang Xiaoyong dug his feet firmly into the ground, creating two deep furrows, using his muscular strength to resist the monster's pull. He spun around skillfully. His sharp blue eyes darted backward, his hand already gripping the black staff, waiting for the chance to counterattack. A loud explosion rang out as the black staff smashed the plant monster's body to pieces, sending purple fluid splattering everywhere. Zhu Xingkai froze completely, his face drained of color, and could only stammer curses at the leader's overwhelmingly powerful display. The giant purple fleshy sack thudded to the ground, lying motionless after taking the full force of Jiang Xiaoyang's fatal blow. Surprisingly, the slimy corpse wasn't completely dead. It began to twitch and wriggle, trying to escape, startling everyone. The tentacle's flytrap-shaped head detached and shot away at dizzying speed, making Jiang Xiaoyang exclaim in surprise that it could run. He immediately turned to remind Zhang Shengze not to let the prey escape, especially when it dared to show off in front of a tentacle master. Two streams of dark energy shot out from behind. Zhang Shengze's tentacles cut through the air like cruise missiles, chasing after the target. Just before the monster could disappear into the forest, Zhang Shengze's tentacles swiftly snatched the sharp-toothed flytrap head. Zhang Shengze retracted his tentacles, easily dragging the escaping monster head towards him as if taking something from his pocket. Thud. The flytrap head was slammed hard onto the ground right in front of the group, lying completely silent, no longer daring to make a sound. Unexpectedly, the mutilated corpse spewed out a thick, pungent green smoke, enveloping the surrounding area like a trap. Jiang Xiaoyang sniffed at the strange scent. His blue eyes immediately widened in alarm. As he noticed something unusual, he frowned, warning his teammates that this smoke had a very strange fragrance and was definitely not safe at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyang suddenly found himself standing alone in a pitch-black void, his teammates having vanished without a trace. Zhou Xingkai stood dazed, his face and the surrounding space beginning to twist with insane patches of hallucination. He clutched his chest, staggering, sweat pouring down like rain, muttering about the strange sensation invading his body. In Zhou Xingkai's eyes, the figures of Jiang Xiaoyang and Zhang Shengze became terrifyingly dark and distorted, causing him to call out in panic. A rustling sound came from the nearby bushes, signaling someone was hiding or a new danger was about to strike. Zhou Xingkai flinched, sweat pouring down as he spotted a mysterious dark figure lurking in the bushes. He froze when his ex-girlfriend, Yu Yueran, suddenly appeared from the shadows, urgently calling his name. Zhou Xingkai's eyes widened, and his mouth hung open, his face showing extreme shock as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Like a madman, he rushed forward, his voice trembling as he repeatedly asked if she was truly alive. The illusion of Yu Yueran frantically waved, urging him to run quickly towards her and warning that the other direction was very dangerous. Ignoring everything, Zhou Xingkai, like a puppet on strings, mumbled his agreement and slowly stepped deeper into the deadly night. Clank. Heavy footsteps echoed on the concrete, signaling the arrival of true predators at the factory. Wenge, bare-chested, pointed towards the target with an expression of extreme excitement, with Kai Ge and Big Peng waiting behind him. Kai Jie and Wen Jie couldn't suppress their craving, saliva dripping as they thought of the fresh, clean, human flesh. Through their lust-filled, bloodshot eyes, the pitiful gatekeepers appeared as delicious prey waiting to be slaughtered. Zhou Xingkai crawled on the ground, cursing in despair, while the trio of Wenge, Kai Ge, Big Peng, and their companions stood above, looking down like hunters toying with their prey. Wenge couldn't suppress his animalistic instincts. He shot forward with tearing speed, his twisted face howling that he wanted to devour them alive immediately. Li Cheng, patrolling with his gun, suddenly froze, bewildered, not understanding what the hell was rushing towards him at such incredible speed. He stared wide-eyed at the crazed, bare-chested man in front of him, his mouth trembling as he asked the stranger's identity, but received only a deadly smile in return. His teammate behind him shouted a warning, but Wenge had already lunged like a wild beast, his powerful hand slapping Li Cheng's face with terrifying force. The powerful impact sent Li Cheng sprawling. He only managed a single cry of pain as the enemy closed in and pinned him to the ground. In the guard room, another guard, who was reading, flinched, sweat pouring down as he heard the savage roar outside. The guard gritted his teeth, his face paling as he realized the situation was extremely dire, fear beginning to consume his mind as death came knocking. Li Cheng lay motionless in a pool of blood, while his teammate stood frozen in horror, muttering curses as he witnessed Wenge's overwhelming power. Wenge stood tall with a blood-stained face, a savage, toothy grin, and a pounding heart, signaling that he had completely transformed into a bloodthirsty monster. Wenge let out a terrifying roar right in Li Cheng's face, scaring the guards senseless, sweat pouring down in the face of the thick killing intent. Without giving his opponent a chance to recover, Wenge delivered a thunderous kick to the stomach, causing Li Cheng to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. The powerful kick sent Li Cheng flying high into the air, spinning like a tattered doll. Wenge landed in an incredibly cool pose, his claws scraping the pavement, creating sparks, his sharp eyes searching for the next prey. The remaining guard gritted his teeth and emptied an entire magazine towards the monster to cover his teammate, the gun barrel spitting fire continuously. Wenge moved like a ghost, dodging bullets with extreme agility and rushing towards the enemy, cursing, "Damn it." The guard hastily helped the blood-soaked Li Cheng retreat, shouting for someone to take him to the infirmary for urgent first aid. As the enemy retreated, Wenge also stopped, clutching his chest and panting heavily, a fierce heart pain overwhelming his body. Unable to stand any longer, Wenge collapsed onto the cold concrete floor with a loud thud, losing consciousness. Sister Shin looked down with disdain, sneering at the impulsive man, while Big Peng and his minions stood towering behind them like guardian statues. Wenge, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and roared, demanding his companions find meat immediately to recover his overloaded body. Big Peng stood tall, looking down with a sneer, asking in return who he thought he was ordering around. Wenge lost his patience, his bloodshot eyes wide as he yelled, urging his companions to act quickly. A brutal, unexpected stomp came down, accompanied by the dry sound of bones colliding. Sister Shin stomped her heel on Wenji's head, coldly sneering that a piece of trash like him should just die and stop being a burden. Wenga lay flattened on the ground like a mangy dog, spitting blood but still trying to lift his head to ask about the next plan. Sister Shin turned to explain to Big Peng that they had to approach the target as humans, instead of rushing in like zombies. She confidently displayed her alluring bare back, concluding that they would boldly enter through the main gate to deceive their prey. Meanwhile, Zhou Xingkai, poisoned by mushrooms, dazedly saw the illusion of Yu Yueran waving to him in the bushes. The illusion of Yu Yueran, with a distorted face and a demonic smile, continuously urged her prey to surrender himself. A machete sliced through the air with terrifying speed, carrying a chilling, killing intent. The sharp blade cleanly severed the girl's head in an instant, sending fresh blood splattering into the night. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a heavy thud right in front of the stunned Zhou Xingkai. Zhou Xingkai wailed desperately, calling out Yu Yueran's name, his face contorted in pain, tears streaming down like rain. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped out of the shadows, rubbing his forehead and admitting that this illusion was so powerful it almost enchanted even him. The lovesick Zhou Xingkai spun around, his eyes bloodshot, roaring in indignation, and questioning why Jiang Xiaoyong had heartlessly killed his beloved. Jiang Xiaoyong activated his mind's eye, his blue eyes glowing brightly, and coldly snapped at Zhou Xingkai to open his pathetic eyes and look closely at what he called his beloved. Zhou Xingkai was stunned by the sharp rebuke, while Jiang Xiaoyong was still trying to shake off the lingering effects of the mental attack in his head. Under the scrutinizing gaze of truth, the girl's corpse began to distort and shed its fake outer shell. Before Zhou Xingkai's eyes now was only a disgusting mass of coiling plant vines, with no trace of his girlfriend at all. Jiang Xiaoyong tapped Chen Chong's head to wake him from his daytime delusion. Li Hongli and Zhang Qi stirred awake, their minds reeling with chaotic memories of children and movies created by the hallucination. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly explained that the demonic flower had sprayed anesthetic gas to hypnotize everyone, while Chen Chong stood towering behind, guarding them. Ignoring Li Hongli's questions, Jiang Xiaoyong squatted down and used a knife to dissect the black vines, checking their internal structure for a core. He clicked his tongue in disappointment, realizing he had worried for nothing. This was just an empty puppet, not the monster's main body. Jiang Xiaoyong concluded that these roots were deeply embedded in the ground, so the mastermind monster must be hiding far away. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he sensed an unusual movement and a rustling sound from beneath the soil. The strange root tried to escape underground, but Jiang Xiaoyong quickly snatched it before it could vanish. With a decisive tug, he pulled a bizarre tuber-like mass from the ground and stared at his newly acquired trophy. Jiang Xiaoyong scrutinized the object in his hand. It looked no different from a potato or taro, but it was actually the plant monster's nutrient storage organ. Jiang Xiaoyong nonchalantly retrieved the strange tuber into his system inventory, remarking casually that this thing might even be edible. He turned to interrogate Zhou Xingkai about this bizarre plant, but the guide could only sweat profusely, warning that they were extremely dangerous and devoured everything. Zhou Xingkai revealed a clue about Professor He, an agricultural expert who once hid in a tall building nearby, though it was unclear if he was still alive. Having obtained this valuable information, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately ordered Zhou Xingkai to lead the way to the old expert without delay. The cold moonlight hung in the night sky, illuminating a desolate world fraught with danger. In another area, a red-haired woman with a ponytail and a fiery figure was panting, dragging her exhausted feet in a tattered state. Her treacherous high heels caused her to slip, dropping both her phone and wallet onto the cold concrete ground. The woman screamed in despair and fell sprawling to the ground, lying flat, full of pain and helplessness. A guard on the watchtower was startled when he spotted a figure, immediately shouting an alarm that a survivor had appeared. 2 guards rushed out of the gate, running and yelling for the woman to stay put so they could approach. Ponytail woman sat on the ground in a disheveled state, subtly exposing her skin to set a sweet trap for the guards. The guards immediately took the bait, craning their necks to argue with their comrades about prioritizing the rescue of the beautiful woman in distress. She clutched the guard's shirt, whining and pleading desperately, making him muddle-headed and forget all safety protocols. While the guards were busy playing heroes rescuing the beauty, Big Peng stood with his arms crossed beside the car, clicking his tongue, enjoying the show. Big Peng sneered triumphantly, admitting that his praise acting was too convincing, a high-level seduction that left the opponents with no suspicion. Suddenly, Ponytail Woman delivered a lightning-fast kick, her sharp heel striking the face of the bewildered guard who didn't understand what was happening. She changed her demeanor faster than flipping a pancake, flashing a cruel, predatory smile, and asserting that her skill at killing people was even better than her acting. Ponytail Woman quickly subdued her prey, whispering words of death into his ear while her accomplices efficiently cleared the scene. The scene shifted to Jiang Xiaoyong's group. The entire team silently advanced into the dense, dangerous forest as dusk began to fall. Jiang Xiaoyong impatiently asked how much further, and Zhou Xingkai quickly pointed towards the looming building ahead, signaling they were nearing their destination. Zhou Xingkai flinched when he heard a desperate cry. His face drained of color as he recognized a familiar voice in that death trap. He stared wide-eyed at Aunt Yang, who was secretly hiding behind the corner, uttering her name in utter astonishment. Cold sweat poured off him, and Zhou Xingkai mumbled a denial, thinking he had fallen into another damned illusion trap. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, trying to erase the image before him because his reason told him this couldn't be real. Jiang Xiaoyong patted his shoulder reassuringly, firmly stating that there was no hallucinogenic pollen this time. Everything was real. Bearded survivor rushed out with a shovel in hand, shouting reproaches at Aunt Yang for recklessly revealing herself to strangers. The bearded man glared at Zhou Xingkai with hostility, asserting that the kid had been assimilated by monsters and was beyond saving. Aunt Yang's attitude changed rapidly. She gritted her teeth and ordered the entire group to prepare for a life-or-death battle. As soon as the attack command ended, the hostile survivors charged wildly like moths to a flame, determined to eliminate Jiang Xiaoyong's group. Zhang Shengze roared, intending to tear the enemies apart. But Jiang Xiaoyong immediately activated his mind's eye, shouting loudly for everyone to stop at once. Sharp arrows sliced through the air, carrying a strong killing intent directly at Jiang Xiaoyong's formation. Jiang Xiaoyong maintained a cold expression while Chen Chong and Li Hongli strode forward imposingly, their overwhelming presence rendering the arrows useless. Jiang Xiaoyong let out a powerful roar, ordering everyone to stop and keep a cool head immediately before he lost his temper. The shout, filled with power, stunned Aunt Yang and the bearded man beside her, their faces drained of color and shock. Zhou Xingkai quickly rushed between the two factions, spreading his arms and shouting for Aunt Yang to calm down because these were absolutely not enemies. Recognizing a familiar face, Aunt Yang broke out in a sweat and turned to yell at her subordinates, who were holding crossbows and axes, to cease fire immediately. Zhou Xingkai panted, straining his voice to explain that this group came from outside the forest and were their saviors, not monsters. Aunt Yang was still suspicious, her sharp eyes pressing for the whereabouts of the other explorers, especially the name Xiaotong. Zhou Xingkai painfully admitted that Xiaotong and half the team had perished, but he had fortunately escaped and suggested everyone return to base for further discussion. Aunt Yang and the bearded man fell silent, staring at the mutated bodyguards behind Zhou Xingkai with extreme apprehension and fear. Chen Chong, wearing a muzzle, stood towering beside Zhang Shengze, exuding a menacing aura that terrified the opponents. Zhou Xingkai quickly stepped forward to vouch for them, reassuring Aunt Yang that these mutated individuals were on their side and completely harmless. Seeing the tension still thick in the air, Jiang Xiaoyong turned and ordered his two subordinates to do something silly to defuse the situation. Chen Chong immediately struck an innocent white lotus pose, showing off his harmlessness, while Zhang Shengze flexed his muscles, leaving everyone speechless. Jiang Xiaoyong coughed awkwardly to cover up the bland comedic act, while Zhou Xingkai strained his voice to assert that these were their saviors. After everything was settled, the entire group streamed into the base, led by Zhang Shengze, who was gliding coolly on his tentacles. Shanshan rode a heavy-duty motorcycle, performing a fierce tire-burning drift right in front of the steel factory gate. She coldly used her walkie-talkie to call Li Hongli, announcing her arrival and demanding the gate be opened immediately. Before the gate could open, Shanshan's eyes suddenly widened, as if she had just witnessed an unbelievable, horrifying sight. As Shanshan parked her bike, in a hidden corner, the trio of Big Peng, bearded partner, and ponytail woman were lurking, observing like predatory beasts. Li Hongli stood inside the gate, waving a warm welcome upon seeing Shanshan return safely. The atmosphere seemed to have eased. Big Peng's group breathed a sigh of relief, having almost been exposed, and whispered their schemes behind the young woman's back. Realizing Shanshan was a pure evolver, the three villains salivated, dreaming of the formidable power they would gain if they devoured her. Brushing aside pleasantries, Shanshan immediately inquired about the casualties, and Li Hongli reported that the injured were in the medical room. Shanshan quickly entered the infirmary, where a victim was tightly bound to a bed like a rice cake, to prevent mutation. She held up 2 vials of inhibitors, reiterating Jiang Xiaoyong's order that anyone bitten by a zombie must be injected immediately to stop the virus. Li Hongli sweated as he explained that the victim had been bitten hours ago without showing any signs of mutation, proving the attacker was not a zombie. Ponytail woman unexpectedly stepped forward from the crowd, spreading news of a type of mutated human in the western suburbs, aggressively biting people but not causing infection. Li Hongli narrowed his eyes suspiciously, beginning to interrogate the strange red-haired woman who claimed to be a new member escaped from the western district. The woman began to act dramatically, with a horrified expression, weaving a tale of intelligent, flesh-eating monsters with terrifying pursuit speed. Li Hongli turned to Shanshan with a serious face, questioning whether she had inadvertently led this danger back to the base. The red-haired woman immediately interrupted, feigning panic and apologizing profusely, as if she were a pitiful victim who only wanted to survive, to divert attention. Li Hongli waved his hand to reassure her, explaining that he wasn't blaming her but merely wanted to extract enemy information to prepare for battle. After grasping the situation, Li Hongli waved her away, and the woman obediently assented, then turned and walked away with a graceful, triumphant air. Shanshan bowed her head in apology for causing trouble, while Li Hongli coughed and ordered food for the injured and continued monitoring. Shanshan's eyes sharpened. She squinted, pondering as her intuition told her there was a scent of danger emanating from the newcomer. Without hesitation, Shanshan directly warned Li Hongli that the woman felt utterly wrong and suspicious. Li Hongli tried to reassure Shanshan that she was just overthinking due to the heavy pressure Jiang Xiaoyong had placed on a young woman. Jiang Xiaoyong and Aunt Yang stood before a towering skyscraper amidst the night, marking the group's destination. Aunt Yang wondered why this place was chosen as a base instead of more fortified factories, but Jiang Xiaoyong asserted that the disaster here was entirely different. Jiang Xiaoyong explained the death mechanism. The lower the fog, the denser it was. Inhaling it would turn one into a plant, and only above the 10th floor was it thin enough to survive. Aunt Yang gestured, leading the way upstairs for a more detailed discussion, away from the dangerous lower areas. At the office, Aunt Yang respectfully introduced Jiang Xiaoyong to Professor He, who was already waiting at his desk. Professor He clutched his forehead, looking weary and helpless, announcing the grim news that the situation outside the forest was not much better. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to the door, calling his 2 main forces into the room after briefly explaining the situation to them. The frightened survivors parted to both sides, making way for Zhang Shengze and Chen Chong to enter with the overwhelming aura of true monsters. Jiang Xiaoyong inquired about the situation in major cities, but Professor He poured cold water on his hopes, stating there would be no rescue. It was every man for himself. Without beating around the bush, Jiang Xiaoyong pulled out a strange plant tuber, and directly asked the old professor if he knew what this item was. Professor, he immediately recognized it as the tuber from the plant mutants, something Aunt Yang's group often risked their lives to retrieve from outside. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked, confirming the information. He already knew this tasted like taro and was a life-saving source of calories during these times of scarcity. The conversation was interrupted when Zhou Xingkai rushed into the room, his face pale as he delivered an urgent warning. He pointed out the window, shouting in despair that the plant mutants were swarming to surround the building. Professor He's eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring down him as he heard the news of the increasing number of monsters gathering. Zhou Xingkai and the bearded survivor stared out the window, both trembling and shouting, as they saw the appearance of the flower vehicle. Jiang Xiaoyong frowned, not understanding. He turned and pressed for information on just how dangerous that monstrous flower vehicle truly was. Professor He's face was drained of color as he warned Jiang Xiaoyong that the situation was more dangerous than imagined, and today could be the end for everyone. The old professor broke out in a cold sweat, his pupils contracting in extreme terror at the impending disaster. Without hesitation, he yelled, ordering the women and children to run to the rooftop to find a hidden spot, while the elderly had to stay and defend with him. Jiang Xiaoyong and Aunt Yang stood stunned, seeing the old professor suddenly transform into a decisive commander. Professor He strained his neck, shouting loudly to urge the crowd to move, accepting the sacrifice of a few to preserve the species, rather than everyone dying together. The thundering sound of footsteps echoed as the panicked survivors fled, leaving only Jiang Xiaoyong standing firm like a rock amidst the chaotic crowd. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyong still standing there, Professor He hastily advised him to run, as he was young and shouldn't sacrifice his life here in vain. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked arrogantly, activating his space ring which glowed blue, and told the old professor to calm down because he was very curious. He watched the swirling energy in his hand, coldly wondering what kind of abomination could make everyone so terrified. Jiang Xiaoyong ambled over to the window where Mr. He was tensely observing, while Aunt Yang stood silently behind, awaiting the next move. The old professor was sweating profusely, his voice trembling as he warned that if the main body wasn't destroyed, these plant monsters would make mincemeat of everyone. Jiang Xiaoyong looked outside with curiosity, quite surprised to learn that these monsters operated in a swarm under the control of a higher entity. Below, an entire legion of monsters was silently advancing towards the building, like a pre-programmed army, their main goal to hunt them down using pheromone signals. Without a word, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly pulled open the window, startling Mr. He, who flinched at this reckless act of inviting death. Before the old professor's wide eyes, he immediately pulled a heavy rifle from his inventory and coolly declared he wanted to test the monster's toughness. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out as the gun barrel spat fire, the bullet tearing through the air straight towards the target below. The plant monster was hit, its body violently thrown backward by the impact with a heavy thud, seemingly obliterated. But immediately, the wound on its body began to squirm, the plant tissues automatically weaving together and regenerating at a dizzying speed, as if it had never been shot. Seeing the two monsters standing there, Jiang Xiaoyong smirked, assessing their incredible regeneration, and prepared for the next durability test. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly followed up with a dazzling burst of bullets from the heavy gun to finish off the stubborn monster. The plant monster's body was riddled with bullet holes, the light from the projectiles tearing through the night and pinning it into oblivion. It shrieked miserably, its body writhing in agony as the plant cells couldn't reweave in time against the fatal damage. The entire group of monsters collapsed to the ground with heavy thuds, officially wiped out after the protagonist's destructive damage test. Jiang Xiaoyong scratched his head in annoyance, complaining that these creatures were excessively tough, taking 2 magazines to kill one, but still reassured everyone that it was fine. He turned back inside and slammed a mysterious wooden crate onto the table, making the survivors jump at the loud noise. Without any tools, Jiang Xiaoyong channeled strength into his arm and tore open the nailed wooden crate lid with his bare hands as if it were paper. Li Shuxiong and Mr. He's eyes widened, sweating profusely as they witnessed his terrifying raw strength, prying open the crate barehanded. Seeing a whole stash of Molotov cocktails inside, Li Shuxiong groaned with pleasure and shouted excitedly, eager to go all out with the hot goods. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly assigned everyone the task of defense with these weapons, while 2 undead bodyguards stood towering powerfully behind him. Mr. He hadn't processed it yet, his face blank as he asked again what the leader's escape plan actually was. Before he could finish, the old man flinched, his eyes wide with horror, as he saw an unexpected event unfold right before him. He shrieked, sweat pouring down him as he watched figures hurtle through the towering window frame, seemingly to their deaths. Ignoring the deadly height of the 16th floor, Muscle Man and Zhang Shengze plunged straight to the ground like 2 living meteorites. The 2 guardians landed with a powerful crash, shaking the entire area and stopping directly in front of the plant monsters. The purple-flowered monsters growled chillingly, aggressively charging at the 2 walls of flesh, unaware that death awaited them. Muscle Man said little, crushing an enemy's head with one hand, then delivering an uppercut to send the unfortunate monster to its demise. The muzzled student charged left and right, using overwhelming physical strength to crush the parasitic plants like swatting flies. Muscle Man's attack speed was so fast it left after images, continuously tearing enemies into small pieces with his bare hands. Zhang Shengze was no less impressive, wielding his dark tentacles like steel whips, sweeping away a whole section of monsters in an instant. Mr. He and Li Shuxiong's mouths hung open, their faces drained of color as they witnessed the brutal massacre by the monstrous trio below. Foreman Li shouted loudly to rally the dazed crowd, ordering them to prepare to engage the remaining forces about to climb up. With a leader's demeanor, Foreman Li instructed anyone brave enough to guard the stairs with Molotovs, while the rest immediately cleared flammable materials. Li Shuxiong and Sheng Bo yelled their acknowledgement, clutching Molotov cocktails with burning resolve, ready to incinerate any enemy daring to approach. A plant monster was utterly smashed, flung far away with a heavy thud, ending its life as a mere shield. Jiang Xiaoyong stood proudly amidst the pile of monster corpses, dusting his hands and sighing in relief after clearing the battlefield. He ordered Muscle Man and Zhang Shengze to collect core crystals from the corpses strewn across the lawn. Jiang Xiaoyong rubbed his chin in thought, his sharp eyes deciding to split from the group to investigate that bizarre flower carriage. Inside the building, the monsters were burned black by the fire, and the survivors, while putting out the flames, praised Foreman Li's tactics and Jiang Xiaoyong's strength. Foreman Li announced the danger was over and called everyone to gather, but the smile on Shengbo's face vanished when he realized Jiang Xiaoyong was gone. The monster's hideous root-like legs scuttled across the ground, creating a chilling rustling sound. Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes in assessment, muttering about the distorted and grotesque nature of the creature before him. From high in the tree, he identified the main target as the so-called flower carriage, a massive, purplish mass of flesh, with legs slowly advancing. His gaze locked onto the giant, spiky, glowing flower at its peak, suspecting it was the main entity controlling this mobile tumor. Jiang Xiaoyong's blue eyes narrowed as his keen senses alerted him to a sudden, ambush-like surge of killing intent. Slam! A giant tentacle smashed the spot where he had just stood, but Jiang Xiaoyong had already leaped into the air, dodging the attack with extreme reflexes. He landed coolly and secretly compared the terrifying force he just evaded to Zhang Shengze's immense strength. The monster gave him no respite, continuing its relentless assault, but Jiang Xiaoyong remained unfazed by the immense pressure. He sneered arrogantly, his hands firmly grasping the lashing tentacles, declaring that he had become quite accustomed to dealing with such things lately. His arm tensed, hard as cold steel, easily blocking the monster's physical attack and causing its bark-like skin to crack. The plant monster unexpectedly spewed a thick cloud of pungent green toxic gas, attempting to turn the tide against its overwhelmingly powerful foe. Jiang Xiaoyong stood defiantly amidst the toxic smoke, sneering contemptuously, and declaring that he had seen these petty tricks countless times in his previous life, so they were useless. He let out a powerful roar, shattering the last vestiges of confidence from the dying monster. With overwhelming physical strength, Jiang Xiaoyong swung his arm and yanked hard, sending the monster's tentacles flying like stale noodles. The massive flesh mass trembled violently, emitting fearful clicking sounds as it realized the vast skill gap between hunter and prey. Unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure any longer, the huge monster collapsed to its knees with a heavy thud, completely losing its ability to resist. Seizing the golden opportunity, Jiang Xiaoyong shot forward like an arrow, deciding to end this prelude with a trump card. His hand glowed with an eerie energy, activating the slave mark skill to turn this formidable creature into a powerful minion. He leaped into the air, his hand, bearing the dark seal, plunging straight into the center of the trembling plant mass. Thwack! Jiang Xiaoyong pressed the slave mark firmly onto the monster, and a surge of dark energy immediately enveloped it, establishing absolute ownership. A dazzling burst of purple energy erupted, marking the moment Jiang Xiaoyong officially transformed the area boss into an obedient pet. Mr. He and Zhu Xingkai's faces were drained of color, despairingly thinking that the monster was advancing to make mincemeat of them all after devouring their leader. The tense atmosphere suddenly became awkward as the two monsters, Zhang Shengze and Muscle Man, appeared, greeting each other as if on a stroll in the park. Jiang Xiaoyong entered with the demeanor of a king, not bothering with the crowd's fear, only focused on asking his subordinates about the core crystal spoils. Zhang Shengze, in a deep, booming voice, reported the drop rate from the centipede and spider monsters that had just been slaughtered. Muscle Man, despite wearing a muzzle, cheerfully gave a thumbs up, confirming today's haul was quite good. Jiang Xiaoyong rubbed his forehead helplessly, feeling exhausted from listening to reports from his two subordinates. One stammered, the other could only grunt. To Professor He's bewilderment, he calmly declared that the terrifying creature below was now on their side. Aunt Yang, Zhu Xingkai, and the survivors were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unable to believe the shocking news they had just heard. Jiang Xiaoyong stood proudly before the giant flower car monster, which lay docilely still, reassuring everyone that this new pet wouldn't bite indiscriminately anymore. Professor He tremblingly reached out to touch the monster's purplish mass of flesh, while Aunt Yang and Zhu Xingkai stood behind him, holding their breath in tension. The old professor gulped, sweat beading on his temples from the immense pressure of facing this terrifying entity. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly placed his hand on the silent, still vines, demonstrating to everyone that this terrifying creature had been completely subdued by him. He turned to ask Professor He for his professional opinion on how this mutated species actually worked. Regaining his scientific demeanor, Professor He stroked his beard, deducing that even though it had mutated into a monster, its original plant instincts were still present. The old man began a biology lecture about the brutal struggle for survival in the plant world, where only the strong had the right to breathe. Trees competed to grow tall to vie for sunlight, while the smaller, weaker ones below, lacking sunlight, would become frail. That's why, in dense forests, the bottom layer was often bare, because there wasn't enough light to sustain the weeds below. Professor He concluded that this flower car monster, having lost out in the height competition, was forced to evolve into eating animals to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster's tentacles twitched slightly, making Zhou Xingkai jump in surprise, his eyes wide with extreme vigilance. Seeing the tentacle twitching behind the boss, the young man with the knife frantically yelled a warning, then instinctively tried to rush in and stab it to death. Jiang Xiaoyong raised his hand, immediately ordering him to stop, asserting that this monster wouldn't dare rebel, and that he wanted to see what it would do next. The black tentacle wriggled and crept close to Jiang Xiaoyong's face, scaring Zhou Xingkai out of his wits behind him, who stammered his leader's name in despair. Instead of delivering a killing blow, the tentacle gently brushed against his neck with a rustle, as if fawning over its new master. Jiang Xiaoyong's sharp blue eyes widened completely, utterly surprised by this hideous monster's strangely friendly action. He froze, sweating profusely, while Zhu Xingkai behind him had his face drained of color, stammering, asking what on earth was happening. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to confirm with Professor He that his analysis was spot on. This entire city was now a bloody arena where mutated plants fought for nutrients. He stood before the giant purple mass of flesh, declaring loudly that if it was his subordinate, he would take care of its food, then waved his hand, signaling it to come closer. The giant carnivorous flower shuddered, the green veins on its petals glowing brightly as if charging energy to carry out the command. With a pop, it spat out a sparkling green crystal mass right in front of Jiang Xiaoyong, as if offering its first tribute to its boss. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly extended his hand to receive it, letting the greenish tentacle creep forward and gently wrap around his arm like a greeting. The plant monster's essence core shrunk, floating down from above like a gift offered to a king. The green orb settled neatly in his palm, glowed brightly, and immediately began the process of absorption and fusion. Zhu Xingkai scratched his head, not understanding where that huge mass had disappeared to, while Jiang Xiaoyong smirked, showing off the tiny trophy in his hand. He clenched his hand, felt a new surge of power coursing through his veins, and briefly declared that it had symbiotically merged with his body. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong swung his arm powerfully through the air to test the dominance and range of his new toy. With a whoosh, a series of green vines shot out from his hand, darting away at speeds the naked eye couldn't follow. The vines wrapped tightly around a large tree trunk, squeezing with a loud crack, causing the rock-hard wood to split open. The terrifying power of the whip shattered a section of reinforced concrete wall, leaving a clean, destructive cut. Zhang Shengzhe froze completely, sweating profusely as he realized that long, noodle-like strand was even stronger and harder than his own renowned tentacles. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked triumphantly as the system chimed, announcing the unlocking of the gardener achievement along with a sweet 150 bonus points. In the courtyard outside, the henchmen were lingering, inspecting the corpse of the slimy mutated tree that had just been defeated. The silent night enveloped the chemical plant with its giant storage towers, where death lurked in every corner. In the dark room, the red-haired assassin heard a knock at the door and turned with a sinister smile, knowing full well that another foolish fish had taken the bait. A henchman cheerfully carried a plate of cake, standing outside the door and uttering cheesy, flirtatious words about bringing a late-night snack to nourish the beauty. She narrowed her eyes coldly, her voice sharp as she questioned who dared to order him to do such a superfluous thing. The henchman grinned, infatuated, scratching his head as he admitted he himself wanted to take care of the pretty girl, unaware he was about to be doomed. The red-haired assassin's eyes flashed with a crimson murderous glint. A soft hiss echoed, signaling that her innocent facade had officially dropped. She gracefully approached and pressed close to the man, whispering a deadly thank you that made him sweat profusely, both thrilled and trembling. Before he could fully enjoy the pleasure, the infatuated man's eyes rolled back, spitting blood as he was struck by a fatal blow from the venomous woman. The henchman rushed in and grabbed the red-haired assassin's shoulder with a grim expression, yelling, questioning what she was secretly doing here. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, he quickly let go and stammered an apology, his face flushed with embarrassment at the beauty's revealing attire. The red-haired assassin wasn't angry at all. Instead, she gracefully moved closer, uttering sweet temptations, inviting him outside the factory for a more thrilling and adventurous game. The silent night outside echoed with ambiguous sounds, accompanied by the triumphant question of the man intoxicated by lust. "Who's your daddy?" The henchman stood bare-chested, panting with satisfaction, while she calmly sat behind, adjusting her underwear with a mysterious smile. He turned back to look at the beauty with infatuated eyes, showering her with compliments, then suddenly remembered he didn't even know her name. Just as their passion peaked, the red-haired assassin suddenly feigned surprise, looking towards the pile of barrels, making the man also turn, bewildered, to wonder. He approached and was startled when he saw a familiar sleeve sticking out from the barrel lid, suspecting it was the jacket of his comrade, Zhao Chen. The henchman curiously opened the barrel lid to look, and immediately his eyes widened, cold sweat pouring down him like a shower at the horrifying sight inside. Lying neatly in the cramped barrel was Zhao Chen's distorted corpse, leaving him stunned as he realized the fate of those who had been loved before. Before the henchman could recover, a cold hand with sharp claws reached out from behind. Death was calling his name. The red-haired assassin revealed her true form as a bloodthirsty monster, her eyes glowing brightly as she lunged to tear at the throat of her prey, who trembled in despair. The desolate and silent factory exterior under the moonlight concealed the bloody crimes that had just occurred inside. San Jia, dozing off in the car, was startled awake, his face drained of color by the violent banging on the door. Bald Lao Peng glared at his lazy subordinate, yelling loudly for falling asleep and being oblivious while on guard duty. Without letting San Jia explain, Lao Peng grabbed his neck tightly and squeezed, roaring in anger that this negligence could make them lose track of their prey. Sister Shin stood beside them with a weary but calculating expression, speaking up to intervene in the internal punishment to focus on the main objective. The seductive woman uttered malicious taunts, smirking, suggesting that the red-haired assassin was definitely trying to hog the delicious meal for herself. The group of three, radiating murderous intent, immediately entered the factory area to track down the one they believed to be a traitor. Lao Peng saw the bloody mess of flesh in the barrel and roared furiously, asserting that she dared to bypass them to enjoy the fresh meat alone. Sister Shin confidently whispered into the boss's ear, asserting that if that woman could get through using a honey trap, she could certainly do better. Without a word, Lao Peng's powerful hand swung up like lightning, grabbing the target. He tightened his grip around the fishnet woman's throat, roaring furiously, as he suspected she was also trying to sneak in and hog it all for herself, just like that wretched woman before her. The third master rushed out in a panic to intervene, shouting that if they strangled her now, they would all lose their chance to infiltrate inside. Hearing this, Lao Peng released his grip and threw the fishnet woman hard onto the ground with a thud, making her fall sprawling in pain. He leaned close, threatening to drag them all to hell if she dared to pull any tricks, making the fishnet woman choke and cough as she trembled and nodded repeatedly. The plan began. Her delicate hands pounded loudly on the iron gate, accompanied by desperate, fake cries for help. The fishnet woman stood alone before the large gate, her silhouette exuding a weak and lonely aura to lure the guards inside. 3 guards immediately appeared, with guns ready in their hands, their eyes full of vigilance as they demanded to know the stranger's identity. The fishnet woman immediately switched to Oscar mode, trembling as she fabricated a story about being chased by zombies and nearly dying, to appeal to the men's pity. 2 settlement guards' eyes shone like headlights, and they laughed lewdly upon seeing such a delicious item delivering herself, even comparing her looks as better than the previous girl. Suddenly, one of them froze, his face changing color as he shouted, sensing that something was wrong. A girl from the female survivors group rushed out, pointed directly at her face and shouted a warning that the woman was a disguised monster, absolutely not to be trusted. The settlement guards heard this and immediately changed their tune faster than a rice paper, cursed, and simultaneously drew their guns, firing mercilessly at the beauty. Sharp gunshots echoed continuously, muzzle flashes tore through the night, forming a deadly net of fire aimed at the target. The fishnet woman revealed her true abilities, gliding like the wind and twisting her body with extreme flexibility to dodge bullets, making all the soldiers miss their shots. No matter how fast she was, the hail of bullets was too dense. She groaned in pain as several bullets lodged directly into her body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The corpse fell face down on the road, lying motionless. The soldiers dared not approach, but shouted for someone to get gasoline to burn it immediately. When they returned with the gasoline can, the scene was only an empty space. The corpse had vanished without a trace, making everyone terrified. The whole group was in extreme panic for letting the tough target escape, and hastily ordered an urgent report to Li Hongli and Shan Shan to inform them of the situation. The fishnet woman stumbled and fled in her high heels, her steps faltering due to extreme fear after escaping the hail of bullets. A thud echoed, and she fell face down onto the ground right before the towering feet of the butcher Lao Peng. The fishnet woman looked up with a tear-streaked face, pleaded desperately, and swore to be his slave if he spared her pathetic life. Lao Peng looked down with cold eyes, smirked, and uttered a chilling remark that they were both the same kind of trash. His powerful hand gripped a concrete slab tightly, veins bulging, full of menacing killing intent. He lifted the giant slab of rock as if it were a toy, coldly declaring his intention to find a new food source to replace this useless woman. The fishnet woman's pupils constricted. Despair enveloped her as she realized she had become a discarded pawn. A horrifying thud echoed. The rock slammed down, crushing the target into a bloody, messy pulp. Suddenly, a streak of blue light sliced through the air, cutting across Lao Peng so fast he couldn't react. The bald head of the boss slammed onto the floor, ending the hunter's life in an instant. Lao Peng's headless corpse crashed to the ground with a thud, blood gushing out, making the fishnet woman look up in extreme shock. The third master licked the blood-stained knife, gave a morbid smile, and made a condition. He would only leave 1 arm and 1 leg for her to recover. The rest he would eat. The fishnet woman broke out in a cold sweat, gritted her teeth and uttered, "All right," to accept the compromise, knowing her place as her only support was gone. The scene shifts to the factory area. The henchmen began to stir in fear upon discovering that numerous comrades had vanished without a trace during the night. Lao Li's face was tense, and he shouted loudly upon hearing the report that Yang Hai and another person were still nowhere to be found. Shan Shan was secretly scouting the situation when she was caught from behind by the security captain, who questioned her whereabouts. The quick-witted girl maintained a poker face, fabricating a reason about patrolling to find clues to divert the men's suspicion. While looking around warily, Shan Shan's gaze suddenly froze. Her pupils constricted as she discovered something unusual under the moonlight. A green trash can stained with dried blood stood prominently in the night, emitting a strong stench of death that sent chills down her spine. Lao Li and the soldiers were horrified to realize that Zhao Chen's jacket and a comrade's shoes were mixed in with the pile of shredded flesh, confirming a gruesome death. The red-haired assassin broke out in a cold sweat, biting her nails in fear upon realizing that Lao Peng and Gao Wen must have dug up the bones she had disposed of in the trash can. Shan Shan coldly exposed the truth, asserting that there had been no sounds or signs of struggle around the settlement when the murder occurred. The girl narrowed her eyes, full of killing intent, cornering her opponent with a decisive question about the meaning of that deadly silence. The red-haired assassin flinched, deliberately feigning innocence and asking back why everyone was staring at her like that, while the men behind her were still bewildered. Without bothering to argue further, Shan Shan decisively swung her hand, creating a blue energy blade that slashed down fiercely. She screamed in horror as the sharp blade plunged into the ground right between her legs, missing her by mere inches. Her assassin's reflexes kicked in. She twisted her body to narrowly dodge the attack as the scorching energy stream zipped past right in front of her. Bang! Shan Shan's powerful attack exploded the ground, creating a cloud of dust, warning the enemy not to try any tricks. Knowing she could no longer play the victim, the woman shed her mask of fear, revealing her brutal nature with eyes as sharp and cold as razors. Shan Shan still maintained a poker face, devoid of emotion, cracking her knuckles, preparing to teach this brazen woman a lesson she'd never forget. The red-haired assassin broke out in a cold sweat, realizing her innocent facade had been completely stripped away in front of everyone. Her eyes flashed with a quick calculation as she decided to play a desperate card to find a way to escape. Quick as a flash, she lunged and grabbed the nearest henchman, using him as a human shield, leaving him no time to react. Holding a knife to the hostage's throat, she roared a threat that she would send him to meet his ancestors if anyone dared to make a move. Shan Shan did not flinch, glaring and warning that if the hostage died, she wouldn't leave this place alive. The assassin sneered contemptuously, mocking the snot-nosed girl for daring to threaten an old hand like her. While dragging the hostage backward, she shouted loudly, demanding that the opponents surrender their weapons immediately. Seeing the crowd still hesitant, She furiously threatened to slit the hostage's carotid artery to prove she wasn't bluffing. Suddenly, she kicked the hostage away, then coldly fired another shot into his leg, making him fall face down in pain. Taking advantage of the chaos, she leaped over the railing, escaping into the night, leaving the bewildered crowd behind. Shanshan didn't say much, coldly aimed her dark gun at the target, with eyes as sharp as a betel nut knife, determined not to spare the enemy. The red-haired assassin was fleeing with her back bent when 2 energy bullets pierced her from behind, making her scream in agonizing pain. She gritted her teeth, her face contorted, trying to suppress the pain to continue dragging her crippled body away from the scene. Shanshan shot forward like an arrow, intending to snatch a motorcycle to pursue, brushing aside the bewildered security guard who was asking about the situation. Uncle Lee hastily intervened to calm the girl's hot head, advising to seal off the area first, as it was unclear how many enemies were still lurking. Regaining her composure, Shanshan handed over command of the quarantine zone to Uncle Lee, so she could be free to go to Tea Leaf City to handle important matters. Uncle Lee chuckled as he accepted the order, secretly admiring his niece's exceptional decisiveness and maturity in the face of chaos. Suddenly, a horde of green-skinned monsters covered in purplish plant growths loomed out of the night, growling as they advanced. Before they could react, the monsters were instantly impaled by sharp, inky black tentacles, splattering blood everywhere. Jiang Xiaoyang appeared like a god, his glowing blue eyes controlling vines to clear the battlefield, leading his newly arrived elite subordinates. The sharp, inky black tentacles whipped through the night, slicing the monsters into small pieces in an instant, giving them no time to even gasp. The subordinates quickly cleaned up the battlefield, carrying several cans of gasoline to prepare for a thorough cremation to cleanse the area. Jiang Xiaoyang stood proudly amidst the corpses, flanked by Guardian Zhang Shengzhe in his muscular, green-skinned monster form, escorting his respected leader. The flames erupted fiercely, incinerating the rotting corpses into ash. Jiang Xiaoyang coldly watched the mass cremation to eliminate any pathogens. A silver-haired old man looked dazed, sweating profusely, unsure if he felt safe or was suffocated by the overwhelming power he had just witnessed. The system panel displayed a notification of the Utopian mission's completion with generous reward points. Jiang Xiaoyang smiled smugly, praising Zhang Qi and Shanshan for doing an excellent job. The base gates swung open, welcoming the uncrowned king's return. His subordinates cheered Jiang Xiaoyang's name, as if welcoming an idol back to their village. As soon as he arrived, Jiang Xiaoyang immediately asked about Shanshan's whereabouts. Uncle Lee reported that she had taken inhibitors to the steel factory to rescue those who had been bitten. Jiang Xiaoyang's sharp gaze swept over the group of strangers behind them. Uncle Lee quickly explained that these were lucky survivors from City S. Uncle Lee introduced Mr. He as an excellent botanist. Jiang Xiaoyang immediately changed his demeanor, warmly shaking hands to recruit this rare SSR tier asset into his team. Jiang Xiaoyang outlined a crazy plan. He would escort Mr. He to the edge of City S's forest to establish a third base, making the old man's head spin upon hearing it. The roar of an engine tore through the night, startling everyone, who turned to see who dared to make noise at such a critical moment. It turned out to be Kuei Jing, riding a formidable Ducati. As soon as she saw her leader return, she excitedly waved, as if there had been no separation. As soon as she got off the bike, Kuei Jing's expression changed as she reported the tense situation, stating that the newcomers were all untrustworthy and needed to be guarded against. Seeing Mr. He and Uncle Sheng worried sick, Jiang Xiaoyang scoffed reassuringly, saying that he had already checked their profiles, so the two of them were considered allies. Hearing the good news, Kuei Jing sighed in relief, while Jiang Xiaoyang was staring at the notification panel that had just appeared before him. Jiang Xiaoyang smirked as the system issued the Villain Extermination Mission Part 4, with the objective to clear out the scum in the Western District and claim a sweet 120 points. Elsewhere, the red-haired assassin was coughing violently, fresh blood gushing from her mouth after taking the full damage from the previous battle. She slumped against the corner of the wall, panting heavily, her tattered appearance with a deep wound in her side, but still clinging to a sliver of life. Before she could recover, a sharp blade plunged into the wall right beside her, signaling that death had found her. The red-haired assassin broke out in a cold sweat, her face drained of color as she realized death had truly come knocking at her hiding place. She was blocked by those who were once her comrades, a flirtatious red-dressed woman and a burly man, who were looking at her like a toy. The assassin desperately tried to explain that everything was just a misunderstanding and that she actually had a plan to salvage the situation. The red-dressed woman shouted furiously at her, exposing how her trash plan almost got them all killed for nothing. She ordered her to be finished off immediately, gloating that they had already dealt with the bald man, and now it was the traitor's turn to pay. Before she could finish speaking, a sharp, inky black spike pierced her throat from behind, making the red-dressed woman cough up blood, her eyes wide with terror. The blade was cruelly withdrawn, causing her to collapse into the darkness, ending the life of the one who had just been loudly threatening others. The goatee man stepped out with a sinister smile, a blood-stained knife in his hand, casually viewing the killing of his comrade as a necessary tactical move. The assassin frantically shouted a warning to the newcomer not to trust him, as this bastard specialized in backstabbing for personal gain. She held her breath, observing the situation, her eyes filled with vigilance and hatred at the boundless cruelty of the man before her. The severely wounded red-haired assassin cowardly begged the goatee man for her life and urged him to finish off the dying red-dressed woman beside her as a substitute for her own life. The goatee man lifted her chin with a sick smile, showing interest in her offer to sell her dignity and skills cheaply to survive. He swung his knife down without hesitation, accompanied by a mocking remark about his preference for eating blondes and redheads. The goatee man stood looking at the two corpses slumped on the ground, making a chilling declaration that he would only leave her one arm and one leg to recover. The rest would be his meal. The map displayed intelligence about the cannibalistic abominations from the western suburbs, confirming that the redhead was one of them who had infiltrated this place. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to ask Li Cheng about the cannibals, and this subordinate casually admitted his dark past as a member of that group. Memories of cannibalism resurfaced, describing the degenerative process that stripped humans of their humanity, turning them into greedy, bloodthirsty monsters. Jiang Xiaoyong, upon hearing this, concluded that they were dangerous scum that needed to be cleaned up, but for now, he had more important matters to deal with first. He assigned Uncle Li the task of guarding the steel factory diligently and reporting immediately via radio if there were any uncontrollable developments. 2 months later, the atmosphere on the base's rooftop became extremely tense as strange noises grew closer, making the entire group anxious and discussing relocation. A commander among the teammates shouted orders to gather food and necessities to immediately retreat from the base. The group groped their way through the dark night, trembling and arguing, fearing that the plant monsters, active during the day, would tear them to shreds. The mutated purple zombies suddenly lunged from the bushes with savage growls, making the terrified people realize they had been ambushed. An unlucky member was pounced on from behind by a monster and pinned down onto the grass amidst desperate screams. Their formation completely broke as they discovered the monsters had surrounded them from all sides, blocking all escape routes for the entire group. The leader pointed towards the direction of a loud noise and ordered the group to run towards it as a final, desperate gamble. He frantically yelled that they were going to die anyway, so they might as well risk it and run there, clinging to the faint hope that the army was engaged in battle. The group ran for their lives until they were exhausted, their faces pale and gasping for breath, as their stamina was completely depleted. The bushes ahead shook violently, accompanied by a loud rustling sound, startling the two leading men, who yelled to warn their comrades. A terrifying surge of crimson energy suddenly swept through the forest, creating a powerful shockwave that tore through the air. The group held their breath, hiding behind large tree trunks, their faces drained of color as they wondered what monster possessed enough power to knock down such a massive tree. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in their desperate eyes when they spotted a team of workers wearing hard hats, casually using chainsaws to cut down trees in the middle of the night forest. A young man in the group burst into emotion as he recognized an acquaintance. He loudly shouted Zhou Xingkai's name in this precarious situation. Zhou Xingkai was also surprised to recognize his brother A Liang still alive. He excitedly boasted that their entire team had been rescued and were living well in City M. Savage growls rang out, interrupting the reunion. A Liang frantically urged everyone to run immediately because the plant monsters were hot on their heels. In contrast to his friend's fear, Zhou Xingkai just snorted disdainfully, waving his hand dismissively, calling the walking trees trash not worth bothering with. He calmly pulled out his radio, reporting his position to his comrades with a mocking tone, confirming to his commander that they had just encountered some petty plant monsters. Zhou Xingkai shouted loudly, ordering the civilians to fall back, while his team lined up, chainsaws in hand, ready to act as a living shield. A heavily armed squad in yellow hazmat suits suddenly appeared from the darkness, wielding heavy flamethrowers, looking incredibly formidable. The two fleeing young men froze completely, mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes at the incredibly terrifying and professional firepower of the rescue party. The hazmat-suited squad unanimously opened fire with their flamethrowers, incinerating everything below with savage columns of fire. The plant monsters screamed desperately in the sea of flames, their grrr cries fading as their bodies were roasted black. Li Cheng stood proudly before the giant green-skinned monster, his voice full of arrogance, asserting that they wouldn't need to expend any effort to clean up this trash. The young survivor sweated profusely as he asked how such a formidable force was built. Zhou Xingkai smiled smugly, saying it was all thanks to their leader Jiang Xiaoyong. As he turned away, the young man screamed in fright again upon seeing Zhang Shengze, with his bulging muscles and pitch-black tentacles, looming there. Zhou Xingkai patted his brother's shoulder to reassure him, explaining that he was a bodyguard, not a monster, then invited him to meet leader Jiang Xiaoyong. The group entered the base, where neat rows of crops and hovering black crystal pillars demonstrated an agricultural civilization amidst the apocalypse. The two newcomers froze completely, unable to believe their eyes when they saw this team daring to farm right in the middle of a forest teeming with flesh-eating monsters. Zhou Xingkai excitedly showed off a bizarre, freshly harvested agricultural product, holding it out proudly to his old friend. What he held was no ordinary potato, but a pitch-black plant mass writhing and contracting like a living heart. The newly joined young man, startled, quickly threw the mutated plant away in fear, while Zhou Xingkai struggled to calm him down. Zhou Xingkai chuckled, explaining that these plant monsters had been completely domesticated to serve as high-grade, easily harvested food. Jiang Xiaoyong appeared, exuding charisma, prompting Zhou Xingkai to immediately declare that all these miracles were thanks to their leader. Mr. He trembled with excitement as he held the contracting plant mass, his mouth full of endless praise for the insane technology he had never dared to dream of. Jiang Xiaoyong readily agreed to all research requests, while the old professor cradled the specimen in his hands like a priceless treasure. Standing alone under the moonlight, Jiang Xiaoyong finalized his plan to head west and deal with the filthy cannibals who dared to stand in his way. Jiang Xiaoyong and the muscle man swaggered through the desolate suburbs of M City to begin their hunt. The muscle man warned that they were being tailed, and Jiang Xiaoyong immediately recognized that the enemy's strength was on par with their own main force. When the muscle man asked what to do, Jiang Xiaoyong flashed an evil smile and joked that he would throw him out as bait for them to devour. On the rooftop, the red-haired assassin and the goatee man gleefully looked down, foolishly thinking they had found a golden opportunity for an ambush. The red-haired assassin frantically grabbed her accomplice's shoulder, shouting to stop him from acting foolishly, as she noticed something unusual. The goatee man was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, when she bitterly realized that someone else had been quicker and snatched this juicy prey from them. Below, a group of scantily clad young men and women, armed with sharp knives, had tightly surrounded Jiang Xiaoyong and the muscle man, blocking all escape routes. A crazed woman among them licked her knife with ravenous desire, looking at Jiang Xiaoyang as if he were a once-in-a-millennium delicacy she had never tasted. These human-disguised monsters swarmed like a disturbed beehive, fighting over who would get to devour the pure-blooded evolver to crazily increase their strength. Their greedy eyes shifted to the muscle man, deluding themselves that by eating him, they would gain the dominant power to control zombies and become supreme rulers. On the rooftop, the red-haired assassin clicked her tongue in regret, giving up as she thought the golden opportunity had been snatched right from under her nose by those opportunistic fishermen. The goatee man, however, smirked maliciously, planning to sit back and watch the show to see if being outmaneuvered was a blessing or a curse. As the prey didn't seem simple, suddenly, both stalkers on the rooftop widened their eyes, sweat pouring down in extreme terror at the horrifying incident that had just occurred below. In an instant, agonizing screams tore through the night, accompanied by fresh blood splattering everywhere, as the muscle man began his bloody massacre in the darkness. Jiang Xiaoyang didn't bother with words, swinging his sharp long saber to slice cleanly through the small fry, rushing to their deaths, blood gushing profusely. The cannibals' dreams shattered, their faces drained of color as they realized they had poked a hornet's nest, only able to scream at each other to flee from this monster. While Jiang Xiaoyang stood tall like the Grim Reaper amidst the corpses, the goatee man on the rooftop was scared out of his wits, hastily climbing the wall, intending to sneak away. He gritted his teeth, desperately scrambling over the wall, sweating profusely as if he'd taken a bath, terrified of being caught alive. Seeing her accomplice running towards her, the red-haired assassin frantically shooed him away, fearing being caught in the crossfire, hissing at him to get out of her sight. Below, Jiang Xiaoyang coldly placed his hand on a massive steel beam lying amidst the rubble, preparing to unleash a punitive strike. With the superior strength of level 2 enhancement, he effortlessly lifted the multi-ton metal block over his head as if it were a feather before taking aim. Jiang Xiaoyang powerfully launched the steel beam, sending it soaring high like a giant arrow, aimed directly at the two fleeing individuals on the rooftop. The steel beam tore through the air at terrifying speed, smashing the unlucky goatee man who was directly in its path, causing him to cough up blood on the spot. The red-haired assassin froze, her entire body trembling uncontrollably as she witnessed the destructive power plunge down right beside her. Jiang Xiaoyang calmly used his pixel dagger to harvest core crystals from the pile of corpses, noting that these were all elite specimens possessing mutated power. On the rooftop, the tenacious goatee man poked out his bloodied head to observe, his face drained of color, as he gasped in horror at the power he had just witnessed. Confirming that death had departed, the red-haired assassin and the goatee man, their bodies covered in injuries, finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief and made their way down. Passing by the battlefield, the goatee man realized that Jiang Xiaoyang had only dealt with 3 corpses, leaving behind a huge food supply. Their cannibalistic instincts surged, and the 2 sick individuals exchanged savage smiles, viewing the pile of their comrades' corpses as a free feast reserved just for them. In another alley, Li Cheng walked along, burping after his full meal, complaining to Jiang Xiaoyang that his stomach was too small to fit all that delicious stuff. As they walked, both suddenly stopped, startled by a strange noise coming from the corner ahead. Jiang Xiaoyang's blue eyes flashed with a sharp light, activating his mind's eye to instantly scan the enemy's position. Without hesitation, he summoned his pixel saber into his hand, a chilling killing intent radiating from him, ready to decapitate anything that dared to block his path. It turned out to be Manager Zhu, the office worker, trembling as he aimed a crossbow forward, loudly threatening to shoot someone, but his face was pale with fear. Jiang Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes in disdain, realizing that the person standing before him was merely a weak mortal, devoid of any killing intent. Manager Zhu was sweating profusely as if he'd taken a bath, his face drained of color, a whimper escaping his throat from extreme fear. Jiang Xiaoyang calmly walked forward, ignoring the trembling man's feeble warning as he aimed the crossbow at him, treating it like a joke. Unable to bear the pressure, the manager let out a desperate scream and pulled the trigger in a panic to protect his pathetic life. The arrow tore through the air, but Jiang Xiaoyang simply raised his hand and caught it effortlessly right in front of him, as if swatting a fly. The glasses survivor's jaw dropped, his eyes wide as he stared at the unbelievable sight, despairingly realizing the vast difference in power between him and the monster. Jiang Xiaoyang darted forward like lightning, delivering a sweeping kick that instantly knocked the manager off balance. A dry crack echoed, and the manager clutched his wrist in pain, as his only weapon was snatched away in an instant. Holding the crossbow he had just seized, Jiang Xiaoyang coldly ordered the people hiding to come out, asserting that his group was not cannibals. From the shadows, a group of people timidly emerged with bewildered expressions, led by a girl named Xiao Ning, who tremblingly asked about the identity of the strange visitors. Jiang Xiaoyang led the group, calmly listening as the glasses survivor praised his group's clean survival methods and inquired about their next destination. The glasses survivor truthfully revealed that their group had initially planned to head to the Xifeng steel mill in the southern suburbs, following a broadcast message calling for survivors. However, he immediately dismissed that idea, believing that the ordinary people at the mill couldn't possibly withstand the ferocious cannibals. He excitedly revealed rumors of a settlement in the north actively hunting monsters, and that their group wanted to go there for protection. The glasses survivor praised the northern leader to the heavens, describing him as a superhuman who could single-handedly take on all the cannibals without breaking a sweat. Jiang Xiaoyang feigned doubt, questioning whether a single individual could truly protect everyone against thousands of monsters in the west. The glasses survivor vehemently retorted, asserting that he had personally witnessed the cannibals gathering in hordes, plotting something big. A young survivor interrupted, sarcastically remarking that the glasses survivor was delusional due to fear, confusing dreams with reality. He whispered, exposing that the glasses survivor merely wanted to stay away from Xifeng, a place where he believed his brother was still alive and waiting. The glasses survivor desperately cried out that going to Zifeng was suicide, just as Jiang Xiaoyong gave a cold smile and confirmed. Zifeng's former leader was indeed the cannibals. The young man was stunned, his eyes wide open as he heard information about an acquaintance, and he quickly pressed for the identity of the brother the other party had just mentioned. He cried out, tears streaming down his face, that his brother's name was Li Cheng, a former deputy officer in the southern suburbs, then desperately asked if he was still alive. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked meaningfully, calmly announcing an incredible coincidence. He had a rather close relationship with Li Cheng. He spread his arms wide, boasting like a god to the bewildered crowd, asserting that Li Cheng was alive and well at the Shifeng steel mill, busy managing the cultivated land. Hearing the words cultivated land, the young man groaned with delight, then turned to scold the glasses survivor for blocking their path to the Shifeng paradise. The glasses survivor furiously brushed everything aside, pointing directly at Jiang Xiaoyong and shouting his suspicion that this was a trap to lure them to their deaths at the hands of the cannibal mob. Jiang Xiaoyong arrogantly ran a hand through his hair, coldly retorting that with his overwhelming power, why would he need to lie to kill these mere chickens? Whoosh! A bullet unexpectedly tore through the air past the building, leaving a long, dazzling streak of light. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly glanced at the downed reconnaissance drone, which was falling to the ground in pieces, his sharp blue eyes unwavering. The glasses survivor frantically yelled at his companion holding the gun, while the other man, pale as a sheet, hastily explained that the gun had misfired. The glasses survivor turned deathly pale upon hearing the chilling howl, realizing that the gunshot had summoned an entire pack of predators to their doom. The survivors panicked like a disturbed beehive, the glasses survivor screaming for everyone to immediately scramble into the building to hide. Jiang Xiaoyong stood there like a statue, driving the glasses survivor mad, who turned back to curse him, warning that no matter how strong he was, taking on the entire cannibal mob alone was suicide. Jiang Xiaoyong merely gave a provocative sneer, while the glasses survivor tremblingly explained that those monsters would only tear each other apart after they had finished carving up their delicious prey. Them. Seeing that persuasion was useless, the glasses survivor decided to abandon all hope, bolted into the darkness, and cruelly declared that if Jiang Xiaoyong died, he had only himself to blame. The survivors scrambled up to the second floor, locking all exits in extreme panic, trying to hide as deep as possible to save their pathetic lives. The dark room was plunged into a deadly silence. The survivors huddled in a corner, holding their breath, waiting for death to pass. The glasses survivor secretly peered through the window, sweating profusely, praying that the madman downstairs wouldn't reveal their hiding spot to the monsters. Down on the street, Jiang Xiaoyong and Li Cheng stood calmly amidst the encirclement of the newly arrived cannibal mob, who exuded a strong, hungry killing intent. The cannibal mob, led by the goatee man and the red dress woman, were visibly disappointed by the scarcity of prey, and they began to argue loudly over who had selfishly eaten all the good parts. The red dress woman in the cannibal mob licked her lips greedily, assessing the prey before her as a supreme delicacy, one bite of which was worth 10 ordinary people. The survivors inside trembled, peeking through the glass crack, their faces drained of color as they saw the increasing number of monsters gathering. The glasses survivor broke out in a cold sweat, confidently asserting to his companions that the arrogant man outside would be torn to shreds, not a single bone fragment left. The goatee man could not suppress his hunger, letting out a wild roar and charging straight at the prey to claim the first bite. Jiang Xiaoyong merely tilted his body slightly, dodging the attack as lightly as a feather, causing the enemy's lunge to miss ridiculously. As soon as his opponent overextended, Jiang Xiaoyong launched a lightning-fast counterattack, giving the trash no time to react. The two henchmen behind stared in astonishment, sweating profusely at the prey's lightning-quick reflexes. Jiang Xiaoyong looked bored, provocatively telling the entire group to attack at once to save his precious time. Their pride wounded, the entire cannibal mob roared furiously, simultaneously rushing forward to gang up and teach the arrogant one a lesson. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked and turned to Li Cheng, entrusting this entire rabble to him to exercise and burn off energy before dinner. Jiang Xiaoyong lowered his center of gravity, smoothly dodging the attack, making the goatee man's lunge at empty air look pathetic. He leaped high into the sky, leaving the large man looking up in utter astonishment. The glasses survivor's jaw dropped, and he broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming in horror at his opponent's superhuman leap. Jiang Xiaoyong stood proudly on the railing, holding his black blade, looking down at the ants below like a true monster. The cannibal mob trembled, realizing his physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary humans, their faces drained of color in despair. The entire group broke ranks, screaming at each other to flee for their lives, hoping to save their pathetic existence before it was too late. Bang! A piercing flash sent one unfortunate soul to meet his ancestors, leaving the rest utterly terrified. Jiang Xiaoyong pulled out his heavy sniper rifle and took aim, his eyes glowing as he coldly declared that no one would be allowed to leave here alive. He offered the sole condition for survival. They had to defeat Li Cheng, which left Li Cheng, the masked subordinate below, confused. Li Cheng tensely assessed the enemy's strength, while the frenzied crowd turned and charged at him, seeking a way to survive. Li Cheng silently regulated his breathing behind his gas mask, his sharp eyes intensely focused on the targets before him. He plunged into the encirclement like a tank, launching a swift attack that knocked back two cannibals who were trying to gang up on him. With his supreme close-quarters combat skills, Li Cheng swept their legs and kicked the entire group away, turning the battle into a one-sided torment. The two remaining cannibal mob members turned deathly pale, stammering in horror as they realized their opponent's strength far exceeded all normal standards. Without giving them time to recover, Li Cheng delivered powerful punches to their faces, sending these human-disguised monsters to their graves. The survivors hiding above gaped, unable to believe their eyes as they watched the two men effortlessly clear out the entire ferocious gang as if taking a stroll. Jiang Xiaoyong stood defiantly on the railing with his sniper rifle in hand, coldly ordering those who were hiding to reveal themselves immediately. The glasses survivor trembled as he stepped out to surrender, sweating profusely as he had to walk over the corpses at the feet of the two murderous gods. He gathered all his courage, his voice trembling as he begged Jiang Xiaoyong to allow his group to join the Shifeng steel mill to find a way to live. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked calculatingly, raising a finger in approval but demanding that the situation in the northern settlement be resolved first. The glasses survivor turned deathly pale, stammering as he asked what their leader intended to do in that damned place. Jiang Xiaoyong and Li Cheng walked arrogantly through the battlefield, Jiang Xiaoyong coldly replying that he needed to go there to assess whether those people deserved to live. His blue eyes blazing with killing intent, Jiang Xiaoyong drew a hand across his throat, making a chilling declaration that sent shivers down everyone's spines. He would wipe out that wretched den. Meanwhile, at the steel mill base, alarm sirens blared loudly, accompanied by rumbling sounds that shook the main gate, signaling an enemy attack. Zhou Xingkai screamed in panic as he saw 7 muscular cannibal mob members furiously breaking down the gate, demanding to rush in and make mincemeat of everyone. A burly figure suddenly appeared. Li Shuxiang, with a control collar around his neck, stepped out powerfully, astonishing the teammates. Xiao Ning was extremely worried, hastily trying to dissuade him, fearing that even her formidable zombie father couldn't possibly handle that ferocious pack of monsters alone. Foreman Li kept a cool head, ordering the main gate to be sealed shut, and Li Shuxiang immediately obeyed with a guttural voice, yet full of fighting spirit. Ignoring his daughter's weak warning, Li Shuxiang launched himself from the city wall like a living tank, ready to crush everything in his path. With an earth-shattering landing, Li Shuxiang struck a cool pose, single-handedly taking on the entire map to defend the base from the invaders. Seeing the delicious plump prey, the cannibal mob cheered wildly and ordered a full assault to seize the base's meat supply. Li Shuxiang growled in pain, dark veins beginning to spread across his face, signaling that the mutation process was spiraling out of control. His body swelled and ripped apart, transforming into a grotesque mass of red flesh covered in sharp spines and jagged toothed mouths. The henchmen froze in their tracks, dumbfounded as they saw their opponent transform into a giant monster, exuding a killing intent that completely overwhelmed them. The savages broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as they admitted that the monster before them was even more distorted and terrifying than their own nature. Despite their fear, greed blinded them, and the entire group still stubbornly charged, wielding bricks and stones, rushing to gang up on the colossal boss. Li Shuxiang swung his sharp claws, tearing through the air, wiping out the small fry in an instant with a rain of blood. The power gap was immense. The red monster swept across the battlefield like a bulldozer, crushing anyone who dared to approach. Amidst the chaotic pile of flesh, Li Shuxiang let out a wild, powerful roar that shook the surrounding space. The cannibals had been cleared out, but Li Shuxiang also lay battered and flattened on the ground in his monstrous form, barely clinging to life. A teammate in a baseball cap nervously explained that Li Shuxiang was losing control and warned everyone to stay away, while Xiao Ning could only cry out for her father in anguish. Another young man cast aside his fear, shouting to open the gate immediately, because if their boss didn't eat the enemy's corpses, he would truly die. Xiao Ning's eyes welled up with tears, her smile twisted with emotion as she saw the entire group willing to risk their lives to save her father. Seeing his comrades' fiery determination and unity, the man in the baseball cap finalized the decision to open the gate, accepting the risk to save their teammate. The iron gate swung open, and the group rushed out into the yard, running towards the red fleshy mass lying flattened amidst the corpses. Li Shuxiang roared in pain, trying to use his last shred of reason to drive everyone back, fearing his monster instincts would harm them. Ignoring the warning, 2 burly young men laboriously carried over a cannibal's corpse, firmly asserting that they would not abandon him. They used all their strength to throw the corpse towards Li Shuxiang, maintaining a safe distance just enough to feed the giant monster. The jagged, fanged mouths on Li Shuxiang's body immediately clamped onto the corpse, and gruesome chewing and swallowing sounds echoed as he began the absorption process. Witnessing the horror movie-esque feeding scene right before their eyes, a group member couldn't help but shiver and feel nauseous. The teammates desperately threw the corpse towards the giant monster, loudly warning each other to be careful not to get bitten. A man shouted instructions to quickly throw the corpse within the monster's reach, reminding everyone to stay clear to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. 2 burly cannibals suddenly appeared, smirking as they saw the monster battered after the previous battle. The twisted man drooled profusely, gleefully thinking that the previous group had already paved the way for them to enjoy this feast. The survivors' faces drained of color, utterly terrified as they realized another wave of cannibal enemies had arrived. Shanshan and her comrades rallied their spirits, gripping their weapons tightly, determined to fight to the death to protect the recovering battle god behind them. On another street, Jiang Xiaoyong led his contingent forward, noticing the enemy density decreasing as they headed north of the suburbs. The man in glasses recognized the familiar terrain, hastily reporting to the leader that they were almost at their destination. The crisp gunshots tore through the night, making the entire group halt, their eyes fixed on the sound of the skirmish. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked arrogantly, his blue eyes flashing as he pinpointed the target less than a kilometer away. The twisted man raised the bloody head of the unfortunate victim high, cackling like a wild beast to intimidate his opponents. Shanshan frantically unleashed a barrage of bullets, her eyes blazing with determination to fight these abominations to her last breath. The burly man glided like the wind, dodging all the bullets, his mouth watering as he praised how delicious the girl's flesh looked. He swung his arm, knocking the gun away with a thud, turning the female shooter's resistance into a joke in an instant. The bastard shoved his provocative face close to his prey, baring his teeth in a sneer, challenging her to show what other tricks she had to escape. A massive, glowing red fist, as big as a thermos, unexpectedly slammed into the twisted man's face, blinding him before he could react. Li Shusheng, in his giant monster form, had burst out like a deity, using his body to shield and repel the enemy to save his comrade. Shanshan clutched her shoulder, which was torn open and bleeding profusely, screaming in pain after the horrific collision. Seeing that the red monster was still struggling, the henchmen rallied and charged, determined to finish it off right there. They swarmed him, launching a relentless barrage of attacks from all sides, leaving Li Shusheng with no choice but to endure. Shanshan screamed for her father in despair, as her teammates dragged her away, forced to retreat due to the critical situation. An unlucky enemy hadn't even regained his senses before his head was crushed by an invisible force, blood splattering across the screen. The muscular henchmen looked up at the sky, their faces drained of color as they saw a colossal boulder plummeting like a meteor. Crash! The horrific impact pulverized the target and created a shockwave that sent everything around it flying. Shanshan and her teammates froze completely, their eyes wide as they wondered what monstrous thing had just descended to save them. Jiang Xiaoyong appeared, looking incredibly cool, his hand still imbued with energy, with the masked giant standing imposingly behind him, radiating killing intent. The two figures stood proudly in the open ground, exuding an overwhelming aura that made the surrounding crowd wary. Shanshan's allies were utterly bewildered, fearing they had just escaped one danger only to run into another, a different cannibal gang. While the masked man was called a monster, Jiang Xiaoyong merely smirked, telling his subordinate not to bother with the small fry. The cannibals sniffed frantically, then realized in horror that the newcomers didn't smell like their own kind, but rather a dominant, purebred, evolved being. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked and patted his burly subordinate's shoulder, ordering him to the front lines to clean up the trash, while the masked man grumbled about always having to do the manual labor. The masked monster launched himself forward at rocket speed, leaving Jiang Xiaoyong standing with his hands behind his back, observing the situation. The shirtless cannibals roared ferociously, confidently boasting about their zombie-killing achievements to boost their morale before charging into battle. Crash! A terrifying stomp from the masked man crushed the loudmouth to the ground, making him cough up blood instantly. Shanshan and the man in the baseball cap gaped in horror, breaking out in a cold sweat as they witnessed an overwhelming power far surpassing their boss Feng. The henchmen trembled, realizing these were formidable figures from the southern suburbs, completely shattering their belief that Boss Feng was invincible. The two burly enemy men froze, their limbs trembling and sweat pouring off them as they faced the oppressive killing intent of the monster. They tried to reassure each other with twisted smiles, shouting to gang up and attack to hide the fear consuming their minds. The atmosphere became awkwardly tense as the entire group stood frozen, not a single one daring to step forward as a sacrificial hero. Under the masked man's cold gaze, the cowardly thugs began pathetically pushing each other forward to be human shields. The cannibals charged frantically, like moths to a flame, their leader baring his teeth and shouting, demanding to claim the purebred evolved being for themselves. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't utter a single word, his cold blue eyes glowing brightly, as if seeing through the impending deaths of the small fry before him. He leisurely raised a hand to the sky, activating his power with the demeanor of a king about to bestow punishment. A burly man who tried to ambush him was immediately stopped by an invisible pressure, his entire body freezing in mid-air, as if he had slammed into a steel wall. His internal organs instantly ruptured under the terrifying pressure, and he spat out a mouthful of dark blood, his eyes wide with pain. Jiang Xiaoyong swung his arm, creating streams of dark energy that flung the enemy away, leaving the man standing nearby gaping in horror, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Realizing the immense power gap, the remaining thugs' faces drained of color, and they screamed at each other to turn and flee for their lives. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly unleashed a series of sharp spikes from his hand, moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow. The spikes pierced cleanly through the chests of the fleeing enemies, pinning them in midair amidst their desperate screams. The scene was now just a field of corpses strewn across pools of blood, a fitting end for those who didn't know their place. The teammates who witnessed the slaughter were scared out of their wits. The man in glasses stammered, calling him a devil, while the man in the cap quickly reassured him that this was their ally. The goatee man had now transformed into a disgusting, sprawling mass of red flesh, lying flattened on the ground, but his spiky tail still twitched menacingly. Suddenly, a sharp beam of energy tore through the air, piercing through Jiang Xiaoyong's afterimage with deadly speed. Jiang Xiaoyong was momentarily surprised, his sharp blue eyes widening in vigilance at the insidious sneak attack. He glanced at the tear in his sleeve, then frowned, looking down at the messy pile, wondering what kind of abomination this creature truly was. Without further ado, Jiang Xiaoyong unleashed a barrage of dark vines from above, raining down to ensnare the target. The goatee man's face on the grotesque mass of flesh shrieked in panic as it found itself surrounded by deadly tentacles. The vines tightened around its mutated body, the sound of crushing flesh and breaking bones echoing chillingly. Jiang Xiaoyong grimaced in disgust at the repulsive thing, his tone full of contempt as he prepared to deliver the final blow. He used all his strength to slam the monster to the ground, wanting to see how much impact this fleshy sandbag could withstand. Shanshan cried out desperately for her father, trying to rush forward to stop the blow, but was held back tightly by her teammates. Jiang Xiaoyong paused, his face blank with confusion upon hearing the unexpected shout. The young lady knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she begged him to spare the monster's pathetic life. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly asked which pile of flesh she wanted to save, while Shanshan sobbed, explaining that it was her out-of-control father. He sneered, pointing at the mangled, mutated abomination, sarcastically asking if it still had a chance to return to being human. The monster whimpered weakly, flattened on the floor. Beside it, Li Shusheng and his companions lay panting after the intense combat. The messy pile of flesh suddenly vomited out a heap of human bones, making Jiang Xiaoyong and the muscle man beside him sick to their stomachs. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to tease his masked subordinate, remarking that his eating habits were no less repulsive than the monster's. A cap-wearing soldier quickly ran out to flatter him, inviting the boss into the base to rest and to disregard the fate of the goatee man outside. The entire base fell into a silent night after the bloody display of dominance. The survivors simultaneously knelt on the ground, their knees hitting the floor with loud thuds to express absolute submission. They all clamored to hail Jiang Xiaoyong as their savior, asserting that if the boss hadn't intervened, they and Feng would all be dead. Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand dismissively, then coldly interrogated Shanshan about the history of this settlement and the true identity of Feng, who lay outside. Shanshan broke into a cold sweat, trembling as she confessed that her father was the host infected with something called mimetic tissue mutation. Jiang Xiaoyong frowned, his sharp eyes revealing curiosity and confusion about the strange technical term he had never heard before. A simulated image of a bizarre pinkish-purple microorganism appeared, described as a biological miracle, yet also an extremely deadly hazard. The story flashed back to the past in the laboratory, where the research students were once ecstatic, as if they had struck gold upon discovering this virus strain in wild animals. The large screen displayed a grotesque, mutated mass of flesh, demonstrating its ability to replicate and enhance the function of every cell it devoured. Disregarding professional ethics, the mad professor secretly injected the monstrous solution into the neck of a living human test subject to verify its power. In the chaotic memory, the white-coated scientists cheered like madmen as they watched the patient recover at miraculous speed, deluding themselves that they had just discovered a divine cell capable of eradicating cancer in less than a week. Shanshan recounted in a somber tone that disaster struck immediately afterward, causing major cities to collapse, refugees to pour in like ants, and everyone naively believed that cursed cell was the key to humanity's salvation. Jiang Xiaoyong listened with a cold expression amidst the desolate street, a smirk playing on his lips as he immediately guessed the familiar scenario. That key of hope had turned into a disaster when the mimetic tissue began to lose control. Shanshan nodded in confirmation, her eyes darkening, admitting that the boss's sharp deduction about the nature of this abomination was entirely accurate. The simulation showed that once infected, the mimetic tissue would frantically devour the host, replacing every single cell until humanity was completely erased, leaving only the instincts of a monster. The grotesque mass of flesh began to swell at a dizzying speed, compelling the host to infect others to satisfy its endless hunger and expand its territory. But without enough nutrition to sustain itself, that slimy mass would lose control, shriveling into a useless puddle and slowly dying. To survive, these monsters, even if they retained some human form, would instinctively gather into herds, forming grotesque, jostling mobile tumors. Their ultimate destination was to merge with each other, thousands of monsters rushing together to form a colossal mountain of flesh blocking the city, known as the Sea of Flesh. Jiang Xiaoyong gazed into the void, coldly declaring to the person opposite him that he had now officially become one of those monsters. He suddenly paused, a rare flicker of surprise appearing on his face as he noticed the unusual reaction from the large man standing before him. Li Shusheng, now in human form, had regained consciousness. He pointed at the wound on the boss's body and frantically asked if he himself had caused it. Jiang Xiaoyong nodded in confirmation, causing Li Shusheng to sigh in despair, thinking he had infected his benefactor with a deadly virus and sent him to an early grave. But Jiang Xiaoyong merely scoffed confidently, declaring that he had long since purged that trashy mimetic tissue from his body. Li Shusheng's jaw dropped in disbelief, while Jiang Xiaoyong proudly boasted that his body was 10 times stronger than an ordinary person's. So his immune system was also monstrous, capable of handling all types of viruses. He raised his hand, summoning glowing vines and a colossal carnivorous flower, revealing the dominant and deadly symbiotic creature residing within him. Shanshan and her subordinates stared blankly, completely speechless, at this unimaginable display of supernatural power from their leader. Jiang Xiaoyong retracted his power, a calculating glint in his eyes as a crazy idea struck him. If mimetic tissue replicated so well, it could be exploited to shape things as desired. Li Shusheng puffed out his chest defiantly, proactively suggesting that Jiang Xiaoyong try to infect him with the power once more to see if he could tame it. True to his word, the burly man plunged his hand deep into his own chest, brutally pulling out a black, slimy mass of flesh as evidence. Jiang Xiaoyong reacted extremely quickly, reaching out to neatly catch the grotesque specimen that had just been thrown to him, his face devoid of any revulsion. In his hand, the dark mass was still alive, constantly twitching and wriggling like a hungry parasite. The specimen emitted a horrifying squeaking sound, trying to penetrate the skin of its new host but was restrained. Li Shusheng shook his head, warning that the trashy thing was completely out of control. Once separated, it would frantically invade a host, so he usually had to destroy it immediately. Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his glowing eyes skeptically, questioning in return how, if it was so dangerous, this big man managed to control it within his body. Li Shusheng calmly admitted that he didn't control it at all, because he himself was it. Every cell in his body was now mimetic tissue, with nothing left of his biological humanity. Jiang Xiaoyong raised an eyebrow in surprise, posing a critical question. If he had completely transformed into a monster, why did he still retain his human consciousness? Li Shusheng bitterly confessed that his humanity was depleted. Only a sliver of the rationality of his original self, Zhou Zhaofeng, was trying to rein in his monstrous instincts before this body completely collapsed. The giant humbled himself, begging Jiang Xiaoyong to protect his daughter and the group of survivors, offering to dedicate his life to doing anything as long as he still retained some lucidity. His daughter, standing among the crowd, couldn't hold back her tears, choking out her father's name as she witnessed him arranging his own final affairs. The system unexpectedly displayed a notification, unlocking the Calamity Collector quest chain just as Jiang Xiaoyong received the new information. His glowing blue eyes analyzed, and he quickly linked the 3 types of calamities: zombie viruses, plant spores, and now, mimetic protoplasm. Jiang Xiaoyang coldly questioned the outcome of joining the Sea of Flesh, and Li Shuxiang frankly admitted that such a demise was drawing very near. Surprisingly, Jiang Xiaoyang concluded with a chilling statement that he would go with him, leaving the monster stunned and bewildered. He casually replied that he was only going out of curiosity, making Li Shuxiang anxiously press him about the safety of the survivors left behind. Jiang Xiaoyang calmly pulled out his walkie-talkie and called his subordinate, Zhang Qi, asking in a light tone who was available to take over the scene. A silent night enveloped the base, but a murderous aura subtly spread, signaling a sleepless night. Jiang Xiaoyang and Li Shuxiang simultaneously froze, their sharp gazes sweeping forward like radar as they sensed an unusual disturbance. The large gate swung open, and Zhang Shengze, in his tentacled monster form, strode in majestically, leading a child by the hand. Leaving everyone wide-eyed in astonishment, the boy with the fiery red eyes cheerfully exclaimed, affectionately calling Jiang Xiaoyang uncle, revealing sharp fangs that were not human. Jiang Xiaoyang broke out in a cold sweat, turning to question Zhang Shengze why he brought his precious son to such a dangerous battlefield. Wasn't he afraid his wife would deal with him back home? Ignoring the adult's worries, the boy confidently flexed, emitting a brilliant green energy stream, boldly declaring that he had leveled up and wanted to show off his new power. He spun around towards the adjacent building, raised his hand and loudly warned the rats tailing them to show themselves immediately if they didn't want to be wiped out. The wind whistled through the eerily silent street, the atmosphere taut like a bowstring as the boys' declaration of war echoed everywhere. Their cover blown, the henchmen of the cannibal mob scrambled up from behind the walls, their faces blank with confusion, unable to comprehend how they were so easily discovered by a mere brat. The cannibal mob emerged with arrogant expressions, their leader cracking his knuckles and sneering that this legendary base was nothing special if it required the entire council to deal with. The leader pointed directly at Zhang Shengze, who was in his monster form, his attitude as arrogant as if he owned the world, calling him out to be taught a lesson. He sneered confidently, asserting that the green-skinned monster before him was indeed the rumored formidable new human, and wanted to test him immediately. Zhang Shengze put on an innocent face, pointed at himself, and rattled off a string of nonsensical slang, feigning ignorance that he was a foreigner who had just gotten off the plane and didn't understand human speech. Two henchmen froze for a few seconds, breaking out in a cold sweat, as they realized their boss had mistaken his target, picking a fight with a monster instead of their real objective. Ignoring the fatal mistake, the ferocious mob decided to fight to the death, roaring and charging forward with the mindset of overwhelming their opponents with sheer numbers to wipe out the enemy faction once and for all. The kid, Zhang Shengze's son, spread his arms to shield his dad, winking mischievously as he demanded to solo, likening the enemies to soft, easy-to-chew cartilage, so his dad wouldn't need to lift a finger. The cannibal pack charged like a storm with terrifying speed, baring their fangs and claws, determined to tear the small prey to shreds immediately. Without flinching, the kid drew his pistol, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he loudly challenged the entire mob to come and get him. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunshots rang out, the muzzle spitting fire repeatedly, sending to their demise those fools who dared to underestimate a child. Two pieces of trash charged with afterimage leaving speed, their mouths flapping as they likened the kid to a calf unafraid of a tiger, unaware they were rushing headlong into their deaths. The one in front stared in horror, sweat pouring down his face as he saw the energy bullet streak past his face, realizing his speed was nothing but a joke. The kid skillfully reloaded, his eyes sharp as he declared he wasn't an ordinary person, then added a contemptuous remark to the faces of the ignorant fools. 3 green energy beams tore through the air like heat-seeking missiles, blowing away the weaklings, making them fall like scattered straw before they could even utter a sound. A sneak attacker from behind tried to play dirty, yelling curses, but the kid's sixth sense caught his every movement. The missed punch shattered the structure, creating a deafening crash, while the kid lightly leaped to dodge the attack like a true ninja. Mid-air, the kid flipped and fired a precise shot downwards, leaving the large man below to only look up in despair. Landing perfectly, the kid coldly finished off his opponent with an unforgiving shot, his movement smooth and without a single wasted detail. The remnants and even Li Shuxiang watched with dropped jaws, the one wearing a hat scared out of his wits, wondering what kind of monster had reincarnated into this kid. Before he could catch his breath, another giant charged from behind with a cowardly flanking maneuver while the kid was lowering his center of gravity. The kid's face paled as he realized his oversight, uttering a curse as he knew there wasn't enough time to dodge the counterattack. Thwack! A pitch-black tentacle suddenly shot out, piercing the sneak attacker's chest just before he could pull the trigger, averting danger at the last second. Zhang Shengze, in his green-skinned monster form, strode out majestically, his tentacles lifting the enemy into the air like a small frog before the horrified eyes of his comrades. The remaining weaklings turned pale, sweat pouring down their faces as they realized their opponents were all genuine monsters. A colossal foot stomped down, shaking the ground, its overwhelming power far surpassing rumors, causing the small fry to panic intensely. But it was too late to turn back. The ignorant fools decided to play dirty, overwhelming with numbers, shouting as they charged into a collective attack, with the illusion that they would sever the tentacles and turn the entire group into dinner. Zhang Shengze merely sneered contemptuously, gently raising his hand to control the array of tentacles behind him, preparing to make mincemeat of the swarm of flies. Black streaks tore through the air, slicing through the enemy formation in an instant, sending blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The entire team proudly entered the base, leaving behind a bloody battlefield strewn with corpses, a brutal sight that would make anyone shudder. Jiang Xiaoyang smiled and patted the kid's head, praising his achievement of taking down 2 cannibals and confirming the excellent power-boosting effect from the farm. Jiang Xiaoyang smirked with satisfaction, assessing that while those mutated crops weren't as good as wild monsters, they still contained delicious evolutionary energy, considering it a great bargain. Jiang Shengze's son pointed, questioning the chaotic situation, while his monster dad stood majestically behind him, protecting him like a sturdy mountain. Jiang Xiaoyong looked up at the night sky with sharp eyes, his leader's brain beginning to piece together the full picture of the disaster, from zombies to mutated plants. He pointed at Li Shuxiong, standing beside him with a hideous tentacle growing from his shoulder, introducing this as a new life form called mimetic tissue. A disaster map appeared in his mind, noting that each area produced its own unique type of monster, from bloodthirsty zombies to demonic plants. He wondered what disgusting trash the next batch of monsters the team would face would be, and if they would be strong enough to entertain him. The scene shifted to a fierce battlefield where military firepower was completely helpless against a giant insect swarm sweeping through the base as if it were uninhabited. The soldiers completely broke formation, their faces pale, as they screamed orders to open the side gate to flee and save their meager lives from the overwhelming number of enemies. The armored vehicles crashed through the fence and sped out like moths to a flame, flooring the accelerator to escape the encirclement of the flying monsters circling above. An unlucky guy left behind cried out miserably, desperately reaching for help as his teammate's vehicle coldly drove away, leaving him to be prey for death. An unfortunate soldier screamed terribly as he was torn apart by a swarm of giant spiders in the darkness, with no one able to save him in time. Jiang Xiaoyong led the team down the corridor, confidently assuring Li Shuxiong that a few zombies were just trash against their current defenses. He suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with doubt, while Li Shuxiong beside him maintained a pensive, inscrutable expression regarding the situation. Jiang Xiaoyong pointed at the glass cell, questioning whether the man tied up inside was a cannibal. Li Shuxiong explained that he used the prisoner as a biological detector because zombies never attacked their own kind infected with mimetic tissue. The muscular man emphasized that the danger of this new species lay in its ability to silently infect healthy people, unlike the obvious flat-brained zombies. The prisoner suddenly looked up with a savage smile, declaring that no machines were needed today because he would personally point out the infected. Li Shuxiong and Shanshan simultaneously widened their eyes in astonishment at the prisoner's sudden arrogant demeanor and eerie smile. The prisoner leaned forward with a deranged expression, uttering provocations, questioning if any humanity remained within the monster. He delivered a fatal psychological blow by mentioning the death of the opponent's daughter, causing Shanshan to freeze in shock at the cruel threat. Li Shuxiong roared in fury, unable to believe his ears at the prisoner's arrogant and twisted words. The prisoner laughed like a madman, gleefully revealing that the daughter they had tried so hard to protect had been implanted with mimetic tissue by him long ago. Shanshan froze as memories flooded back, realizing that the wound on her hand during the previous chaotic battle was precisely when the sinister pathogen had infiltrated her. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly placed a hand on Li Shuxiong's shoulder, using his authority to suppress the giant's rage that was about to erupt. Li Shuxiong broke out in a cold sweat, but what terrified him most wasn't the bad news, but his own indifferent calmness. Shanshan gave a bitter, desperate smile, admitting that the human part of her had gone numb and her journey was nearing its end. The giant turned and walked away with determination, declaring that it was time for him to venture into the meat sea to fulfill his final mission. Li Shuxiong lowered his voice, begging Jiang Xiaoyong to use his special ability to cleanse Shanshan, hoping to salvage a last shred of conscience. Jiang Xiaoyong cruelly crushed that hope, asserting that his immune system could not be shared, leaving Li Shuxiong to accept it with a heavy heart. Facing impending death, Shanshan coldly requested her teammates to pull the trigger without hesitation the moment she lost control and transformed into a monster. Jiang Xiaoyong reassured his teammates with an arrogant smile, asserting that he would never let himself be cornered without a trump card. He tossed Shanshan a syringe containing a blue solution, ordering her to treat her wound immediately before it was too late. Jiang Xiaoyong explained to Li Cheng and Li Shuxiong that this was a specialized virus inhibitor, their last gamble to stop the pathogen within Shanshan. Shanshan didn't hesitate to plunge the needle into her bicep, while Li Cheng held his breath, watching her face for the slightest change. The prisoner tied in the corner of the room strained his neck, laughing mockingly, thinking these people were delusional to believe a virus cure could be applied to mimetic tissue monsters. However, his sneering smile vanished, replaced by a face drenched in cold sweat from terror as he witnessed the impossible. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked triumphantly. Seeing the prisoner's ghost-like face was enough to know the medicine had worked perfectly. Seeing the miraculous effectiveness of the medicine, Xiao Ning cheered joyfully, and immediately a bold idea sparked in her mind. The young woman earnestly pleaded with Jiang Xiaoyong to use that medicine to save her father, hoping he could return to being human like Shanshan. Jiang Xiaoyong extinguished that hope by pointing at Li Shuxiong, asserting that this medicine was useless for those whose humanity had been completely devoured. Shanshan let out a sigh, admitting that her body was now just a mass of mimetic tissue struggling to maintain a human form after the fateful injection. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to ask Li Shuxiong if he was still determined to go to the meat sea, given how little time he had left while conscious. He coldly and decisively confirmed the order to move out. The two men strode down the deserted road of K-City, heading straight for the deadly territory. Li Shuxiong nervously warned that they were right next to the meat sea, where danger lurked every second. Suddenly, a sharp call from behind made both of them stop and turn around. A group of disheveled monster kids appeared, blocking their way, holding out their hands, begging for scraps of food with innocent-looking faces. While Li Shuxiong was still dumbfounded, Jiang Xiaoyong narrowed his eyes warily, reminding the old man not to trust anything in this place. Sure enough, the monster kids revealed their true forms as monsters, with gaping mouths full of sharp fangs on their backs, forcing Li Shuxiong to immediately transform his arm into a blade to confront them. A sharp clang echoed by the wall as a bloody battle immediately erupted between the two sides. Zhang Shengzhe's son squatted beside the giant bug's corpse, fiddling with his gun, and wondering why these monsters had been appearing in such countless numbers lately. Shanshan stood right behind him, confirming that these bugs had only appeared since yesterday, but their numbers were increasing at an abnormal rate. The kid scratched his head with a naive expression, wondering if he and his father were the magnet attracting these monsters. The screech of tires on the road echoed piercingly, signaling trouble. Both Shanshan and the kid were startled, spinning around, their guns immediately gripped tightly in their hands with wary expressions. Zhang Shengze's son sprang to his feet, his crimson eyes flashing with killing intent as he warned everyone about the uninvited guests. Two formidable armored vehicles shone their bright headlights, braking abruptly right in front of the group defending below. Li Cheng, sitting in the driver's seat, exclaimed excitedly as he realized that what lay ahead was a human settlement, not a monster den. Zhang Shengze's son led the survivors, immediately aiming their guns and crossbows at the strange vehicle, shouting loudly, demanding the opponents step out at once. Li Cheng calmly got out of the car with his hands raised, hastily reassuring the hot-headed kid that they were friends, not foes. Zhang Shengze's son gripped his gun tightly, his crimson eyes scrutinizing the newcomers to see if they were civilians or disguised monsters. Yang Bing hastily raised both hands in surrender, shouting loudly to reassure them that his side was completely harmless to avoid being shot by mistake. He spun around and yelled at the soldiers behind him to lower their weapons immediately, strictly forbidding any actions that could cause misunderstanding. Shanshan nervously reminded them to be careful, but the kid had already lowered his gun, declaring bluntly that this group didn't smell dangerous. Yang Bing scratched his head, utterly confused, asking blankly if he was negotiating with the leader of this camp. The kid, with a poker face, declared that he wasn't the final boss, but merely the one temporarily protecting the civilians here. A soldier behind him couldn't help but laugh, scoffing mockingly that this tiny brat was claiming to protect anyone. Zhang Shengze's son snapped, demanding respect, which made Yang Bing break out in a cold sweat, profusely apologizing for his subordinate's disrespect. He introduced himself as Yang Bing from B City, lamenting that his entire team had to flee south because their old base had been flattened by a horde of monsters. Hearing the keyword horde in Yang Bing's story, the kid immediately furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. Zhang Shengze's son pointed at a beetle crawling on the ground and then asked his opponent sarcastically, making the soldiers scoff because such a tiny thing wasn't even worth bothering with. The soldiers sighed in relief, visibly delighted that the bugs in this city were just small fry, much slower than the hell they had just experienced. The kid, Zhang Shengze's son, immediately poured cold water on their enthusiasm, saying that these bugs had only appeared yesterday, and the real specialty here was something far more troublesome. Yang Bing sneered disdainfully, immediately guessing that the trouble the kid spoke of was the Walking Dead, which he considered harmless puppets controlled by parasites. He puffed out his chest proudly, boasting about his team being fully equipped and their physical strength, believing they were more than capable of handling all types of monsters in this place. The commander gave an arrogant okay sign, declaring bluntly that if they could easily handle giant insect hordes, then those trashy zombies were nothing. Shanshan stepped forward to invite the group into the base, lest they become prey for the cannibals, her tone full of the hidden meaning that large numbers might not necessarily save their lives. The soldiers swaggered through the gate, scoffing that from now on, they should just leave it to them, considering the danger level here to be just like homework for elementary school students. Zhang Shengze's son gave a faint, contemptuous smile, his crimson eyes flashing with disdain at the newcomer's excessive confidence and ignorance. On the rooftop of the tall building, Jiang Xiaoyong silently observed, throwing out sharp wires that shredded the shadows below in the blink of an eye to clear the path. The ground was scattered with fresh red flesh, cleanly sliced into fragments, proof of the tragic fate of the monsters that dared to block the way. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly retracted the deadly wire in his hand, making Zhang Shengze, who stood beside him, break out in a cold sweat and utter words of admiration and respect for this overwhelming power. He coldly warned that within a 1-kilometer radius, there were at least 20 more mutants, and Zhang Shengze sadly confirmed that they were about to completely lose their humanity. Sensing the signal from the lair was very close, Jiang Xiaoyong ordered to move immediately, leaving behind the reeking battlefield. Both stood on the edge of the tall building's windbreak wall, staring in shock at the terrifying sight engulfing the streets below. A giant, crimson meat sea was pulsating and gasping like a monster's heart, swallowing the entire city into its slimy, hideous body. Small tentacles began to emerge from Zhang Shengze's facial skin. He trembled, uttering with satisfaction as he felt the intense call from its origin. The heavy thud of boots on the concrete, he intended to rush downwards, following the strong call of his rising monster instincts. Zhang Shengze spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the sea of blood. His body was completely enchanted and wanted to merge into that giant nest. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly grabbed his comrade's shoulder, yanking him back to reality before this fool turned himself into food for the nest. Zhang Shengze was still dazed, unable to process what happened, when he was dragged back from the brink of death. Jiang Xiaoyong looked with disdain at his giving up comrade, while Zhang Shengze desperately admitted his will was about to give out against his monster instincts. Not bothering to argue or explain, Jiang Xiaoyong roughly grabbed the head of the bearded man kneeling on the ground. Jiang Xiaoyong's fingers transformed into dark vines, pointing directly at the opponent's face, making Zhang Shengze ask in extreme horror what he intended to do. A sharp vine suddenly pierced the center of Zhang Shengze's forehead, making his eyes widen in shock. The direct stab into the brain happened lightning fast, making the victim freeze, unable to resist. Zhang Shengze's eyes were bloodshot. He groaned in pain as a strange power invaded and stirred within his body. Jiang Xiaoyong flew into the air domineeringly, declaring that if he lacked structure, he would bestow it upon the useless man below. A brilliant blue energy enveloped his brain, forcibly resetting his thought patterns and sealing his monster instincts. Jiang Xiaoyong closed his eyes, concentrating intensely, feeling each electrical impulse passing through to complete the brain-hacking process on his comrade. Jiang Shengzhe panted heavily, sweat pouring down him like rain. He looked up with a bewildered expression, not understanding what the hell had just happened to his head. Jiang Xiaoyang held out a mystical card, showing off his achievement of implanting adaptive spores into the opponent's head, and conveniently harvested information about the mimetic protoplasmic species. Hearing the specialized terms made his head ache. Jiang Shengzhe looked blankly, and asked again, only for his boss to briefly explain that they were mimetic tissue masses. Looking down from above with arrogance, Jiang Xiaoyang coolly declared that the loss of structural memory was not instinct but a game bug that needed to be fixed. He exposed the true nature of the meat-sea as merely a desperate survival solution, constantly needing to consume various things to sustain itself, and would self-destruct without diverse genetic sources. Jiang Shengzhe held a faint hope, asking if the spore could help him become human again. But Jiang Xiaoyang immediately poured cold water on him, saying it could only maintain his current state. Jiang Xiaoyang continued his biology lesson, explaining that the spores would continuously regenerate structures to engage in one-on-one combat, rebalancing the primordial organisms within his body. Inside his body, a fierce battle raged between the two blue and red factions. As long as enough structural data was supplied, his ego would not be erased. Jiang Shengzhe tremblingly asked if he could continue to live under the name Zhou Jiafeng forever, and received a credible nod of confirmation from the leader, unless an unforeseen event occurred. Receiving a satisfactory answer, the large man bowed his head, softly uttering 2 sincere words of thanks to his benefactor. Jiang Shengzhe clutched his muscular chest, fearing he was merely clinging to life before his monster instincts completely devoured his reason. Without a word, Jiang Xiaoyang lunged and jumped straight out of the tall building to begin the second test of madness. The leader looked back and briefly ordered his large subordinate to jump after him immediately. Jiang Shengzhe stood on the edge of the wall, looking down at the churning red meat sea below, so shocked that he blurted out a bewildered question. Jiang Xiaoyang stood fearlessly amidst the enemy, urging his comrade to jump down and help him tear this nest apart. A poster advertising a wuxia comic appeared, interrupting the tense emotional flow of the story. The scene shifted to a desolate gas station under the scorching sun, where a convoy of military vehicles had stopped to refuel. The commander of the soldiers lit a cigarette and grumbled, urging his troops to move quickly because the area reeked of unidentified danger. A subordinate soldier hastily reported to his captain that refueling was being carried out as urgently as possible. The captain confirmed they had entered City K's territory. He anxiously inquired about Yang Bing's group but received bad news. The radio was shattered. 2 guards complained about the lack of spare parts while refueling, yet remained optimistic that they would soon catch up with their comrades after filling up. They started becoming vigilant and breaking into a cold sweat when they saw a group of strangers approaching, and had to pressingly ask if the newcomers were human. A scantily clad woman stepped forward, leading the group, and innocently asked to join, using a plentiful supply of necessities to blind the soldiers. The soldier, still somewhat suspicious, inquired about the whereabouts of the swarm of mutated insects, while the strangers confidently asserted that the area was absolutely safe. Just as the soldier let his guard down, the woman's bare back suddenly split open, revealing her true form, a vertical mouth full of sharp teeth and disgusting purple spikes. The greedy soldier still hadn't realized death was standing right before him. He wiped sweat from his forehead and stammered, distracted by the pile of supplies. While the captain was whispering plans to rob the newcomers clean, the soldier behind him screamed in alarm to warn of the impending danger. Too fast, too dangerous. The disguised monster lunged, clamping its massive back mouth tightly onto the soldier's upper body before he could react. Fresh blood splattered, dyeing the screen red, accompanied by gurgling cries that faded, marking the tragic and agonizing death of the unfortunate victim. Turning back to the formidable duo, Jiang Xiaoyang gave a sinister smile to reassure Jiang Shengzhe, asserting that his large friend would have to jump into that writhing meat pit anyway. Jiang Xiaoyang and Jiang Shengzhe leaped without hesitation, jumping straight down from above into the waiting red meat pit below. The monster immediately gaped its massive, spiky mouth open with a horrifying tearing sound, welcoming the meal that had delivered itself. Jiang Xiaoyang maintained an utterly cold expression, his blue eyes flashing with a sharp, calculating gaze in the face of danger. Both landed with a thud on the monster's slimy surface, creating a powerful shockwave within the enemy's core. Immediately, the surrounding flesh walls rose like living barriers, encircling the 2 audacious individuals who dared to walk into the trap. The red flesh constricted tightly around their bodies. Jiang Shengzhe gritted his teeth in endurance, while Jiang Xiaoyang remained perfectly calm despite being bound. Thwack! The flesh trap slammed shut, completely swallowing the 2 prey into its belly with horrifying chewing sounds. The colossal mass of flesh lay motionless under the sun, as if everything had ended in deadly silence. Suddenly, brilliant emerald green light rays pierced through the thick flesh, accompanied by a tearing sound, signaling an extremely fierce counterattack from within. The growth arcana skill was activated, and a series of energy vines exploded, tearing the monster's body to shreds from the inside out. Jiang Xiaoyang hovered in midair like a god of destruction. Below him lay the colossal monster's corpse, torn to pieces by a matrix of glowing green vines. He landed gently. The parasitic vines behind his neck began to wither and fall to the ground as if their mission was complete. Jiang Xiaoyang landed on the slimy ground, making Jiang Shengzhe freeze. The bearded man stammered, unable to utter a word at the unimaginable sight. This is. Not giving his comrade time to recover, Jiang Xiaoyang turned and ordered coldly, "Time's up for surprises. It's your turn." This made Jiang Shengzhe point at himself in bewilderment. Me? Jiang Shengzhe's eyes widened as he realized a strange surge of energy was beginning to invade his body at his leader's command. He threw his head back and roared. Wah! His entire body erupted in an emerald green aura, as the alien power was forcibly pumped into every muscle fiber. Grotesque plant sprouts began to pierce through Jiang Shengzhe's flesh from his back. mending his wounds in the most brutal and painful way. A colossal plant tentacle plunged directly into him, transmitting a dense flow of vital sap to stimulate rapid mutation. The vines wildly stretched into the air, intertwining to form a colossal energy network in broad daylight. Zhang Shengze groaned in pain. Ugh. His entire body was engulfed in a dazzling green column of light, while his arm began to transform into a deadly biological weapon. Amidst the desolate ruins, a colossal ancient tree suddenly sprouted from the red meat sea, its lush green canopy piercing the sky. Zhang Shengze had been completely fused into the tree trunk, his upper body emerging from the gnarled bark with a bewildered expression, not yet understanding what had just happened. Jiang Xiaoyong stood on the ground, looking up at his creation, and coldly asked what it felt like when one's instincts were satisfied. The vines began to tightly coil around Zhang Shengze's neck and chest, making him break into a cold sweat, his mouth stammering, unable to utter a word before the power invading his body. The ground shook violently. The red flesh beneath their feet began to swell as if about to explode, signaling a new wave of terrain transformation. Another colossal wooden pillar tore through the red flesh membrane, shooting skyward with terrifying speed and power. Zhang Shengze was stunned, realizing a spiritual connection. He wondered in astonishment if he had become the master of this entire meat sea. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately poured cold water on him, explaining that he had only grasped 1/5 of the map and needed to grind for another half a month to gain full control. Right before Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes, another plant sprout continued to shoot skyward, demonstrating the extremely rapid pace of territorial expansion. Two towering ancient trees menacingly dominated the area. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly explained the game mechanism. Each tree trunk that grew meant Zhang Shengze's control zone had expanded. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly explained the mechanism of occupying the meat sea with tree trunks, but concluded with a chilling statement that the adaptive spores remained entirely in his hands. He pointed directly at the other person's face, his eyes blazing with killing intent, warning that the power he bestowed could also be revoked in an instant. Zhang Shengze hastily swore absolute loyalty, knowing it would be foolish to betray his benefactor, which made Jiang Xiaoyong utter a brief, satisfied compliment. No sooner had the conversation ended than Zhang Shengze suddenly frowned. He sensed an unusual disturbance occurring within his territory. Two soldiers frantically fled for their lives from the hideous red meat monster behind them, shouting that they would rather die from bugs than be swallowed by that disgusting thing. The sound of shoes skidding on the road. A soldier abruptly stopped, causing his comrade behind him to nearly crash into him and grumble, asking for the reason. Both soldiers stood rooted to the spot, their faces paling drastically and sweat pouring down them at the unbelievable sight blocking their escape route. A colossal, twisted tree trunk rose majestically in the middle of the city, emitting an eerie green light and overshadowing all surrounding architectural structures. The two fugitives looked up at the towering tree with dumbfounded expressions, stammering in disbelief at the sheer scale of the entity. A resounding roar tore through the air, accompanied by a blinding flash of light that startled both soldiers, leaving them utterly terrified by the overwhelming power. The two soldiers ran for their lives as the red flesh monsters pursued them closely, panting heavily and frantically asking each other if they should keep running. One of them slammed to a halt, realizing the ground ahead had turned into a sea of crimson flesh. He yelled, warning his comrade that they were rushing headfirst into the monster's lair. Trapped between a horde of hungry monsters and the grotesque sea of flesh, the two soldiers frantically looked for an escape route to either side, but realized time had run out. A colossal dark shadow suddenly enveloped both of them, causing the soldier to look up with an utterly bewildered expression at the invisible pressure bearing down. The two soldiers cursed in despair as they saw a gaping maw full of sharp teeth, like a gate to hell, open wide right behind them. Knowing for sure this was the end, the monster plunged down at terrifying speed, intending to make short work of its prey, leaving the two soldiers wide-eyed as they watched death visit them in the nick of time. Crash! A gigantic, vibrant green root, as thick as a pillar, suddenly burst from below, impaling and pulverizing the red flesh monster into a pulpy mess in an instant. The situation immediately reversed. The ferocious monsters from earlier were now scared witless, turning tail and scattering in disarray before the overwhelming power of the giant root. Zhang Shengze's network of green roots spread at an astonishing speed, engulfing the surface of the red flesh sea like a verdant plague. The roots, like colossal pythons, surged forth in pursuit, determined not to let any monster escape their territory. A crimson tentacle was severed, flying through the air as the lesser monsters watched helplessly. The multi-eyed monster opened its maw full of sharp teeth, intending to intimidate, but it only looked like a grotesque pile of leftover flesh about to be cleaned up. Thwack! A fatal blow struck, pulverizing the monster before it could even gasp. The red flesh began to contract and be reabsorbed, desperate shrieks echoing as they were forcibly assimilated to the point of deformation. The entire colossal mass of flesh retreated like lightning, leaving the ground empty for the two soldiers who stood frozen like statues. The two sweating soldiers whispered to each other to remain absolutely silent, deluding themselves that the monster hadn't detected them. Truly innocent to a fault. A voice full of authority rang out, telling them directly not to be foolish, as their every movement had been scrutinized long ago. The two soldiers flinched, looking around frantically and shouting, asking who was hiding in the shadows, trying to scare them. From the crimson flesh on the ground, Zhang Shengze emerged with a muscular, half-naked body, scaring the soldier so much that he stammered, asking what kind of being he was. Jiang Xiaoyong approached with an imposing aura, coldly declaring to the soldiers that the man was the embodiment of the meat sea. Jiang Xiaoyong, with his glowing blue eyes full of authority, sneered and challenged the soldiers, asking who they thought they were to dare trespass here. The conversation shifted to the terrifying topic of insect swarms, where giant bugs spewing corrosive venom could send anyone to their doom from a distance. Even more frightening were the brain bugs, capable of parasitizing and transforming humans into combat puppets that coordinated more seamlessly than a professional army. Shanshan pondered deeply, her keen mind quickly analyzing and connecting data about the social and collective nature of these monsters. She explained to Yang Bing and the entire group that these monsters operated like ants or bees, possessing no individual ego, but serving only the absolute collective interest. Yang Bing let out a long sigh, his face revealing extreme tension as he realized the formidable power and discipline of the enemy they were facing. Whoosh! A strange sound tore through the air, startling both Yang Bing and Shanshan's group, who frantically looked around for the lurking danger. From the tops of the tall buildings, mysterious dark figures appeared, boldly blocking all escape routes, turning the group of survivors into lambs to the slaughter. A flirtatious woman and a deranged man from the cannibal mob appeared with savage smiles, their eyes gleaming as if they had spotted a lavish feast. Yang Bing broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale, unable to believe his ears when he learned that those deranged people considered their own kind as food. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly reaffirmed the immediate danger, his sharp gaze showing that he fully understood the brutal nature of the enemy. The woman in pink from the cannibal mob stood on the rooftop, taunting them and revealing that their leader was absent, leaving them as easy prey. She brazenly demanded protection money, requiring the group of survivors to sacrifice one person as food every few days if they wanted peace. Jiang Xiaoyong scoffed at the opponent's attempt at domestication, while the man beside her issued a 30-minute ultimatum before the slaughter began. Yang Bing gritted his teeth, his face clearly showing contempt for the shamelessness and depravity of these monstrous beings. Refusing to be outdone, Yang Bing boldly stepped forward, brandishing his rifle to assert dominance, shouting loudly at the cannibal mob to remind them who held the firepower. The woman and her male accomplice merely sneered contemptuously, mocking Yang Bing as a country bumpkin for still believing in the power of that rusty gun. Despite the deadly height, the leaders of the cannibal mob simultaneously threw themselves to the ground, like speed demons. Yang Bing and the soldiers gaped in astonishment, drenched in sweat, as they watched the enemy dare to perform such a suicidal leap. Thud! The entire group landed safely with a powerful impact, proving their monstrous physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary humans. The soldiers' eyes widened, cold sweat pouring down as they saw the enemy land safely from a deadly height without a single drop of bloodshed. Yang Bing roared an order to open fire, gunshots echoing as the entire formation unleashed a barrage of bullets at the targets to quell their fear. The monstrous figures charged directly into the hail of gunfire, their bodies as hard as cold steel, making bullets feel like mere scratches, not slowing death's advance in the slightest. The speed demons moved too quickly, causing the soldiers to panic utterly, their hands fumbling, unsure where to aim. Realizing the firepower was useless, Yang Bing's face turned pale as he yelled, ordering his subordinates to maintain formation and retreat immediately before they were butchered. The long-haired man from the cannibal mob charged with terrifying speed, closing in on Yang Bing in a flash, leaving him no time to react. A dark tentacle whipped violently at Yang Bing, sending the commander flying with a tremendous impact. Yang Bing coughed up blood, his eyes dazed, unable to comprehend what monstrous thing had just attacked him before he was severely wounded. The woman in pink workout clothes easily knocked down a soldier, pinning her prey to the ground with utterly overwhelming strength. The long-haired man revealed his true form as a muscular, gray-skinned monster with black tentacles sprouting from his back, leaving everyone stunned with terror. The cannibals were dumbfounded, realizing they had been painfully tricked, yelling that the monster before them was not the target they were looking for. The entire horde panicked, turning tail and fleeing for their lives, each fending for themselves to escape this deadly trap. Jiang Xiaoyong descended from above like a rocket, while Shanshan and Zhang Shengzai's son calmly looked up at his grand entrance. The soldiers' eyes widened in astonishment, not understanding where another master had suddenly appeared to join the battle in the inferno. A thump echoed. Jiang Xiaoyong landed, blocking the retreat of the remnants, his imposing aura striking fear into the enemy. He let out a powerful roar, his glowing red eyes behind the mask seemingly wanting to devour his enemies. In a flash, Jiang Xiaoyong moved like the wind, sweeping away all three opponents so quickly that the naked eye couldn't follow. 3 corpses lay sprawled in a pool of blood at the feet of Jiang Xiaoyong and his monster ally, confirming the vast difference in their power levels. Yang Bing stood frozen, drenched in sweat as he witnessed the overwhelming power that had just unfolded before his eyes. Zhang Shengzai's son stepped forward with a cold smile, retorting to the commander that compared to bugs, the human heart was the most terrifying thing. Yang Bing nodded frantically like a pecking chicken, drenched in sweat under the terrifying pressure from the powerful newcomer. A grotesque tree sprouted from the crimson sea of flesh, proving that the disaster here was an unprecedented, unique phenomenon. Jiang Xiaoyong stood with his arms crossed, speaking like a sage, asserting that the disaster in City B was yet another new type of abomination. He brought up his system interface to check his mission, his eyes gleaming as he saw the reward points skyrocket with the increased difficulty of the new monsters. Jiang Xiaoyong turned to interrogate Yang Bing about the remnant troops' route, forcing him to reveal their plan to head south. The tense commander confirmed that direction led straight to his faction's base, where things he cared about still remained. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked arrogantly, sarcastically asking if that dilapidated base was truly necessary. He turned and winked meaningfully at Zhang Shengzai, preparing for a crazy decision befitting a leader. Zhang Shengzai pessimistically asked to entrust his wife and children to him, but Jiang Xiaoyong bluntly refused, declaring he would take the entire base for himself. The giant was utterly panicked, hastily trying to dissuade him, fearing that his monstrous form would harm his loved ones. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked meaningfully, revealing the truth that Zhang Shengzai's nature had begun to change for the better without him even realizing it. Zhang Shengzai was so stunned he froze, his bearded face clearly showing extreme astonishment at his comrade's assertion. He stared in bewilderment at his half-monster body, listening as Jiang Xiaoyong explained that the adaptive spores had provided alternative energy, eliminating his hunger for flesh and blood. Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand confidently, leading the group, including Yang Bing and Zhang Shengze, forward to search for more survivors. As the group arrived at the base gate, the subordinates rushed out to greet them warmly, reporting their success in repelling a strong enemy attack. A bearded soldier among the remnant troops recognized Yang Bing, shouting out to his commander with a look of pure joy. Yang Bing froze upon seeing his subordinates still alive, while the soldier asserted that Jiang Xiaoyong had accurately predicted their location from the start. When asked about the others, the bearded soldier's face fell, and he reported, sweating profusely, that they had encountered monsters, and most had perished. The atmosphere was somber. The surviving soldiers bowed their heads, swallowing tears of grief for their unfortunate comrades who had died along the way. The bearded soldier's attitude suddenly shifted. He clenched his fist excitedly, boasting to his commander that the people of this base possessed insanely powerful strength. The soldiers whispered among themselves about the crazy things they had just witnessed, all of them sweating profusely, still reeling from shock. Shanshan anxiously asked Jiang Xiaoyong directly if her father had been assimilated and become part of the meat sea. He nodded, confirming it, but immediately reassured her that he still retained his consciousness, causing her to gasp in wide-eyed astonishment. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled confidently, declaring that he had found a way to help the old man control the power of the meat sea and turn it into the safest fortress. Without hesitation, he turned and ordered everyone to pack their belongings to move to the new, superior location that Shanshan had found. The entire force moved boisterously through the desolate city, their morale high under Jiang Xiaoyong's leadership. Red, fleshy monsters lurked above, while the group received a warning that they had entered the hunting grounds of dangerous simulated organisms. Amidst the gloomy high-rise buildings, a strange voice suddenly echoed down, asking if they were survivors. With lightning-fast reflexes, Shanshan and the soldiers immediately aimed their guns towards the sound, their eyes highly vigilant and ready to fire. The bearded soldier lowered his gun in confusion, seeing that the opponents were just a seemingly harmless woman and children waving. Unlike the cannibals, the soldiers reacted fiercely, simultaneously raising their guns and firing a barrage of bullets into the sky as the bearded soldier yelled a warning that those bastards were back. Yang Bing rushed over in a panic to intervene, yelling at his subordinates, thinking they had gone mad and were firing at innocent civilians. The bearded soldier didn't flinch, glaring back at his boss and forcing him to look closely at the true nature of those civilians. As he composed himself and looked again, Yang Bing's face immediately changed color, cold sweat breaking out as he witnessed the horrifying scene before his eyes. The woman in the white dress and the man beside her suddenly tore open their human skin, revealing hideous red flesh and black tentacles full of sharp teeth. Before they could recover, the surrounding soldiers continued to scream alarms as they discovered countless other enemies appearing. A group of men in long coats with soulless, white eyes silently emerged from the alleys, a deathly aura enveloping the entire street. Looking down from above, the survivors' formation was completely surrounded by the disguised monsters, like fish on a chopping block. The bearded soldier hastily pushed Jiang Xiaoyong back, bravely suggesting he lead everyone to escape while they stayed behind to use heavy firepower to cover their retreat. Despite Yang Bing's attempts to reassure him that their side was strong enough, the bearded soldier brushed him off, yelling orders to form a battle line, knowing full well the toughness and danger of these monsters. The bearded soldier shouted to reassure his comrades, asserting that their firepower was strong enough to blow away these monsters and protect everyone. Jiang Xiaoyong unexpectedly patted the soldier's shoulder, smirking as he praised him as a true hero for daring to carry the team in a crisis. He calmly stepped to the front line, waving his hand to order the soldiers to fall back to avoid getting caught in the bloody battle zone about to unfold. Jiang Xiaoyong raised his flare gun high, pulling the trigger to fire a brilliant red light that tore through the blue sky. The distress signal drew a deadly arc in the air, signaling the entry of true monsters into the battle. Zhang Shengze's son looked up with his red eyes, curiously asking if Shanshan was coming. Jiang Xiaoyong turned back with a mysterious smile, revealing that this time the reinforcements were another group of heavy-hitting powerhouses, not her. He ordered Li Shuxiong, Muscle Man, and the boy to attack, but to hold back, only needing to protect their own people. Their monstrous trio immediately charged into the fray, using overwhelming power to tear the mimic monsters' bodies into shreds. The soldiers froze, mouths agape in horror, realizing that those who had just saved them were also monsters in human guise. The soldiers' faces drained of color. They screamed when they heard a roar that shook the earth, signaling an impending disaster. A horde of red, fleshy monsters covered in eyes and vines rushed forward like a flood, their thudding footsteps making everyone's limbs go numb. Jiang Xiaoyong maintained a cold expression, ignoring his panicked subordinates, who were warning him about being surrounded on all sides. The soldiers desperately raised their guns in vain, convinced that their boss's group had been held back, and they would become monster fodder. The leading monster let out a terrifying roar, displaying its jagged teeth and dozens of wildly rolling eyes right in front of the soldiers. One soldier, unable to bear the pressure, screamed hysterically, while his comrade beside him gritted his teeth, trying to hold their crumbling formation. Surprisingly, the bloodthirsty monsters shot past the soldiers' heads, completely ignoring the delicious prey standing frozen. Everyone was astonished to see that flamboyant red monster tear into another monster, realizing they weren't targeting their side at all. The battlefield turned into a meat grinder, as the two monster factions furiously tore at each other, blood splattering everywhere to humanity's astonishment. The bearded soldier laughed maniacally, finally understanding that these overwhelmingly powerful monsters were the heavy reinforcements Jiang Xiaoyong had mentioned. Yang Bing broke into a cold sweat when he heard the soldier beside him sneer meaningfully about the mysterious boss they were about to face. The entire street was now eerily silent and deadly, strewn with the shredded corpses of the red monsters after the battle. The ground suddenly shook violently, and numerous green vines erupted, startling the soldiers who screamed warnings to each other. Shanshan and the panicked soldiers jumped, trying to dodge the roots slithering beneath their feet like giant pythons. These vines completely ignored the living, lunging straight for the monster corpses lying sprawled on the road. A massive root plunged into the red flesh, effortlessly piercing the thick skin of the dead monster. The root began to contract repeatedly, sucking the essence from the shriveled corpse with gruesome gurgling sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. Jiang Xiaoyong maintained a cold expression, calmly walking on the root-covered path and ordering everyone to follow this trail. Yang Bing, Shanshan, and the subordinates gaped, their eyes wide and mouths open in awe as they saw the colossal thing appearing before them. Amidst the slimy meat sea, a colossal tree stood tall, piercing the sky, radiating a golden light full of majesty and mystique. Shanshan worriedly asked about her father, but Jiang Xiaoyong just chuckled, reassuring her that the old man was right ahead. Jiang Xiaoyong stood before the giant tree, waving and calling out loudly for her father to come out, as his beloved daughter had come all this way to find him. The ground shook violently, and the crimson mass of flesh beneath began to stir, as if something was about to break free from its cocoon. The soldiers stared wide-eyed as the mass of flesh swelled, preparing to witness a horrifying transformation that made everyone break out in a cold sweat. From within the slimy heap, Zhang Shengze emerged with bulging muscles, causing Shanshan to burst with emotion and cry out for her father. She was about to rush forward and embrace her father, but Jiang Xiaoyong quickly grabbed her arm, stopping her reckless action. Shanshan turned back in shock, looking at him with confusion, not understanding why her father's body had become so bizarre. Zhang Shengze sternly warned everyone not to approach, as this meat sea was too vast, and he couldn't fully control its hunger yet. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately ordered the crowd to set up camp on the spot, but to maintain a safe distance, while also asserting that Shanshan could suppress the monster's instincts. He turned to ask about the new encampment location, and Zhang Shengze immediately pointed to a factory a kilometer away that had been thoroughly cleared. A vibrant green plant sphere suddenly exploded in midair, scattering vines all around like a biological bomb. Foreman Li scratched his head in exasperation, while Li Cheng, standing beside him, was completely at a loss due to the increasingly frequent invasions of these bizarre plants. Mr. He, with his seasoned experience, narrowed his eyes and assessed the situation, stating that this was a sign that a flower carriage was lurking nearby. Manager Zhu broke out in a cold sweat, wondering with a bewildered expression if boss Jiang Xiaoyong hadn't already tamed one. Kui Jing's group stood looking towards the dense city, listening to the old scholar explain that this damned jungle didn't just have one such monster. At the abandoned factory, the teammates were diligently cleaning up the site, pushing wheelbarrows and sweeping to transform it into a new base. Zhang Shengze walked with imposing power, his crimson flesh tail dragging behind him, while Jiang Xiaoyong supervised his subordinates working to renovate the base. The walkie-talkie on Jiang Xiaoyong's hip suddenly vibrated violently, its static signaling that a tense situation was unfolding. Jiang Xiaoyong frowned as he took the walkie-talkie, a sharp, serious look in his eyes, while Zhang Shengze stood silently beside him, awaiting news. Receiving an urgent report from the southern suburbs, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately turned and left after hearing his old friend, Zhang Shengze, promise to handle everything here smoothly. Jiang Xiaoyong called Xiao Shuai back when he saw the boy effortlessly carrying a pile of steel beams, preparing to entrust him with an important task. He briefly informed him about the incident in the flower field, ordering Xiao Shuai to stay and guard with his father while he and Uncle Chong would return to deal with the trouble. News of Jiang Xiaoyong and Uncle Chong's return spread quickly throughout the well-planned base, which stood like an impregnable fortress in these chaotic times. In the strategic meeting room, the entire core team, including Shanshan, Xiaokai, and Li Cheng, appeared overly confident, believing their current forces were more than enough to handle any challenge. Li Cheng sternly warned everyone to stop deluding themselves about their strength, asserting that only with Jiang Xiaoyong present were their meager lives truly safe. Jiang Xiaoyong smirked, teasing Manager Zhu that he seemed overly confident in himself lately. Manager Zhu flexed his bulging muscles, proudly declaring that thanks to a special diet, he had evolved into one of the top powerhouses on the server. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately sealed the deal, demanding that he follow him deep into the jungle of S City tomorrow to verify if his skills were real or just a sham. Several mutated zombies covered in purple flowers collapsed to the ground with heavy thuds, quickly and cleanly taken down during the practical hunt. Manager Zhu stood sweating profusely beside the monster's corpse, a machete clutched in his hand, awkwardly forcing a laugh and excusing himself by saying it was all just diligence making up for intelligence. Manager Zhu still hadn't dropped his habit of boasting prematurely. He puffed out his chest, proudly showing off how incredibly strong he and Shanshan were. But Jiang Xiaoyong immediately poured cold water on him, telling him to save his strength for fighting the flower carriages. While he was rambling on, Manager Zhu's smug expression suddenly froze, as if sprayed with glue when he noticed something unusual ahead. He pointed and yelled for Jiang Xiaoyong to look in that direction, while the boss maintained a calm, cold expression, letting out a tranquil before the group was a giant tree stump, cleanly and smoothly cut, proving that someone with extraordinary strength had been here gardening. The deeper they went into the forest, the more tree stumps they found, transforming the dense jungle into a desolate wasteland, sending shivers down the team's spines. A strange rustling sound made Jiang Xiaoyong immediately vigilant, while old Sheng Bo behind him turned pale with fear, quickly pressing against Manager Zhu's back to find cover. Looking at the battlefield strewn with wood scraps, Jiang Xiaoyong frowned, wondering who had so much idle time and mischief to clear-cut the forest on such a large scale right in their territory. Xiaokai hastily asserted that their people had never ventured this deep, but before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Xiaoyong raised a hand to his mouth, signaling him to shush and listen. Jiang Xiaoyang focused his hearing intently, his ears twitching slightly to filter out ambient noise and pinpoint the exact location of the source of the rustling sound. Having identified the target, Jiang Xiaoyang decisively ordered Xiaokai to follow and check whether the moving thing ahead was a god or a monster from some other place. A group of lumberjack minions in orange protective gear were diligently using chainsaws to devastate the forest at a dizzying speed. Suddenly, a giant tree trunk crashed down, the shadow of death engulfing the unlucky lumberjack minion standing bewildered beneath it. His comrades standing nearby screamed desperately to warn him, but it seemed everything was too late for the slow colleague. The lumberjack minion's eyes widened in horror as he tried to drag his heavy body to dodge the massive log crashing down on his head. Thud! The log slammed hard into the ground, crushing his lower body, making the man scream in agony and curse wildly. Blood gushed from his nose. He was both in pain and furious, yelling to find out which idiot had felled the tree onto him. He continued to utter venomous curses in his pain, vowing to make the one responsible for this accident die a miserable death. But immediately after, cold sweat drenched his forehead as he suddenly realized a truth even more terrifying than the approaching death. He frantically pleaded desperately with the void, swearing that he still had exploitable value and only needed 2 days to recover his labor capacity. His hopeless plea ended with a horrific scream as plant vines burst out from his eyes and mouth, instantly turning the useless man into fertilizer. A cruel, emerald vine pierced through the unfortunate lumberjack minion's pupil, ending his life in an instant. Pop! His head exploded like fireworks, but instead of brains, a dense bush sprouted from his neck, turning him into a mobile potted plant. The headless corpse lay sprawled on the grass while his comrades around him stood frozen, speechless at the horrifying sight. Cold sweat poured down the faces of the lumberjack minions, extreme fear evident in their eyes as they watched their colleague turn into fertilizer right before them. One of them tried to calm himself, yelling in desperation to dispel the fear, urging everyone to go back to work as if nothing had happened to avoid sharing the same fate. He stammered, calling out to his brothers to pick up their axes and continue chopping wood, trying to deceive himself that everything was fine and they still had exploitable value. The corpse on the ground was quickly drained of nutrients by greedy roots, shriveling and decomposing at a visibly rapid rate. Amidst the chaos, a loud shout echoed from afar, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. "Ah, Brother Xiaoyang, there are people here." Jiang Xiaoyang, along with his capable subordinates including Li Cheng and manager Zhu, stood tall on the hilltop, their sharp gazes sweeping over the death-scented scene. The leader of the lumberjack minions looked up, his face drained of color as he realized he had just run into something far more formidable than the monsters standing up there. The lumberjack minions broke out in a cold sweat, their faces drained of color, as they saw the group of strangers suddenly appear right after their comrade's death. Jiang Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes in assessment, finding it puzzling that these people looked utterly terrified instead of relieved to meet fellow humans. The lumberjack minions' leader changed his demeanor faster than flipping a rice paper, waving and greeting them with a sickeningly fake smile to conceal the truth. Jiang Xiaoyang disdainfully remarked that these people had issues with their minds, then coldly interrogated them about the enemy's true numbers. The lumberjack minion rambled on about a safe base and enticed Jiang's group to join immediately to supplement their lacking manpower. Li Cheng immediately retorted with a suspicious expression, asserting that their dilapidated dwelling couldn't compare to their own sides. Jiang Xiaoyang placed a hand on Li Cheng's shoulder, signaling for silence, preventing his junior from revealing their hand too early before the fish bit the bait. He fabricated a perfect reason about internal conflict, leading to their group splitting up, expressing a desire to seek shelter at the lumberjack's base. The lumberjack was overjoyed and hastily agreed, while Jiang Xiaoyang smirked faintly, playing along with this clumsy act. The lumberjack beckoned invitingly, telling the group to follow him to their safe shelter. He eagerly led the group through the dense forest, chattering incessantly, and asserting that their destination was right before their eyes. Manager Zhu was sweating profusely, whispering a warning to Shanshan that those twisted vines were definitely part of a plant monster. Jiang Xiaoyang, with a toothpick in his mouth, clicked his tongue loudly, his sharp eyes expressing his weariness at this clumsy act. The lumberjack turned back with a forced smile, trying to convince Manager Zhu that these were just harmless mutated plants, not man-eating types. He pointed towards the dense canopy ahead, promising that just stepping through it would reveal a surprise. The whole group made their way through the thicket, while Manager Zhu continued to worry about the deadly trap awaiting them. Jiang Xiaoyang stood tall with an overwhelming aura, coldly stating a chilling truth. This place resembled a monster's lair more than a human base. The wind howled intermittently as a colossal ancient tree majestically appeared, exuding a terrifying aura of majesty and death.